A century hence, I shall be a hero, my experiences woven into tales that inspire the masses. A millennium later, I shall become a legend, my tales transformed into an epic, passed down through generations. 10,000 years hence, I shall be a belief, my epic evolving into a myth, with my name forever revered. Chapter 1. Collective Transcendence. Above the gray mist lies the sovereign of all, beneath it, the prison of all beings. The gray mist is the origin of all that is extraordinary, yet it is also the grave of all that transcends. Suddenly, Lin Shan awoke from a deep slumber, only to find himself abruptly vanishing from his bed. Pain. A throbbing ache consumed his head. As Lin Shan opened his eyes upon the violet earth, his black pupils wandered in confusion, soon focusing on the expanse of land adorned with blooming purple manjusaka flowers. The purple manjusaka exuded a gentle glow, creating the illusion of a violet carpet blanketing the ground. Looking up, he beheld towering trees, hundreds of meters high and several meters wide, raising doubts as to whether they had grown since the Jurassic era. The wind rustled, causing petals to sway, trailing ethereal violet glimmers, rendering the scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Yet, the beauty was swiftly shattered by the cacophony of curses. What in the world is this? I haven't even pulled up my pants after using the restroom, and now I've ended up in this wretched place, shouted a middle-aged man squatting on the ground. Hey, can you at least pull up your pants first? A nearby individual kindly suggested. Ah, pervert. A woman screamed upon witnessing the scene. A composed middle-aged man in a suit interjected, none of this matters. What is crucial is to ascertain where we are. Is collective transcendence the new trend? I thought I was the protagonist. A youth murmured, filled with adolescent angst. Lin Shan glanced around, noting the numerous individuals present, all of whom appeared to be of Huaxia descent. He endeavored to maintain his composure, surveying the surroundings without disturbing the flora and fauna. After 5 minutes, the cacophony of curses and conversations dwindled, giving way to tense observations of the environment, yet none dared to move recklessly. Not far off, a group of 6 or 7 individuals seemed to have reached a consensus, beginning to advance cautiously. As one led the way, the throng of dozens followed suit. This place seems so peculiar. Could there be danger lurking? I share your concerns. It would be wiser to stay with the larger group, many suggested, evidently gripped by trepidation, with almost no one willing to linger any longer. With a leader now guiding the way, they all hastily followed. The terrain was composed of deep black soil and gravel, devoid of any flora apart from the colossal trees and the purple manjusaka. After just a few minutes, someone exclaimed, "There's a stone tablet ahead with an unusual shape. It bears symbols and inscriptions." Another individual added, having drawn nearer. The crowd encircled the towering stone tablet, standing at least 10 meters high, with 3 large, intricately carved symbols that appeared enigmatic yet simplistic. The first symbol depicted a manjusaka, the very flower underfoot. The second illustrated a peculiar creature resembling a bull, yet possessing disproportionately large, sharp horns. The third was even more inscrutable, consisting merely of a few horizontal lines and spirals. Beneath each symbol were lines of small text, not resembling any known script from Earth, yet somehow, upon a mere glance, their meanings imprinted themselves in the minds of the onlookers. Sequence 9, Heartlight. Zihunhua, spiritual flora, primary herb. Asha Tuo, malevolent descent, harvest its horns. Gui Xianyu, enigmatic, gather its ash. This flower is called Zihunhua. Could this be a pathway to the extraordinary? Lin Shan pondered, recalling the inscriptions in his mind. Many young individuals, upon seeing the tablet, exhibited gleaming eyes, with some even plucking a purple flower to tuck away in their pockets. Brother, aren't you going to take one? This tablet seems to etch knowledge directly into our minds. Based on my years of reading web novels, the inscriptions must pertain to some sort of potion, and if we follow the recipe, consuming it could grant us extraordinary abilities. A nearby youth whispered to Lin Shan. Lin Shan cast him a surprised glance. No need. My jacket has no pockets, and it would be wise not to pluck the flowers here. If they indeed relate to some extraordinary power, these flowers are likely not merely ordinary. The young man, noticing Lin Shan's bear-themed pajamas and the absence of pockets in his jacket, chuckled but remained silent, choosing not to discard the purple bloom. Lin Shan decided not to engage further. He had offered a warning. Should trouble arise, it would be upon them. If the potion recipe were indeed valid, there were ample flowers to gather later. Though the stone tablet offered a semblance of security, remaining stagnant was not an option. The crowd resumed their exploration, with the 7 leading the way and the throng of dozens trailing behind. Lin Shan found himself amidst them, as it would be folly to stray from the group at this juncture. Aimlessly wandering for over an hour, the din of curses and conversations began to rise once more. They scanned the surroundings or gazed into the monotonous distance, their expressions reflecting distress. Lin Shan empathized with their frustration. The absence of direction only amplified their fear, and fear could reveal the darkest facets of human nature. Suddenly, a burly man dashed to the front, halting the procession, cursing, "Damn it! Will you all just keep walking endlessly? How can you be certain we're not only delving deeper? Continuing like this could spell doom for us all. What do you propose? Perhaps you should lead the way," retorted a stylishly dressed woman from the front of the group. As tensions escalated, a middle-aged man cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Esteemed companions, now is not the time for infighting. We face a perilous journey ahead, and despite our fleeting acquaintance, we are among the few allies we have. Allow me to introduce myself. I am affiliated with the Huasha military, though I shall refrain from disclosing my exact position. My companions here are not ordinary individuals. They comprise the nation's foremost biologists, geographers, botanists, and medical experts. Isn't that astonishing? Have you not noticed that all those who have transcended possess exceptional talents in various fields? Deny it not, it is the truth. The individuals beside me are those I have engaged with earlier, and their specialized knowledge may very well be our lifeline in this strange world." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, prompting inquiries about each other's professions. "Brother, what do you do?" "I'm merely a university professor. I hardly qualify as a top talent," a middle-aged man replied with a wry smile. "Which university?" "Tsinghua. I run a detective agency, and I've garnered some renown." "What about you, sister?" a woman inquired of her companion. "I don't possess any particular skills. I did win first place in the strongest brain competition." The burly man who had interrupted earlier was similarly astonished, for he was the champion of this year's boxing tournament, and if fighting could be considered a talent, then he too was indeed exceptional. "It was indeed my fault earlier, but you all must share the plan. Moving forward in silence is quite unnerving," the burly man conceded, subsequently voicing the question that lingered in everyone's minds. "I shall address this." A woman of intellect, adorned in a white blouse paired with green trousers, stepped forward. She adjusted her glasses and spoke. "Our foremost objective is to seek a water source, as it is the foundation of survival. What we can ascertain is that we are no longer on Earth. The methods of locating water based on weather patterns or the distribution of plant life that we relied upon on Earth are no longer applicable. We must navigate by the terrain. Though it may seem we are advancing aimlessly, we are actually moving toward lower elevations." "Oh, so that is how it is." Murmurs of realization rippled through the crowd. Some remained silent, having already discerned the intentions of the leading group from their chosen direction. Chapter 2. The Eerie Purple Flame. The group continued onward. After 2 hours, the surrounding environment remained unchanged. Not only had they failed to locate a water source, but no other life forms were in sight. A young woman, appearing no older than 20, turned to Lin Shan in despair and asked, "Brother Lin, do you think we can still return to Earth alive?" Lin Shan rolled his eyes. This was a question she had posed countless times along the way. "Shaoan, do not entertain thoughts of returning to Earth. Surviving is already a considerable achievement." Old Lin is correct. "From my extensive experience with online literature, the chances of returning are slim," a young man interjected. "Wu Wang, be quiet. This is reality," Shaoan retorted angrily. Wu Wang looked at Shaoan with a mocking tone. "Ah, yes, indeed, this is reality. You haven't crossed over. You're still at home." Lin Shan chuckled at the playful banter between the two, who had formed a temporary team due to their similar ages and shared topics of conversation. While the two engaged in their quarrel, Lin Shan remained composed, convinced that this place was not Earth. What could be worse than this? Whatever occurred next could hardly be more daunting. "Water sounds," someone suddenly exclaimed. "Indeed, it is the sound of water." Lin Shan listened intently, the sound of rushing water reaching his ears. It seemed there was a rapidly flowing river nearby. Instantly, many faces lit up with excitement. "We are saved. We will surely escape. As long as we find food, this could be a second Earth." Pessimism began to wane, replaced by a glimmer of hope for survival among the group. At this moment, the sky had darkened slightly, a hazy gray mist hovering above, obscuring any view of stars. "Ah!" a woman suddenly shrieked, her voice echoing hauntingly through the empty woods. "What's wrong?" The crowd's expression shifted, urgently inquiring, while a sense of foreboding settled in their hearts. "Bones, human remains." The woman's face went pale, her body trembling as she recoiled in fear. Following her gaze, the crowd spotted 2 skeletons hanging from a towering tree, swaying ominously in the wind, an unsettling sight. Lin Shan, along with a few brave men, approached to examine the scene. Although the presence of human remains was chilling, it also indicated that others had once traversed this place. These bones belong to a male and a female. They are riddled with coarse cracks and are nearly weathered away. The environment of this alternate world differs greatly from Earth, making it impossible to ascertain their age, someone remarked, frowning. Another joked, if this world harbors extraordinary elements, perhaps these two just perished moments ago, and their bones have already decayed. The crowd collectively gasped. Such a jest would be absurd on Earth, yet given the bizarre nature of their current predicament, anything seemed plausible. Gradually, some in the crowd began to exhibit signs of paranoia, glancing around anxiously. Even Lin Shan felt a chill creeping over him. Noticing the spread of fear, Lin Shan quickly offered reassurance. The presence of human remains signifies that others have been here before. It seems we are not the only ones. This world may indeed contain human settlements. Upon hearing Lin Shan's words, the crowd appeared to regain some hope, momentarily dispelling their trepidation. After another half hour of walking, everyone was utterly exhausted, tormented by fatigue and thirst. Having journeyed for nearly 5 hours without exiting the woods, someone muttered, "Could we be encountering a ghost wall?" Ridiculous. Though the environment hasn't changed much, haven't you noticed the flowers on the ground are becoming sparser? Indeed. I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out. Let's keep moving. We need to exit this forest. If it comes to starvation, we'll have to resort to eating the bark and leaves. We cannot afford to be picky. While we can manage with food, the absence of a water source is far more troubling. I wonder if this world has any dew. Observing those around him, Lin Shan discerned that these individuals possessed a strong psychological resilience. Thus far, none had exhibited extreme behavior. A river. Someone at the front suddenly shouted, prompting the crowd to rush forward. 200 meters ahead, a river spanning 100 meters lay like a silver dragon amidst the forest, its turbulent waters only discernible through the sound of rushing currents. In the final stretch of 100 meters, the crowd sprinted towards the river. Exclamations of delight erupted as they beheld the river before them. Ah, the water is so clear. Look, there are fish, albeit rather peculiar in shape. Xiaoan gazed with concern at the flowing water. Could it be toxic, or pose some other danger? Even if it is, can you refrain from drinking? Lin Shan replied. Xiaoan sighed. I cannot. Between death by poison and death by thirst, I choose the former. Death, death, death. Can you not say something positive? What if this water is not only harmless but beneficial, perhaps even a magical elixir that enhances one's vitality? Wu Wang interjected. Huh, Xiaoan scoffed derisively. Do you even believe that? While the three conversed, some had already knelt by the river, drinking eagerly, while most merely observed. Minutes passed. Seeing that those who had drunk from the river suffered no ill effects, more people succumbed to their thirst and began to drink, though only sampling it cautiously. Lin Shan took a small sip. The river water was exceptionally cold, reminiscent of being chilled in a refrigerator. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, soon followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Lin Shan watched in horror as a young man nearby was engulfed by a surge of purple flames. In an instant, the fierce blaze consumed his entire being, blisters forming on his skin, which soon charred. He writhed in agony on the ground, contorted in pain. There was no time to save him. The sound of his screams echoed through the forest, sending chills down the spines of all who heard, and it appeared that he would not perish quickly. More than a dozen others were similarly engulfed in flames. The purple flames. Purple. Lin Shan recalled that this was the very young man who had previously caused him to pluck a flower. He shouted urgently, quickly, throw away the previously plucked Zihun flowers. It was too late. The speed of the flames was astonishingly swift, barely allowing even the briefest of moments to pass. Those bearing the Zihunhua found themselves engulfed in spontaneous combustion, collapsing to the ground in agony and despair. Some individuals plunged into the river, only to discover that these flames could persist even in water. The scene of the living being consumed by fire was exceedingly brutal, and Xiaoan could not bear to witness it any longer. She turned her head away, closed her eyes, and covered her ears, her mouth agape, uncertain whether she wished to weep or to scream. In that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Those who were igniting spontaneously lunged toward the unaffected individuals nearby. The instant a spark made contact, the bystanders would immediately ignite as well. The blaze continued to spread, and in the blink of an eye, over a dozen more individuals were set aflame. The remaining onlookers screamed in terror, hastily retreating into the forest to distance themselves from the inferno. Lin Shan ran while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. his heart racing as he narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The young man had lunged at him, yet he managed to evade the attack just in time. At that moment, the crowd was divided into two factions, the self-igniting and the unaffected, separated by a distance of 100 meters. Chapter 3. The mysterious hall. The violet flames continued to burn fiercely, and the wails of the self-igniters grew fainter. One could only imagine the excruciating pain that led them to such lamentations. After a long while, their bodies were reduced to fine ashes, and from the ashes, a purple soul flower blossomed. At this moment, only 11 individuals remained alive, their tortured gazes fixed on the tragic scene before them. Each person clenched their fists tightly. Their faces pale, teeth gritted. Some struggled to hold back tears while others bit their lips until they bled. The sound of rushing water echoed through the forest, and the purple manjasaka bloomed profusely, creating an enchanting yet eerie atmosphere. There were over 20 piles of ashes on the ground, remnants of what had only moments ago been living beings. If one had not witnessed this transformation, it would have been unbelievable. Sighing as he gazed at the ashes, Lin Shan lamented, "Now there are only 11 of us left. What shall we do next? Should we continue onward or rest here?" The others seemed oblivious to Lin Shan's words, their expressions still frozen in fear as they stared at the piles of ashes. Continuing onward offered a glimmer of hope. While staying here was a certain death, this forest was far too peculiar. The speaker, dressed in military attire, was a middle-aged man named Zhang Zhonghua. His temporary team, once consisting of 7 members, had dwindled to 4. Fortunately, Shaoan and Wu Wang, who had been following Lin Shan, were still alive. They had not succumbed to the allure of illusory powers. Can we truly survive? Is this truly a world where humans can exist? So many have died in such a short time, one voice questioned, the recent ordeal shattering his lingering hopes. Lin Shan responded calmly, "We have experienced much today. Events that should not occur according to logic. Yet we find ourselves in a different realm, where the most irrational things happen, rendering other concerns trivial. Our inexplicable crossing is not meant to lead to our demise. Although the reasons remain unclear, I sense there is still hope for survival." Zhang Zhonghua glanced at Lin Shan with a hint of admiration. To maintain such composure in this moment attested to his resilient spirit. He spoke, "You are quite right. Young brother, does everyone remember the words we heard during the crossing?" "Yes," came a reply from someone with a good memory. "Above the gray mist lies the sovereign. Below it is the cage of all beings. The gray mist is the origin of all the extraordinary and the grave of all the extraordinary. Earth as pioneers. Do you wish to be sovereigns or mere mortals?" Lin Shan was taken aback. He had been asleep and had not heard those words. However, with this revelation, his conviction that they had a chance to survive grew stronger. Suddenly, Lin Shan exclaimed, "Pioneers." "Indeed," Zhang Zhonghua nodded slightly. "We are pioneers. Does this not imply that there are others on Earth who may also cross over, perhaps even the entire planet?" Lin Shan furrowed his brow. "Are we merely paving the way for those who will come after us?" After pondering for a moment, he relaxed, continuing, "If that is the case, our chances of survival are considerable. Perhaps exiting this forest will reveal the answers." "Precisely," Zhang Zhonghua nodded in agreement. "Thus, I propose we continue onward, at least until we escape this forest." Witnessing the confidence of the two, the others gradually relaxed. Any words were preferable to the prospect of death. Just as they prepared to depart, an anomaly occurred once more. A golden thread appeared on each of the 11 individuals, one end connecting them, the other extending from the depths of the forest, its source unknown. Lin Shan stared at the golden thread on his body, then shifted his gaze to notice a black thread beside him, momentarily taken aback. The others seemed unaware of his peculiarity. Only he could see this additional black thread. What could this line signify? Was it merely a guide, or something foreboding? Why was the line connecting the others golden, while he bore an extra black thread? Lin Shan was plagued with questions, but he knew no one could provide answers. What does this mean? A guide? Perhaps, as the golden thread exuded a sense of familiarity. If our conjecture holds true, this golden thread serves as a guide. Following it may lead us to answers. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that this golden thread is merely bait. As one wave subsides, another arises, gazing at the golden thread on his body. All fell into silence after a brief exchange. After a moment of quietude, Zhang Zhonghua stated earnestly, "We have no choice. The direction indicated by this golden thread is the path we must take." The sky gradually darkened, a gentle breeze rustling the vibrant purple soul flowers. The emotions of the group surged, as their lives and futures hung in the balance. No one could remain calm. Having moved 500 meters away from the river, the golden thread grew increasingly luminous, suggesting they were nearing its source. Without further delay, they pressed onward. After walking over 100 meters, the golden thread began to flicker. Just then, someone shouted in alarm, having spotted a grand hall 100 meters ahead. The hall stood tall, reaching several meters in height, isolated yet majestic, shrouded in mist. This hall must be the source, appearing to be a construct of human design. Does this imply that humanity exists in this world? The answer lies within. We must enter to discover. Approaching the hall for closer inspection, they found it to be a vast palace. One individual touched the wall, only to find his hand passing through. It was illusory and lacked substance. This is a deception, yet another manifestation of supernatural power. The source of the golden thread lies within. If it is illusory, how do we enter? As if sensing their arrival at the entrance, the hall suddenly transformed from illusion to reality. The entire process appeared dreamlike. The group nearly forgot their fear, awestruck by the spectacle before them. All of this was simply too incredible, a phenomenon never before witnessed on Earth. Xiaoan marveled. This is genuine, extraordinary power. Lin Shan turned to the others. Let us enter. Indeed, the answers we seek may lie within, Zhang Zhonghua stated gravely as he gazed at the hall. There was no grand entrance to the hall. Stepping inside, they faced a screen. A golden radiance emanated gently from behind the screen, and as they approached, a cluster of golden light floated, exuding a faint glow, embodying an ineffable ethereality and sanctity. 11 golden threads intertwined with the golden light, connecting them to the group. Chapter 4, A New Transition. All were unable to conceal their astonishment. What is this? Is this golden light the source? For some reason, it evoked a sense of familiarity. Could our crossing be related to this golden light? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, there seems to be something inside. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a jade scroll, quietly hovering within the golden light, its diminutive size barely noticeable against the vast expanse of golden radiance. Quick, let us retrieve it. Wait, Xiaoan cautioned. Could there be danger? Zhang Zhonghua replied earnestly, we cannot afford to hesitate. This is our only lead. I will retrieve it, and if something goes awry, we can discuss our next course of action. As he spoke, he reached into the golden light and retrieved the jade scroll without incident. The group then viewed the scroll in its entirety. It resembled an ancient bamboo slip, only crafted from jade instead of bamboo. Let us open it and see, someone urged. Zhang Zhonghua complied, unfolding the jade scroll. As they gazed upon the contents of the jade tablet, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, akin to the stillness of death, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. After a considerable pause, disbelief seeped into the murmurs of some, questioning the very nature of their reality. Was everything preordained? Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Shan awoke from his stupor, fixating on the inscriptions upon the jade tablet, which was composed of 11 jade pieces, each inscribed with a name: Zhang Zhonghua, Zhao Xiaoan, Luo He, Yin Ruxin, Xia Xian, Chao Yusin, Wu Wang, Jin Tianzong, Huang Ying, Xi Zhenan, and Lin Shan. Why were our names inscribed here? It felt extraordinarily peculiar, as if fate had woven its threads around them. The group pondered the implications of the jade tablet, believing it would unveil the mysteries of their journey. However, it offered no guidance, leaving their questions more enigmatic than before. Lin Shan proposed, let us secure the jade tablet for now. It may prove useful later. This grand hall is vast, and we should explore other areas. He yearned to uncover the origin of the black silk threads, pondering if they were linked to some artifact. Please, pass it around. If all is well, I shall take it back, he added as Zhang Zhonghua handed the jade tablet to the others. The tablet appeared unremarkable, yet its touch was warm and smooth, astonishingly evoking a sense of connection with its holder. After each member had a turn with the jade tablet, Zhang Zhonghua solemnly tucked it into the pocket of his attire, which met with no objections from the others. He, being the most esteemed among them, was deemed the most suitable guardian of the tablet. Once this matter was settled, the group began to explore the hall, with Lin Shan leading the way toward the second floor, guided by the hint of the black threads. The second floor mirrored the first, adorned with similar screens, but instead of golden light, a dark aura emanated from behind them. Strangely, the others seemed oblivious to this black glow. Lin Shan stared intently at the dark mass, entranced, as he stepped forward to plunge his hand into it. In an instant, he trembled violently, involuntarily convulsing as his eyes turned abyssal black. His skin morphed into an eerie shade, a mysterious power altering his very being, shifting him towards an unknown destiny. What is happening to you? Zhao Xiaoan's voice broke through as she vigorously shook his shoulder. Lin Shan, returning to himself, stammered. What just occurred? You suddenly began to convulse. Have you encountered another supernatural force? She replied, her concern evident. I am fine, Lin Shan reassured her, feeling the changes within his body, which he attributed to his own condition. A flicker of unease crossed some faces, but they sighed in relief. Grateful it was not a supernatural occurrence. They had already suffered significant losses, and another such event might leave them with even fewer survivors. Regaining control of his corporeal form, Lin Shan realized he had acquired a new trait, known as the Guati, or eerie body. He accepted this gift instinctively, as if it were an inherent part of him. However, he remained ignorant of its purpose, devoid of any guidance, save for the knowledge that it was birthed from the dark glow. Simultaneously, he discovered two peculiar objects in his mind, a piece of parchment and a quill. He felt he could summon the parchment at any moment, yet he decided to postpone further investigation until they were safely out of this place. This hall has a third floor. Let us ascend and explore, a sultry voice interjected. At that moment, Lin Shan's mind was flooded with thoughts as he turned to see Chao Yusen, a mature woman and a member of the previous leading team. If he could perceive the invisible black threads, might others also be capable of discerning some form of guidance? He pondered, temporarily setting aside his musings. He joined the others as they climbed to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, an exclamation arose from the group. What is this? A grand altar adorned with intricate symbols and chaotic lines stood before them, surrounded by countless ancient characters that flickered in light. Each flicker illuminated the altar further. The group gazed in astonishment, sensing that this might be their hope for escape. Meanwhile, the lines at the altar began to shimmer, gradually forming an immense and mysterious magical array, unleashing a wave of enigmatic energy. Why can't I move? Me too, my body is unresponsive. Panic gripped them as they found themselves immobilized, filled with dread yet unable to alter their fate. Within the array, radiant light swirled, as countless mysterious symbols flickered unpredictably. After the ancient characters glimmered dozens of times, the mysterious symbols finally illuminated simultaneously, casting a blinding brilliance. When the light receded, the array dimmed, and the hall was left vacant. Moments later, the entire hall transformed from solid to ethereal, dissipating into golden motes upon the ground. In the mist, a colossal magical array emerged, and the vanished individuals abruptly reappeared. However, as they surveyed their surroundings, they stood frozen, like lifeless figures. The earth appeared as if stained with ink, a deep black hue, with only a few unknown weeds stubbornly sprouting from the soil. Their line of sight extended no further than 10 meters, beyond which lay a hazy expanse of obscurity. Where are we? Have we escaped that previous place? A trembling voice queried. Why do I feel this place is worse than the forest? Another lamented. This is not the forest. Where are we? Did the magical array send us through time again? Panic spread among the group, eclipsing any joy of escape, replaced by a foreboding sense of dread. In the next moment, the jade tablet, which had been nestled within Zhang Zhonghua's possession, suddenly floated into the air, radiating a brilliant golden light that illuminated the entire sky, dispersing the surrounding gray mist and forming a golden barrier against it. Once the mist had cleared, a desolate landscape came into view, with scattered large rocks and sparse trees and weeds growing across the ground. Chapter 5. Gui Xianyu. Upon escaping the entrapped forest, the scene before them had transformed dramatically. The vibrant purple flowers and towering trees had vanished, replaced by undulating hills strewn with gravel. Lin Shan observed the unsettling transformation unfold, his ominous premonitions confirmed. What place is this? I want to go home, a woman murmured, her voice tinged with tears. We cannot return. The way back is lost, a fragile woman sobbed, her body swaying, nearly collapsing without support. How shall we survive in this alien world? Even some men's voices quivered with palpable fear and anxiety. Do not panic. Remain calm. A solution will present itself, Zhang Zhonghua declared emphatically. Indeed, Lin Shan agreed, nodding. The mist has dissipated. We can explore our surroundings. The unknown evokes both reverence and terror in some, while igniting a spirit of exploration in others. Lin Shan stepped forward, eager to assess the vicinity. Zhao Xiaoan stood nearby, appearing somewhat cold, hugging herself, her beautiful visage pale. As Lin Shan passed by, he removed his outer jacket and offered it to her. Thank you, she replied, then shook her head in refusal. I am not cold. I merely feel frightened. Lin Shan said nothing further. He simply extended kindness as a companion, and upon her rejection, he donned his jacket and continued onward. After walking a few hundred meters, a stream materialized before them, much smaller than the previous river, measuring only about 10 meters in width. Upon seeing this, Wu Wang's eyes brightened. Old Lin, wait. I can't go on. Let us first see if there is anything to eat nearby. Others were already exhausted and had long been hungry, uncertain if there were fish in the small stream. I had just spotted some fruit on the nearby trees and wondered if they were edible. I noted that the fruit appeared rather ordinary, lacking vibrant colors, resembling common wild berries. However, one must remember that this is a world imbued with extraordinary powers, and caution is paramount. As twilight approached, the group deliberated and decided to set up camp here. Zhang Zhonghua surveyed the group and instructed Lin Shan, Wu Wang, Jin Tianzong. Please fashion a makeshift spear and check the river for fish. Luo He, Si Jinan, let us gather some wild fruit from the trees. After a brief pause, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Yusin, adding, the remaining 5 ladies should collect some dry twigs for the fire. Fortunately, the lighter had been securely kept with him during the journey. Otherwise, they would have had to resort to ancient methods of fire starting. Understood, the group responded in unison. 10 minutes later, as Lin Shan gazed at the twigs in his hands, he fell into contemplation. He knew how to make a simple spear, yet without any tools. He couldn't very well fashion one with his teeth. Wu Wang and Jin Tianzong shared his predicament, staring blankly at their twigs. With a sigh, Lin Shan suggested, let us find some sharper twigs. We should head to the riverbank. Wu Wang chuckled. Fish from another world might not have encountered humans before and could be quite easy to catch. Perhaps, Jin Tianzong added with a mischievous grin. The fish from this world might be even more formidable than us. Lin Shan laughed. That is indeed a possibility. Let us not forget that this world is inhabited by extraordinary beings. Wu Wang nodded in agreement, acknowledging their lack of resistance against such peculiar entities. All right, enough of that. Jin Tianzong interjected, making a gesture to halt. I was merely jesting. You speak as if it's all true, which is rather unsettling. The 3 continued their trek for another 100 meters, reaching the riverbank where the crystal-clear water revealed eerie fish swimming below. The unsettling sight was due to the fish having 2 heads, an appearance that induced unease. But surprisingly, as Wu Wang had suggested, they seemed rather oblivious to the human's presence. The trio hesitated, uncertain whether to capture them, their hands trembling slightly with the sharp twigs. Suddenly, a loud splash echoed as a twig plunged into the water, impaling one of the 2-headed fish. It remained still for a brief moment before beginning to thrash violently, but it was too late. Lin Shan exerted force and lifted it onto the shore. Observing the flopping fish, which measured half a meter and was quite plump, Wu Wang gave Lin Shan a thumbs up, exclaiming that it was sufficient to feed 2 adults. Can we eat it? The 2 heads seem rather odd, Wu Wang remarked, feeling slightly uneasy. Do not judge the creatures of another world through earthly perspectives, Lin Shan replied, then added, let us catch a few more. These fish may indeed be unafraid of humans due to their unfamiliarity with us. All right, Wu Wang agreed, proceeding to search carefully along the bank. Another loud splash signaled that Jin Tianzong had successfully captured another half-meter-long 2-headed fish. That's enough. We should head back. We've wandered quite far, Lin Shan cautioned. Noting the darkening sky, each of them carried 2 fish as they retraced their steps along the riverbank. Suddenly, a gigantic blue moon appeared unexpectedly overhead, casting an eerie hue upon the land. Lin Shan stared in shock at the blue moon, which had no prior warning and loomed ominously, as if ready to descend upon them. Both Wu Wang and Jin Tianzong gaped at the sudden apparition of the moon. We must hurry back, Lin Shan urged, feeling an inexplicable pressure beneath the blue moon's light. At that moment, he glanced toward the river and noticed a twisted mass resembling a fish, formed by dark lines. Is that an eerie fish? Lin Shan pondered, uncertain. Jin Tianzong remarked, I suddenly feel a chill. Yes, Wu Wang replied, hugging himself. I felt cold since a while ago. As if under an air conditioner. Lin Shan's discomfort intensified. He felt an icy wave enveloping him, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his body growing weak, as if vitality were seeping away unnoticed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he shouted, we need to leave now. With a sudden thud, Jin Tianzong collapsed to the ground, causing Lin Shan's heart to race. He intended to call out to Wu Wang to help lift Jin Tianzong, but before he could utter a word, another soft thud signaled Wu Wang's fall. Terrifyingly, the fish-like entity in the water began to float, its body vibrating at a high frequency. As the strange tremors intensified, a thick darkness surged forth. In an instinctual reaction, Lin Shan hurled the fish he was holding at the vibrating mass, and upon contact, the fish disintegrated instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Yet, the encroaching darkness enveloped Lin Shan. He felt himself losing control of his body, aside from his brain functioning. The rest of him was succumbing to numbness, as if something were gnawing at him. With each passing moment, the numbness spread, and if it reached his entire body, Lin Shan feared his fate would mirror that of the fish. Bathed in cold sweat, He exerted every ounce of strength to break free, but it was futile. His body felt as if it were pinned down by iron nails, utterly immobile. Desperate to escape, he struggled in vain, realizing that he might meet his end here. This singular thought echoed in his mind. Chapter 6. Parchment. Ultimately, perhaps he had resigned himself to fate. Lin Shan felt an unexpected calmness wash over him, a bitter smile gracing his lips. His only regret was not having repaid his parents for their nurturing. He sensed his heartbeat fading, his body growing colder, and the light around him being devoured by darkness. Just then, he heard distant calls. Lin Shan, Wu Wang, Jin Tianzong. A flicker of consciousness returned, and he attempted to speak, to warn them not to approach, but no sound emerged. Suddenly, a flame appeared, and 3 figures holding torches drew near. The moment the light broke through, the dense darkness receded, and Lin Shan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he collapsed to the ground. It fears fire. This thought flashed through his mind, and he knew he had been saved. As footsteps approached, he heard the exclamation, "Here? There's still a pulse. We don't know why he fainted. We need to carry him back." At the last utterance, Lin Shan too succumbed to unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, the warm glow of a fire greeted him. Struggling to sit up, he found Wu Wang and Jin Tianzong already awake, warming themselves by the fire. "You're awake. What happened by the river? You were the last to lose consciousness. Did you see anything?" Zhang Zhonghua was the first to notice Lin Shan's awakening. After a moment of silence, Lin Shan replied gravely, "It was something eerie." Upon hearing the word eerie, the others shuddered, their eyes revealing fear. The presence of eeriness nearby was unsettling. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shan continued, "However, it seems to fear fire. It dissipated upon encountering the light." The group sighed in relief. Having identified a weakness meant there was a way to defend against it. Zhang Zhonghua earnestly remarked, "Tomorrow, let us gather more resin to craft torches. If all the peculiarities fear fire, our chances of survival will significantly increase." His gaze swept around, and he continued, "Men and women shall form pairs to take turns keeping watch, adding fuel to the fire while the others rest. Since there is one more man, I shall take the first watch. It is still early, and there should be little danger. I am not yet sleepy." Lin Shan raised his hand. "Very well. We shall rest for now. You haven't eaten, have you? There are some fruits over there. Help yourself. We have already eaten and felt no ill effects. If anything stirs during the night, call us." "Understood." As the others drifted into slumber, the tranquil night left Lin Shan as the sole wakeful soul. He gazed at the fruit in his hand, first inhaling its scent, which bore no noxious odor. He then took a bite, its sharp acidity flooding his palate, compelling him to pinch his nose as he consumed it. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a blood-red moon reflected in the nearby river. Raising his head to the sky, he confirmed its sanguine hue. It appeared exceedingly distant, slightly larger than the moon on Earth. It dawned on him that everything he had just witnessed, including the immense blue moon overhead, was an illusion conjured by some otherworldly force. Peculiar, he thought, recalling the parchment and quill that resided in his mind. With a fleeting thought, the parchment and quill materialized in his grasp. The dark yellow leather felt somewhat supple, yet chillingly cold, evoking an eerie sensation. The quill's tip was white, while the feather was as black as ink. He could not discern the creature from which it originated. The quill's shaft was long, adorned with enigmatic engravings. What should he inscribe on the parchment? Should he express his heartfelt desires or articulate his confounding queries? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shan gently penned, "What are you?" The letters shimmered in gold, flickering briefly before vanishing. Moments later, several lines of black script appeared on the parchment, composed in standard Huaxia characters. "I am merely an unremarkable piece of parchment. Sacrifice your lifespan, and you shall uncover the truths you seek. Current remaining lifespan, 72 years and 5 months. Lin Shan scrutinized the black script on the parchment, reading it repeatedly until the words faded. Astonishing. This seemingly ordinary parchment possessed an uncanny awareness of his remaining lifespan. Lin Shan inquired, "How do I return to Earth?" The parchment replied, "It requires the sacrifice of 1 year of your life." Lin Shan responded, "I accept the cost." The parchment continued, "Return is impossible. Humanity on Earth will traverse into the gray mist universe within a millennium, and a millennium hence, Earth shall merge into the gray mist universe." Lin Shan queried, "How can I extend my lifespan?" The parchment replied, "It requires the sacrifice of 1 month of your life." Lin Shan said, "I accept the cost." The parchment stated, "Superb. Are we all to traverse?" Lin Shan muttered to himself, contemplating. He then asked, "Where are my parents?" The parchment responded, "It requires the sacrifice of 1 month of your life." Lin Shan replied, "I accept the cost." The parchment stated, "They have not yet traversed. Location cannot be determined. Lin Shan was speechless, realizing it demanded payment for everything. Feeling the transaction was rather exploitative. He sensed that utilizing this parchment would hasten his demise. He wrote again on the parchment, "How can I become extraordinary?" The parchment replied, "Any race possesses a singular innate constitution. You, due to the parchment, have been endowed with a peculiar constitution, allowing you to bear two sequences. The living sequence has a known formula, requiring the sacrifice of 20 years of life to obtain the materials and their locations. The peculiar sequence has no existing formula, requiring the sacrifice of 40 years of life to acquire the sequence 9 formula. 20 years, directly 1/3 of his lifespan." This parchment was certainly not all-knowing, and its words could not be taken at face value, for it was inherently strange. As for sacrificing 40 years to obtain a formula, Lin Shan dismissed the notion entirely. Sacrificing 40 years for a formula would likely necessitate further sacrifices for materials. Even if he ultimately became an extraordinary being, he would have little time left to enjoy it. Calculating in his mind, if he sacrificed 20 years of life to gain extraordinary abilities, he would only have 50 years remaining. Yet in this world, lacking extraordinary powers might mean he wouldn't survive even a week. Lin Shan declared, "I sacrificed 20 years of life." As he inscribed this phrase, an instinctive feeling of loss washed over him, a wave of weakness coursing through his body. As the golden letters flickered and vanished, a multitude of black characters emerged. The parchment stated, "Sequence 9, Heartlight. Guasian fish, appears only at night. By surrounding the Guasian fish with torches, its movements will be restricted. Burning the Guasian fish's body will yield its ash. Note, as a peculiarity, the Guasian fish cannot be killed." After explaining the method to obtain the ash of the Guasian fish, the text vanished, and the parchment transformed into a radar-like depiction. It displayed Lin Shan's golden marker and the black marker representing the Guasian fish perfectly overlapping in the center. The gray marker for Ashatu and the white marker for Zahunhua appeared at the top of the parchment, with distances indicated as 20 kilometers and 70 kilometers respectively. Was that creature indeed the Guasian fish? 70 kilometers. On foot, it would take several hours, and dangers could arise along the way. Yet, for the sake of becoming extraordinary and ensuring his survival, he had to venture forth. Gazing at the crimson moon above, Lin Shan resolved, "Tomorrow night, I shall acquire the ash of the Guasian fish." Chapter 7. The green-clad cat girl. Unbeknownst to him, over 2 hours had passed when Zhang Zhonghua came to relieve him. He glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, "It's been over 2 hours. Why didn't you wake me?" Lin Shan smiled and replied, "I'm not tired." "Even if you're not tired, you must rest. We don't know what tomorrow may bring. Hurry and sleep," Zhang Zhonghua urged. "All right, I shall rest now. Call me if anything arises," Lin Shan responded. Zhang Zhonghua nodded. "Yes, go quickly." Lin Shan casually found a tree to lean against and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was dawn, the morning sun casting a rosy hue across the sky, and the once blood-red moon had vanished. The sun in this alternate world resembled that of Earth, equally scorching, with the sole distinction of being slightly larger. From afar, Lin Shan could hear Zhang Zhonghua's voice. Remaining on the ground was not a sustainable option. Today, they needed to create stone tools for felling trees and constructing a wooden shelter, and ideally, locate any nearby metal or deposits, for stone tools were not only inefficient, but also lacked durability. Jin Tianzong interjected, "I am familiar with this. I worked in this field previously. You all search for ore, and I will construct a furnace from earth. Even if there's no iron ore, we can at least shape stones. Felling trees should pose no problem." The group energetically set to work, utilizing their knowledge to craft various tools as long as materials were available. With a resounding crack, a tree toppled after mere minutes of cutting. The stone knife in Lin Shan's hand had become quite worn. After awakening the previous night, he discovered his strength had multiplied several times. He felt as if he could best several strong men simultaneously. First, he scraped the resin from the tree before proceeding with further dismemberment. This tree resembled a locust tree, exuding abundant resin, a valuable resource not only for making rudimentary glue but also as an essential fuel for torches. "Lin Shan, drink some water." Zhao Xiaoan and the young woman named Huang Ying approached, carrying a stone pot. No one dared to call it a pot due to its crooked shape, yet Jin Tianzong, the expert, had managed to craft 2 stone knives and this pot within a mere morning. Lin Shan accepted the leaves Huang Ying offered, rolling them to scoop water from the stone pot. "Ah," he exclaimed, "I never imagined that even boiled water would become a luxury." "Puffed," Zhao Xiaoan laughed softly. "Things will gradually improve. I've heard that others have also discovered metal ores nearby. Things will get better." A resonant roar echoed from a distance. "A wild beast. Lin Shan felt a surge of excitement. The presence of wild beasts in this world, in some sense, was a positive sign, as it indicated the possibility of meat in their future. I'll go take a look. As he spoke, he hurriedly grasped the tattered stone knife and rushed toward the direction of the cries. Be careful, it might be Zhao Shaoan yelling from behind, he cautioned. I understand. I'll keep my distance and observe. If anything happens, I'll notify you promptly. Before Zhao Shaoan could finish his words, Lin Shan interrupted him. He sensed that it might not be a wild beast, but perhaps some extraordinary creature. However, displaying fear was futile. To survive better, one must understand this world more profoundly. 5 minutes later, behind a dirt slope, Lin Shan pressed himself against the side, his expression tense. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he continued to watch the fierce battle unfolding not far away. An extraordinary deer was engaged in combat with a ferocious black tiger. Every time the divine deer stomped the ground, it created a small pit, and its forehooves could send the black tiger flying several meters away, shattering any saplings in its path. The black tiger, not to be underestimated, managed to tear away chunks of flesh from the divine deer with each bite, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone. Both creatures were already drenched in blood and flesh, yet they stood firm, exuding a majestic aura that made Lin Shan's breath momentarily hitch. Damn it! Is there no ordinary beast in this world? Another extraordinary creature, and 2 of them at once. Lin Shan silently lamented. He had initially thought he could engage with a typical beast to satisfy his hunger with his current physical prowess, but now he found himself as mere fodder. After a brutal exchange, the divine deer gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Shan watched in astonishment, while the black tiger had greater offensive power, as evidenced by its injuries. The divine deer exhibited superior recovery, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Over time, the black tiger became increasingly weakened, while the divine deer remained vibrant and vigorous. Finally, with a thunderous stomp, the ground was shattered into a 1-meter-deep pit, and the black tiger lay lifeless within, its body a grotesque mess. In the next moment, Lin Shan witnessed a jaw-dropping event. The divine deer shimmered with a gray light and, moments later, transformed into a human form. It was a young girl clad in green, seemingly only 17 or 18 years old. Strangely, she sported antlers atop her head and a cat's tail behind her, leaving one to wonder whether she was human, deer, or cat. She hoisted the black tiger onto her back and prepared to depart when she suddenly sniffed the air. Meow? A crisp cat-like sound confirmed it. She was indeed part cat. Meow? Another soft meow resonated, this time right beside him. Lin Shan mechanically turned his head, only to find the girl's nose nearly touching his. Her bright, lively eyes, with dark pupils emitting a faint green glow, startled him. Alarmed, Lin Shan spun around and fled, realizing he had been so engrossed in watching that he had forgotten the outcome of the battle would be of no benefit to him. It was too late to escape. The cat girl effortlessly lifted him with one hand. She regarded him with curiosity and spoke a stream of incomprehensible language. Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback, unable to understand a single word. However, the willingness to engage in communication suggested that this girl was a civilized being, not a beast, causing his tense heart to relax. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the cat girl and earnestly said, "Meow meow, meow meow meow." Startled, the cat girl dropped him, causing Lin Shan to make intimate contact with the ground. Rubbing his face in frustration, he realized they were unable to communicate, but thankfully, she bore no malice. The cat girl soon recognized the futility of their exchange, and, with the black tiger on her back, vanished from Lin Shan's sight in a series of agile leaps. Is she really leaving? Lin Shan found it hard to believe, yet the evidence lay before him. With a wry smile, he shook his head and retraced his steps, determined to share this groundbreaking discovery with the others. Chapter 8. Where the heart desires, the footsteps follow. Upon returning to the campsite, Lin Shan gathered everyone together. What is the matter? Zhang Zhonghua inquired with curiosity. What is wrong with old Lin? You seem flustered. I'm in the midst of building a clay oven. Soon, we will have iron tools, a revolutionary advancement, Jin Tianzong proudly declared. With everyone present, Lin Shan spoke seriously. I just heard the cries of a beast, and upon investigating, I discovered the presence of beings other than us, or rather, a cat. He recounted his recent experience, and everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Had this been on Earth, they might have dismissed Lin Shan as a storyteller, but now they believed him. If what you say is true, then this world indeed harbors other intelligent beings. It's a pity we cannot communicate, lamented a middle-aged woman with glasses, appearing to be in her 40s. To master a foreign language requires at least a year, even with cooperation. She was a language expert, a genuine scholar fluent in dozens of languages on Earth, and the allure of an alien tongue was immense. Lin Shan had only engaged in a few brief conversations with her, knowing her name was Yin Ruxin, and she was proficient in various languages. But he knew little else about her. Suddenly, Zhao Shaoan pointed behind Lin Shan and exclaimed, "Ah, is that the girl you mentioned?" "What?" Lin Shan exclaimed, abruptly turning to see the green-clad cat girl observing them with interest. Oh no! Lin Shan's heart sank. He had not anticipated that she would feign departure only to follow him. At that moment, Yin Ruxin spoke up. "It's fine. If she means no harm, I will attempt to communicate with her." The green-clad cat girl approached naturally, fixing her gaze intently on Zhang Zhonghua, who began to feel uneasy under her scrutiny. She then extended her hand, indistinguishable from a human's, and poked Zhang Zhonghua's chest. His heart raced in apprehension. He felt he could not fight back and could only hope she bore no ill intent. The area she poked made a peculiar sound. Zhang Zhonghua paused, suddenly recalling the jade tablet tucked within his chest. It seemed she was not trying to poke him, but rather the jade tablet he possessed. He retrieved it, aware it might be a treasure critical to the future of humanity. The green-clad cat girl examined the seemingly ordinary jade tablet for a moment, then sighed in relief. "Hello," Yin Ruxin said as she stepped closer to the green-clad cat girl, extending her hand in an attempt to communicate. The cat girl hesitated for a moment before gently touching Yin Ruxin's hand, only to retract it swiftly. Seeing this gesture, Yin Ruxin's heart leaped with joy, knowing there was potential for communication. She pointed to herself, saying in Huaxia, "I am a human." Then she indicated Zhang Zhonghua, stating, "He is also a human." She reiterated, "I am a human, Yin Ruxin." Following this, she pointed at Zhang Zhonghua again. "He is a human, Zhang Zhonghua." This exchange continued for several iterations until the green-clad cat girl finally responded by pointing to herself. "I am of the cat clan, Shashali." Yin Ruxin mentally noted this phrase. Relieved that their linguistic structures were similar, consisting of single-syllable words, making the learning process more accessible and reducing misunderstandings. Lin Shan observed the two of them seated on the ground, exchanging words and gestures, with Zhang Zhonghua assisting. He decided to focus on gathering resin from trees to prepare for the evening's plans. After hastily consuming a few fruits for lunch, he suppressed his hunger after finishing a wild fruit resembling a pear and returned to the temporary campsite to drink some water. There, he noticed the green-clad cat girl nibbling on a wild fruit without a hint of displeasure while simultaneously gesturing animatedly to Yin Ruxin. Professional matters were best left to professionals. So he resumed gathering trees, knowing that the simple wooden structure at the campsite required ample timber for completion. Crack! Boom! As the 12th tree fell, dusk began to descend, and the enigmatic black dot representing the Gixianyu reappeared in my mind. Upon returning to the campsite, I found that we no longer needed to sleep outdoors. A makeshift rain shelter had been erected as a temporary base, adorned with branches for cover, yet the surroundings remained desolate. Beside the shelter stood a half-constructed wooden cabin, its incomplete form suggesting that significant time would be required for its completion. With the arrival of the new cat girl, we now numbered 12, gathered around a fire pit, sharing wild fruits and engaging in hushed conversations. Fortunately, this area was abundant in fruit trees, offering an endless supply of wild berries, with no toxic varieties encountered thus far, though none particularly delectable either. It remained uncertain whether this world had distinct seasons, yet if winter arrived without provisions, we would inevitably face starvation. Notably, the passage of time here did not deviate significantly from Earth. When my watch read 7 o'clock, a blood-red moon appeared punctually, casting a crimson carpet over the land. At that moment, the green-clad cat girl, Shasalili, approached Lin Shan and, in her halting Huaxia dialect, softly spoke. "And I how?" was sure Shasalili, extending her hand in a gesture of greeting. Lin Shan was taken aback. The creatures of this alternate world were remarkably friendly. He quickly reciprocated. Yet just as their hands met, Shasalili abruptly withdrew, her expression shifting to one of wariness as she scrutinized Lin Shan's hand. Confused, he pondered what had transpired. The others regarded him with peculiar expressions, silently wondering if he had overstepped some boundary. As Shasalili continued to watch his hand with caution, Lin Shan finally understood her apprehension. It was his icy body temperature, perhaps not merely cold, but imbued with an unsettling touch that could even startle him at times. He offered her a reassuring smile and began to fashion a torch, resolving that if he remained unperturbed, any awkwardness would fall upon others. Regrettably, Shasalili seemed oblivious to the concept of embarrassment, her gaze still fixed on Lin Shan's hand. "Shasalili, what troubles you?" asked Yin Ruxin, noticing the odd behavior and gently inquiring. Shasalili shook her head and returned to her previous position, nibbling on the wild fruit in her grasp. After a considerable time, observing the 7 torches of varying sizes at his feet, Lin Shan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The task ahead was perilous. Even the slightest mistake could cost him dearly. Yet, having ventured into this world and experienced the extraordinary, he yearned not to be merely a victim to the unknown. He sought to pursue the elusive power of the extraordinary. Where the heart desires, the feet shall follow. Chapter 9. The Gixianyu entity. I'll step out for a moment, but I shall return shortly. Lin Shan ignited a torch, clutching the remaining 6, and spoke calmly. If I do not return, do not seek me. What could you possibly be doing out there at this hour? You speak so ominously, Zhao Xiaoan inquired, perplexed. Some personal matters, he replied before departing. Be cautious, Zhang Zhonghua warned. Indeed, I will, Lin Shan nodded. As he watched the flickering light fade into the distance, the others wore contemplative expressions. No one called out to him. Each individual possessed their own choices, and while they formed a collective, everyone harbored their own secrets or fortunes that others could not intrude upon. The parchment in his mind revealed a map, guiding him closer to the location of the Gixianyu. It was the same river, at the same position. Yet the Gixianyu remained motionless, perhaps hindered by its own strangeness. As Lin Shan approached within 50 meters, he swallowed hard, glancing up at the sky intermittently. When he neared 30 meters, the atmosphere began to distort, an unknown presence gradually permeating the surroundings, chilling the air to an unsettling degree. Is this akin to a domain? Lin Shan's eyes widened, a tremor of fear coursing through him. Looking up again, he spotted a massive blue moon suspended above. He hastily retreated until the blue moon vanished, stopping to plant a torch in the ground and ignite it. He then continued in another direction, repeating the process, and within 10 minutes, he had placed torches at all 4 points. These resin torches, if all went well, could burn for over half an hour, granting him ample time. Once all the torches were alight, Lin Shan cautiously advanced toward the Gixianyu's direction. The chilling aura persisted, and the blue moon reappeared overhead, seemingly unchanged. The sound of his footsteps echoed clearly in his ears, though faint. It resonated with unusual clarity. He stepped forward, 20 meters, 10 meters. As he drew within 10 meters, an alarming sight confronted him. A spiraled column floated on the river, vibrating at a high frequency, its height unknown as it reached skyward like a towering black pillar. The spiraled structure rose continuously, and in the dim light, it appeared to stretch for over 10 meters. With the pulsating column, a low hum resonated, and an inky darkness began to spread, attempting to encroach upon Lin Shan, yet the torchlight held it at bay. However, as the darkness encroached, the flame in Lin Shan's torch began to flicker precariously, on the verge of extinguishing. Alarmed, he swiftly drew a backup torch from his supplies and ignited it. The surrounding flames flared brighter, causing the darkness to relent. As he advanced another 5 meters, he ignited yet another backup torch. In the final 5 meters, each step bore immense pressure. The chilling aura caused his blood to stagnate, and beads of cold sweat crystallized on his forehead. Finally, he took the last step, and suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dizziness enveloped him, accompanied by the chilling presence and an unknown force assaulting his consciousness. His vision blurred, and double images danced before his eyes, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood sharpening his awareness. He understood that succumbing to unconsciousness now would mean death. Straining to extend his numbed arm, he thrust the torch toward the base of the column, unwilling to glance upward, knowing that a single look at the Gixianyu might send him into a faint. The area he burned was clearly composed of countless delicate threads, all vibrating at a high frequency. As the flames engulfed them, Lin Shan perceived a chilling scream, a sound that resonated with his very soul, inducing a sensation of detachment from his body. As he continued to burn the threads, they twisted grotesquely under the flames, releasing fine ash that drifted down. Another scream erupted, shaking Lin Shan to his core. It was only then that he realized the existence of the soul, a sensation both wondrous and terrifying, allowing him to glimpse the space above his own head. He knew he could not continue burning. Another scream might indeed sever his soul from his body. Once more, he bit down on his tongue, his vision beginning to fade. As his soul and body merged, he tore a piece of fabric from his sleepwear, crouching down to wrap the soil and ash together, the joints of his body creaking with the chill as if frozen. With each step backward, accompanied by the sound of creaking joints, Lin Shan retreated until he exited the 10-meter boundary, whereupon the surrounding pressure suddenly dissipated and the coldness gradually ebbed. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One of the torches surrounding him inexplicably extinguished. Lin Shan's eyes widened. His heart raced, disregarding the agonizing pain from his frozen muscles. He sprinted for safety. The spiral column, in a bizarre turn of events, discovered its newfound ability to move and immediately reverted to a fish-like form. In the next moment, an intense darkness, as thick as ink, abruptly spread outward. Wherever this darkness touched, the ground hissed as it corroded, transforming into a desolate wasteland. It was enraged. The darkness arrived in the blink of an eye, but was halted by the flames in Lin Shan's hand, unable to advance even a fraction further. The flames atop the torch began to flicker erratically, swaying as if they were on the verge of extinguishing. Lin Shan, who had just begun to relax, felt his heart race again as he hurried towards the edge of the realm. The wavering flames finally extinguished just as he was within a mere 3 meters of escape. He leaped forward. With his current physical prowess, a 3-meter jump posed no challenge. The darkness behind him had already reached him, and a piercing agony enveloped his soul, accompanied by a foul stench. He felt as though his insides were rotting, the putrid odor emanating from within him. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. The blue moon above fading away, he had escaped. However, he knew his time was limited. As he inhaled the stench wafting from his own body, he couldn't help but question the worth of his struggle. His insides had already begun to decay, and his continued existence was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps the peculiar nature of his body was to be credited for this survival. As he sensed his strength waning, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to retrieve a piece of parchment. He slowly inscribed with a quill, "Lin Shan, how much longer can I survive?" Parchment, remaining lifespan, 51 years and 3 months. Under a curse, true survival time is 37 days. It appeared that inquiring about his remaining life required no cost. Yet the knowledge of his lifespan was profoundly disheartening. His originally 51-year lifespan had been drastically reduced to a mere 37 days. Lin Shan, is there a way to lift this curse? Parchment, you must sacrifice 1 month's lifespan. Lin Shan, I agree to the sacrifice. Parchment, you will become a transcendent being. A glimmer of hope returned to Lin Shan's eyes. Only a transcendent could combat the extraordinary. This meant that if he could become a transcendent being within 37 days, he could nullify the curse. He had already obtained one of the 3 necessary materials. Acquiring the final purple soul flower would pose no challenge, and he only needed to obtain the horn of Asha. There was still hope. Chapter 10. The bewildering gray mist. Lin Shan, dragging his battered body, returned near the camp, careful not to disturb those who were still resting. He found a tree nearby to lean against, and closed his eyes to recuperate. Sleep eluded him. A relentless, fiery pain coursed through his insides, and he was unsure how he was managing to endure it, perhaps having grown numb to the agony. Moreover, a putrid odor emanated from him, a scent so vile that it made him feel nauseous, stirring an impulse to vomit. Aside from his exterior, he bore little resemblance to a living man. Thus, in a state of half-sleep and half-awake torment, dawn approached. He prepared to inform the others before seeking out Asha horn. As he neared the camp, he spotted the green-clad Catwoman carrying the black tiger, who evidently noticed him as well. She sniffed the air, frowning as she regarded Lin Shan. She sensed that this human was on the brink of death. The injuries he bore were unmistakably the result of an encounter with the supernatural. With a sigh, she acknowledged her inability to help, unless she could procure the sequence potion from her tribe, but such resources were scarce even for her kin, let alone for outsiders. Shaking her head, she leaped away with the black tiger, vanishing from sight. Within the camp, everyone was present. Lin Shan, you're back. Zhao Xiaoan's voice rang with surprise. Yes, Lin Shan nodded before inquiring. Why did that Catwoman leave? Sister, Yin said she intended to return to her tribe, but she'll come back in a while. She seems eager to form an alliance with us, Zhao Xiaoan replied. Then she furrowed her brow and asked, do you smell something foul? Like the stench of decaying flesh. Lin Shan responded, I've been smelling it all night. It's the odor from my own body. I've come to bid you farewell. What has happened to you? Zhao Xiaoan exclaimed, alarmed. Lin Shan replied nonchalantly, I've been cursed by the supernatural. I don't have much time left. I'm going to search for a way to lift the curse. Was it because of last night? Wu Wang interjected. Yes. An awkward silence fell over the group, unsure of how to respond. While their acquaintance was brief, the thought of losing a living soul was profoundly unsettling. There is still hope. I may not necessarily die, Lin Shan reassured them, then spoke with solemnity. Whatever you do not venture downstream at night. To the place where we fainted. The supernatural? Yes, Lin Shan confirmed, jesting. It has been proven that even with a torch, safety is not guaranteed. Zhang Zhonghua looked at Lin Shan, saying, I hope you can survive. Perhaps then you will become transcendent. According to that Catwoman's words, soon, people from Earth will start to cross over to this world in droves. We are the pioneers. I hope you can assist us when that time comes. They all sensed something was amiss with Lin Shan. He might possess some opportunity to connect with transcendent powers. Rest assured, I remain human, provided I can survive. Lin Shan assured them. I must take my leave. He waved a hand and set off toward the direction marked on the map. As Lin Shan's silhouette gradually faded from view, Zhang Zhonghua called out, "Let us get to work. We must finish building the wooden house today." All right. After 2 hours of travel, Lin Shan was exhausted, panting, and pale. He found a shady spot to rest and took out some wild fruits he had gathered by the roadside, consuming them slowly. The weather in this other world resembled the transitional period from spring to summer on Earth, slightly warm. Thankfully, it was warm. Had it been winter, the group would have perished from the cold or starvation, not to mention the lack of warmth. There certainly would not have been these wild fruits in abundance on the trees. After resting for about 10 minutes, Lin Shan's complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue, and he rose to continue his journey. If his previous physique was several times that of a normal adult, his current state was akin to that of a child. He needed to rest for several minutes after every hour of walking. He glanced at the cloth bundle tied around his waist, which contained the spiritual ash of the peculiar fish. Lacking pockets in his clothing, he had hastily tied it with a grass rope around his waist, as it was now a matter of life and death for him, and he kept a vigilant watch to prevent it from falling. After 3 more hours of walking, resting 3 times along the way, he encountered an unusual phenomenon. The space appeared to be divided into 2 realms. The area within the circle was where Lin Shan currently stood, while the outside was shrouded in gray mist, reminiscent of the mist encountered when they first entered this land, where visibility did not exceed 10 meters. He recalled the jade scroll that had emitted a golden light, dispelling the gray mist, surprisingly clearing it for 10 kilometers. The absence of danger along his path might indeed be related to the mist dispersion. With 10 kilometers still remaining to the location marked on the map, he had no choice but to traverse through the gray mist, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Gritting his teeth, he stepped into the mist, and upon turning back, his eyes widened in shock. The path back had vanished. The mist enveloped his surroundings, and when he attempted to retreat a few steps, there was no change in the environment. He remained engulfed in the mist. He had taken only a single step into the mist, and ordinarily, stepping back would return him to the inner circle. The current situation resembled a ghostly wall from folklore. A ghostly wall. Realizing this, Lin Shan recognized the similarity. The gray mist distorted his sense of direction, while his location remained unchanged. Only the direction of his movement had altered. He observed the parchment within his mind, and indeed, the direction of his movement had deviated. He promptly veered to the right and took several steps, whereupon the surrounding gray mist dissipated, and he found himself back in the area where the fog had been dispelled. It was truly terrifying. Without the parchment, even if he were aware of his disorientation, it would be futile, leaving him to wander aimlessly in the gray mist. Lin Shan felt a deep-seated fear, having only just entered the mist. He had already encountered such an eerie phenomenon. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to survive in this fog. That jade tome, capable of dispersing the mist here, seemed equally formidable, perhaps even rivaling the parchment, though its other potential functions remained unknown. He trudged onward to the left, and if one were to observe the markings on the parchment, they would see he was actually moving forward. It was a peculiar sensation, for everything within the mist was chaotic. Moreover, he had to change direction frequently, as in his perception, no alterations occurred, yet his path would inevitably stray. Half an hour later, Lin Shan leaned against a tree to rest. The environment outside the circle, devoid of mist, bore no difference to the interior, with sparse fruit trees and rolling hills scattered about. Of course, there were also the occasional roars of beasts, something unheard of within the circle. Each time he encountered the roar of a wild animal, he would take a detour in advance. With his current physique, he could not even contend with ordinary beasts. Whether such creatures existed in this world was still uncertain. The only beast he had seen thus far was a black tiger, leaving open the possibility that all beasts in this realm were extraordinary. At that moment, the very thing Lin Shan feared most occurred. A tremendous rumbling sound echoed from afar, growing ever closer. What was that noise? Could it be a herd of beasts? Lin Shan felt a surge of uncertainty. He wanted to flee but was unsure of which direction to take, as the sound seemed to emanate from all sides, deafening in its intensity. Suddenly, a colossal shadow rushed forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Lin Shan could vaguely discern that it was a massive vessel, towering at over 10 meters high. The wind generated by its passage dispersed the surrounding gray mist for nearly 1,000 meters. Beneath this immense ship, Lin Shan felt as insignificant as an ant. The vessel did not appear to be a product of human craftsmanship. Its overall structure was remarkably simple, and something seemed to writhe upon it, although he could not discern the details from such a distance. As the ship drew closer, Lin Shan finally caught sight of what it bore, a multitude of crimson, soft-bodied creatures writhing together, some round, some flat, some elongated, and others grotesquely shaped, inducing a visceral urge to retch. In comparison to the colossal ship, Lin Shan was inconsequential and failed to attract its attention as it thundered past, the gale it generated sending him tumbling over 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Shan struggled to rise, believing the ordeal had concluded. Yet, almost immediately, another massive ship appeared on the horizon. Unlike the previous vessel, this one was eerily empty and dilapidated, gliding at such speed without producing a sound, not even stirring the slightest breeze. As he pondered this, the ghostly ship flashed by, and Lin Shan's body trembled as he saw it seamlessly glide through the trees. Unlike the previous ship that crushed everything in its path, this was a phantom vessel. A chill ran down his spine. Observing the direction the two ships had departed, he sensed a faint impression that the first ship was fleeing. Should such an entity inadvertently enter the circle, those of them who fancied themselves human pioneers would be obliterated in an instant. Lin Shan could only shake his head in a bitter smile. Having narrowly escaped, he stood and continued onward, with merely 8 kilometers remaining to his destination. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The atmosphere grew cold, a sensation with which he was all too familiar. His heart raced. He knew something strange lurked nearby, but fortunately, he had not stepped into its range of attack. Just as he prepared to take a detour, a flickering red light emerged ahead, reminiscent of a large red lantern, radiating warmth that beckoned him closer. Lin Shan fought to suppress this urge to approach, retreating cautiously to distance himself from the eerie influence. However, as he stepped back, a red silhouette coalesced before him. Lin Shan's heart raced, and he turned to flee. In that instant, the red figure lunged forward, its hands passing directly through Lin Shan's body. In an instant, an icy chill enveloped him, and his consciousness began to fade as everything around him plunged into darkness. Moments later, he lost consciousness, the only thought lingering before he succumbed being, "My life is at an end." His head throbbed painfully. After an indeterminate time, Lin Shan groggily awoke, shaking his aching head. He realized he was still in the same spot, and the red lantern remained. "I'm not dead." This time he refrained from acting impulsively, summoning the parchment within his mind, which was now filled with a dense array of text. This was the first instance in which the parchment had actively provided information. The parchment read, "Whether this is fortune or misfortune is uncertain. You have triggered the attack mechanism of the red lantern, which has now corrupted you. It did not intend to kill you, but inadvertently worsened the curse upon you. Your remaining true lifespan is a mere 10 days. You are nearing death. Even if you find Asha Tual, it will be of no avail. Asha Tual is an extraordinary being and cannot be shaken by the unextraordinary. However, one must admire your fortune in encountering a peculiar entity that is friendly to humanity. As long as you do not trigger its attack mechanism, it will not assault you unprovoked. If approached correctly, you may even attempt to control it with your mortal body, albeit at the cost of 5 years of your lifespan." A peculiar entity friendly to humanity, rather than a mere anomaly, piqued Lin Shan's curiosity. The parchment itself seemed to fall under this classification. With no other options available, he inscribed upon the parchment, "Lin Shan, payment. Surviving was a blessing. Concerns over lifespan were secondary." The parchment continued, "Perhaps you could attempt to walk directly toward it and grasp it, using your blood as fuel for its flame. Remember, do not turn your back on it, and do not think of fleeing. You will perish. Every peculiar entity has negative consequences. Exercise caution." It seemed the lethal mechanism of this entity was to turn one's back or to flee. Lin Shan had unwittingly done both previously, and he noted with unease that the parchment referred to the entity as she rather than it. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. With a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Shan cautiously approached the red lantern. As he neared within 10 meters, the blurriness induced by the gray mist vanished, and his vision began to sharpen, allowing him to clearly perceive the lantern and the red silhouette holding it. It was the outline of a woman, standing silently with the lantern in hand, her entire form composed of a vague crimson hue, reminiscent of a child's haphazard doodle. She seemed to be gazing at Lin Shan, and he knew that if he were to turn his back, he would face a fatal strike. Locking eyes with the red silhouette, he slowly approached, stopping when he stood shoulder to shoulder with her. unlike the bone-chilling standoff he had experienced with the peculiar fish. This was merely a slight chill, likely related to the parchment's mention of a friendly entity. As Lin Shan scrutinized the lantern before him, his heart skipped a beat. Having once studied medicine, he could discern that the lantern was crafted from human skin, with its supporting structure likely fashioned from human bones. Casting a glance at the red silhouette beside him, he wondered if the materials had been sourced from her. Suppressing his discomfort, he gripped the lantern's handle. And in that instant, his perception expanded dramatically, the gray mist around him rendered insubstantial, allowing him to see clearly for hundreds of meters. However, at the very moment he grasped the handle, the red silhouette merged with him, chilled, numb, and nearly devoid of sensation. Lin Shan felt as though his body was being siphoned away. It was not he who was wielding the red lantern, but rather the lantern that was exerting control over him. The lamp oil. Realizing that he needed to provide blood as lamp oil, as inscribed on the parchment, Lin Shan summoned all his strength to raise his right hand, placing his index finger in his mouth and biting down fiercely, releasing a metallic tang of blood. Withdrawing his finger, he held it above the lantern. Drip, drip, the blood trickled slowly into the small vessel within the lantern, and Lin Shan immediately sensed a gradual reclaiming of control over his body. He continued until the vessel was filled, at which point he had fully regained control. Moreover, his vision expanded once more, enabling him to see through the gray mist for nearly 200 meters. The red lantern must possess other abilities yet to be discovered. Merely enhancing his field of vision was already formidable, allowing him to evade numerous dangers lurking within the fog. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lin Shan acknowledged the precariousness of survival. Having traversed merely 4 kilometers of a 10-kilometer journey, he realized this world offered no respite. Chapter 12. Asha Tua. With the assistance of the red lantern, the subsequent journey proceeded with far greater ease. No further bizarre encounters arose, though Lin Shan did observe 2 extraordinary beasts engaged in combat, which he wisely circumvented. At this moment, he could ascertain that the creatures capable of surviving within the gray mist were all formidable beings. Upon a small hill, Lin Shan gazed ahead at a towering Asha Tua. Nearly 2 meters in height, its form reminiscent of a bull, with its massive horns comprising 2/3 of its bulk. This small group consisted of 8 Asha Tua, aimlessly wandering the terrain. According to the inscription he had previously encountered on a stone tablet deep within the forest, these creatures were referred to as Edu, leaving him to ponder whether all beasts were classified as such, and if not, what distinguished the beast from the Edu. His mind swirled with questions. Yet none were to be answered. Even if he were to consult the parchment, his lifespan would not suffice to unravel them all. How could he acquire one of those imposing horns? It was undoubtedly incredibly sturdy, and relying solely on brute force to break, it was impractical. Observing the nearby Asha Tua, Lin Shan found himself in a quandary. Asha Tua, bull, red lantern, red, bullfighting. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps these Asha Tua were akin to earthly bulls, responsive to swiftly moving objects. Grasping the lantern, he concentrated, and before long, a red shadow manifested upon one of the Asha Tua's horns. This was yet another application of the red lantern Lin Shan had discovered along his journey. He could now conjure red shadows within his visible range at will, and moreover, these shadows could ignite any object they touched. He refrained from inciting the Asha Tua to burn, as the fuel required was his own blood. Drawing from such a massive creature would surely drain him without yielding the desired result. Instead, he instructed the red shadow to sway upon the horn of one Asha Tua, drawing the attention of the others. Indeed, it seemed that all bulls were of the same kin, regardless of whether they were Edu or otherwise. The other Asha Tua turned their crimson eyes upon the dancing shadow, thrusting their horns vigorously against it. The massive horn collided forcefully with the red shadow, producing a sound reminiscent of clashing steel, sparks flying in all directions. Lin Shan's heart raced. This horn must be made of iron, for the sound of impact was far from that of a typical horn. The cacophony of clashes continued as the other 7 Asha Tua surrounded the one with the red shadow, taking turns to ram against it. The central Asha Tua, eyes wide with terror, beheld its comrades, their eyes aflame with frenzy, ramming their horns into it, causing its hooves to tremble in fear. Finally, with a resounding crack, the great horn broke and fell to the ground. Lin Shan's excitement surged as he clenched his fist. It had proven far simpler than he had anticipated. Grateful for the red lantern, he realized that without it, acquiring a bull's horn would have been an insurmountable challenge. It was no wonder the parchment previously admired his fortune. It was as though whatever he lacked effortlessly came to him. Such an effect would have been unattainable with any other peculiar object. Continuing to utilize the red shadow to divert the group of Asha Tual, Lin Shan patiently awaited the herd to disperse before approaching to collect the fallen horn, which he discovered weighed at least 50 kilograms. With another 50 kilometers yet to traverse, carrying this colossal horn seemed impractical, and the red shadow could not assist him in that regard. Upon reflection, he surmised that the formula for the sequence potion likely did not require an entire horn. As he retrieved the parchment, he had scarcely begun to jot down his inquiries when words began to materialize upon it. The parchment read, "After acquiring the horn of the Asha Tuwa, you find yourself perplexed, believing that the materials for the sequence potion should not necessitate the entire horn. Thus, you prepare to inquire of the parchment. Through its written words, you finally comprehend the specific configuration of the formula." Lin Shan noted that while the parchment would only respond to written questions, it exhibited a more human-like quality when it displayed text of its own volition. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained uncertain, as he was still dependent on the parchment at this stage. The black ink he had previously perused vanished in an instant, replaced by new text. The parchment continued, Sequence 9. Heartlight. Combine 10 g of the spiritual ash of the eerie line fish with 50 milliliters of pure water. Take the remaining black powder from the burnt Asha Tuwa horn, approximately 10 g, and dissolve it in 80 milliliters of pure water, and include 1 bloom of the purple soulflower. These details had not been recorded on the stone tablet. Had he attempted to deduce the precise ratios independently, he could only imagine the multitude of trials it would have taken. Notably, there was no fee for this revelation. Any inquiries regarding this potion sequence were encompassed within the 20 years of life he had previously surrendered. Clutching the red lantern, Lin Shan summoned flames to ignite the Asha Tuwa horn laid upon the ground. The flames manifested in a transparent crimson hue, devoid of searing heat, and even imparted a chilling sensation as they danced. The over a meter-long Asha Tuwa horn was entirely enveloped in the red flames, its material beginning to soften and melt, releasing a pungent odor. Lin Shan remained unfazed, for he had encountered far worse. After merely 20 seconds of burning, the flames abruptly extinguished, not as a sign of completion, but rather due to the lamp oil, derived from his blood, having run dry. Reluctantly, Lin Shan had to endure the pain of another bloodletting to replenish the oil. After a second refueling, the red flames blazed for over a minute before the Asha Tuwa horn was completely consumed, leaving only a pile of black powder. At that moment, Lin Shan's complexion turned pale. His already weakened body felt even more fatigued. He had bled 3 times, with the small vessel holding approximately 100 milliliters, cumulatively. The amount drawn could fill half a bottle of mineral water. While the volume remained within the acceptable limits for an adult, weakness was an inevitable consequence. Stumbling toward the black powder, he tore a piece from his already tattered sleepwear to wrap the powder securely. The 50-kilogram Asha Tuwa horn, after incineration, yielded less than 150 g of black powder. Once everything was gathered, Lin Shan fashioned a crude rope from grass to tie the cloth pouch securely around his waist. As he gazed at the 2 small pouches at his side, a sense of accomplishment swelled within him. Despite the myriad of tribulations faced, collecting 2 distinct materials in just 2 days invigorated his spirit. He only needed to traverse another 50 kilometers to reach the purple soulflower forest, where he could catch a glimpse of extraordinary power, ensuring his continued survival. Regaining his composure, Lin Shan lifted the lantern and resumed his journey. As darkness approached, he wondered what additional dangers lurked within the gray mist as nightfall descended. As twilight deepened, the sun was supplanted by a blood-red full moon. By a campfire, Lin Shan leaned against a tree, with the red lantern positioned before him. Even now, he dared not turn his back on it. The peculiar object remained unpredictable, and he did not assume that their previous interactions would preclude it from attacking him. He resolved not to travel at night, for the instability of the darkness was fraught with uncertainties. Creatures like the eerie line fish, which only emerged after dusk, surely populated this land as well. Resting until dawn seemed the most prudent course of action. As night enveloped the world, Lin Shan drifted into a light slumber, only to be jolted awake by the earth trembling and the resonant roars of beasts echoing in the distance. What is happening? Why are these beasts howling wildly in the dead of night? Just as Lin Shan pondered this, an overwhelming wave of darkness surged from the gray mist above, akin to a relentless tide. Alarmed, Lin Shan noticed an invisible barrier in the sky, holding back the encroaching darkness, which furiously battered against it, attempting to break through the barrier's confines. It was the red lantern. It was protecting me. Lin Shan observed the oil within the lantern burning at an accelerated pace, surmising that the barrier was indeed the work of the lantern, while the darkness beyond was undoubtedly malevolent, perhaps even bizarre. Chapter 13. The terrifying elder. The barrier twisted and contorted under the violent assaults of the darkness, but remained unbroken. The darkness, too, morphed along with the barrier, at times resembling the claws of a beast, at others, a human hand, or various grotesque monsters, shifting endlessly. Suddenly, the darkness ceased its onslaught, and the invisible barrier fell silent. After a moment, the barrier began to sag, being pressed downwards. As it lowered, Lin Shan felt a rising panic. Fortunately, after reaching a certain point, the barrier began to rebound slowly, as if the source of pressure had departed. He breathed a sigh of relief and replenished the lantern with more oil, for it was his only hope against the unknown lurking beyond the gray mist. Just when he thought the ordeal was over and was preparing to rest, Lin Shan suddenly stiffened, feeling as though something had fixed its gaze upon him. Was it that creature from before? The sensation of being watched intensified, rendering Lin Shan's body icy cold, and his gaze instinctively rose upwards, where he once again beheld his overhead. His soul had left his body once more. The last time it was the call of the eerie sentient fish. What was it this time? He dared to glance upward again, but merely doing so almost sent him into a panic, and he quickly averted his eyes. A colossal eye, rooted in the void, loomed above him. Dark veins pulsated alongside it, and ethereal blue souls were drawn into that eye, some humanoid, some beastly, and others bizarrely shaped, all ensnared by that insatiable pull. Thanks to the barrier of the red lantern, the suction had weakened considerably by the time it reached Lin Shan. Yet it still managed to displace his soul. He bit his tongue hard enough to draw blood, using the pain to rouse himself, and his vision began to sink as his soul returned to his body. When he looked up again, nothing was visible. The eye remained, yet he could no longer see it. Time passed unmeasured, and as the lantern's oil dwindled perilously low, the feeling of being watched finally dissipated. The red lantern withdrew its barrier, and everything around returned to normal. Lin Shan sighed in relief, albeit resignedly replenishing the lantern's oil once more. The gray mist could not merely be described as dangerous. It was a veritable dead zone, devoid of any escape. Should he encounter such situations several more times, it was uncertain if he could withstand them, let alone manage to replenish the lantern's oil without exhausting himself. At dawn, he opened his eyes, feeling his body grow increasingly feeble, and let out a weary sigh. The burning sensation within his innards persisted, and with each passing day, the curse eroded him further. Coupled with his recent bloodletting, even a child of 10 could easily overpower him at this point. Continuing on his journey, he theoretically could cover 50 kilometers in a day, provided no unforeseen incidents arose. Perhaps by sheer fortune, he traversed half the day without incident. Although the beasts became increasingly dense, Lin Shan was able to preemptively detect and circumvent them with the aid of his red lantern. Seated beneath a tree, he nibbled on wild fruits he had gathered, replenishing his hydration and energy. Concerns regarding their toxicity had long since faded. Thus far, he had encountered no poisonous fruits, only those that were unpalatable. The parchment indicated that he was still 28 kilometers from his destination, having covered 22 kilometers that morning. He resolved to push onward and reach the Zihan flower grove before nightfall. After a brief rest, he lifted the red lantern and pressed forward, noting the changing scenery along the roadside, with an increasing abundance of green plants and denser trees. Suddenly, a towering ancient tree, several dozen meters high, uprooted itself and, using its roots as legs, thundered away to replant itself elsewhere. Following this, a dozen or so half-human-sized ants emerged from the tree pit, communicating with their antennae, seemingly puzzled about the tree's whereabouts. After their exchange, the ants returned to their burrow. Lin Shan observed in silence, unsure of what to say, ultimately choosing to bypass the large pit and continue onward. Having experienced the recent occurrence, he could not help but feel suspicious of the trees surrounding him, as if they might uproot themselves at any moment. As night descended, the blood moon hung high in the sky, and Lin Shan, lantern in hand, pressed on, determined to complete the final 5 kilometers before nightfall. His urgency stemmed not from impatience, but from his deteriorating condition. His body had weakened to its limits. He had initially anticipated reaching his destination before nightfall, yet here he was, struggling to hold on. If he were to linger another night, he feared he might not even be able to rise again. While he could survive for about 7 more days, lying down for 7 days was still survival. Cough, cough, cough. Staring at the dark, viscous blood on his hands, Lin Shan remained silent. Not only was the blood he coughed up dark, but the oil he had added also appeared the same hue. Surprisingly, this dark blood seemed to serve as even more effective lantern oil, burning longer and expanding his visibility to a range of 200 meters. At that moment, he could no longer perceive his own breath or heartbeat. His continued existence felt miraculous. 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. As he approached the final 3 kilometers, an anomaly occurred, confirming the wisdom of avoiding travel at night. Ahead stood a gaunt old man in an opulent long robe, his pallid complexion stark against the night. His lifeless gray eyes, devoid of any spark, fixed upon Lin Shan as if he were a cold, unyielding corpse. Under the chilling gaze of this terrifying figure, Lin Shan instinctively tensed. A wave of sheer terror washed over him, enveloping his entire being, rendering him numb. He understood that this entity was no mere human. It was a bizarre and profoundly terrifying presence. The remaining half of the lantern's dark oil was consumed in an instant, merely due to a single glance. The gray mist descends, the human race perishes, blood stains the heavens, the sovereign falls. Invaders of the ancestral lands of humanity shall perish. The chilling words echoed in Lin Shan's ears, as if they had emanated from the depths of the underworld. His scalp tingled. The eerie figure was speaking. Was he part of the human race in this world? As Lin Shan contemplated, an inky darkness, thick as ink, erupted from the old man's form. Surging towards him. Helpless, Lin Shan could only watch as the darkness approached. There was no chance of escape from the terrifying elder's assault. In that moment of crisis, a red silhouette appeared beside him, and the red lantern floated from Lin Shan's grasp into the hands of this figure. In the next instant, the flame within the lantern blazed with an extraordinary brilliance. The crimson light enveloped the entire realm, leaving only a sea of red in its wake. The elder, witnessing the obstruction of darkness, displayed no change in expression, while the encroaching shadows surged beneath him once more, ready to attack. The world was divided between the dark and the crimson, with two supernatural forces clashing, merging, and compressing against one another. Ultimately, darkness prevailed. As the brilliant red light suddenly dissipated, and the red silhouette was gradually subdued, fading away, causing the lantern to fall to the ground. Humanity. After the red figure vanished, a fragmented voice echoed, resembling that of a woman, yet imbued with an eerie coldness. Chapter 14. Ascending to the extraordinary, the darkness halted just a foot away from Lin Shan, and he could sense the terror contained within it. To touch it would mean certain death. As the woman's voice resonated, an encroaching darkness enveloped the surroundings, causing the elderly figure nearby to vanish entirely. Only the charred earth bore witness to the terrifying events that had transpired. The wind swept through, reducing the nearby trees to mere black dust, scattering them like whispers in the breeze, as the space was once again shrouded in darkness. Surviving yet again by a hair's breadth, Lin Shan mustered what little spirit he had left and hastily departed from this place of strife. In the final 3 kilometers, no further mishaps occurred. And after 2 arduous days, he finally beheld the objective of his journey. There blossomed a purple manjusaka, or rather, the zihuanhua. Behind this flower sprawled an endless sea of blossoms, accompanied by towering ancient trees that soared 100 meters into the sky. This was indeed the very place they had entered on their first day. The flower sea was partitioned by a river, 100 meters wide, which he presumed to be the same one they had encountered previously. To his astonishment, it appeared they had merely circled back, indicating that the teleportation from that day had not traversed far. Yet, it was also conceivable that the entire flower sea was vast. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he turned his gaze toward the wide river. The water was crystal clear, revealing the riverbed, and despite its breadth, its depth was shallow. Lin Shan, standing at 1.8 meters tall, estimated the water would reach only his waist. However, the swift current posed a potential hazard, as a moment's inattention could sweep him away. Discarding his garments, save for a pair of underpants, he untied the 2 small cloth pouches from his waist, clutching them in one hand while holding the red lantern in the other. He could not forget the lantern, for though it had assisted him before, turning his back on it would reveal the chilling truth of its nature. Such enigmatic entities followed inscrutable rules that could only be adhered to. Raising his hands, he waded into the river, the icy water biting at his skin. Gritting his teeth, he trudged forward. Should he be swept away, returning would be a forlorn hope. And with all his materials in hand, he regretted not having taken a portion earlier. Upon reaching the 1/3 mark, Lin Shan began to regret not having planned better. He gritted his teeth and pressed onward, fortunate that though the current appeared fierce, its actual force was not overwhelming. The greatest challenge lay in the frigid temperature of the water. Traversing the 100 meters took a full 5 minutes, but he finally emerged on the bank, shivering uncontrollably. Once he regained some composure, he approached the zihuanhua marked by parchment. This flower was the outermost of the bloom and the nearest to Lin Shan. He refrained from venturing deeper into the flower sea, for it was an uncanny realm, and the congregation of such extraordinary flora seemed inherently unnatural. He recalled the mysterious elder's mention of the human race. Perhaps this was indeed a realm of otherworldly humans, and if they were akin to that elder. He doubted any communication could be established. He gathered 4 large leaves from nearby trees, opened the 2 small pouches, and poured the 2 different powders onto the leaves. Taking the parchment, he weighed the other 2 leaves, nodding in approval at the figures displayed on the parchment. Unexpectedly diligent, it seemed. After weighing, he began selecting the powders, both containing soil that needed to be meticulously extracted grain by grain. An incorrect measurement could lead to disastrous consequences. Unlike a mere cold remedy where a slight miscalculation bore little consequence. After half an hour, he finally sifted through the 2 portions of 10 grams each, storing the remaining materials. The selected portions were folded away. Next came the pure water. Distilled water sufficed as pure. He searched for several square stones, melting them with the lantern's flame into a concave shape, thus creating rudimentary stone bowls, 3 in total. Fortunately, the lantern had saved him considerable time. Without it, he would have had to grind the stones by hand, a task that would consume unmeasured hours. Once the 3 bowls were complete, he filled one with water, placing it on 2 slightly elevated stones, igniting a fire beneath to boil the water. At this juncture, only mundane flames could be employed. Using the lantern would risk scorching the bowls due to the heat or the oil. With everything prepared, he covered the bowl with large leaves to collect the distilled water. 3 hours later, he realized that using leaves to gather the distilled water was wasteful. It took this long to collect a mere 130 milliliters, which he divided into 2 bowls. Lin Shan only needed to glance at the parchment while filling the bowls to ascertain the water levels. Once both bowls reached the required amount, he added the respective powders, and the water within the stone bowls began to undergo a transformative change. The pure water thickened and became crystalline, resembling mercury, swirling gently within the bowl as if an unseen force propelled its ceaseless motion, altering its form. With the auxiliary materials prepared, the final step was the main ingredient, the zihuanhua, which lay at his feet. This diminutive blossom had reduced a party of dozens to a mere 11 upon their arrival. Lin Shan surmised that the flower likely possessed a self-igniting characteristic, prompting him to delay its harvest until now. He uprooted the zihuanhua, roots and all, washing it in the river to rid it of soil, then stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing without chewing. An immediate heat surged through him. Without the auxiliary materials, death would have been certain. Lin Shan hastily reached for the 2 stone bowls before him, drinking from both in quick succession. Upon consuming the auxiliary materials, the intense heat dissipated, and so too did Lin Shan's consciousness. His body began to be enveloped in a golden cocoon. 100 miles away, in the same flower sea, the enigmatic elder gazed silently at the golden cocoon, gradually vanishing from sight. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. A crisp crack echoed through the flower sea. The golden cocoon splintered, the fissures widening. An arm, as smooth as jade, emerged, followed by a second. With both hands, he tore apart the cocoon, revealing a bald head within. Emerging from the golden cocoon, Lin Shan stood naked upon the earth, reaching out to touch his smooth scalp and brows. I have become bald, yet I have grown stronger. Glancing at his palms, he noticed a gentle, subdued golden light enveloping them. It was not only his hands, but every inch of his skin was now cloaked in this golden radiance. This was the essence of transcendent spiritual power. Though his physical attributes had not increased significantly, merely doubling since the curse, his punch now boasted an explosive force exceeding 1 ton. Yet this was not the crux of his transformation. The true strength of the heart light sequence lay in its mastery of heart light, a domain beyond human reach. Only the extraordinary could contend with the extraordinary. Raising the red lantern, he easily traversed the river that had once posed an obstacle. The water was repelled by the heart light, leaving Lin Shan unscathed. As he reached the opposite bank, not a drop had touched him. Collecting his garments, Lin Shan was taken aback. How much time had elapsed for his clothing to become like this? They were covered in a layer of green mold, with even a small mushroom sprouting forth. The once vibrant patterns had faded, and his yellow bear pajamas had nearly turned white. Chapter 15. Chicken. Though his clothes were tattered, they were still wearable. A better alternative than being bare. After a quick wash in the river, he donned them, lamenting the complete loss of his underpants. However, with the heart light protecting him, he felt unperturbed. Finding a spot to sit, he retrieved the parchment and inscribed, Lin Shan, how much longer do I have to live? The parchment replied, remaining lifespan, 200 years. What a stroke of luck. Not only had the curse been lifted, but his lifespan had seemingly been replenished. Whether it was a recharge or a reset was unclear. If it were a reset, it was a pity that over 40 years of his previous lifespan had gone unused. Lin Shan, is the lifespan an addition to the original? The parchment responded, a month of lifespan must be paid. Lin Shan, payment. Without hesitation, he opted to make the payment. This inquiry was of paramount importance, directly influencing his future endeavors. The parchment reads, no, successfully consuming the sequence potion equates to a rebirth. Depending on the mastery of sequence abilities, one acquires varying lifespans. The Xian Guang sequence grants a lifespan of 200 years, which solely represents the duration of the soul's existence and does not guarantee survival. It turns out that lifespan is intrinsically linked to the soul. Lin Shan felt his peculiar knowledge had expanded once more. Most importantly, he had gleaned a significant piece of information. Lifespan is not merely an increment on the existing foundation, but is instead entirely reset, akin to being granted a new life. Setting aside these musings, he continued to write on the parchment. Lin Shan, location of the camp. The parchment responded, a payment of 1 month's lifespan is required. Lin Shan replied, payment. The words upon the parchment vanished, transforming into 2 luminous points, accompanied by a small notation, 70 m. At this hour, the dawn had yet to break, and the blood moon still hung ominously in the sky. Even now, having ascended to the extraordinary, Lin Shan dared not traverse the gray mist by night. His survival in the previous encounters was solely due to fortunate happenstance. Silently waiting for the crimson moon to wane, he set forth only after the sun had risen. Opting to run, determined to return to the camp before nightfall. The wilderness had transformed dramatically since his arrival. The air had turned chill, and the wild fruits that once adorned the trees had all decayed upon the ground. Even the leaves had begun to yellow and fall. Was winter approaching? It seemed this world also experienced the 4 seasons. Yet, the duration of each season remained a mystery. Upon his arrival, it had just been summer, and now winter was fast approaching. If one were to measure time by Earth's standards, he had likely spent at least 6 months within the Zhihanhua forest. He was astonished that such a lengthy duration had slipped by in the blink of an eye, pondering the state of the camp during his absence. Encased in a shimmering aura, Lin Shan sprinted towards the camp, deftly avoiding wild beasts or anomalies along the way. After his ascension, his blood could illuminate a radius of 400 meters. Any anomaly within proximity would emit a chilling aura upon encroaching its ethereal domain. Employing this ability, he successfully evaded 2 unknown anomalies. Even if an anomaly sought to attack him, he now possessed the capacity to withstand 1 or 2 blows and seize the opportunity to flee. Confronting anomalies was not yet in his plans, for he was acutely aware of the parchment's earlier mention that anomalies are indestructible. After a brisk run, for hours passed with only slight breathlessness. With 30 kilometers remaining, Lin Shan resolved to rest for a moment. Suddenly, he spotted a few familiar yet strange creatures in the distance. Chickens. Lin Shan swallowed hard, his empty stomach urging him on. Indeed, they were chickens, albeit much larger than those on Earth, standing half a meter tall and radiating a faint ethereal glow. These were extraordinary chickens. There were 9 in total, and without hesitation, Lin Shan grasped his lantern and charged towards them. Rather than flee, the chickens spread their wings and attempted to peck at him. Lin Shan's Xian Guang manifested as a faint golden protective shield, which the chickens pecked with enough force to create small holes, though these were quickly mended. Subsequently, Lin Shan's fist, enveloped in golden light, struck one chicken squarely on the head, sending it sprawling several meters away, lifeless. Realizing they could not overpower him, the remaining chickens attempted to flee. But Lin Shan would not let a single one escape. A massive hand of golden light coalesced around him, swiftly swatting down one chicken that had not managed to flee far. The golden light could attack externally, yet this came at the cost of sacrificing his own defense, necessitating careful consideration before use. As the other chickens flapped their wings and fled, Lin Shan stood firm with his red lantern. In the next instant, the nearest chicken ignited in faint crimson flames, collapsing to the ground motionless within moments. The rest had already evaded the lantern's influence, and Lin Shan refrained from pursuit. These chickens were evidently swifter than he, and 3 would suffice. 1 to consume, and 2 to bring back, perhaps to breed for eggs. He approached the charred chicken, half burnt, and realized that a few more seconds of exposure would have turned it entirely to carbon. Though these creatures were extraordinary beings, they were undoubtedly the weakest tier, easily dispatched even by a newly ascended Lin Shan. He was curious about how extraordinary levels were classified. Turning to the parchment, he inquired, Lin Shan, classification of extraordinary strength. The parchment replied, a payment of 1 month's lifespan is required. Lin Shan responded, payment. The parchment revealed, From Sequence 9 to Sequence 1. There are 9 tiers of life. No hierarchy exists within the same sequence. Strength is determined by the utilization of abilities. Anomalies are the exception. Their powers transcend the constraints of rules, making them the strongest within their sequence. However, even anomalies find it challenging to influence beings of higher sequences. Below Sequence 9 are pseudo-extraordinary beings, mutated by supernatural influences, representing the weakest tier of the extraordinary. Those chickens must have been pseudo-extraordinary, he mused, realizing their frailty. He felt fortunate to have avoided provoking an anomaly, as the parchment indicated that all anomalies were invincible within their own sequence. Tearing a piece of chicken meat, he savored the flavor, his eyes lighting up. This chicken, towering at half a meter and weighing nearly 20 pounds, was substantial. Although Lin Shan's appetite had markedly increased since his ascension, consuming just the unburnt portion left him feeling uncomfortably full. It was the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed since arriving in this other world. After feasting, Lin Shan looked at the 2 unconscious chickens, one male and one female. Not only could they lay eggs, but they might also produce chicks. He bound their legs together with a length of grass and, using a stick, hoisted them onto his shoulder, lantern in hand, and continued on his journey, leaving a scattering of bones behind. Navigating through the wilderness, he successfully evaded another anomaly's attack. With only 1 kilometer remaining to his destination, the chickens, having regained consciousness twice along the way, were swiftly subdued again by Lin Shan's hand. Chapter 16. Half a year with a step forward, he passed through a golden veil, and the surrounding gray mist vanished. At last, he had returned. Just 10 kilometers ahead lay the site of the former camp. Gazing at the rolling hills before him, Lin Shan could not help but reflect on how the world without mist was entirely different. The sky gradually darkened, and even within the circle of night, anomalies lurked. The anomalous fish served as a prime example. Throughout his journey, Lin Shan remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down despite the dissipating mist. After walking 5 kilometers, he suddenly heard the anguished cries of wild beasts, reminiscent of horse whinnies. Could it be horses from this strange world? Faint human voices reached his ears. Sister Xiaoxian, slow down, my horse is a bit unruly. Xiaoan, the red moon is about to rise. There may be danger. We need to hurry back. The voice belonged to a woman who appeared to be under 30, with a rosy almond-shaped face, large dark eyes, and glossy hair cascading over her shoulders. Both she and her companion were clad in green silk robes, resembling the attire worn by the green-clad Catwoman from that day. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoan and Xia Xian were riding horses of unknown origin from the other world, galloping towards Lin Shan. Zhao Xiaoan struggled to maintain her grip on the horse's head, which seemed intent on tossing her off. The horse, likely uncomfortable from her grip, shook its neck, causing her to sway precariously. Fortunately, these horses were trained. Despite their discomfort, they continued to follow the lead horse. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoan sensed something amiss. A chilling aura enveloped her. Having lived in this other world for half a year, she immediately recognized that trouble lay ahead. Sister Xiaoxian, hold on a moment. Do you not feel the chill? She did not directly imply that something was amiss, yet upon hearing those words, Xiaoxian understood the unspoken meaning. Indeed, an unusual coldness lingered in the air. They had traversed this path numerous times, always in safety, so initially, they had paid it no mind. Xiaoxian gently patted the horse's back and instructed, "Dehei, halt and turn around. Let us take another route." Upon hearing this, the horse beneath her swiftly came to a stop and, under Xiaoxian's guidance, prepared to turn. In that instant of pivoting, a crimson figure suddenly materialized beside her. A shiver coursed through Xiaoxian's heart, yet she found herself powerless to react. The red specter lunged directly at her, its hands passing through her very being. In that fleeting moment, an excruciating cold enveloped her, her consciousness began to fade, and everything around her descended into darkness. She fainted shortly thereafter. Simultaneously, Zhao Xiaoan succumbed to unconsciousness as well. 2 minutes later, Lin Shan gazed in silence at the 2 individuals sprawled on the ground, having heard them calling out while awaiting their arrival. However, he had forgotten the red lantern. They had appeared behind him unscathed, but the moment they turned back, they unwittingly fell victim to the lantern's attack. By the time they recognized the peril, it was too late. This entity attacked indiscriminately, sparing neither foes nor friends. As long as one fell within its parameters, even deities would feel its icy grasp. He possessed the means to counteract it. Placing the lantern at a height would render it harmless, for it would not attack from a different elevation. Given that the incident had already transpired, there was no recourse but to wait for them to awaken before continuing on their way. At that moment, Lin Shan noticed the 2 horses standing beside them, emanating a mystical glow. These were extraordinary beings. He pondered how they managed to control such beings with mere mortal forms, realizing that much had transpired during his ascension to the extraordinary. Furthermore, he noted that the Red Lantern had only attacked the riders and spared the horses. Did this imply that the anomaly refrained from initiating attacks on extraordinary beasts? He mentally recorded this observation, for it might prove useful in the future. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoan groggily regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a red lantern and the shadow lurking behind it. Was this the entity that had assaulted us? Zhao Xiaoan calmly reflected on the recent events, only to realize that the specter was now approaching her. She was momentarily stunned. This was decidedly different from what she had learned from books. Was it not said that anomalies followed certain patterns when attacking within barriers? Why was this one moving on its own? Xiaoan. The entity could even speak? It knew her name. Zhao Xiaoan's eyes widened in terror. It is I, Lin Shan. Observing her frightened demeanor, Lin Shan understood her misconceptions and stepped forward, waving his hand. The anomaly had even transformed into the likeness of Brother Lin, who had perished 6 months prior. Had it delved into her memories? Zhao Xiaoan's fear intensified. She found this entity to be exceedingly terrifying and deceptive. The claims in the books were clearly false. Anomalies lacked intelligence, driven only by instinct. The moment she noticed Zhao Xiaoan's increasing fright, Lin Shan felt exasperated. This trickster was far too dramatic. It is truly me, Lin Shan, he quipped, lightly tapping her forehead. Ouch! Zhao Xiaoan winced, baring her teeth. At that moment, she was convinced that the figure before her was not an anomaly, but a living person, for he had just employed a physical attack. She felt quite clever for noticing such a subtle detail. Brother Lin, why have you only just returned? Over 5 months have passed. We all thought you were dead. Recognizing him as the first person she had met upon arriving in this otherworldly realm, Zhao Xiaoan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks like pearls. Although their acquaintance had spanned only 2 days, those days felt as lengthy as 2 years to her. It was Lin Shan's unwavering calmness that had bolstered her resolve to persevere. During his absence, she had secretly wept several times. Why are you crying? Lin Shan did not wipe her tears but remarked, has it truly been over 5 months? To me, it feels as though only a few days have passed. I encountered some matters which caused a delay. At that moment, Xia Xian also stirred awake, rubbing her head and looking towards Lin Shan. Weren't we attacked by an anomaly? Who are you? Did you save us? Lin Shan offered an awkward smile and gestured towards Zhao Xiaoan, implying she should explain. He could hardly admit that he was the one who had attacked her. Zhao Xiaoan wiped her tears, revealing a mixed expression of laughter and sorrow. Sister Xia Xian. This is Lin Shan. Lin Shan, you returned alive? Xia Xian rubbed her eyes and squinted, noticing that despite the dimness of the red moonlight, a vaguely familiar face emerged from the haze. Though it had been 6 months, she did not possess as vivid a memory as Zhao Xiaoan. However, they had lived together for 2 days, and some memories lingered. Let us discuss this later, Lin Shan suggested. All right, you ride behind me, Zhao Xiaoan said, struggling to mount the horse, wrapping her arms around its neck. We shall ride back. This horse requires no guidance, just hold on tight. Lin Shan was at a loss for words. If she held the horse's neck, where was he to hold on? Shall I embrace you? Zhao Xiaoan realized this predicament. Her face slightly flushed, yet she said nothing more, simply smiling. Lin Shan observed Zhao Xiaoan and sensed a modest change in her demeanor. No need. I can walk back. It is inconvenient for me to ride at present. Lin Shan replied. Riding a horse while carrying the lantern was perilous, should the horse gallop unexpectedly. The other rider might find themselves in peril. Then we shall accompany you on foot. It is not far, Zhao Xiaoan suggested. Xia Xian nodded in agreement. Let us walk together. You have been away for quite some time. Our camp has transformed significantly. It is fitting that I introduce you. Very well, Lin Shan conceded. Then added seriously, if you wish to avoid fainting again, you must ensure to walk behind me. Upon hearing this peculiar request, the expressions of both women turned somewhat odd. Could it be that they had fainted earlier due to Lin Shan's actions? No wonder the figure before them was not an anomaly but him. Suddenly, Xia Xian noticed something strapped to Lin Shan's back. It appeared to be a chicken. However, it was unusually large. Hesitantly, she inquired, what is that you are carrying? It is a chicken, caught along the way. I wish to bring it back and see if it can lay eggs, Lin Shan replied, casually bringing the 2 chickens to the forefront. This chicken is enormous, Xia Xian exclaimed, poking it in disbelief. It must taste delightful. Zhao Xiaoan, gazing at the 2 chickens, could not suppress the saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, having nearly forgotten the taste of meat after days of vegetarian meals. It is quite delicious, Lin Shan affirmed. However, I intend to keep these two and see if they can lay eggs. May I care for them? Xia Xian asked, thumping her chest confidently. I am an expert in animal husbandry. Lin Shan shot her a glance, suspecting she might be plotting to consume the chickens he had caught. Feigning an excuse, Zhao Xiaoan blinked and smiled. Sister Xia Xian is quite impressive. She cares for all the animals in the camp, including training these horses. Are we conspiring together? Lin Shan contemplated. Since I may not have the time, it is best if you look after them. He added, these are extraordinary chickens, so it should be fine. Before he could finish, Xia Xian interrupted. We are extraordinary now as well. We are not so weak as to be bested by a mere chicken. Before them, the faint glow of spiritual light shimmered around Xia Xian, albeit faintly. It was indeed a manifestation of extraordinary essence, though it would require the prefix pseudo to accurately describe it. Sensing the spiritual fluctuations within her, Lin Shan couldn't help but wonder if she could truly triumph over the chickens strapped to his back, for these chickens possessed slightly stronger essence than she did. Nevertheless, he figured it was unlikely to pose a significant threat. After all, he was present, and these chickens were not likely to cause a stir. Then I shall entrust these chickens to you, Lin Shan cautioned. Exercise caution. As the three conversed, they soon spotted a bonfire with a gathering of about a dozen individuals. And in the flickering light, a row of wooden cabins could be discerned in the background. We have returned. Let us see who that is. Zhao Xiaoan called out from several meters away towards the bonfire. Why have you returned so late? I was just about to search for you, came Zhang Zhonghua's voice. Is that you, Lin Shan? A keen-eyed individual exclaimed. You are still alive. The crowd was astonished. After enduring 6 months in the gray mist, it was nothing short of a miracle. Among them, Wu Wang and Jin Tianzong approached and enveloped him in an embrace. Wu Wang, brimming with excitement, said, Old Lin, I never imagined you would survive. Where have you been for the past 6 months? Lin Shan, somewhat disdainful, shrugged off his hand, remarking that even Zhao Xiaoan hadn't embraced him, and thus he had not expected to be outdone by Wu Wang. He chuckled, let us sit and discuss at leisure. The crowd made space for Lin Shan, all gazing at him with expressions of astonishment and anticipation, clearly eager to hear his tale. Lin Shan observed that not only humans were seated by the campfire, but also catfolk, both male and female, although the green-clad catwoman he had first encountered was absent. Feeling slightly awkward under their expectant gazes, Lin Shan thought there was no grand narrative to share. He had merely slept for half a year. Selecting what he could recount, he shared all that he could without revealing the details on the parchment. The audience listened intently, astonished by the myriad of extraordinary events he had encountered in just 2 days. Indeed, the gray mist was a realm of desolation. Does this mean you have truly become extraordinary? Zhang Zhonghua inquired. Indeed, Lin Shan affirmed with a nod, refraining from overtly showcasing his abilities. As laughter erupted among the group, the evening feast concluded joyfully. After sharing his experiences, Lin Shan kept his head bowed, quietly munching on the gray bread in his hand, refraining from further conversation. That night, Jin Tianzong invited Lin Shan to sleep in his wooden cabin, claiming there was an abundance of beds. Although Lin Shan felt a bit uncomfortable, he nodded in agreement. In the evening, he went to Zhang Zhonghua's room, discovering Wu Wang was present as well. He directly stated, I have some materials left. I can help all of you become extraordinary. You might want to prepare, as I will gather more materials in the coming days. The only material lacking was the gray ash from the Guasian fish. With his current abilities, acquiring an additional 100 grams should pose no difficulty. Assisting others in attaining extraordinary status had been on his mind since the journey began. For him, it was merely a matter of guidance, and he possessed surplus materials. However, for the others, this represented a vital means of survival in an alien world. He was no saint, yet with so few humans remaining in the world, it would be foolish to consider weakening his allies. After all, since they were all pioneers, they too might possess their own opportunities. By aiding them first, he could forge bonds that would be difficult to repay. Barring unforeseen circumstances, his status would inevitably rise to a core position among humanity. Furthermore, he aspired to traverse further along the path of the extraordinary, striving for higher ranks, unwilling to return in the future only to find himself devoid of companions. Go ahead. It is fortuitous that the three of us, the Dodi, remain here to welcome the forthcoming travelers of humanity. Without power, navigating this gray mist world is akin to walking a treacherous path, and we cannot lead our kin, Jin Tianzong remarked. What is Dodi? Moreover, is the army of travelers truly on its way? Lin Shan queried, perplexed. Zhang Zhonghua elucidated. This information comes from the catfolk. We are currently in a cooperative relationship with them, not an alliance with us, but rather with humanity's future. According to the catfolk, after 9 months of the pioneers crossing, their kin would begin to traverse in succession, scattering throughout the gray mist world. The expanse of the gray mist is boundless. If luck were to falter, it would not be uncommon for those just arriving to encounter bizarre phenomena leading to their swift demise. Pausing momentarily, Zhang Zhonghua continued, that jade scroll, referred to as Azuki, is a vessel of kinship. It is certain that kin will traverse nearby. The specifics remain unclear, but the crossings will persist. There will be countless human strongholds interspersed among the myriad of races within the gray mist world. If we encounter friendly types like the catfolk, it is manageable. However, if we face those with malicious intent, the outcome is predictable. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan expressed his concern. What of those who traverse to other locations without Azuki to disperse the mist? Must they endure life within the gray mist? Zhang Zhonghua clarified. Azuki is formed from the collective fortune of a race. Once a certain number is reached, it materializes into a projection of the Zuki. Its efficacy depends on the number of kin present. Our feline counterparts exemplify this, using not the true form of the Zuki. Lin Shan inquired, how long has the catfolk been developing? This particular branch has been in this world for a full 180 years, Zhang Zhonghua replied. To what extent have they progressed in those 180 years? Lin Shan pressed further. They are still in the agricultural era, lacking a complete industrial system. Even with the continuous arrival of kin providing advanced knowledge, he added. He then interjected, their original world's technological level is not inferior to ours. Despite the differences, they possess nearly everything we have. With a complete civilization heritage, remaining stagnant in the agricultural era after 180 years suggests the presence of significant impediments to development. What is the meaning of doti? He recalled Wu Wang mentioning earlier. Zhang Zhonghua explained, this is also information obtained from the cats. Every organism inherently carries a type of constitution. It is either a living body or a doti, corresponding to two different sequences of potions. The living body sequence primarily employs heavenly materials and earthly treasures, while the doti sequence is based on malevolent corruption. The focus of the two sequences diverges. The living body commands a diverse array of spiritual powers, while the doti can transform into malevolent forms with formidable physical capabilities. The testing method is straightforward. A pure spiritual essence carrying gray light signifies a doti, while white light indicates a living body. Are they akin to mages and warriors? Lin Shan summarized succinctly. Indeed, Zhang Zhonghua affirmed, doti can only be warriors, whereas a living body can serve as mages or support, depending on the sequence's capabilities. Lin Shan nodded in understanding. Chapter 18. Casual conversation. He had only mentioned living bodies and doti, omitting any reference to the Guadi, suggesting that even after 180 years of existence, the catfolk remained unaware of the concept of Guadi. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shan inquired again. What is the highest sequence of the catfolk? Zhang Zhonghua responded. They disclosed a sequence 9 to us, but whether it is true remains uncertain. I suspect it is indeed accurate. Many of their kin have perished in the quest for materials. The initial potion requires a substantial amount of materials for successful experimentation. It is a collective endeavor of the entire catfolk, not just this particular branch. The Zuki allows them a degree of communication and unity in their exploration of potions. Lin Shan nodded, understanding that a stele merely denotes what materials are required in their respective locations, yet provides no guidance regarding usage or processing methods. With the parchment in his possession, he could accurately acquire the formulas. Relying solely on personal experimentation would be unfathomable. As each race's first successful potion could be deemed a miracle, one must not place complete trust in the catfolk, for cultural invasion is a genuine threat. Lin Shan remarked solemnly. The catfolk did not offer assistance without reason. While their friendliness was one aspect, he would not believe they were without ulterior motives. Wu Wang assured him, rest easy, we will remain vigilant. However, I sense this branch of catfolk merely seeks refuge. Particularly, as we possess the true form of the human Zuki. This place may soon become a sanctuary for humanity. Let us hope so, Lin Shan replied, nodding slightly. Thus, it shall be. The doti will remain to organize the incoming travelers, while the remaining 7 will accompany me. After advancing to the extraordinary, we shall return. Only with power will others be willing to engage in earnest cooperation with you. As for the doti's extraordinary status, I shall see if an opportunity arises to obtain a sequence. Perhaps we can negotiate with the catfolk sequence. Zhang Zhonghua chuckled ruefully. It seems you have truly assumed the role of a genuine pioneer and leader among humanity. The rest of us have done little more than build houses, cultivate fields, and tend to animals since our arrival. Wu Wang wholeheartedly agreed. According to the catfolk, it took their kind 50 years of sacrifice before the first extraordinary emerged. Yet here you are, having achieved it in just half a year, and now you wish to assist us. Lin Shan smiled and asked, is the Zuki truly formidable? Indeed. Without the Zuki to disperse the mist, we would have perished long ago, Wu Wang replied. Zhang Zhonghua inquired, puzzled, what prompted your sudden interest in the Zuki? The clan artifact can only disperse the gray mist and possesses no offensive capabilities. Moreover, the artifact moves in tandem with the barrier. If you wish, you may use it for several days, but it cannot be taken away. He assumed that Lin Shan was inquiring about the prowess of the artifact with the intention of removing it. Lin Shan was speechless. That was not his intent. What he meant was, given that the clan artifact is so formidable, have you considered that your names are inscribed upon it? In the future, all of humanity will recognize the names inscribed there. Do you still consider yourselves ordinary? Wu Wang scratched his head, expressing uncertainty about his own significance. Lin Shan was acutely aware of the terrors concealed within the gray mist. An artifact capable of dispelling it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Those whose names were engraved upon the artifact could not remain ordinary for long. The reason Zhang Zhonghua and the others still appeared commonplace might be due to the fact that humanity had yet to traverse the artifact, and it was still relatively weak. His opportunity arose from the parchment. Otherwise, he would likely be leading a life akin to theirs, farming, herding, and enjoying a leisurely existence. Zhang Zhonghua did not dwell on his own capabilities but instead turned to Lin Shan, inquiring about when they would depart, offering to discreetly contact others. After some contemplation, Lin Shan provided a precise time frame, 7 days hence. He needed to gather materials and take some time to relax. His nerves were frayed from the gray mist. Exiting Zhang Zhonghua's abode, he first cast a glance at the red lantern he had hung high in the tree before making his way to Jin Tianzong's wooden cabin, where he found Jin Tianzong engrossed in tinkering with various tools. Do you have any extra clothing? Lin Shan asked. He was still clad in his tattered pajamas, looking quite disheveled, but given the prior circumstances, he had little choice. There's a new set in the cabinet. Help yourself, Jin Tianzong replied without turning his head. Continuing his work, Lin Shan opened the cabinet and rummaged through it, discovering a green robe devoid of any patterns. It felt remarkably comfortable to the touch, surpassing the fabric he wore back on Earth. Why is everything green? Lin Shan frowned. Green was not his preferred color, yet all the clothing in the camp was of this hue. Jin Tianzong looked up and chuckled. Go ask those large green silkworms in the garden if they can produce silk of other colors. Is this silk from silkworms? No wonder it feels so luxurious. Lin Shan marveled, surprised that their living standards had improved so dramatically in just 6 months, with clothing made from silk. If you see those oversized green silkworms, you won't think that way anymore. Jin Tianzong laughed heartily. Upon hearing that, Lin Shan understood. It seemed there was an overproduction, and the oversized silkworms, while absurd, were not too shocking. I'll step out to wash up. I'll be back shortly, Lin Shan said, carrying the robe out with him. By the river, not far from the strange line fish, Lin Shan stripped off his clothes and jumped into the water. This was his first bath in 6 months. His skin glimmered with a soft light, and the spiritual essence of his heart light shielded him from the chill of the river. Lin Shan noticed that when the heart light was not activated, it merely shimmered faintly, almost white, but when he consciously activated it, it transformed into a pale golden hue. After washing and emerging from the water, he donned his new robe and glanced toward the strange line fish, which was enclosed by a fence to prevent accidental intrusion. He had no desire to seek trouble today. With 7 days remaining, he decided to return and enjoy a good sleep before addressing matters later. Upon returning to Jin Tianzong's wooden cabin, he found Jin still absorbed in his tools, one of which piqued Lin Shan's interest. It was a small round clock made of wood, intricate with complex mechanisms and various interlocking gears, with the hour, minute, and second hands moving in a precise rhythm. Can a watch really be crafted by hand? Lin Shan asked in surprise. Just a little trinket, Jin Tianzong replied with a smile. If you want it, I'll give it to you. I'll make another tomorrow, but since it's made of wood, it will wear out easily and need gear replacements within a year. Thank you, Lin Shan said, unreservedly accepting it and slipping it onto his wrist. Despite being made of wood, it adjusted easily to fit his wrist, the craftsmanship truly astonishing. Is this a creation of the Cat clan? Lin Shan inquired. No, Jin Tianzong replied proudly. It's all my own invention. Ever since I crossed over, I've inexplicably grasped principles I previously didn't understand with just a bit of study. Impressive, Lin Shan praised. Perhaps you had the potential before. You just didn't pursue it. Now that you're focused on research, it's evident. Lin Shan then asked, how did you all suddenly gain spiritual awareness? After consuming the flesh of a few extraordinary creatures, Jin Tianzong explained, adding, it was the Cat clan that provided it. Lin Shan frowned slightly. It appeared the Cat clan had invested significantly. Were they making an early investment, or did they have ulterior motives? Chapter 19. Sequence 9. Bloodwing. Jin Tianzong's wooden cabin contained 2 compartments, a master bedroom and a tool room. Lin Shan entered the tool room through a small side door. A tiny bed, barely large enough for one person, was covered with a green silk quilt. Finally, I won't have to sleep on the ground anymore. Lin Shan thought as he took out the parchment and wrote, Lin Shan, what is the objective of the Cat clan? The parchment responded, 1 month of lifespan required. The parchment continued, clan fortune obstructs knowledge, cannot ascertain. Lin Shan furrowed his brow at the black script. Here, the clan fortune likely referred to that of the Cat clan, but he had not anticipated that such fortune could hinder the parchment's divination. Since answers were unattainable, he chose to ignore it for now. At least, the Cat clan had only brought benefits thus far. He proceeded to write, Lin Shan, what are the conditions for ascending to sequence 8? The parchment replied, 1 month of lifespan required. Lin Shan, payment. The parchment responded, must fully digest the sequence 9 potion. Lin Shan, how do I digest the potion? The parchment, time. Lin Shan, how much time? The parchment, unknown, varies by individual. As the black script faded from the parchment, before Lin Shan could continue questioning, a large block of black characters appeared. It was a prompt given by the parchment. The abundant spiritual essence within you has led you astray. You are desperately eager to pursue the powers of Sequence 8. Yet you remain unaware of its formidable and terrifying nature. Hunting Sequence 8 with your Sequence 9 capabilities is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten that you can bear dual sequences. Lin Shan read the passage repeatedly. The parchment's message was clear. Seeking materials for Sequence 8 at this juncture would be suicidal. To continue ascending, he must first acquire the ability of another sequence. How did those without dual sequences manage to ascend? This question flashed through his mind. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Since pursuing Sequence 8 was futile, he would focus on another sequence. Lin Shan, obtain the formula for Sequence 9's bizarre body potion. Searching for the sequence stele outside seemed impractical. He could only exchange lifespan for information from the parchment. The parchment responded, 40 years of lifespan required. Lin Shan, payment. The parchment, searching within 1,000 kilometers, none found. The parchment, searching within 10,000 kilometers, none found. The parchment, searching within 100,000 kilometers, none found. The parchment, theft successful. Lin Shan regarded the parchment's words with curiosity. Theft successful? Could it really be stolen? The parchment, Sequence 9 Bloodwing. Main ingredients for Bloodwing potion, whole mercury grass plant, core of the fallen scatini. Lin Shan, obtain location. The parchment, 40 years of lifespan required. Lin Shan, payment. The script on the parchment vanished, revealing 4 points and some annotations. The nearest location was the fallen scatini, situated 436 kilometers away, while the farthest, the bizarre Bloodwing, was a staggering 2,467 kilometers distant. Furthermore, the lifespan cost for acquiring materials for the bizarre sequences was double that of the biological sequences. 200 years of lifespan had consumed nearly half of his total. Whether this was due to distance or other factors was uncertain. Though it pained him, the thought of lifespan resetting upon advancement eased his heart considerably. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, he discerned that the parchment had grown even more chilling, and his hand, having grasped the quill for an extended duration, had become numb, its joints creaking with each movement. Folding the parchment away, he noticed that the wooden surface beneath it had corroded into a pitch-black state, an occurrence that had not transpired during previous transactions. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Shan as he pondered. Could it be that the parchment grows with each transaction? Might there be a possibility of losing control? Would fear compel him to abandon its use? The parchment was an enigmatic object, inherently ominous. To harness its convenience was to accept the potential of backlash. Abandoning it out of fear was simply not in his nature. It required a portion of his lifespan. While he sought its knowledge, this was, after all, a transaction, and as long as he remained formidable, he would have means to counteract any repercussions. Lying on his bed, Lin Shan envisioned countless possibilities, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, after a brief wash by the river, he found that Jin Tianzong had provided him with a piece of green silk cloth, a wooden toothbrush, and a thick, gray paste for toothpaste. Lin Shan gazed at the silk cloth in silence, embodying the essence of resourcefulness, as all supplies were crafted from silk. Zhao Xiaoan approached Lin Shan, inquiring if he had time to accompany her in foraging for herbs. Foraging for herbs? Lin Shan asked, puzzled. Indeed. I have been studying the medicinal properties of plants in this world. Although I have yet to achieve significant results, I have gathered a considerable amount of medicinal materials. The resources in this world are remarkably abundant. Rare herbs found on Earth are commonplace here, and they are even enhanced. You also study medicine? Lin Shan expressed his astonishment. Yes, Zhao Xiaoan nodded. I am from Beijing University of Chinese Medicine. Are you as well? Impressive, Lin Shan commended, raising his thumb. I am merely an undergraduate in clinical medicine. Do not be modest. We should exchange knowledge when the opportunity arises, Zhao Xiaoan replied skeptically. I assure you, my expertise is quite ordinary, Lin Shan insisted earnestly. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, Zhao Xiaoan was momentarily taken aback, but pressed on. So, will you come or not? Let us ride. I require a horse of my own. All right. After their exchange, Lin Shan decided to accompany her for a ride, primarily driven by the desire to experience the thrill of galloping. Following Zhao Xiaoan and Xia Xian to the stables, Lin Shan observed the vast fields on the left, where Xi Jianan was plowing with a cow, adjacent to a patch of land overrun with green plants, the species of which remained unknown to him. Upon noticing Lin Shan, Xi Jianan waved from a distance. Lin Shan returned the gesture, then turned to Zhao Xiaoan, questioning, where did this cow come from? And what are these horses? He gestured towards the 5 horses in the stable. Zhao Xiaoan smirked. Where else could it come from? But a gift from the cat clan. The cow, however, we captured ourselves. Although the supplies from the cat clan were indeed useful, the thought of their origin always felt peculiar. Here, the cows and horses were pseudo-supernatural beings, cloaked in a thin veil of spirituality. Yet, Lin Shan wondered why they bore such a resemblance to earth creatures. Even the chickens and silkworms, though larger, had not changed fundamentally. What was the relationship between this world and Earth? Lin Shan. Zhao Xiaoan's voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you pondering? Are you wondering how these creatures resemble those on Earth? Yes, Lin Shan nodded. Do not dwell on it. Some things are beyond comprehension, Zhao Xiaoan remarked. The cat clan mentioned that in their world, they also have cows and horses. Are there humans in their world? Lin Shan inquired. Zhao Xiaoan shook her head. No. They said that in their world, the cat clan is the only primate. Xia Xian let out a black horse. You shall ride this one. Allow it to familiarize itself with you. No advanced riding skills are necessary, merely ensure you do not get thrown off. These horses were quite intelligent, even capable of understanding simple commands. As Lin Shan examined the black horse, he noticed a flicker of spirituality coursing through its back. Its muscular legs were robust, and its bright eyes regarded Lin Shan, as if assessing him in return. Chapter 20. 5 days this horse truly possesses spirit, Lin Shan remarked, gently patting its back. The black horse did not resist, but merely snorted in response. Let us go. At that moment, Xia Xian and Zhao Xiaoan each let a horse out, stating, we can only search within the boundaries. The anomalies within have mostly been marked, ensuring safety. As Lin Shan mounted the horse, before he could call out, the black horse instinctively followed the one ahead, galloping swiftly. The speed was comparable to a car traveling at 40 miles per hour on Earth, and at full speed. Only the sound of rushing wind could be heard. Within 20 minutes, they reached the edge of the boundary, where the horses slowed to a leisurely pace. Lin Shan observed the surrounding environment, a vast valley, covered in what he perceived as an array of weeds. Zhao Xiaoan began searching the ground for the herbs she needed, while Xia Xian rode around the valley, patrolling or perhaps searching for something. Feeling idle, Lin Shan found a comfortable spot to lie down and practice his heart light abilities. After consuming the potion, heart light had become an almost instinctual talent for him, yet various applications still required his own exploration. Currently, he had discovered 2 methods, one for defense and the other for shaping. Heart light could transform into various forms for attack, but the drawback was that he could not defend while attacking, nor attack while defending. While practicing, Lin Shan discovered that the essence of heart light had a finite totality. Its true form was a faint golden glow, malleable yet limited by this totality. To increase its capacity, he could only wait for his body to gradually digest the potion, seemingly without alternative means. The heart light sequence did not endow him with any unique abilities. Rather, ascending to sequence 9 meant he had acquired a weapon known as sequence 9 heart light. Suddenly, a conjecture emerged from the depths of his mind. The sequence 9 anomaly, known as Bloodwing, could also be a type of weapon called Bloodwing. Lin Shan felt his hypothesis was plausible. The so-called ascension in sequence might merely signify arming oneself with a weapon named sequence. Time passed unmeasured. Excuse me. Zhao Xiaoan approached, kicking him lightly. You just crushed a perfectly good Banlan Gen. Who knows if it will survive after being transplanted? Lin Shan, bewildered, sat up to look beneath him. Is this Banlan Gen? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought it was a small banana tree, he remarked, having intentionally broken it to use as a cushion, as its large, thick leaves provided comfort. Zhao Xiaoan looked dismayed. It may not be called Ban Lan Zhen, but it possesses similar medicinal properties. Let us call it Ban Lan Zhen then, though this one is beyond saving. Shall we continue searching? Lin Shan asked. He glanced at the sun, nearly overhead, realizing that it had become noon without his notice. Let us go, called Xia Xian. It is time for lunch. All right. Upon reaching the place where the horses were tethered, they found a silk-wrapped bundle containing the bounty Zhao Xiaoan had collected throughout the morning. Noticing Xia Xian was absent, Zhao Xiaoan produced a wooden whistle and blew it forcefully, the sound echoing throughout the valley. Shortly, a response echoed back from the other side, signaling Xia Xian's return. Moments later, Xia Xian galloped over, seemingly carrying something in her hand. As she drew closer, Lin Shan discerned that it was a long-eared rabbit. Its size comparable to that of an earth rabbit, yet its spiritual essence rivaled the chicken he had previously caught and was even slightly stronger, far exceeding that of the cow and horse beneath him. Observing the rabbit before him, Lin Shan formed another temporary conclusion. Among creatures that resembled those on Earth, in the misty world, larger animals possessed lower spiritual essence, while smaller ones were, paradoxically, far more potent. As I gaze upon Xia Xian, her face is bruised and battered, clearly indicating the tribulations she endured while capturing this long-eared rabbit. Her innate cunning seems outmatched by that of the rabbit, leaving me curious as to how she managed to ensnare it. Sister Xia Xian, what happened to you? Come here, let me apply some medicine to your wounds. It will serve as an excellent test for the anti-swelling properties of this ointment. Upon seeing Xia Xian's injuries, Zhao Xiaoan retrieved a wooden box from her pocket, unscrewed the lid, and extracted a viscous salve, which she gently smeared on Xia Xian's face. Look, I managed to catch the rabbit, Xia Xian proclaimed as she held the rabbit aloft after the application of the medicine. Zhao Xiaoan could not contain her laughter, finding Xia Xian's voice enchantingly humorous in that moment. Noticing Zhao Xiaoan's mockery, Xia Xian scowled and ceased her conversation with her, turning instead to Lin Shan, saying, "This rabbit possesses an extraordinary spirit. If it regains consciousness, it will undoubtedly escape my grasp. You might as well hold on to it." Lin Shan nodded, accepting the rabbit from Xia Xian's hands, its ears still twitching as it flailed in the air. The vitality that Xia Xian had drained from it rendered it no different from an ordinary rabbit. The term spirit is complex and multifaceted, within the realm of the extraordinary. It represents both the total essence and strength of a being. The upper limit of this essence significantly influences the power of the creature. Moreover, spirit can be depleted. During both its use and in confrontation, it is perpetually consumed. Currently, the only method Lin Shan knows to restore spirit is through the passage of time. These were merely conjectures made by Lin Shan, who dared not assert the correctness of his deductions. Setting aside his thoughts, he mounted his horse and galloped towards the camp. Along the way, the rabbit he held struggled several times, but Lin Shan easily subdued it. 20 minutes later, upon returning to the camp, lunch had already been prepared by Luohi. The camp's inhabitants performed their designated duties with clarity, and Luohi was responsible for the group's meals. Lunch was modest, gray steamed buns accompanied by a broth of verdant leafy vegetables, with a hint of oil floating atop. Lin Shan took a sip, finding the broth slightly salty, evoking a sense of unremarkable taste, leaving him with a feeling of reluctance to discard it. A skilled cook cannot create a delectable dish without quality ingredients. No matter how adept one is, such conditions yield little. At this moment, a male member of the cat tribe approached Lin Shan while dining, speaking in clumsy Huaxia. "I am Wei Yi, a pioneer of the human tribe." Lin Shan smiled and replied, "Hello, I am Lin Shan." Wei Yi earnestly stated, "I hope our cat tribe and the human tribe can forge a deep friendship." "That is precisely what I wish to see," Lin Shan responded. After exchanging greetings, Wei Yi returned to his place, remaining silent. Lin Shan leaned towards Zhang Zhonghua and quietly inquired, "Have you ever visited the cat tribe?" "No, we have never ventured beyond the barrier. Nor do we possess the strength to do so. It has always been the cat tribe that sought us out, bringing supplies and then staying to learn Huaxia from Yan Ruxin. If you wish to know more about the cat tribe, it would be best to ask Yan Ruxin. She has the deepest understanding," Zhang Zhonghua replied softly. Lin Shan nodded, planning to find a suitable time to inquire about the cat tribe with Yan Ruxin. There were 5 members of the cat tribe present, all extraordinary, 3 of whom bore antlers, likely possessing the ability to transform into deer, while the powers of the other 2 remained unknown. After satisfying their hunger, the afternoon was spent idly at the camp, engaging in conversations to learn about the current circumstances. Thus, 5 days swiftly passed, each day marked by a leisurely existence. That evening, He intended to meet the elusive Guasian fish once more. As he would embark on a journey to the Zihan flower forest the following day, advancement would require 6 months, during which he could begin contemplating the initiation of his second sequence. Chapter 21. A meeting with the Guasian fish as night fell by the riverbank. Lin Shan cautiously approached the Guasian fish's location. In his right hand, he held a red lantern, while his left cradled 5 torches. Even now that he had attained extraordinary status, he dared not confront the bizarre creature head-on. After planting the torches around, he proceeded towards the center. A chilling aura enveloped him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet drastically. Lin Shan's current appearance was quite peculiar, one hand clutching the red lantern, the other wielding a lit torch. The entity he faced was even stranger, a black, cylindrical object spiraling skyward, surrounded by countless delicate strands that danced like tentacles around its form. This sight, despite having encountered it before, sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace and ignite the base of the Guasian fish. The Guasian fish began to shriek, protected by its spirit, preventing its soul from being forced out. Nevertheless, it still experienced a sense of disorientation, muddling its consciousness. As the fine ash accumulated beneath, the Guasian fish's cries grew increasingly anguished, and an eerie black mist began to rise from the surface of the river. Crack, crack, crack. The river began to freeze at a visible rate. The torches flickered ominously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Shan's forehead, freezing before it could reach his cheeks. After a brief moment, sensing it was sufficient, Lin Shan swiftly gathered the fine ash and grasped the red lantern, preparing to retreat. Just as he rose, an overwhelming force descended from above, followed by an intense sensation of suffocation and faintness flooding his mind. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Shan summoned all his strength to channel his heart's light, a soft golden glow emanating to counteract the encroaching force. Yet, the golden light began to wane. What is happening? Lin Shan felt bewildered. With a slight lift of his eyelids, he glanced ahead and felt a tremor in his heart. One of the previously burning torches had extinguished, allowing the Guasian fish to regain some of its mobility. He found himself pinned down by some unknown force, his spirit rapidly depleting. Should his essence be exhausted, that force would swiftly bring about his demise. What to do? Lin Shan calmly contemplated his options. If he employed his heart's light to counterattack, it would undoubtedly weaken his defense, potentially costing him his life in that very moment. His gaze fell upon the red lantern beside him. In an instant, he ignited all the oil within the lantern, setting the space above him ablaze. A sudden release of pressure washed over Lin Shan, prompting him to roll to the side and retreat several meters. He focused on the front, where the air appeared to ignite. In truth, it was not the air that burned, but rather the Guasian fish's supernatural power. It appeared as flames consuming the air. Yet it was a clash of 2 extraordinary forces. As the flames began to flicker and weaken, Lin Shan bit his finger, allowing blood to flow and replenish the lantern's oil. He did not flee immediately. The blue moon dominated the sky, casting a blue hue across the surroundings, rendering all paths of escape non-existent. He found himself trapped in a separate space, the true ability of the Guasian fish manifesting as a vivid illusion. To escape, he must first shatter this blue moon. To break through the blue moon, he needed to locate the Guasian fish's true form. To reveal its essence, he required the ignition of 4 torches. Without igniting the torches, there would be no way out, plunging him into a seemingly endless cycle. The only recourse now lay in using the red lantern's supernatural essence against the Guasian fish. His own spirit could only serve as a defensive measure, insufficient to confront the Guasian fish. The earlier confrontation had already demonstrated that mere seconds of erosion could deplete his spirit significantly. A wave of inky darkness surged towards him once more. Lin Shan ignited the darkness with the red lantern, intertwining the shadows with the faint red flames. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, reminiscent of burnt corpses. Seizing the opportunity as the red lantern clashed with the Guasian fish, Lin Shan glanced at the last torch in his hand, his gaze alight with determination. Channeling his heart's light into a blade, he split the torch into 4, transforming the heart's essence into hands that placed them in each corner. He summoned the flames of the red lantern, igniting the 4 wooden sticks simultaneously. In that instant, however, the red lantern's supernatural power diminished, causing the Guasian fish's essence to gain the upper hand, rapidly closing in on Lin Shan. Prepared for this, he fully activated his heart's light to defend against the encroaching darkness. The shadows enveloped him, the faint golden glow surrounding him waning further. In the next moment, all 4 sticks ignited at once, and Lin Shan felt an immediate release of pressure as the blue moon above retreated to its original position. Lin Shan, without a moment's hesitation, turned and dashed out. Only after he had run beyond the realm shrouded by the blue moon did he let out a sigh of relief. The disparity between him and the Guasian fish was immense. Had it not been for the Red Lantern and his knowledge of its weaknesses, he would have been instantaneously eliminated. Despite being at the same sequence level of 9, he was merely a newly promoted novice, whereas the eerie creature was a seasoned entity of the same rank. Such a gap was hardly surprising. During the recent emergency, as he had activated his heart light, he discovered that his spiritual capacity had unknowingly increased. Not only that, he had inexplicably gained the ability of introspection, through which he realized that a small part of his heart had transformed into gold. Was this the manifestation of digesting the heart light potion? Did it signify that once his heart turned entirely golden, he would have completely assimilated the heart light potion? As he observed his heart, Lin Shan mused. Although it was perilous, the outcome was favorable. He had secured the materials and even enhanced his strength. Dragging his weary body back to Jin Tianzong's wooden cabin, Lin Shan lay on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Shan languidly leaned back in a chair to bask in the sun. This had been his routine in recent days. There was no work for him at the camp, as each person was responsible for their own tasks. They were all professionals, and Lin Shan's attempts to assist would only complicate matters. So he occasionally helped chop firewood or perform menial labor. At that moment, Huang Ying approached, calling out to Lin Shan, "The items you asked for are ready. Please take a look and see if they meet your satisfaction. I also took the liberty of sewing you 2 sets of clothes." Huang Ying, a woman in her 30s and a close friend of Xia Xian, was exceptionally skilled in handicrafts and was responsible for the camp's textile needs. She carried a green backpack, 3 layers deep, secured with buttons instead of modern zippers. "That's good enough," Lin Shan replied as he stood to receive the backpack, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, Yingjia." This backpack was something he had requested Huang Ying to sew 2 days prior. As he would be embarking on a journey for the next 6 months, and a bag to carry supplies was essential. Huang Ying replied apologetically, "I have yet to find any plants to create dye, so I could only make it in green." "Green is quite suitable," Lin Shan smiled. "It can provide some camouflage while lying on the grass. Have you packed your belongings? I may not return until 6 months later." Lin Shan inquired. "I have nothing to pack, and didn't you say it's merely a matter of closing and opening my eyes?" Huang Ying responded. "Indeed," Lin Shan nodded, then added, "By the time you awaken from your slumber, you might find that a city has begun to take shape here." "That would be ideal," Huang Ying laughed. "I hope the human race can thrive in this other world." At that moment, Xia Xian approached, carrying a large, oval-shaped green silkworm cocoon. "Look, this is a new cocoon." Xia Xian tossed the massive cocoon to Huang Ying. As Lin Shan observed the cocoon, he finally understood why nearly all the fabrics in the camp were made from silk. 1 cocoon was sufficient to create a silk quilt. "Do silkworms spin cocoons in winter?" Lin Shan asked curiously. Xia Xian replied, "You underestimate this kind of silkworm. This green silkworm is a breed cultivated by the cat race through unknown means, with a lifespan of 10 years. Except when pregnant. A normal green silkworm spins a cocoon once a month, and after spinning, it emerges still as a baby silkworm, feeding until the next cocooning. It's like a relentless silk-producing machine," Lin Shan remarked in astonishment. "That's one way to put it," Huang Ying nodded, continuing. "This reflects the oppression of higher life forms over lower ones. They modify your genes to ensure that you either reproduce or work, and you accept this as the norm." Chapter 22 Departure. "Thus, weakness is inherently a sin," Lin Shan stated calmly. "You continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to," Xia Xian said, having come merely to deliver the cocoon to Huang Ying. "I too have tasks to complete. You may continue to enjoy the sun." Huang Ying replied with a smile before heading back with the cocoon. As the two busied themselves, Lin Shan remained reclining in his chair, soaking up the sun, while his heart light continuously shifted forms. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "If only it could remain this effortless." After lunch, Lin Shan busied himself in the wooden cabin concocting potions, producing a total of 7 potions contained in 14 small ceramic vials. He still had a few grams of Guasian fish spirit ash and over 30 grams of Asha's horn powder remaining. After storing the leftover materials, he picked up one of the small vials, within which a crystal-clear liquid swirled, resembling mercury, as it gently rotated within the bottle. During the potion-making process, Lin Shan observed a phenomenon. As long as the proportions were correct, a certain unknown law would be triggered, causing a qualitative transformation in the potion. One of the vials had been filled not by weighing with parchment, but by adding ingredients gradually. This principle likely applied to other potions as well. meaning that as long as there was ample material, the proportions could be discovered through experimentation. Lin Shan carefully wrapped the vials in silkworm cloth and placed them in his backpack. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, he intended to continue his leisurely sunbathing, but was suddenly struck by an idea upon seeing the neatly arranged 10 wooden cabins. He decided to construct a wooden cabin for himself. When he returned, there would likely be many newcomers, and this place would effectively serve as the city center. Securing a plot of land now might yield dividends in the future. The homes of the cat race and the human race were not situated together. There was a distance of 200 meters between them. Aside from learning each other's languages and sharing meals, they rarely encountered one another. Lin Shan found a densely wooded area, and gazing at a tree large enough to be embraced by a single person, he transformed his heart light into an axe. With just 2 strikes, the entire tree came crashing down. He proceeded to fell around 10 trees, processing them on-site into smooth wooden planks. During this time, he enlisted Jin Tianzong's assistance, and with the heart light's ever-changing forms, by dusk, a 50-square-meter medium-sized wooden cabin had taken shape. Moreover, this cabin's specifications were quite modern, resembling a villa, and it was far ahead of the other adjacent wooden cabins in terms of design. Lin Shan gazed at the small villa with satisfaction, realizing that while his heart-light combat abilities were rather ordinary, it excelled in craftsmanship, capable of manifesting any tool needed. As the red moon hung in the sky, everyone gathered for dinner. Zhang Zhonghua suddenly exclaimed, "We, 7, shall accompany Lin Shan on an expedition tomorrow, and we may not return for quite a while. While we are away, if the human race arrives, we kindly ask for your assistance." Wei Yi was initially taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy, only to quickly mask it. He replied courteously, "Of course, my cat race and the human race are allies. Rest assured, as long as my cat race is here, the human race will remain unharmed." "Thank you." Zhang Zhonghua expressed his gratitude. Lin Shan furrowed his brow, observing the scene before him. Although the flicker of joy had vanished quickly, he had nonetheless captured it. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to return here. Lin Shan pondered silently. "What are you all going to do?" Wei Yi inquired. Zhang Zhonghua hesitated, and at that moment, Lin Shan spoke casually, "We are advancing to the extraordinary." He deliberately stated this, knowing that if the cat race had any ulterior motives, at least they would weigh the consequences of the next return of the extraordinary. Wei Yi looked astonished but quickly feigned a smile, saying, "Congratulations to you all for swiftly discovering the path to the extraordinary. The cat race has provided the human race with so much assistance. Once we grow stronger, the cat race will receive its due reward," Lin Shan whispered. His words bore dual meanings, and he was certain that the cat race would comprehend the implications. He was uncertain whether Wei Yi had not mastered the language of Huaxiao or was deliberately pretending not to understand. He continued to smile, saying, "That is indeed the intent of my cat race. The gray mist world is vast, and we are but ants within it, bound by a circle drawn by others. We cannot escape its confines, and only by banding together can we barely struggle to survive in this gray mist." "Are you implying that the races in this gray mist world band together for mutual development?" Lin Shan inquired with keen interest. "Precisely," Wei Yi nodded, adding, "Cooperation and mutual benefit are the essence of survival in this world." Lin Shan remained silent, responding to any inquiries related to race on the sheepskin scroll with the phrase, "Ziyun Zhudong, Wu Fa Deji." He would not be swayed by the words of Wei Yi, which lacked credibility. After dinner, everyone retired to their respective wooden cabins for rest. Lin Shan, however, continued to stay in Jin Tianzong's wooden house. Although his villa was spacious, it was merely a shell, devoid of any substance. As the red moon and sun exchanged places, dawn broke on the horizon. The 8 were already prepared for departure. Lin Shan led out a black horse from the stable, intending to seek the second potion of the sequence while the others ascended, as the journey was long and horseback riding would be a prudent choice. The 7 companions brought along only a bit of dry food, and if all went well, they could reach their destination within a day. The 7 were Zhang Zhonghua, Zhao Xiaoan, Wu Wang, Xia Xian, Huang Ying, Xi Zhenan, and Chao Yusen. At this moment, only Yan Ruxin, Jin Tianzong, and Luo He remained in the camp. In just 2 hours, they reached the boundary of the barrier without encountering any danger. Lin Shan took the lead, and the red lantern he conjured with his heart light floated 5 meters above, not hindering the others. Before the barrier, Lin Shan wore a serious expression and said, "Ahead lies the gray mist world, fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could cost us our lives. Help me hold the horse. You all stay behind me and keep close." Lin Shan stepped to the forefront, holding the red lantern firmly in his grasp. "Understood," the group replied. As they stepped beyond the barrier, The gray mist enveloped their vision instantaneously, limiting visibility to no more than 10 meters, including Lin Shan. The heartlight proved ineffective against the mist, unable to disperse it or enhance their sight. However, possessing the red lantern made a significant difference, allowing them to traverse through the mist without impediment. As they proceeded, just a few minutes in, Zhao Xiaoan whispered, "It's so cold, could it be?" The others nodded in agreement, sensing a chill trailing behind them. Their gazes fixed on Lin Shan. He shook his head, raising the red lantern to indicate it was the cause, saying, "Continue moving." The group exhaled in relief and followed Lin Shan's lead, who was constantly adjusting their direction based on the markings on the sheepskin scroll. For reasons unbeknownst to him, their luck was remarkably good, devoid of any hazards. "Are we not on the same path?" Lin Shan murmured. During his previous solitary journey, he had encountered numerous dangers. Today felt excessively smooth, as if even the wild beasts had vanished. Chapter 23, His Gaze at Noon. The group paused briefly to consume some dry provisions before resuming their journey. With still 40 kilometers to their destination, Lin Shan glanced at his watch. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Arriving before the emergence of the red moon seemed nearly impossible, as the others had yet to attain extraordinary stamina like his own. It appeared they would have to spend another night in the gray mist. A sense of unease gripped Lin Shan. If it were just him, it would be manageable. But with so many people here, most of the human race's pioneers were present. Should danger arise, it would be catastrophic, pioneers perishing before leading their kind to rise. That would be a rather grim jest. As night fell and the red moon illuminated the sky, the group gathered around a campfire, conversing in hushed tones. They were now merely 15 kilometers from their destination. "Isn't it said that the gray mist is perilous? We've traversed a full day without spotting even an ant." "No danger is best," another replied. "Isn't there a saying about the calm before the storm? Shut it. Don't be a harbinger of doom." They conversed quietly while Lin Shan leaned against a tree, alert to his surroundings. The journey had been unnaturally tranquil, devoid of even the roars of wild beasts. A stark contrast to his initial venture through the gray mist. Throughout the night, Lin Shan did not close his eyes, remaining tense and vigilant. The night passed uneventfully until dawn broke. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual, an anomaly emanating from the red lantern in his hand. The lantern trembled. The sheepskin scroll actively provided a warning. It read, "He is watching you." Under his gaze, all beings, living or dead, are compelled to submit. He will witness the emergence of new flames, his gaze piercing through the night. The message abruptly ceased. Many characters blurred as if erased. In the next moment, a crack sounded. Lin Shan's heart quaked. The sheepskin scroll had torn, a small rip manifesting in his mind. Yet, none among the group, including Lin Shan, felt anything amiss. This unknown force seemed to target the uncanny specifically. The red lantern quivered in his grasp, while the sheepskin scroll fell silent in his mind. They traversed unhindered, arriving at the Zihin flower forest. As they neared the flower forest, Lin Shan felt a jolt in his heart. Not far ahead, an old man stood silently, the same figure he had encountered days prior, his cold, lifeless gaze devoid of emotion. Fortunately, this time the elder did not obstruct their path, merely standing still. "Is he aiding us?" Lin Shan pondered. No. If that were the case, the red lantern would not tremble so. During their first encounter, it had engaged with the elder. Merely days had passed. It couldn't be that just his gaze instilled such fear. Zhao Xiaoan noticed Lin Shan staring ahead and inquired, "Lin Shan, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Lin Shan snapped back, unwilling to reveal the uncanny old man to them, as they were obstructed from seeing the figure in the mist. For now, it seemed the elder bore no ill intent. Upon looking again, he found the old man had vanished from sight. After walking several hundred meters further, the gray mist began to dissipate, revealing a broad river before them. "This must be the forest we just traversed. I can't believe we've returned," Zhang Zhonghua remarked. "Those who didn't pick flowers before are now here to gather them. Our fallen brothers and sisters picked too soon," Wu Wang mused, gazing at the flowers ahead. Huang Ying chuckled. "Half a year later, and this place remains like a fairyland. The seasons seem to have no effect on this forest." Indeed, while the trees outside had shed their leaves, those here remained unchanged. "Enough with the nostalgia. Let us cross the river," Lin Shan interjected, cutting through their unproductive reminiscence. The group waded through the river. They were all pseudo-extraordinary beings, with physical capabilities surpassing Lin Shan's from before, so the river posed no challenge to them. Lin Shan opened his backpack and retrieved the pre-prepared potions, distributing them among the group. "First, consume the flowers, then drink these 2 vials of potion." Find a spot to sit, but do not venture too deep into the forest, nor stray too far. This forest is unaffected by the gray mist, if anyone awakens first. Fish from the river for sustenance, he advised. Are you leaving? Zhao Xiaoan asked. Yes, didn't I mention that? Lin Shan replied. Zhao Xiaoan smiled. Then you must return alive. Otherwise, we won't be able to go back. Lin Shan fell silent, unable to guarantee his own survival. He would need to traverse nearly 5,000 miles through the gray mist. Fortunately, with a horse, he could reduce this time, if luck was on his side. He might make the round trip in a month, though it was equally possible that he might not return at all. Lin Shan spoke earnestly. Try to wait for me to return. If I haven't come back in 6 months, you should proceed on your own. With some luck, you may find your way back. Sigh, Zhao Xiaoan exhaled deeply. Lin Shan ceased further discussion and settled beside a tree. By now, Zhang Zhonghua, Xia Xian, Huang Ying, Si Jinan, and Xiao Yusin had all been enveloped in a faint golden cocoon, leaving only Zhao Xiaoan and Wu Wang yet to consume the potions. Zhao Xiaoan shot Wu Wang a glare, saying, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drink the potion. Wu Wang pouted. Aren't you also not done yet? That's none of your business. Zhao Xiaoan exhibited her fiery spirit. Drink up now. Wu Wang gave her a meaningful look and replied, All right, I'll drink. Finding a vacant space, he sat down and swallowed a piece of zhunhua. The moment he sensed something was amiss with his body, he hastily consumed 2 vials of potions. Observing Wu Wang enveloped by the golden cocoon, Zhao Xiaoan leaned against a tree beside Lin Shan. Why aren't you drinking? Lin Shan inquired. Zhao Xiaoan retorted. Why aren't you leaving? I will leave after you drink. I will drink after you leave. You drink first. You leave first. Lin Shan rose and walked directly towards the river, crossing it, untied the horse's reins, and mounted, galloping towards the edge of the flower forest. Zhao Xiaoan watched quietly until Lin Shan vanished into the gray mist. Within the mist, the silence remained unchanged, yet the red lantern no longer trembled. It appeared that the unknown presence had shifted its gaze, although its lingering aura still loomed. Lin Shan intended to seize this opportunity and hasten his journey. The red lantern fell from the sky and was grasped by Lin Shan, restoring his vision to 400 meters. Giddy up, he urged the horse, racing forward, covering nearly 100 kilometers in just 4 hours. Throughout this time, the mist remained eerily quiet, devoid of any bizarre beasts. However, he soon realized that the horse beneath him was slowing down, reaching its limits. He had once read a book about horses that documented a long-distance riding competition of 120 kilometers, where a Mongolian horse completed the course in over 7 hours. He found a grassy area to stop, uncertain of what grass the horse could eat. He loosened the reins and allowed it to forage for food, knowing that the bizarre beast would not attack without provocation. Glancing at the time on his watch, he noted that the red moon was about to rise, and he decided to set up camp here for the night. He retrieved some provisions from his pack, munching while calculating his pace, factoring in the horse's rest time. Under normal circumstances, he could cover nearly 200 kilometers in a day, more than 3 times faster than walking, with ample time for rest. Chapter 24. Terrifying beasts. As night fell and the red moon ascended, a cold breeze swept in from afar, sending shivers down his spine. The gray mist became restless once more, heralding challenging days ahead. No sooner had he uttered this thought when a creature resembling a mantis lunged at Lin Shan with alarming speed. With the red lantern in hand, Lin Shan was already alert. His heart light coalesced into a pale golden spear that pierced the unknown creature instantaneously. Once it ceased its struggles, Lin Shan approached to inspect it, confirming it was indeed a mantis. This mantis measured half a meter in length, its exoskeleton a deep brown, with forelimbs that resembled 2 exceptionally sharp blades, featuring serrated barbs that would slice flesh if struck. Lin Shan studied the mantis's forelimbs for a moment before manifesting his heart light into a blade, severing one of its forelimbs, leaving only the sharpest tip. He then carved a piece of wood into a handle and fashioned a rudimentary dagger, useful for self-defense should he find himself in dire straits. The following morning, the corpses of the mantises had accumulated into a small mound. Lin Shan opened his eyes, the dark circles under them resembling those of a panda. Throughout the night, he had been ambushed by these large mantises, akin to disturbing a nest. He dared not change locations at night, while mantises were manageable. Encountering other anomalies due to movement would be far more troublesome. Thus, he remained vigilant against their attacks until dawn approached, finally allowing him some peace. Having gone 2 consecutive nights without sleep, he released the reins of the horse tethered beside him and glanced at the parchment, noting that he still had 300 kilometers to reach his first destination. Giddy up, Lin Shan called softly, redirecting his path. The horse galloped forth, and Lin Shan occasionally adjusted their course, mindful that both horse and rider could easily lose their way in the mist. With the unknown pressure lifted, bizarre occurrences in the mist began to stir. Within just an hour of travel, he encountered two areas that seemed to harbor anomalies. Fortunately, their supernatural influence was limited, allowing Lin Shan to circumvent them. Suddenly, he heard the sound of splashing hooves nearby. His heart raced with concern. Where could water be coming from on solid ground? The splashing persisted, yet the path ahead was flat and devoid of any moisture. Anxiety gripped Lin Shan, forcing him to peer down. In the next instant, his hair stood on end, and panic coursed through him. The horse beneath him had transformed into a skeleton, and the sound he heard was not splashing but the clattering of bones against the ground. Unbeknownst to the horse, which now was merely a frame of bone, it continued to gallop forward at an increasing pace. Lin Shan was at a loss, unable to comprehend how to respond. Everything around him seemed normal, yet the horse had unknowingly turned into white bones. In a moment of desperation, he hastily scribbled on the parchment, "Lin Shan. What is happening?" Parchment, unknown. Staring at the word unknown, cold sweat dripped from his brow. The horse beneath him had completely lost its responsiveness, racing at full speed. It ran for an entire hour at its limit. Finally, in a dramatic leap, the horse's front hooves rose, crashing to the ground and shattering into a heap of bones. Lin Shan rolled off just in time, avoiding injury. He first looked towards where the horse had just galloped, then at the scattered bones on the ground. Remaining silent for a long while, he finally grasped the situation. The area they had traversed was an endless sea of bones, and only by crossing it could one see its true nature upon looking back. The horse had realized its transformation as it traversed the bone sea, yet it had borne Lin Shan across its expanse. In essence, it was the horse that had saved Lin Shan's life, even as it met its demise just 2 days after accompanying him. A sense of melancholy washed over Lin Shan as he transformed his heartlight into a shovel, directing it to dig a deep pit, collecting the scattered horse bones to bury them. He erected a small grave, finding a large stone nearby to serve as a headstone, inscribing, "Grave of Lin Shan, human, and his steed, the nameless black horse." There was little he could do to repay it, but if he were to achieve fame in this world, the horse he once rode would also be remembered. After polishing the headstone, he turned to leave, aware that the journey ahead would be solely his own. As night descended under the red moon, Lin Shan consumed some of his remaining provisions, which were essentially dried gray bread from the campsite. After 2 days, the bread had hardened, making it akin to chewing on a tough crust devoid of flavor. With 200 kilometers still to his first destination, losing the horse meant he had only covered half the expected distance today. Each step forward would be perilous. Should he encounter another sea of bones, it would signal the end of this life he called a dream. Lin Shan silently prayed for better fortune ahead. Exhausted from 2 sleepless nights, he soon drifted off into slumber. Lin Shan, do you wonder what lies above the gray mist? Would you like to see beyond it? Let us explore together. You are so weak. You can only exist within this circle. Do not wander off, for death would be quite the inconvenience. Oh, I forgot. Your fragile existence would perish just from my words. Many races have vanished in such a manner. I truly do not wish to harm them. I hope you remain safe. A nebulous voice echoed in his mind, resembling an intricate and perplexing incantation, instilling an inexplicable terror that made his heart tremble. Lin Shan jolted awake, gasping for breath. At that moment, blood streamed from his ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouth, creating a gruesome sight. Was it a dream? But what of this blood? Lin Shan stared at the bloodstains on his hand, realizing that exhaustion had plunged him into a deep sleep, mercifully, without any danger arising. He glanced once more at the bloodstains on his hands, uncertainly pondering the possibility that perhaps something had indeed occurred. Raising the red lantern, he pressed onward. Having endured so much, Lin Shan's heart had grown resilient. A little bloodshed was inconsequential as long as he remained alive. He resolved to continue his journey. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed through the air, shaking the very ground beneath him. The sky abruptly darkened. A mournful wail resonated across the expanse, reminiscent of a ship's horn, reverberating throughout the universe. In that instant, Lin Shan felt as though he had gone deaf, a piercing pain radiating through his head. He covered his ears and looked skyward. But the heavens were obscured by a thick gray mist, rendering visibility impossible. All he could discern was an immense, distant pillar, shrouded in swirling gray fog, receding further with every tremor that resonated through the air. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized it was a manifestation of a high-tier malevolence. What rank of malevolence could this be? Was he to confront such entities as he ascended the ranks? Lin Shan felt numb. The creature's size was so colossal that he could only barely discern what appeared to be a leg of the monumental pillar. A single step from it could obliterate an entire city. The more he witnessed, the more he felt his insignificance. With a bitter smile, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts and setting a modest goal for himself, to advance 70 kilometers today. Chapter 25. The Mysterious Girl. After traveling approximately 10 kilometers, Lin Shan discovered an area with a stark drop in elevation, remarkably flat. From his vantage point, the ground ahead seemed to have sunk nearly 2 meters, flattening all the trees in sight. A faint, metallic scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. This place had been traversed by the immense, unknown creature, leaving no chance for any living being to survive its weight. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Shan felt a surge of unexpected delight. This was a natural refuge. He could only wonder how large the footprint was and how long it might protect him. Lin Shan jumped into the pit, and indeed, he encountered no danger as he walked within it. Suddenly, he spotted a soft, black mass on the ground, motionless. His expression turned peculiar as he observed the darkness. It was likely an anomaly. He had assumed anomalies lacked physical forms and were immune to harm, at most diminishing in supernatural power. To his astonishment, the colossal beast's foot had crushed even the anomaly. Upon reflection, it made sense. Living beings controlled their spiritual essence to attack or defend, while the corrupted entities likely used their essence to enhance their physical form, thus being capable of trampling even the formless anomalies. Lin Shan approached the dark mass for a closer inspection, eager to understand what an anomaly truly was. A deceased anomaly presented a remarkable opportunity for study. He prodded it with a dagger from his pack, piercing through without encountering any supernatural force. His heart light transformed into a rod, and he aimed to flip the anomaly over. However, as soon as the heart light rod made contact, the mass dissipated into tiny black sparks, vanishing into the ether. It was dead? Lin Shan's lips twitched. Was this a trick? That seemed improbable, as he recalled the parchment stating that anomalies were neither dead nor extinguishable. Reluctantly, he continued onward, searching for other anomalous carcasses. After 4 hours of walking, he had yet to encounter any other anomalies. Perhaps they had all disappeared. However, numerous carcasses of wild beasts littered the ground, their remains grotesquely embedded within the earth. After a simple lunch, he resumed his journey, having covered over 30 kilometers without escaping the giant's footprint. As he surveyed the landscape, everything appeared flat, making him feel as if he existed in a two-dimensional world. Suddenly, a strong, pungent scent of blood invaded his nostrils. Lin Shan frowned. Could this potent odor indicate the presence of a beast's lair ahead? 10 minutes later, the gray mist abruptly dissipated, revealing a vast ruin before him. This was once a stronghold for a certain race, now reduced to mere rubble. Amidst the debris lay countless red spots. As Lin Shan approached, a chill ran down his spine. These crimson stains were all that remained of the living, trampled underfoot. Gazing across the expanse, he was struck by the sheer number. Tens of thousands, perhaps even millions. The scene had transformed into a two-dimensional tableau, rendering the architectural styles unrecognizable. Upon closer inspection of the bloodied ground, he discerned that these were not humans, for they appeared to possess tails. Were they from another race? Lin Shan had traveled far without encountering any other beings, only to stumble upon them in such a dire situation. This once mighty city had been flattened into a mere image. Lin Shan realized he had underestimated the beast. He had assumed it merely crushed everything with its weight. However, as he traversed this path, it became clear that all surfaces were perfectly level, with no elevation to be found in what was once a city. Simply relying on weight could not account for such uniformity. It appeared that some terrifying power was at play. As Lin Shan walked upon the bloodied plain, he sought anything of use. To have built a city in the gray mist world suggested they had developed over many years, possibly even longer than the Cat clan. They could never have anticipated that generations of effort would be obliterated by a single footfall. This stark reality deepened Lin Shan's understanding of the world's cruelty, as hundreds of thousands of lives had been instantaneously reduced to a mere image. After wandering through the ruins for quite some time, he found nothing left intact. All had been destroyed. At one moment, Lin Shan's pupils constricted, and he abruptly turned to look behind him. A small girl, appearing no older than 12, stood silently at his back. She was tattered and worn, a beast-skin book hovering above her head. Her long blue hair fell to her shoulders, and a blue fox tail trailed behind her. Her eyes were devoid of whites, consumed by an abyssal darkness, as she emotionlessly stared at Lin Shan, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. He sensed no extraordinary power emanating from her. How had she approached him so silently? In the next instant, understanding dawned upon him. Though she lacked spiritual power, she radiated a peculiar aura, a wave of anomaly emanating from her center and expanding outward. Lin Shan furrowed his brow. The nature of the anomaly was entirely distinct from spiritual essence. Spirituality followed discernible patterns, while anomalies defied logic. In that moment, he felt his blood chill, as though ice had encased his organs. Without hesitation, he retrieved the red lantern suspended by his heart light, igniting the oil into a faint crimson flame, directing it toward the girl behind him. The girl remained unscathed by the flames, as the two supernatural forces clashed, neither gaining the upper hand, producing a peculiar crackling sound in the air. Seizing the opportunity while the girl remained immobile, Lin Shan transformed his heart light into a gun, commanding it to shoot and pin the girl to the ground. Her crimson blood flowed forth, and a look of anguish crossed her face. Lin Shan showed no mercy. Intending to fire again, the long gun spun with precision, and he hurled it once more towards the girl. With a sickening thud, the shot pierced her heart, rendering her unconscious. Lin Shan remained vigilant. Someone capable of wielding anomalous powers likely possessed traits of immortality. Just as he prepared to unleash a third shot, the strange aura surrounding the girl suddenly vanished, leaving her appearing as an ordinary girl. In an instant, flames erupted around her, fueled by the lantern's power. Stripped of her anomalous essence, the lantern ignited her in a blaze. Lin Shan thought the ordeal had come to an end. Yet the book above the girl's head trembled slightly and extinguished the flames. Even so, the girl was left charred and blackened. Without her anomalous powers, survival seemed impossible. Lin Shan was captivated by the beast skin book atop the girl's head. Was this a clan artifact? He dared not act rashly. His understanding of clan artifacts was limited, knowing only that they could disperse the gray mist. Even this was an extraordinary ability. If one could traverse the gray mist while wielding a clan artifact, would it not render their journey relatively safe? As Lin Shan gazed at the beast skin book, a flicker of desire ignited within him. If only he could possess it. However, in the following instant, the beast skin book shattered like a broken mirror, disintegrating into countless specks of light that vanished into the ether. With the absence of the clan artifact, the gray mist surged forth from all directions once more. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, a soft whimper echoed from the girl, who should have been lifeless, as she revived once more. Startled, Lin Shan instinctively transformed his heart's light into a long spear, ready to deliver a fatal strike once again. But as the spear tip neared her forehead, he abruptly halted, allowing the pale golden spear to hover between her brows. In that moment, the girl exhibited a countenance of fear and anxiety, coiling her body like a startled bird, trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes, once pitch black, now sparkled with crystalline blue hues, filled with terror as if Lin Shan were a malevolent specter. Lin Shan was momentarily bewildered. It felt as though she had become an entirely different person, and now he appeared to be tormenting a fragile young girl. The spear tip quivered before her brow as Lin Shan hesitated, contemplating whether to strike. As the spear tip shifted forward, it barely grazed her brow. Yet the spear's radiance had already pierced her skin, and a droplet of blood mingled with her tears, cascading down to her chin before ultimately falling to the ground. "Can you speak?" Lin Shan finally refrained from attacking. The girl timidly inquired. Lin Shan rubbed his forehead. As expected, they were unable to communicate. Why could the entire world not speak Huaxiao language? The girl's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. He couldn't decipher the situation and dared not approach too closely. He retrieved a hardened gray bun from his bag and tossed it towards her from a distance. The girl clumsily caught it, sniffed it, and without any caution, took a bite, only to find it too tough to chew. She appeared somewhat dazed, looking at Lin Shan with confusion. Observing her reaction, Lin Shan discerned that she was likely pampered within her clan, accustomed to having everything handed to her. Now, her entire tribe was gone, yet she remained alive. However, it was more probable that only a portion of her clan had perished, leaving other kin scattered throughout the world. Sighing, Lin Shan resolved to ignore her and continue on his path. Sympathy was one thing, but this world was merciless. He had encountered death countless times without anyone showing him compassion. As Lin Shan prepared to leave, the girl, in a state of panic, gazed at him with fear in her eyes. In the next moment, she transformed into a blue-furred fox, trailing closely behind him. Lin Shan was taken aback. Even the cat clan members could not transform into cats, so why could this girl become a fox? Was she perhaps a fallen being, having consumed the potion of the wicked fox? Yet, she had clearly utilized spiritual powers moments ago. Unable to fathom it, Lin Shan decided not to dwell further and quickened his pace, with the blue fox following at a steady pace. As evening approached, they had yet to escape the footprint-filled pit, and even the ruins of the Fox clan remained nearby. The unchanging landscape was littered with gruesome scenes of blood and flesh. And Lin Shan did not intend to travel at night, for malevolent entities often emerged after dark, unaffected by daylight. He found a random spot to sit down, using his backpack as a pillow. Suddenly, the blue fox darted past him, still tirelessly following in his wake. Lin Shan took out another gray bun, considering her size, and tore it in half before tossing it to her. The blue fox had shown no signs of aggression throughout their journey, yet Lin Shan remained vigilant, repelling her attempts to draw near several times. Upon seeing Lin Shan offer food, the blue fox leaped and caught it, then transformed back into the little girl. The gray bun still clutched in her mouth. She then chewed and swallowed it whole, her throat bulging as if it might burst. Lin Shan's face turned pale, yet his eyes remained composed. Now that he was close, Lin Shan noticed that her entire body was charred and cracked, her burnt clothing fused with her flesh. Despite such grave injuries, the girl showed no sign of discomfort, her expression remaining tranquil. This was most peculiar. What manner of being could wield such eerie powers and interchange between human and fox? At that moment, the parchment had inexplicably provided another prompt. The parchment read, "Run." The writing twisted, exuding an unsettling aura. Lin Shan felt a chill run down his spine and, without a second thought, seized his backpack and fled. The girl, witnessing Lin Shan's sudden departure, hesitated momentarily before transforming into a fox, attempting to follow him, but then abruptly halted, her gaze fixed behind her. The space shimmered like ripples in water. A finely dressed, middle-aged man emerged, first glancing in Lin Shan's direction, his eyes piercing through the gray mist to lock onto Lin Shan. In the next second, an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged towards Lin Shan from all sides. He attempted to summon his heart's light to shield himself, but he could not withstand even a second of it. With a thunderous crash, Lin Shan was crushed by the pressure, his body exploding into dismembered pieces, blood splattering several meters away. Upon witnessing Lin Shan's demise, the man turned his attention to the young girl. "Are you all right?" "I came as soon as I sensed something was amiss with the clan's fate," the middle-aged man inquired. The girl beamed at the middle-aged man, her previous demeanor forgotten, exuding a lively spirit. "I'm fine, but the 200-year legacy of Lanxing City has been lost. I barely managed to escape, only to encounter such a thing." She continued, "I just saw someone quite intriguing. He gave me a familiar feeling, so I played with him for a while." The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, "I killed him." "All right." The girl responded calmly, showing no sign of discomfort. The space rippled once more as the two stepped into a mirror-like realm, vanishing from sight. The surroundings fell silent, with only the scattered remains of Lin Shan's body narrating the events that had just transpired. At that moment, the dismembered limbs on the ground began to twitch, and blood, flesh, and bone fragments commenced their grotesque amalgamation, gradually restoring themselves. An hour later, aside from the clothing, Lin Shan had completely returned to his former self. If one overlooked the signs of stitching, he appeared as he had before. Lin Shan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused and bewildered. After a moment, he murmured in trepidation, "I must have died just now, right?" Even now, he felt a lingering shock. The recent experience had been too terrifying. The overwhelming pressure had crushed not only his body, but his very soul, leading to a true sense of disintegration. In that moment of death, he felt his spirit detach from his body, but soon enough, it too began to fragment before he completely lost consciousness. He took out the spare clothes prepared by Huang Ying from his backpack, contemplating, "I can't believe I survived that. How did I come back to life?" The only unique aspect he possessed at present was the talent of the Guadi. Did the Guadi also share the indestructible nature akin to the uncanny? Before he could ponder further, his exceedingly weakened body succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 27. The Fallen and the Beasts. When Lin Shan awoke, it was already noon the following day. The patchwork-like marks on his body had faded somewhat, and the sense of weakness had dissipated. To his dismay, however, his heartbeat had ceased, and he could not breathe easily due to a lack of air. It seemed as if this body had perished. Lin Shan pondered quietly. The so-called strange body likely does not refer to this tangible form that he can see and touch. Otherwise, it would be too feeble. Perhaps it pertains to some unknown aspect of existence, such as the soul. Lin Shan continued to eat, aware that even though he might not starve to death if he abstained from food, his body still required sustenance. He feared that prolonged fasting would lead to the complete decay of his physical form. Indeed, his conjecture proved accurate. After consuming his meal, he distinctly felt his heart begin to beat with a faint rhythm. After dining, he resumed his journey. Glancing at the annotations on the parchment, he noted that only 130 kilometers remained. Upon examining the parchment, Lin Shan discovered a location he had previously overlooked, causing his mind to whirl in confusion. Where had the parchment gone? Why had it not fallen from his consciousness? Even if it resided not in his actual brain, but rather in the depicted realm of the mind or consciousness, if he were to die, those realms should vanish as well. Where, then, would the parchment go? The more he pondered, the more he sensed the parchment's peculiarity. The eerie pressure it emanated did not affect it in the slightest. He cast a glance at the nearby crumpled red lantern, which he had previously held, now deformed into a twisted sphere due to the pressure. Fortunately, strange objects, like the bazaar, do not succumb to destruction. He could sense the red lantern slowly recovering, a process that might take considerable time. As he traversed the gray fog, visibility dwindled to a mere 10 meters. As evening approached, the gray mist in the sky could not obscure the crimson moon. The pale red moonlight spilled over the fog, causing it to ripple with a soft rosy hue. Until now, he remained ensnared in the footprint pit. After consuming a gray bun, Lin Shan took his scheduled rest. Upon awakening the next day, he noted that the puzzle-like marks on his body had faded further, and his heartbeat had grown stronger. It seemed that it would not be long before he returned to his former state. Relieved by the changes in his body, Lin Shan felt a sense of comfort. Recovery was paramount. His body had always been unnaturally cold, and if he were to lose his heartbeat and breath, he could not even be certain of his humanity. 2 hours later, Lin Shan arrived at the outskirts of the city ruins, estimating that he had traversed approximately 80 kilometers within the rubble. In such a vast city, how many souls could it have housed? Yet, they all seemed to have merged into a flat tapestry alongside the city itself. It was not until noon that he spotted a nearly 2-meter-high slope up ahead. Upon leaping onto the slope, the world before him transformed into a three-dimensional panorama. It felt as though he had crossed into two realms, the three-dimensional world and the two-dimensional. Lin Shan calculated that he had walked nearly 150 kilometers within the footprints. Just the impressions left by his steps spanned 150 kilometers. What might the size of that unknown creature be? He dared not imagine it. At that moment, the trees before him began to thicken, yet they all shared a singular trait. They were barren of leaves. Ever since he had emerged from the massive footprint, Lin Shan had grown increasingly vigilant. The red lantern had yet to fully recover, and he tread cautiously through the gray fog, aware that each step could lead to danger. As noon approached, Lin Shan leaned against a tree, examining the annotations on the parchment. Less than 50 kilometers remained to his destination, yet this target was in constant motion. The markers shifting intermittently, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. Lin Shan's pupils constricted in alarm, without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly dove into the nearby open space. In the next instant, a colossal white figure soared past the spot where Lin Shan had just stood, its fist crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Such immense power. Lin Shan beheld the white-furred gorilla, its robust form towering over 2 meters. Without wasting words, he commanded the Heartlight spear to lunge at the white-furred beast. Among all the Heartlight weapons, the spear felt most intuitive in his hands, delivering the strongest thrusts from a distance. The spear, radiating a golden gleam, darted towards the white-furred gorilla with blinding speed. The creature did not evade but instead met the spear with its fist. A resounding clash echoed as the fist struck the spear's tip, sparks flying in all directions. In that moment of stalemate, the pale golden spear began to spin fiercely, significantly amplifying its piercing force. With a swift motion, it plunged into the gorilla's flesh, emerging from its back, leaving a trail of blood and shattered bone. The white-furred gorilla let out a harrowing scream, attempting to flee. However, Lin Shan would not allow it. The spear rotated, angling sharply in the air, and with a swift thrust, it pierced through the gorilla's throat. Moments later, the massive creature collapsed to the ground. The battle had erupted unexpectedly, and its conclusion was equally abrupt. Lin Shan stood still, unyielding. This was the nature of combat in the gray fog world. Strength defines strength. Weakness defines weakness. This was also a clash of essence. Had Lin Shan's Heartlight spear been unable to breach the gorilla's fleshly defenses, or had it only dealt superficial wounds? It would now be Lin Shan lying on the ground. He approached the fallen beast to inspect the body, confirming it as a true extraordinary level creature, though it seemed to have recently attained such status. After recovering from previous wounds, his heart had turned a light golden hue, indicating that if he were at the 9th sequence's initial phase, he had likely entered the 2nd phase, raising his spiritual limits once more. Were the fallen and the beasts truly the same entity? If the fallen possessed cores, he recalled that he sought the core of the Scatini. If this white-furred gorilla was also a fallen creature, it should possess a core as well. After exerting considerable effort to reduce the gorilla to a mushy pulp, he found no sign of the so-called core. This incident supported another of Lin Shan's hypotheses. There exists a distinction between the fallen and the beasts. Like the strange and the bizarre, both possess supernatural power. However, the former can serve as materials for sequence potions, while the latter can be tamed and utilized by humans. The reason for such differentiation remains a mystery. Much like how Newton discovered gravity, the laws existed independently, and Newton merely unveiled them. Without further concern for the mass of flesh, Lin Shan allowed his heartlight to transform into a broad, long sword, murmuring to himself, "With my current essence, perhaps I can give this a try." Chapter 28. Scatini. Lin Shan placed the heartlight sword upon the ground and stepped onto it. To his astonishment, the heartlight sword trembled and lifted him into the air. In the next moment, it began to glide forward at a steady pace, akin to a normal person's running speed. Lin Shan sat cross-legged atop the sword, feeling the gentle breeze, exuding an air reminiscent of a sword immortal, if one were to disregard the speed. As he felt the essence dissipating, he calculated how best to utilize it. At this speed, he estimated that his essence would dwindle completely in about 40 minutes. However, he must not allow it to deplete entirely, for that would leave him defenseless. After 20 minutes of flight, his essence would likely drop to the first phase of Sequence 9, a level he could tolerate. Lost in thought, 20 minutes passed swiftly, and Lin Shan leaped off the flying sword. He sensed the rate of essence recovery, estimating that it would replenish fully in about 30 minutes. This meant that if he expended all his essence, he could return to peak condition within an hour. Within Lin Shan's perception, he could accurately detect every minuscule fluctuation in his essence, granting him absolute control over it. Casting another glance at the parchment, he noted that he had covered 5 kilometers in 20 minutes. Though he knew it was slow, seeing the actual figures left him speechless. As his spiritual energy replenished, he continued to soar through the skies on his sword. After traversing the distance 3 times, he finally reached his destination, where the parchment indicated a mere 300 meters away. Dismounting from his flying sword, Lin Shan did not rush towards his target, but instead took a moment to restore his spiritual energy. The impending battle could prove to be effortless or exceedingly arduous. The possibility of defeat loomed large. After a brief interlude, Lin Shan proceeded on foot towards his intended location. Ready to commence the hunt, perched upon a branch of a tree, Lin Shan gazed at the peculiar creature 100 meters distant, muttering to himself. So this is the evil creature, Scatini. Its appearance is indeed bizarre. 100 meters away stood a creature resembling a horse, yet adorned with 2 small bony wings protruding from its back. Its mouth was slightly agape, revealing sharp teeth within. Most astonishingly, this creature lacked eyes. Instead, where its eyes should have been was another circular mouth, writhing like a meat grinder. Its true eyes were situated at the tip of its tail, where a large eye spun in a hypnotic manner. Truly, it was a manifestation of evil. Even its mere appearance could invoke tears from children. Lin Shan felt a shiver run down his spine. Without even engaging in combat, he already felt a significant psychological disadvantage. There was no other choice. He had to press on, if only for the sake of the alchemical materials. His heartlight's remote control range was currently limited to 20 meters. Rather than charging in directly, Lin Shan cautiously approached, utilizing the trees for cover. Once within striking distance, he unleashed his heartlight spear with a swift thrust. The spear sliced through the air, embedding itself directly into the eye at the end of Scatini's tail. In the next moment, the spear exploded the eye, releasing a shrill, infant-like wail from Scatini, a sound that pierced Lin Shan's eardrums. Fortunately, it bore no substantial impact, merely the agonized cries of the creature. He had gambled correctly. Lin Shan felt a surge of joy as, blinded by the loss of its eye, Scatini began to flail about chaotically. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shan aimed his spear directly at Scatini's head. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. The creature's skull was as hard as iron, leaving no mark from his strike. Time to change tactics. Lin Shan commanded his heartlight spear to attack relentlessly. The sounds of metal clashing filled the air as the spear grazed its body, producing brilliant sparks, yet only leaving white marks upon its abdomen. Meanwhile, Scatini continued to screech and writhe, inadvertently moving out of Lin Shan's attack range. He had no choice but to pursue, maintaining the 20-meter distance while utilizing the trees for concealment. Suddenly, the spear soared high into the air, spinning rapidly. The spear's glow emitted a resonant hum, growing ever brighter and sharper as it spun. This technique was one Lin Shan had developed himself. He had employed it previously when slaying the white-haired gorilla. By harnessing the spear's rotation, he could concentrate force and enhance penetration, making it his most formidable attack yet. With a swift thrust, the spear shot forward, targeting Cicatini's vulnerable abdomen, embodying the essence of a dragon unleashed. This strike did not disappoint. It cleaved through Cicatini's abdomen, creating a gaping wound that spilled its innards and foul blood onto the ground, rendering it unconscious. Lin Shan approached to inspect the corpse. However, as he neared, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Cicatini lunged forward with astonishing speed, sinking its teeth into Lin Shan's arm. His pupils dilated in shock as he discovered that the circular mouth concealed another eye. The creature was not blind after all. The exposed eye was merely a ruse. Without hesitation, he severed his own arm in a desperate bid for escape. He quickly distanced himself, noting that the creature remained motionless, perhaps biding its time for a counterattack or merely experiencing a momentary resurgence. Lin Shan refrained from drawing closer, opting instead to transform his heartlight into a pair of scissors, plunging them into Cicatini's belly with reckless abandon. After thoroughly shredding its innards, he cautiously approached once more. Upon closer inspection, Cicatini remained unresponsive. It appeared truly lifeless. He realized that the creature's conspicuous eye had been a decoy, while the hidden eye in its mouth posed a lethal threat. Had he not been vigilant, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim. Even so, he had incurred the loss of an arm. Lin Shan pondered that perhaps the loss would not be permanent. After all, he had once been reduced to a mass of flesh and had recovered. He pried open Cicatini's jaws, noting that his arm had not been swallowed, but rather bitten off into 3 segments. He placed the base of his arm against the severed area, observing as numerous black tendrils sprouted from the stump, connecting to the severed limb. Moments later, his arm was reattached, and he repeated the process for the remaining segments, restoring his arm to its former state, albeit with a temporary inability to move, likely requiring time for full recovery. Gazing at his restored arm, Lin Shan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, reflecting, "I am becoming less human by the day." Once his arm was reattached, Lin Shan felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Unlike the previous time when he fainted, he felt a pervasive fatigue, as if something vital was missing. It seemed that this process of reassembling his body was not without its costs, though he remained unaware of what was being expended. After resting for a moment, Lin Shan returned to the site of Cicatini's corpse, glancing at the parchment. The parchment read, within the eye in its mouth. Indeed, it appeared that the parchment possessed a form of consciousness. Lin Shan hesitated to inquire further, fearing that excessive questioning might result in a backlash from the parchment, which could drain his lifespan. He resolved to limit his queries to matters strictly related to the sequence of potions, avoiding other inquiries unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 29, 90,000 miles. Lin Shan pried open the circular mouth atop Cicatini's head, extracting the concealed eye. With a tearing sound, the blood vessels connecting to the eye came out as well. The eye was covered in a dense layer of grayish-white flesh, resembling a spider's web. Lin Shan meticulously peeled away the flesh to reveal an irregularly shaped gray stone, no larger than a fist, its surface uneven and pulsating with a potent spiritual energy. He weighed the stone in his hand, then wiped it clean of blood against the ground before stowing it away in his backpack. Thus, he had collected 1/3 of the materials needed for the Bloodwing potion. The next ingredient was mercury grass, which lay along a route that was not a straight path, but rather parallel, marked at a distance of 231 kilometers. This distance could be traversed in 3 days, possibly even faster with the aid of his flying sword. After hastily preparing some provisions, Lin Shan set off towards the mercury grass's location. Along the way, he encountered a plethora of bizarre creatures, with smaller groups consisting of only a few individuals, while larger groups stretched endlessly as far as the eye could see. He even spotted a dozen Cicatini wandering through the woods, astonishingly grazing like herbivores. It seemed that the locations indicated by the parchment were indeed the easiest to access for gathering materials, if it marked the Cicatini's territory. Acquiring further materials would prove to be significantly more challenging. Fortunately, this area appeared to be the domain of evil creatures, and he had yet to encounter anything particularly sinister. During his journey, Lin Shan utilized his flying sword to evade ground-dwelling creatures while walking on the ground when faced with airborne ones. By alternating between flying and walking, he covered nearly 50 kilometers by dusk, achieving a speed almost double his previous pace. The newfound ability to fly greatly enhanced his capacity to avoid danger. In addition, the Red Lantern had also regained some functionality during this time. While it had not fully restored, it could provide a visual range of 100 meters, sufficient to evade the majority of evil beings. Taking advantage of the trees for cover, Lin Shan was able to approach within 20 meters of the creatures without detection, provided he remained silent. Of course, This did not apply to certain creatures with unique abilities, such as the two-segmented cobra lying beneath him. This serpent seemed to possess a form of perception. As Lin Shan approached within 20 meters, it fixated on him silently. The moment he entered its attack range, it lunged at him like an arrow released from a taut bowstring. Fortunately, Lin Shanxin's protective aura shattered the obstruction, and Lin Shan swiftly severed it with a single stroke of his sword. Gazing at the serpent sprawled on the ground, Lin Shan pondered. After days of consuming the tough gray bread, his palate had grown weary. Perhaps it was time to indulge in a more sumptuous meal. As evening fell, he feasted on snake meat, and after the meal, a glimmer of enlightenment struck him. He realized that his spiritual capacity had slightly increased, and the rate of spiritual recovery during the digestion of the snake meat had remarkably accelerated. This was merely a segment of a Sequence 9 extraordinary beast, yet its effects were akin to a miraculous elixir. Conversely, the snake's gallbladder, which should have been the most valuable part, proved ineffective, devoid of any spiritual essence. All the vitality resided within the flesh and blood of the serpent. The precise reason eluded Lin Shan. He meticulously dried the snake meat, transforming it into jerky for his pack, knowing that this sustenance would significantly extend his sword flight duration. 2 days later, soaring at an altitude of several dozen meters, the gray mist swirled rapidly beside him. Thanks to the sustenance from the snake meat, he had spent most of his time aloft, with their destination a mere 10 kilometers ahead. He adeptly evaded over a dozen attacks from the malevolent beings, narrowly escaping each encounter. The most perilous assault came from an aberrant avian creature, far exceeding his capabilities. Utilizing the red lantern to buy time, he managed to conceal himself in the woods below, though he bore several puncture wounds from its sharp beak. In this region, he encountered no strange phenomena, only clusters of malevolent beings, varying in strength and bizarre in form. Furthermore, Lin Shan observed that these malevolent entities seldom harmed one another without cause, and there was no established food chain. Anything smaller than themselves was fair game, vividly illustrating the principle of big fish eat small fish. Flying high above, he naturally avoided most malevolent beings, those capable of flight soared at great heights, predominantly comprising Sequence 9 segments to Sequence 2 in strength. An altitude of 30 meters was deemed the safest, a height he had earned through numerous encounters. After half an hour, Lin Shan arrived at the foot of a mountain. The terrain shifted here, transforming from the sprawling forest that spanned hundreds of kilometers to a series of towering mountains that pierced the clouds, enveloped in swirling gray mist, resembling pillars of heaven stretching infinitely. The higher he ascended, the thinner the mist became, allowing him to glimpse the vague silhouettes of the mountains. The target of his journey, the Xuan Chao, lay ahead. The parchment indicated a three-dimensional distance with an elevation of 9,408 meters. Continuing forward, he approached a steep cliff obscured by the mist, rendering it impossible to discern its summit. Lin Shan recalled that the elevation of Mount Everest on Earth was 8,848 meters, and this mountain easily surpassed that height. He began to ascend gradually on his sword, and as he climbed higher, an inexplicable pressure weighed upon him, significantly depleting his spiritual energy. The 8,000-meter ascent took a full 2 hours, not counting rest, and Lin Shan found himself struggling to breathe. This was not altitude sickness, but rather a result of an unseen force exerting pressure upon him, the source being the gray mist. Upon reaching a high altitude, Lin Shan realized that what he had perceived below was merely an illusion. The gray mist at this height had not thinned, but rather intensified. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he could see distant mountain peaks with clarity. In the distance, mountains stretched endlessly, an unbroken chain of summits. Suddenly, he spotted a solitary cylindrical peak far off, perfectly shaped, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding mountains. In an instant, Lin Shan felt his vision draw closer, an unknown force compelling him forward. At that moment, it was as if he had attained a divine perspective, encompassing everything around the cylindrical peak. He could clearly see that the mountain bore 3 colossal characters inscribed upon it, written in an unfamiliar script, yet akin to a sequenced stone tablet, directly imparting the meaning of the text into his mind. In the next moment, his consciousness shifted from afar to near, gradually returning to him. Jiuwanli, Lin Shan murmured, a look of astonishment crossing his face. That mountain was named Jiuwanli. What did it signify? Could it be that the peak stood 9,000 miles high? Yet Lin Shan sensed it was more than just a representation of height. The mountain was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of the supernatural. The implication was unmistakable. The entire cylindrical peak was extraordinary. As he focused further, he realized that the height he observed was not the summit of the mountain, but merely a midpoint. Given the mountain's massive structure, This midpoint featured a slight depression, which, to the valley, might appear insignificant, but to Lin Shan, it represented an expanse of valleys stretching for countless miles. It seemed that the Xuan Chao must reside within this valley. Chapter 30. Willow Tree. Lin Shan leaped into the valley. The scene before him left him in awe of nature's wonders. He struggled to articulate the beauty he beheld, an immense basin surrounded by an unknown expanse. The valley floor teeming with a myriad of plants, numbering in the thousands, so densely packed it seemed as if they might run out of space to grow. Most notably, many extraordinary plants were interspersed among them. He quickly spotted the Xuan Chao he sought, sprouting like ordinary wild grass at a mere 10 centimeters in height, with 7 pointed leaves swaying in the breeze. Beside it stood specimens with 8 and even 9 leaves, but the parchment only marked the 7-leaf variety. He refrained from greedily harvesting the 9-leafed plant, aware that the efficacy of sequence potions did not hinge on potency. If the effects were too overpowering, it could disrupt the overall balance of the potion. Given the abundance of extraordinary plants in this valley, Lin Shan speculated whether any could enhance spiritual energy. Observing the diversity of extraordinary flora, he felt a surge of inspiration. His conjecture was grounded in the fact that he had discerned 2 categories of both anomalies and malevolent beings, one type serving as materials for sequence potions, while the other could be manipulated by humans, merely under different nomenclature. Could there exist a category of spiritual medicines, akin to magical potions? At this juncture, only the parchment could assist him. Although he feared the parchment might retaliate if it grew stronger, his primary objective was to enhance his own power. As long as he remained stronger than the parchment, it would forever serve him, receiving a fragment of his lifespan as compensation. With this thought in mind, Lin Shan hesitated no longer and took out the parchment to write. Lin Shan, are there any spiritual medicines nearby that can enhance spiritual energy? The parchment responded. 18 consumable spiritual medicines detected, including 1 sequence 8 medicine. The parchment continued. 2 years and 3 months of lifespan required to obtain the location. Gazing at the characters on the parchment, Lin Shan calculated. The positions of these spiritual medicines demanded a month of lifespan per plant, while the sequence 8 required 10 months. There seemed to be a pattern to the parchment's pricing, though he could not yet discern it. Payment, Lin Shan declared. 19 dots appeared on the parchment, the largest in the center representing him, while the surrounding dots indicated the locations of the spiritual medicines, the farthest being 80 kilometers away, the closest merely 400 meters. Approaching one of the plants, he encountered a pair of white flowers, each with 3 petals, surrounded by twinkling specks of white light. Without hesitation, Lin Shan uprooted the flower. Glimpsing at the parchment in his mind, it promptly displayed. The correct method of consumption is to divide into 30 equal portions to be consumed within a month. For anomalies, it is advised to swallow the entire plant whole. Lin Shan frowned, but ultimately swallowed the entire flower, roots and all, in one gulp. In the next moment, he heard a crackling sound, as if something had shattered. Upon introspection, he found his heart had splintered into pieces. The following instant, his consciousness faded into oblivion. When he awoke, it was night. Upon introspection, he discovered his heart had mended, and the golden aura had expanded, yet he remained far from the 3rd stage. A month later, he finally located and consumed all 17 spiritual herbs. After nearly daily bouts of unconsciousness, his heart had turned a pale golden hue, nearly 40% transformed. According to his own classification, he now stood at sequence 9, 3rd stage, and was very close to reaching the 4th stage. If the spiritual essence of the 1st stage is considered 1, his current level would be 3.9. Only one last sequence 8 potion remained, situated at the farthest point, seemingly at the center of this valley. With ample spiritual essence, Lin Shan soared through the air on his sword. Notably, his flying speed remained unchanged, still at a sluggish pace. However, his endurance had undergone a qualitative transformation. Though the total amount of spiritual essence had increased, the time for it to replenish remained at 1 hour. Now, he could sustain the consumption of sword flight solely with the automatically restored spiritual essence, eliminating concerns of depleting it completely. Lin Shan sat cross-legged on his large sword, arms crossed, and sensed the surrounding spiritual fluctuations intensifying, imparting a subtle pressure upon him. Spiritual oppression. The pure spiritual essence compressed the space, a sensation he had previously experienced that resulted in being crushed to bits. Fortunately, this time he was confronting a plant. In the distance, he spotted a towering tree, hundreds of meters high. It was a massive willow tree, too large for even 10 people to encircle. Its branches hung down, each extending about 100 meters long, and looking up from beneath the tree was even more awe-inspiring. The willow shaded the sky, blocking out all sunlight within a radius of 100 meters. Was this the sequence 8 spiritual herb? Perhaps using plant as a measure was somewhat inappropriate. It was unrealistic to consider taking the entire tree, so he could only see if he could collect a few scraps. Lin Shan commanded the axe conjured from his heart's light to strike the willow fiercely, yet it left no mark whatsoever, unable to damage the trunk. He began to chop at the upper branches and successfully left a faint white mark. Lin Shan's heart leapt with joy. Leaving a mark was sufficient. After all, with enough effort, even an iron pestle could be ground into a needle. 3 hours later, a nearly 100-meter-long branch fell from the tree. Lin Shan picked it up and glanced at the parchment. This time, it seemed the parchment did not grasp his intent. With a sigh, he retrieved it and wrote with a quill. Lin Shan, can the willow branch be consumed? Parchment, yes. But the spiritual essence cannot be absorbed and will cause immediate bodily explosion, requiring time for resurrection. Since the parchment mentioned resurrection, Lin Shan directly wrote again, why do I always resurrect after dying? This had long been a source of his confusion. Parchment, a lifespan of 3 months must be paid. Lin Shan, payment. Parchment, the ghastly body does not die or perish except when its lifespan is exhausted. Just as he suspected, everything stemmed from the ghastly body. It appeared he need not worry about being killed in the future. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the parchment doused him with cold water. Parchment, although the ghastly body does not die, each revival requires the consumption of its essence. If the essence is depleted all at once, it will enter a state of death, indistinguishable from actual death. Recovery from this state takes considerable time and requires external force to restart the revival. Without external interference, it will persist until its lifespan reaches an end. The parchment's words reminded Lin Shan of the ghastly entity he encountered in the footprint pit. That state was nearly indistinguishable from death. As for what external force was needed for a restart, Lin Shan did not inquire further, knowing this was sufficient. He also realized why the parchment traded in lifespans. Even an immortal ghastly body would perish if its lifespan was exhausted, and since lifespan is tied to the soul, it seemed that the soul governed everything. The ghastly body, the fallen body, the living body, these physical forms might all be subordinate to the soul. Stowing away the parchment, he turned his gaze back to the willow branch in hand. Chapter 31. Blood Lake. The willow branch could not be consumed now. Perhaps it could be saved until he ascended to sequence 8? Lin Shan shook his head. Reaching sequence 8 was still far off. It would be better to use it as a rope. This branch was exceptionally sturdy and imbued with spiritual essence, making it perfect for binding the ghastly entities. After stripping off all the leaves, the branch, though 100 meters long, was quite slender. Rolled up, it occupied little space, and his backpack could still accommodate it. Lin Shan discarded some gray buns, as he had lost interest in them after acquiring snake jerky. He freed up space to stow the exceedingly slender willow branch inside. His backpack was half a person tall and boasted 3 thick layers, providing ample space. Despite this, a small portion of the branch still protruded outside, unable to fit entirely within. Gazing at the ground covered with spiritual willow leaves, Lin Shan felt a pang of reluctance. He thus stuffed all the leaves into a smaller side compartment of his backpack. While the spiritual essence contained within these leaves was not abundant, the parchment had warned that consuming them would lead to an explosive demise. Lin Shan speculated this was a matter of quality rather than quantity, as he could sense a subtle pressure emanating from the leaves. With the second material in hand, his strength had significantly advanced, marking yet another joyous occasion. Now, he only required the final and most challenging material, a complete anomaly known as blood wing. The parchment now indicated a distance of 561 kilometers. Lin Shan's heart raced. Previously, when he checked the position of the mercury grass, it had clearly stated over 2,000 kilometers. How had it suddenly changed to 561 kilometers? The next moment, he saw the readings rapidly decrease. 5605, 59558, 55955, 557. This anomaly was moving continuously and at an astonishing speed. However, it appeared to be merely wandering within a specific area rather than moving over a broader range. Lin Shan felt a foreboding sense of unease. The anomaly's speed far surpassed his own, making it impossible to catch. To seize an anomaly, one must induce a state of disarray, continuously shattering it to exhaust its essence. Setting aside the question of whether he could defeat it, its speed rendered it unattainable. Regardless, he resolved to approach it first. After 2 days of sword flight, he drew near the anomaly's location. His sustained speed had significantly increased, covering over 300 kilometers in 2 days without encountering any dangers. A few ambushes were effortlessly repelled. The path he traversed was no longer the mountainous region, but rather the previously corrupted forest, albeit heading north this time. The forest's southern edge featured deep footprints. While the eastern side was mountainous, the northern expanse remained unknown, the forest itself astonishingly vast, stretching for hundreds of kilometers without an end in sight. Suddenly, the Bloodwings marker on the parchment began to shift. 568, 569, 570, 571572. It continued to move north at an incredible speed. Lin Shan silently lamented, but had no choice but to pursue. One day later, he arrived at the location where the anomaly had been wandering. The trees in the area had all vanished, decayed, and there were at least several hundred fallen, ghastly entities lying lifeless on the ground. Lin Shan dismounted from his heart's sword to inspect the corpses of the ghastly entities, noting a common trait among them. They were devoid of any blood. Did Bloodwing possess powers related to blood? As he contemplated the scene before him, a beastly roar erupted. A ghastly entity resembling a fish with claws and wings akin to a pterosaur approached, its body marred by numerous blackened wounds, clearly inflicted by the supernatural. It roared, low and resonant, a sound reminiscent of water. After its growl, it paid Lin Shan no mind, instead rummaging through the pile of ghastly bodies until it uncovered a small entity identical to itself. It crouched over it, occasionally nudging the small one with its slightly parted fish mouth. It seemed even ghastly entities could feel affection. This poignant scene evoked Lin Shan's reflections. And considering the direction from which the ghastly entity had arrived, along with its injuries, it was evident that the anomaly was connected to it. There was a strong likelihood that it had been pursuing the anomaly. Anomalies possess instincts, and any moving anomaly would certainly flee. Since this malevolent entity did not attack him, Lin Shan chose not to provoke trouble. Perhaps the entity had sustained some form of damage, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. A week later, he found himself once again in that vast forest, which spanned over 1,000 kilometers. He had been pursuing the entity, but its speed was astonishingly swift. Finally, it had halted 4 days prior at a certain location and had not moved since, with the distance marked on the parchment now at 37 kilometers. This week had been a true test of endurance, as he, a sequence 9 nearing the 4th stage, was not weak within this forest, especially with the ability to fly. Exercising caution, he could navigate the terrain with relative ease. Along the way, he had encountered 2 attacks from malevolent entities stronger than himself, both of which he managed to fend off with his red lantern, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. The deceased had since been transformed into jerky in his backpack. Although the flesh of the malevolent entities was somewhat repugnant, it served its purpose. His confidence in pursuing the entities stemmed from his current strength, with the red lantern serving as his greatest assurance. After 2 months of recovery, the lantern had fully restored its power, and with his enhanced strength and blood quality, his vision had extended to 500 meters. Continuing onward, he soon exited the forest, marking the end of the extensive malevolent territory. To the north, a vast freshwater lake awaited him. The forest transitioned into an endless lakeshore, where flocks of birds soared through the sky. If the area of Zihan Hualin was teeming with anomalies, then the malevolent forest he had just traversed was their stronghold. This place was a paradise for fish and birds alike. Gazing upward, Lin Shan sensed an unmistakable chill that was unique to the anomalies. It seemed that the blood-winged entity had stopped just after escaping the malevolent forest. As darkness approached, he decided it would be wiser to wait until tomorrow to take action. Observing the dimming sky, Lin Shan murmured to himself. Finding a clearing by the lake, he produced a ceramic bottle and poured out the red, foul-smelling liquid within, beast's blood. After cleansing the bottle and refilling it with fresh water, he tilted his head back and drank. To his surprise, the water tasted sweet. A rare delight after so long, without proper hydration. His supply had long been exhausted, and he had not encountered any sources to replenish it. Resorting instead to consuming the blood of beasts, which he had grown accustomed to despite its unpleasant taste. As the red moon ascended, its light cast a crimson hue over the lake's surface. The birds, sensing the ominous presence of the red moon, retreated into the surrounding forest. Awaiting the dawn to resume their hunt, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The red waters stirred gently in the night breeze, a strong scent of blood wafting through the air. Blood? Lin Shan paused, his heart racing as he realized something was amiss. After nearly 2 months of consuming blood, he had become acutely sensitive to its scent. Rising to the lake's edge, he dipped his finger into the water, gazing at the crimson liquid on his fingertip. His pupils dilated in shock. This was not water, it was blood. A whole lake of blood. Chapter 32. Bloodwing Lin Shan stepped back several paces from the lake, his gaze cold and piercing as he surveyed the area. By day, It was a normal lake. Why had it transformed into a blood lake by night? Moreover, the lake's expanse was so vast that it could easily be mistaken for an ocean. If the entire malevolent forest served as the lakeshore, then this lake must span at least 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Could the blood moon be responsible? He glanced up at the blood-red moon hanging in the sky. Its hue indeed strikingly vivid, yet alluring. Suddenly, Lin Shan recoiled in alarm. The entire surface of the lake began to rise, or rather, shift. Within mere seconds, it had moved several meters, threatening to engulf Lin Shan's feet. At that moment, a blood-red hand emerged from the lake's surface, followed by an arm, a head, a torso, and finally legs. A humanoid figure appeared, standing silently upon the lake's surface. What followed was enough to chill Lin Shan to the bone. Countless blood-red arms erupted from the lake, a sea of crimson figures standing atop the water. In unison, they took a step forward, causing the blood lake to expand, swiftly overtaking everything in their path. Lin Shan soared into the air on his sword, mesmerized by the astonishing scene. As the figures moved in unison, the blood lake spread into the forest, swallowing everything within his 500-meter line of sight in less than a second. Just then, a sharp bird call resonated from the forest, slicing through the air and across the lake's surface, abruptly halting the advancing blood lake. The next moment, dawn broke. A colossal figure, blocking out the sun and radiating intense white light, emerged from the haze in an instant. It did not pause in its descent. Lin Shan saw a flash of white light vanish into the blood lake. Bubbles began to rise from the lake's surface, and the entire body of water began to boil, the blood within evaporating at a visible rate, causing the figures on the surface to melt away like wax. Once the water level receded to its original position, the light beam returned, restoring everything to normal. However, the color of the beam had dimmed significantly, as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. All of this transpired in under 5 minutes, leaving only the sandy ground to bear witness to the events that had unfolded. On the Heartlight Sword, Lin Shan lifted his gaze to the sky. The chilling presence lingered. The entity known as Bloodwing remained unmoved in its position. He looked back at the blood lake, which had now calmed. A war between the anomalies and the malevolent entities? Perhaps it could be termed a territorial defense by the malevolent. Lin Shan murmured to himself. He was unaware of the sequence level of this blood lake and the unknown malevolent entity within the light beam. The disparity was too vast. The blood lake was devoid of self-awareness, but in the eyes of the malevolent entity, it likely amounted to nothing more than an unnutritious morsel. Thus, he remained seated on his sword until the red moon vanished and the sun rose. Lin Shan opened his eyes, the heart light sword gradually ascending. He was about to commence his hunt for the Bloodwing. The heart light could not divide. Thus, while it bore him, he could not attack, and had to devise a method to draw the Bloodwing down. At the sword's tip lay a bundle of willow branches and a red lantern, the only tools he possessed to confront the anomaly. His intention was to use the willow branches to pull down the entity, restraining its movement. As for whether they might snap, he was entirely unconcerned. The willow branches originated from a sequence 8 tree, and he had spent 3 hours chopping down a single branch with his Heartlight sword. To be cautious, Lin Shan retrieved the parchment. Lin Shan, what is the weakness of the Bloodwing? Parchment, 1 month of lifespan is required. Lin Shan, payment confirmed. Parchment, the complete entity of the anomaly has no weaknesses. Lin Shan felt an urge to curse, losing a month of lifespan for nothing. Yet he had gleaned an additional piece of information, which he silently committed to memory. Lacking a weakness meant he could only confront it head-on. Rising, he gripped the willow branch in one hand and the red lantern in the other, the oil already filled to the brim. High in the sky, Lin Shan gazed at the oddly shaped anomaly before him. Enormous wings unfurled, with a vertical pupil scanning its surroundings. The wings, white as snow and adorned with soft feathers, flapped rhythmically, causing black blood to drip down, only to rise again in a continuous cycle, as if a waterfall of blood flowed beneath it. It lacked a solid form, appearing as though composed of ethereal light and shadow. Lin Shan was 200 meters away. Perhaps he had not yet entered its anomalous range, for he had yet to be attacked. He gradually approached, but as he neared within 50 meters, darkness suddenly enveloped him, the sunlight obscured. Looking up, his pupils constricted in shock. The Bloodwing hovered less than 5 meters above him, its massive wings spanning nearly 10 meters wide. When had it gotten so close? As Lin Shan gazed ahead, the Bloodwings flickered momentarily before abruptly vanishing. A mere afterimage. The speed was so extraordinary that Lin Shan could hardly react. In the next instant, he felt his blood spiraling out of control. With a resounding explosion, his blood vessels ruptured, and the blood did not fall but ascended, all converging beneath the colossal wings. This was dire. The loss of his blood did not adversely affect him, apart from a profound ache. However, being devoid of blood meant he could no longer fuel the Hong Ding Long, which was a critical predicament. The extraordinary battle reached its decisive moment in an instant, leaving him no time to ponder. With a mere thought, he ignited the blood wings above him. Instantly, two supernatural forces clashed, the air crackling with energy as the blood surrounding the wings ignited. This was not actual blood, but merely a manifestation of the supernatural. Lin Shan felt an unexpected release of pressure and, without hesitation, flung the willow branch in his hand. The blood wings, preoccupied with resisting the supernatural force of the Hong Ding Long, were ensnared by the willow branch. With a vigorous tug, the living force transformed into a deadlock. As he observed the dwindling oil within the lantern, Lin Shan tied the other end of the willow branch to the Xian Guangjian. He then directed the sword downwards, feeling an extraordinary force emanating from the wings, which remained steadfast in position. Seeing that only a fraction of the oil remained, Lin Shan decided to take a gamble. He extinguished the flames of the Hong Ding Long and leapt from the Xian Guangjian. The blood wings, moving at an even swifter pace, approached Lin Shan's head, seemingly intent on extracting his blood once more, only to discover there was nothing left to draw. The vertical pupil within the wings spun around, and the once pristine white wings abruptly morphed into a crimson hue. A surge of blood-red light rushed towards Lin Shan. It intended to obliterate him using pure supernatural power. With no avenue for evasion, Lin Shan was enveloped by the crimson radiance, his flesh, organs, and bones all succumbing to the supernatural erosion, rapidly decaying and rotting. When the blood wings dissipated, Lin Shan was utterly lifeless, his shattered skeleton littered with fragments of flesh. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through, scattering the remnants of his bones across the earth. Chapter 33. The essence of the Guadi. Lin Shan watched helplessly as his shattered bones fell to the ground. He had died, yet he was not truly dead. Unlike the previous encounter when the powerful Fox Clan elder had torn him apart along with his Guadi, this time the blood wings evidently lacked such capacity. It was his external body that perished, yet his Guadi remained. It was only now that he comprehended the unity of the Guadi and the soul. A normal person possesses a soul, but cannot leave their body, while upon death, the soul disperses. Reflecting on this, it made sense. Who frequently experiences their soul departing from the body? Since arriving in this world and acquiring the Guadi, he had often found his soul departing. This current sensation led him to overturn many of his prior assumptions. The Guadi was a shadow entirely composed of the supernatural, save for a half-golden heart located at its chest. Indeed, that half-golden heart resided within the Guadi, while other spiritual organs may attach to their bodies. His was affixed to his Guadi. Even without a body, he could still wield spiritual power. Observing his current form, it was merely a proportionate black shadow, indistinguishable from his original self. However, lacking a physical entity presented numerous inconveniences. For instance, he was now floating, devoid of any sensation of weight, and had lost all human senses. This feeling was undeniably terrifying, akin to a conscious form of death. The Hong Ding Long was firmly in his grasp, and this time, he did not need to draw blood. He directly channeled the essence of the Guadi. In an instant, the sky was enveloped in red light. A crimson female figure emerged behind Lin Shan, merging with him. This red figure had not appeared for quite some time, having vanished after the confrontation with the eerie old man in the Zhehunhua forest. He had not anticipated that the essence of the Guadi could awaken her. At this moment, Lin Shan felt an overwhelming surge of power, his gaze fixed upon the blood wings above. After killing Lin Shan, they remained motionless in place. The moment Lin Shan's eyes fell upon them, their form ignited with eerie, transparent flames, crackling as they burned. Sensing the assault, the vertical pupil within the wings turned to focus on Lin Shan. It began to summon supernatural forces to counter the flames, creating a strange magnetic field in the air. Both supernatural forces were evenly matched, with one side bathed in light red and the other in a deep crimson. The collision of fire and blood was not fierce, yet it was fraught with peril. Lin Shan propelled the Xian Guang into a spear, launching it directly at the blood wings. The Xian Guang pierced through the wings, creating a hollow in their form. However, the source within quickly surged to repair the damage. This was precisely what Lin Shan sought, with the Hong Ding Long at his side. He merely needed to exhaust its source. He commanded the spear to continuously penetrate the wings, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times. As he neared the depletion of his Guadi's essence, the blood wings ceased repairing the holes in their wings, indicating a lack of source to do so. Attempting to flee, the blood wings flapped their wings rapidly. Lin Shan was prepared, pulling on the willow branch in his hand to follow their movement. If he couldn't pull it, he would simply accompany them, as he possessed neither a physical entity nor weight. The bloodwings moved with astonishing speed, the scenery around him transforming into streaks as they retreated swiftly. Along the way, Lin Shan did not neglect to intensify his attacks. As he continued his onslaught, the total amount of his spiritual essence began to dwindle. After a brief flight, the bloodwings abruptly halted in a certain location. At last, Lin Shan's efforts bore fruit. Before he could no longer endure, the vertical pupil between the wings slowly closed, and the surrounding supernatural forces dissipated. They had entered a state of dormancy. Lin Shan exhaled deeply. His essence was on the verge of being consumed by the red light, yet he had managed to hold on. The essence was distinct from spiritual energy and the supernatural. It was merely a reparative substance derived from his constitution. If his essence were to deplete first, he would enter a dormant state, and all his efforts would be in vain, leaving his revival uncertain. The battle was won purely through attrition. The supernatural forces of the Hong Danglong were evenly matched, rendering it incapable of allocating any power to defend against Lin Shan's assaults, forcing it to endure his relentless strikes. Should any onlookers have been present, they would have noted that apart from the Bloodwings' retreat, neither Lin Shan nor the Bloodwings had moved from their positions. Only their supernatural powers clashed against each other. Victory was achieved. It was time to claim the spoils. The Bloodwings, now dormant, appeared unchanged, save for their wings being riddled with hollows and the central pupil tightly shut, quietly suspended in the sky, awaiting the day of restoration. Lin Shan refrained from hastily approaching it, fearing it would vanish like the eerie entity trampled in the previous footprints. He contemplated whether to complete his ascension first or return to the Zhehunhua forest to find Zhang Zhonghua and the others. 3 months had elapsed. They should be nearing the completion of their ascension. Suddenly, Lin Shan felt a sense of disorientation, as though the scene before him had been obscured. Perhaps it was due to excessive consumption. He shook his head. First, he should inquire about the specific formulation of the parchment. As Lin Shan took out the parchment and was about to write, it automatically displayed a series of words. The parchment read, "After losing your body, you did not consider expediting its repair. Perhaps you are unaware that prolonged use of the Goetti will cause you to completely lose consciousness and become nothing but instinctual aberrations." No wonder he felt a sense of disorientation. It was indeed the influence of the Goetti. Upon reading this, Lin Shan's heart tightened, prompting him to prioritize the restoration of his body before contemplating further matters. The essence of the Goetti was nearly depleted, and complete restoration would likely require a considerable amount of time. Lin Shan sat cross-legged atop the Xian Guangjian, beginning to channel his essence. Suddenly, the scattered fragments of bone on the ground began to converge and fill Lin Shan's body, leaving only these remnants. A month later, Lin Shan gazed at his hands, as tender and pale as a newborn's. His body was reduced to mere shards of bone. This repair had taken an entire month. The essence of the peculiar entity remained in a parched state, as all the restored essence had been utilized for bodily repair. If the entity were to be torn apart again now, it would plunge him into a state of complete shutdown. Furthermore, he discovered that the recovery of the essence was particularly slow, with barely a tenth restored over the month, all of which had been employed for the restoration of his flesh. Thus, he found himself in a perilous period, on the brink of losing the ability to resurrect. Lin Shan produced a piece of parchment. "Lin Shan, can you locate the position of the human race?" The parchment, "Yes." Receiving an answer that matched his expectations, he understood that the parchment was an artifact associated with the human race and should be connected to them. Thus their fate would not obstruct the parchment. There was also another possibility. Perhaps the human race had not yet gained their fate. Lin Shan turned his gaze toward the blood wing, which remained suspended quietly, its body riddled with wounds. He intended to complete his ascension first. As if sensing Lin Shan's thoughts, the parchment revealed a series of writings, detailing the specific formula for the sequence potion. The parchment, Sequence 9 Bloodwing. Take 20 g of Scartini core fragments and dissolve in 100 milliliters of pure water. Boil with mercury flour to produce a potion of 50 milliliters. Touch the bloodwing after shutdown. Chapter 34. Ascension successful. Knowing the specific formula, Lin Shan constructed a simple boiler by the lakeside. He placed wood beneath and a stone pot filled with water above, using a glass lid transformed by heart light to cover it. First, he collected distilled water, retrieving 2 small ceramic vials he had prepared. Observing the values on the parchment, which totaled 100 grams, Lin Shan took the Scartini core and scraped off 20 grams of fine flakes with his heart light blade. Seeing the potion in the vial become crystalline and filled with vitality, swirling gently as if alive, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "It is complete." Next, he discarded the boiling water from the pot and tossed in the wilting mercury grass for a dry boil. After a moment, a leaf melted away, and the stone pot filled with a silvery potion that resembled mercury. Lin Shan cleaned the remaining mercury grass and packed it away, contemplating its potential utility. After all, this was extraordinary mercury, which could serve as a remarkable laxative or even a thermometer. At this moment, he regretted not having taken the 2 pieces of 8-leaf and 9-leaf mercury grass. Shaking off his thoughts, he filled another ceramic vial with 50 milliliters of the silvery potion, thus preparing both auxiliary materials. Once all auxiliary materials were ready, he tied his backpack and the red lantern to a sturdy ancient tree with willow branches. Soaring to a height of 1,000 meters, the Bloodwing remained suspended in place. Lin Shan commanded the Heart Light sword to fly closer. The Bloodwing spread its wings nearly 10 meters wide, towering over 3 meters, and up close, it was indeed quite imposing, evoking the sensation of witnessing a mirage. Without hesitation, he consumed 2 vials of the auxiliary potion, instantly feeling an extreme dissonance within his body. Sensing the changes, Lin Shan dared not delay and swiftly reached out to touch the Bloodwing. To his astonishment, he made contact. Without utilizing vitality, he touched the peculiar entity with his physical form. In the next moment, the massive body of the Bloodwing began to twist, and Lin Shan's palm experienced an inexplicable allure, gently drawing the Bloodwing toward him. The Bloodwing twisted like a tightly coiled rope, being absorbed into his body. Immediately, a black cocoon formed around Lin Shan, who had already lost consciousness. The cocoon, devoid of vitality, plummeted from the sky and sank to the bottom of the lake. Day and night began to alternate rapidly, though the duration was indeterminate. At the lake's bottom, a black cocoon suddenly burst open, and Lin Shan emerged. At first glance, Lin Shan appeared unchanged, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the blood water of the lake actively avoided him, forming a hollow zone within a 3-meter radius. The Bloodwing and the supernatural essence of the Blood Lake were of the same origin. Lin Shan felt he could manipulate the blood water of the lake at will. This blood water was not true blood, but rather a manifestation of supernatural power. At the center of the Blood Lake resided a bizarre entity that only appeared at night, influencing the entire lake with its supernatural presence. Lin Shan speculated that the beam of white light he had seen that day was directed toward the center of the lake. The reason the Bloodwing and the supernatural essence of the lake shared the same origin remained a mystery, perhaps concealing deeper secrets. In the next moment, a pair of Bloodwings composed of crimson material unfurled from Lin Shan's back. When fully spread, they measured over 3 meters in length. With a gentle flap, a flash of red light enveloped him, and he found himself hovering above the Blood Lake, the night sky adorned with a crimson moon. The Bloodwing bestowed upon him 2 abilities: the power to manipulate blood and the ability to fly, with an additional capacity for short-range spatial shuttling. However, this required significant supernatural expenditure. Each shuttle could cover up to 1 kilometer, but with his current essence, he could only perform this 5 times before depleting his vitality. He flapped the Bloodwing and approached the tree where the red lantern was placed. The lantern showed no signs of change, but the backpack beside it had begun to sprout mushrooms. It seemed a considerable amount of time had passed. He hoped they were safe and wondered if the human race had made a significant arrival. Lin Shan untied the willow branches and opened the backpack, discarding the moldy jerky inside before shoving the branches back in. Finally, after spending a month locating the position of the Zihanhualin, he marked the distance as 1,057 kilometers. Lin Shan remained in place until dawn, and as the crimson moon disappeared, he transformed into a red streak of light, vanishing from his spot. Now, Lin Shan had become indistinguishable from the supernatural, possessing both the peculiar body and supernatural powers. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the red light sliced through the gray mist, an invisible pressure emanating from the fog pressing down on him. Lin Shan pressed forward against this pressure at high speed. Despite the additional strain, this elevation was exceptionally safe, and he encountered no anomalies or corruption along the way. After flying for half a day, his supernatural power ran low, and he switched to the Heart Light sword to continue his flight. Instantly, his speed diminished significantly, but there was no alternative. The Bloodwing had just been upgraded and was still in the first phase of Sequence 9, so flying for half a day was already a remarkable feat, primarily due to its nature as wings, which consumed very little energy. Although the Heart Light had ascended to the 4th phase of Sequence 9, it was not a sequence with flying capabilities, falling far short of the Bloodwing in speed and consuming far more energy. In its first phase, the Heart Light could not even maintain flight. 2 days later, outside the Zihanhualin, A streak of blood-red light blazed through the sky like a shooting star. In the next moment, outside the Zihun Hualin, the red light flickered, and Lin Shan's figure appeared out of thin air. Throughout the journey, the Bloodwing and Heartlight sword alternated in flight, covering over 1,000 kilometers in just 2 days. Truly a remarkable feat. The Zihun Hualin remained unchanged, just as it had been before. Crossing the river to arrive at the place where Zhang Zhonghua and the others had ascended, Lin Shan discovered it was utterly deserted. The worst fears had come to pass. Lin Shan took out the parchment, sacrificing 7 months of his life to inscribe the names of the 7 individuals, activating the locator. Notably, after the successful ascension of the peculiar entity, his lifespan had been reset, now extended to a full 300 years, giving him an illusion of never running out of life. 7 points appeared on the parchment, clustering together and remarkably close to him, only 70 kilometers away, precisely the distance to the camp. Had they returned? Lin Shan felt a hint of confusion. With his current abilities, losing the parchment would render him blind amidst the gray mist. How could they possibly find their way back after just having ascended? Perhaps something unknown had occurred, and returning would provide clarity. As he spoke, the blood wings behind him trembled, and he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of red light. 30 minutes later, Lin Shan stepped into the protective domain of the clan artifact. The area had expanded significantly. Lin Shan was astonished. The previous golden barrier had certainly not encompassed such a vast expanse. It seemed that the human race had indeed arrived, though the state of their development remained uncertain. Lin Shan felt a surge of anticipation, for it had been a long time since he had seen his kind. Chapter 35, The Arrival of Humanity. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he crossed the boundary, he could hear the distant sound of hammering. Lin Shan retracted his blood wings and followed the sound. Before long, he came upon a large pit teeming with people. They were all in ragged clothing, half of them clad in modern attire, though it was riddled with worn-out holes, and the originally vibrant fabric had faded to a dull white. They encircled the pit, wielding iron tools to extract some silvery ore. "Brother, why aren't you working?" Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, marked with distinct cracks. "Hey, if you're really tired, take a break. You just crossed over, didn't you?" The man, noticing Lin Shan's tattered attire but exceptionally fair skin, guessed he must have recently arrived. "Could you tell me about the current situation?" Lin Shan bypassed the question. "Uncle, I'm only 18. The young man wiped his face with his tattered clothing, revealing a youthful visage hidden beneath the grime. "My apologies." Lin Shan paused, realizing that in the dimness, he had indeed misjudged the man's age. "Brother, what are you all doing here?" Lin Shan continued his inquiry. "What do you mean? Didn't anyone introduce you when you first crossed over?" The young man asked in bewilderment. "I'm not a recent arrival. My situation is somewhat unique," Lin Shan replied. "How long have you been here?" the young man queried. "Many days," Lin Shan responded, recognizing he needed to learn about the so-called clan history, which he surmised was the history of this period. "All right," the young man nodded. "There are too many arrivals these days, and the management system is rather outdated, making it impossible to keep track. It's common for some to be overlooked. I'll take you to the clan hall. There are new arrivals every day. You can learn about the history and register your identity." "Thank you very much." Lin Shan expressed his gratitude. "Call me Li Mu. In this damn world, we humans should support one another." "Follow me," Li Mu said, wiping the dust from his hands as he led Lin Shan forward. At that moment, someone in the pit shouted, "Li Mu, you're slacking off again." Li Mu stammered in response. "Chungu, let me explain. I'm not slacking. There's a newcomer who doesn't know the history and hasn't registered yet. I was just about to take him to the clan hall." The man, referred to as Chungu, approached. He was a robust youth. He first glanced at Lin Shan, who wore standard green silk clothing, a fabric that was now in high demand, indicating that he must have crossed over quite some time ago. "You crossed over so long ago, and still haven't registered? You don't know the history?" the youth asked Lin Shan, puzzled. "No," Lin Shan replied, realizing he needed to understand the clan's history, which presumably outlined the current events. "All right," the youth nodded. "There are too many arrivals, and the management system is quite outdated, so it's easy to overlook some." Turning his gaze back to Li Mu, he said, "You take him. Just remember to return quickly. We need to gather more iron or so the front lines can be better equipped, reducing casualties." "I understand. I'll return as soon as I drop him off," Li Mu answered, bowing his head. Hearing the mention of the front line twice, Lin Shan felt a heaviness in his heart. After following Li Mu for over an hour, the surrounding buildings gradually increased in number, revealing rows of wooden houses and thatched huts. The people around them also multiplied, most wearing blank expressions and moving hurriedly. A portion appeared curious about their surroundings, displaying no signs of apathy, and their clothing retained a modern vibrancy. "Here we are," Li Mu suddenly announced. Lin Shan looked ahead, his expression turning peculiar. The clan hall was directly opposite his home. The so-called clan hall was not a grand palace, but it was indeed more luxurious than the surrounding structures, built from bricks and tiles, standing 2 stories tall with an expansive area exceeding 1,000 square meters. Opposite the clan hall were 11 wooden houses, the one on the far end possibly resembling a villa. "Go on in, just say you're new here. I'll leave you at this point," Li Mu said. Lin Shan nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. "Thank you." "Hey, no need for thanks. It's my duty," Li Mu replied as he turned to leave, but after a few steps, he veered onto a different path, clearly not returning to the mine. Lin Shan observed this and shook his head, understanding why the earlier individual had mistrusted him. It appeared he was a habitual offender. Proceeding towards the clan hall, he noticed a man and a woman standing outside, their attire relatively neat. They glanced at Lin Shan but made no move to obstruct him. Continuing onward, he came across a long wooden table where a woman of striking beauty, rivaling that of top-tier celebrities, sat. In front of her lay a stack of crude papers filled with names and brief descriptions of skills. "What brings you here?" the woman inquired, fixing her gaze on Lin Shan. "I'm here to learn about the clan history." "Oh, just walk inside. Wait in the hall. When today's newcomers arrive, you can learn alongside them." "All right," Lin Shan affirmed as he moved inward. "Wait," the woman called after him. Lin Shan turned, puzzled. "Is there a problem? Have you registered yet?" she asked. "No," Lin Shan replied honestly. The woman placed a hand on her forehead and said, "You must register first. Name, occupation, skills." She took up a brush from the side, hovering it over the paper, and asked, "Lin Shan, ordinary medical student, no special skills." Lin Shan stated based on his actual situation. The woman looked up in surprise. "Your name is Lin Shan?" "Indeed," Lin Shan confirmed. "Is there a problem?" "No, not at all." She shook her head. "There is a pioneer of our kind who shares your name. It is said that this pioneer is quite remarkable, and all the extraordinary beings in our clan have ascended with his assistance." "Where are the extraordinary beings of the clan?" Lin Shan inquired curiously, knowing that currently only Zhang Zhonghua and his 6 companions could be considered extraordinary. "Of course, they are at the front lines," the woman replied, continuing. "All right, you can go in now. Just wait inside. The newcomers should be arriving soon." "The front lines? Are they at war?" Lin Shan frowned. Who is the enemy? Yet his feet did not halt. Following the woman's guidance, he entered a spacious hall bustling with activity. Most wore rough linen clothing, while a small fraction donned silk garments of green. Lin Shan's tattered attire immediately attracted their attention. An elderly woman, appearing to be in her 50s, approached him wearing glasses and a kind expression. "Young man, have you crossed over from another place?" she asked. Lin Shan considered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. He wished to witness firsthand the changes that had taken place in the clan territory, believing it better than inquiring of others. "Very well, please wait a moment. Today's newcomers should be arriving shortly," the elderly woman said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Chapter 36. The clan history. Lin Shan leaned against the wall, awaiting the arrival of the newcomers. He was eager to discover what crossing over truly entailed. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a young female student appeared in the center of the hall, adorned in a long dress and carrying a backpack. In that fleeting moment of her arrival, she was engulfed in confusion. Following her, 10, 50, and then 100 individuals swiftly filled the hall, creating a dense crowd. "Ah!" someone exclaimed in shock. "Where's this?" "I was just playing games at home," questioned another. Some remained silent, quietly observing their surroundings. "Everyone, please calm down. Let us maintain silence to understand what has transpired," interrupted a voice amidst the cacophony. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a green silk robe. Once the noise subsided, he continued, "First and foremost, I must inform you of a crucial fact. You have traversed from Earth to this unfamiliar realm. Soon, you will learn everything you seek to understand." A murmured response arose. Could it be that the nearly 10 million people who mysteriously vanished globally have all traversed as well? Traversed? Why have we been transported? Can we return? "Dad, you've come here too." "Yes, your mother is here as well. Our family is together." The crowd began to buzz with increasing intensity. "Silence. Everyone. Shut up," the man in the silk robe bellowed. Instantly, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. Ordinary individuals felt their breaths constrict, as if an unseen force gripped their throats. No one dared to speak, their faces etched with fear, their gazes fixed on the middle-aged man. Pseudo-extraordinary? Lin Shan assessed the spiritual pressure. Discerning its intensity fell short of true extraordinary power. "Shortly, someone will enlighten you about the history of humanity in this world and your roles within it." Listen attentively. After his statement, the middle-aged man nodded at a nearby individual and stepped aside. An elderly woman dressed in coarse fabric approached, addressing the assembly. Without further ado, let us delve into the history of humanity in this world and the challenges you are about to face. I must caution you, there is no retreat. Humanity has no retreat. I, too, was born on Earth and relished its prosperity, but now everything has changed. Adjusting her reading glasses, she began in a raspy voice. In the first year of human history, dozens of pioneers traversed into a forest adorned with purple manjusaka. They unexpectedly encountered the extraordinary. And of the numerous individuals, only 11 remained after a mysterious self-immolation. These 11 pioneers received guidance within a mysterious great hall, where they obtained the ancestral artifact of humanity, which is the foundation of our existence. Subsequently, the pioneers commenced various endeavors in this world, including the writing of works such as the medical canon, marvelous crafts, and agricultural treatises. In the middle of the first year of human history, one pioneer, named Lin Shan, endured countless trials in the gray mist to attain extraordinary power, subsequently returning to guide 7 others to ascend to the extraordinary. In the early second year, humanity began to arrive in large numbers. Under the guidance of 3 pioneers, humanity initiated the construction of a new home in the gray mist world. That same year, the supportive cat clan rebelled, leading to a fierce conflict. Countless humans perished at the hands of the merciless cat clan, resulting in a staggering loss of life. By the early second year, the 7 human pioneers successfully ascended to the extraordinary and returned to lead humanity in repelling the cat clan, engaging in battle at the boundaries of our territory to this day. As of this year, the third year of human history, the conflict between humanity and the cat clan continues. Statistics reveal that nearly 150,000 individuals have traversed over the past 2 years, yet fewer than 50,000 remain. Among these, close to 30,000 are on the front lines. This brief history of humanity in this world spans nearly 3 years. Should you desire a more detailed account, you may consult the ancestral artifact, which meticulously records historical events. What? 150,000 and only 50,000 remain after 2 years. Someone gasped. I want to go back. I refuse to remain in this terrifying world. The conflict between humanity and the cat clan has nothing to do with me. I am a Huaxiao person from Earth. A new world, a new history. Everything has been reshuffled. How intriguing. I achieved little on Earth. Perhaps this is an opportunity. The crowd buzzed once more. Silence. A commanding voice echoed throughout the hall, instantly re-establishing the suffocating atmosphere. The speaker was not the man in the green robe, but rather the previously frail, elderly woman. Her gaze pierced through the assembly, and once silence fell, she continued, "You have no choice. This is not Earth, and there are no laws to protect you. The current system exists solely for the survival of humanity in this world. Should chaos arise, those responsible may be executed without hesitation." Observing the scene, the middle-aged man sighed. After so much comfort, they have lost their fighting spirit. Not necessarily, a nearby youth replied with a smile. Weren't those heading to the front lines once like this? Do you still dare to say they lack spirit? The fighting spirit lies within every Huaxiao person. It is not merely spoken, but fought for. It is unexpected that as our ancestral land, we should have thrived, yet we have fallen to this state due to the cat clan's brutality. The worst-case scenario has already been anticipated. The cat clan has been reaping our fate. We cannot let them continue to thrive. Indeed, the elderly woman noted as the hall quieted once more. Due to unknown reasons, all traversals occur on a family basis. The wartime regulations state that each family must send one member to the front lines to assist. This is a prerequisite for your family members to remain in the rear. Before the crowd could voice further questions, the elderly woman waved her hand. Proceed to register. You will be assigned tasks based on your skills. Even those remaining in the rear cannot expect comfort. Essential work is unavoidable, as every aspect of production will require manpower in the absence of industry. She added, if you wish to know more, do not hesitate to inquire with those around you. They arrived before you and possess more knowledge. Lin Shan, upon hearing the history, felt something was amiss. The cat clan's intentions seemed too inscrutable. If they truly sought to annihilate humanity, given their extraordinary numbers, it should have been an effortless endeavor. Yet, humanity had endured for 2 years. Lin Shan, a voice called out, breaking through the crowd. Reports indicate a peculiar red lantern has appeared above the ancestral hall. I guessed it must be your return. Lin Shan turned to see a familiar face, a smile breaking across his visage. The newcomer was Jin Tianzong. Chapter 37. The battle the call of Lin Shan evoked no response from the newcomers, yet the older generation present bore expressions of astonishment. They were well acquainted with the historical records of the ancestral artifact. Lin Shan of humanity, the first extraordinary individual, single-handedly added 7 extraordinary beings to humanity and ventured deep into the gray mist. If there were a ranking of strength, the pioneer Lin Shan would undoubtedly be humanity's mightiest. Their astonishment mingled with joy. The strongest among them had returned, having survived in the gray mist for over a year. Perhaps there was still hope, and they need not take that step forward. They did not doubt the authenticity of Lin Shan, for the speaker was none other than Jin Tianzong, one of the pioneers, the author of marvelous crafts, and currently one of humanity's leaders. Minister Jin. Minister Jin. Those who recognized him saluted with the proper Huaxiao military salute. Jin Tianzong waved his hand, saying, "I've said it before, there is no need for such formalities. I'm merely a builder." Everyone was aware of the minister's character and shared a wry smile. Someone inquired, "Is this the esteemed pioneer Lin Shan?" Before Jin Tianzong could respond, the nearby newcomers pressed forward. "Pioneer? Where's the pioneer? Let me see." Sensing the situation was escalating, Lin Shan swiftly grasped Jin Tianzong's shoulder. Jin Tianzong felt a chill at his shoulder, and in the next moment, he found himself suspended 1,000 meters in the air. "Whoa, this is too high. I'm just an ordinary person," Jin Tianzong exclaimed in fright. "Where can we talk?" Lin Shan asked. "In the wooden cabin." Jin Tianzong pointed to a row of wooden structures below. In the next instant, the two reappeared inside one of the wooden cabins. "Lin Shan, have you become so formidable that you can teleport? Let us get down to business." Lin Shan shot him a glance and inquired, "What is the current situation? What is happening with the Maozu?" Sighing deeply, Jin Tianzong replied, "It is far from ideal. We are entirely at the mercy of the Maozu, who come daily to slay hundreds of our people, then retreat without excess or deficiency." Before Lin Shan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jin Tianzong. "The pioneers are still alive, yet for some reason, the Maozu seem to avoid them. Do you know why they act this way?" Lin Shan asked. Jin Tianzong responded, "If all goes as expected, it is related to the fate of our clan." Lin Shan remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Jin Tianzong gathered his thoughts and began to speak slowly. "Through our observations, we have noticed that whenever new clan members cross the barrier of our territory, it expands outward. Conversely, whenever we suffer excessive casualties in battles against the Maozu, the barrier of our territory contracts. Therefore, we speculate that the fate of our clan is actually distributed among each member of the Rinzhu. The Maozu nurture the Rinzhu not only for sustenance, but also to plunder our fate, ensuring a continuous cycle of crossing over and relentless slaughter." After a moment of silence, Lin Shan asked, "Where's the front line?" Jin Tianzong gestured in a certain direction. "I will go take a look and we'll speak with you later." With that, Lin Shan opened the door and transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the air. "If even you cannot succeed, then we must prepare for the worst," Jin Tianzong muttered to himself, watching Lin Shan disappear. As he flew out of the residential area, Lin Shan soon beheld a vast expanse of land stained red. It was blood, predominantly that of the Rinzhu. Surrounding the area stood numerous grass huts, where rows of individuals armed with various weapons ran about the tents, while others sat in circles engaged in conversation, alternating between hearty laughter and expressions of righteous indignation. All were clad in linen garments, completely soaked in blood. Lin Shan descended to the ground and followed the perimeter into the military camp. "What are you doing here? It is not yet time for supplies to be delivered." He was halted as he crossed the fence. He looked at the person who stopped him, a youth of around 18, who wore a serious expression and gripped a spear tightly. Lin Shan thought to himself that the young man must be in high school. "I'm looking for Zhang Zhonghua, or any other pioneer if possible. Could you kindly notify them?" Lin Shan said. "Looking for Minister Zhang?" The young man hesitated. "Yes," Lin Shan affirmed. "Just tell him I am Lin Shan, a friend." "Lin Shan, that name sounds familiar." The youth scratched his head and said, "All right, please wait here." With that, he walked deeper into the tent area. At that moment, a long and sonorous horn echoed. Hearing the horn, Lin Shan turned his gaze toward the intersection of the barrier and the gray mist. He no longer waited, unfurling his blood wings and flying toward the front lines of the battlefield. Along the way, he encountered the Rinzhu army, numbering over 10,000, all clad in white linen, wielding an assortment of weapons, knives, guns, swords, halberds, and clubs. At the boundary of the gray mist, the Maozu army gradually emerged, numbering only in the thousands, each a pseudo-superior. They donned sturdy armor and wielded exquisite weapons. Lin Shan searched for the position of the Rinzhu superiors and was astonished to find several superior presences concealed among the ranks. Disguised as ordinary soldiers, the Maozhou had only 7 superiors leading their charge, and Lin Shan sensed that some possessed a spiritual strength exceeding even his own, having reached the 6th stage or beyond. As the battle was poised to erupt, the two armies clashed with a cacophony of slaughter, and limbs scattered across the ground. The earth soon stained anew with blood. Lin Shan noted that over 90% of the casualties were Rinzhu, while the Maozhou suffered minimal losses, most of which were attributed to the pioneers hidden within the Rinzhu ranks. Zhao Shaoan raised her hand, her heart light transforming into a radiant long knife, cleaving an armored foe in two, blood splattering across her face. Yet she remained unfazed, gasping for breath as she pressed on against another adversary. The skirmish lasted scarcely 5 minutes. After a fierce onslaught, the Maozhou began to retreat, and Lin Shan seized this opportunity, swiftly following them from hundreds of meters above. Without the presence of the red lanterns, it was impossible for the Maozhou to detect him. He refrained from engaging directly on the battlefield. While he could easily slay ordinary foes in swathes, the pseudo-superiors posed a different challenge. They wielded their own spiritual powers. And even with Lin Shan's spiritual strength being several times greater, he could only kill a limited number before exhaustion set in. Based on previous experiences, Lin Shan surmised that the quality of spiritual energy was equivalent. The distinction between the strong and the weak lay in quantity. In a direct confrontation, the adage that many ants can kill an elephant holds true even in the realm of the extraordinary. However, truly powerful individuals would not recklessly engage in a battle of spiritual energies. They would employ more agile tactics. Lin Shan was currently doing just that, with his blood wings. His speed placed him at the pinnacle of Sequence 9. Even in the presence of the Maozhou, he would remain unscathed, provided there were no Sequence 8 entities among them. The Maozhou seemed to possess a unique ability to discern direction or some special guidance, moving in a straight line through the gray mist. Suddenly, Lin Shan felt an unusual sensation in his body. His heart rate had unexpectedly advanced, officially crossing into the 5th stage. He had brushed against the threshold of the 4th stage long before acquiring his blood wings, and over the past year of advancement, he had not only crossed the 4th stage, but was now nearing the 5th. This breakthrough could only be attributed to the potency of the elixirs he had consumed. Lin Shan was uncertain whether this speed was fast or slow. It took him 3 years to reach the 5th stage, during which he had even used spiritual herbs to hasten the process. At last, Lin Shan observed as the Maozhou army passed a certain point, vanishing thereafter. Chapter 38. Assassination of the Maozhou General. That point likely marked the boundary of the Maozhou territory. The Maozhou territory lay to the south of the Rinzhu territory, not far from it, less than 10 kilometers apart. However, within the gray mist, unless the two territories collided, these two clans separated by less than 10 kilometers might never meet. Lin Shan soared directly into the Maozhou territory, and upon crossing the barrier, he noticed the parchment in his mind inexplicably contracting. Perhaps the fate of the clan exerts a suppressive effect on the extraordinary, he speculated. Upon entering the Maozhou territory, the gray mist dissipated, revealing a broad expanse. It was spring. The land was alive with birdsong and floral scents, with various small animals frolicking about. Initially, he encountered a stretch of wilderness, devoid of any other Maozhou apart from the marching army. Lin Shan decided not to follow the army, but instead surged ahead in the direction they were heading. Soon, he caught sight of a towering city in the distance, expansive enough to accommodate tens of thousands of residents. The architectural style bore a resemblance to Western Gothic structures, with the tallest buildings reaching over 10 stories, yet the average height was no more than 3. Lin Shan fixated on the tallest structure. It was likely where the Maozhou elite resided. Thus, he hovered high above, waiting until the crimson moon hung prominently in the sky. Lin Shan opened his eyes and gazed down at the brightly lit Maozhou city. What sort of energy powers this electricity? He descended to investigate a street lamp, which consisted merely of a glass orb suspended above, inexplicably illuminating the surroundings, and he could faintly sense a hint of spirituality emanating from it. Frowning at his surroundings, Lin Shan noted that this was entirely a modernized small city. It seemed the Maozhou had not wasted the past 180 years. The disparity between the Rinzhu and the Maozhou was now exceedingly vast. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. If a battle were to ensue, it would not be now. The Rinzhu needed to develop further. After contemplating for a while, Lin Shan made a decision. He approached the tallest building and directly traversed space to enter. The decorations within this space resemble a grand palace, adorned with resplendent embellishments, and a lengthy corridor filled with glowing glass orbs. Who is it? Who's there? Suddenly, a gasp pierces the air. Lin Shan gazes ahead and sees a delicate-looking woman from the cat tribe, dressed lightly and holding a lantern akin to his own, though hers is a specially crafted glass lantern that flickers with dazzling brilliance. As she takes in Lin Shan's appearance and attire, her mouth opens to scream. In the next moment, a crimson light flashes in Lin Shan's eyes, and the woman collapses, her blood vessels ruptured, lifeless on the ground. Stepping over her corpse, Lin Shan treads upon the sanguine pool and ventures deeper into the palace. It is not until he encounters a grand golden door that he halts. Noticing the corridor behind him has been completely stained red with blood, he teleports inside, only to find not the opulent sleeping quarters he envisioned, but rather a space akin to an office. Within, two individuals are engaged in discussion, oblivious to Lin Shan's arrival. General, the human tribe's vanguard has disguised themselves as ordinary soldiers in recent days. During skirmishes, our extraordinary forces have been unable to intervene, resulting in casualties among the cat tribe. Should we take action? No, the vanguard must not be touched. If we kill them, the human tribe's fortune will surely fluctuate, diminishing our daily gains. Let us have the soldiers don extraordinary armor tomorrow. This will ensure their safety. Understood, General. By the way, how is the resource recovery in our territory? With the human tribe's fortune, our territorial resources are replenishing rapidly. We no longer need to risk excavating in the mists. Their fortune is sufficient to support our advancement to the next stage. Soon, we shall expand our territory without resource concerns. Excellent. Remember, do not harvest too much at once. They must be given time to breathe. Yes. Lin Shan observes the two conversing in a language he cannot comprehend. Both are clad in soft armor. One has just stepped into the extraordinary realm, while the other possesses an indistinguishable level of power, likely surpassing the former. Recognizing their strengths, Lin Shan hesitates no longer. He lifts his red lantern, igniting the newly ascended cat tribesman in an instant. A scream barely escapes before he is consumed entirely by pale crimson flames. The other cat general, witnessing his companion transform into a pile of ashes mid-conversation, recoils sharply, his aura bursting forth in a brilliant blue light. Swarms of blue butterflies suddenly appear, fluttering around him, their gaze locking onto Lin Shan's position, their pupils constricting. A human? Lin Shan remains silent, unable to communicate. With a thought, he intends to ignite the general with his lantern, but sensing the ethereal disturbance, the cat general summons his spirit to resist. The butterflies on his shoulders begin to ignite, emitting a sizzling sound. An anomaly? The general's expression darkens as he points at Lin Shan, unleashing several blue butterflies that dart toward him. Although uncertain of the butterflies' abilities, Lin Shan knows he must not allow them to get close. The light of his spirit morphs into a spear, piercing through the air and impaling the butterflies against the wall. The general's face pales. He is already struggling to fend off the lantern's supernatural influence, unable to spare his spirit to counterattack Lin Shan. The lantern alone is nearly overwhelming him. And while its potency diminishes, the threat of the humans still looms before him. As the blue butterflies are strung together and dissipate into motes of light, Lin Shan directs his spirit spear to return and strike once more. Before the spear reaches him, the general yells and launches himself through the shattered window in a desperate escape. In that instant, Lin Shan teleports outside, hurling the spear with force. It strikes the cat general, pinning him against the wall inside the chamber, the spear quivering from the impact. The general struggles for mere moments before succumbing to silence. The battle concludes, with Lin Shan having expended little effort. He did not even utilize the powers of his blood wings. The red lantern proved too formidable. Once stripped of their spirit, even the most powerful extraordinary beings become prey. The spear dissolves into faint golden particles as the cat general's body slides down the wall. Lin Shan draws forth his blood to inscribe upon the surface in Huaxia characters, "Cease the assault on the human tribe, or the cat tribe shall know no peace." 14 characters in total. Having lingered among the human tribe for so long, he trusts that some within the cat tribe can comprehend them. The human tribe now requires time. And although he cannot assist them in direct combat against the cat tribe, he can infiltrate and eliminate their high-ranking officials. This embodies the true power of leadership, akin to a nuclear deterrent. He believes this incident will compel the cat tribe to pause and reconsider their strategies. Yet, the cat tribe will undoubtedly not relinquish their grasp on the human tribe. Previously, they adopted a method of gradual harvesting due to the humans' weakened state. If all goes as anticipated, the next assault may involve an outright extermination. They cannot afford to harvest slowly. A swift consumption is preferable to allowing the enemy to grow stronger and retaliate. Chapter 39. A reunion with Lin Shan does not depart immediately. Instead, he searches the office-like hall for valuables. His spirit transforms into a bag of urea, a light golden pouch, into which he collects all that appears precious, particularly the books on the shelves, as they may contain knowledge from the mists. Once the office is rendered bare, he shifts his focus to the streets, intending to dismantle a few street lamps for his purposes. You may return now. The cat tribe is unlikely to attack you again in the near future. Suddenly, a voice reaches Lin Shan's ears, spoken in Huaxia. His heart skips a beat as he turns to see a radiant deer. In an instant, the deer transforms into a girl, appearing no older than 17 or 18. Lin Shan feels a sense of familiarity, noticing the girl does not make a move. He refrains from acting hastily. What's this? Have you forgotten me after more than 2 years? Is the human tribe so forgetful? The girl says coolly. You are. That one. Shashali. Lin Shan recalls, realizing she is the first cat tribeswoman he encountered, marking the initial meeting between their two races. Indeed, Shashali. The girl responds, raising her voice. Oh, right, Shashali. Lin Shan feels a tinge of embarrassment, but his tone cools. What is it? Have you come to capture me? Shashali does not respond to his question, but continues. This place is unlike the cat tribe's territory, without the vanguard's suppression. The governance of Ao Miao City is fragmented. Those with power always seek more. I apologize for the human tribe's plight, but my initial intent was to collaborate. However, disagreements arose during subsequent discussions. Lin Shan retorts coldly, what use is this talk now? To fend off the cat tribe. The human tribe has already sacrificed 100,000 lives. Do you expect mere words to resolve a blood feud of such magnitude? Are all cat tribes people as naive as you? Shashali shakes her head. I do not wish to resolve it, for it cannot be resolved. They will not spare the human tribe. Lin Shan watches her, awaiting her elaboration. She continues, the cat tribe's governance has been divided into 2 factions. One is under my control, while the other is with an elder. I have always advocated for cooperation and have never resorted to slaughtering humans. The initial resources provided to the human tribe were all granted by me. Lin Shan is taken aback by her words, incredulous. Should I then express gratitude for your restraint? Shashali shakes her head again. Now that the error has been committed, I only hope that if one day the human tribe retaliates, they may spare half of the cat tribe, allowing us to exist as a subordinate group, provided we are given land to survive. Are you so certain that the human tribe can strike back? Shashali merely smiles, gazing at the star-filled night sky. After a moment of silence, Lin Shan states, I will convey your words to the others. With that, his blood wings flutter, and he ascends to a height of 1,000 meters, transforming into a red shooting star that streaks across the night sky. Shashali gazed in the direction where Lin Shan had vanished, her eyes sparkling with starlight. Sister Sha, are we truly allowing him to depart? He dares to brave the cat clan alone. A blue butterfly fluttered gracefully onto Shashali's shoulder, and an ethereal voice emanated from within. Enough. Shashali smiled softly and replied, this presents us with an opportune moment to eliminate our rivals. The race known as Rinzu possesses their ancestral artifacts in their true form rather than mere projections. They will not be easily eradicated. Should they truly rise? What harm is there in forging an alliance with them? She paused, contemplating. Conversely, if they were to engage in mutual destruction, do you believe the claims of the cat clan regarding their allegiance to be genuine or merely deception? That will depend on their strength, Shashali asserted. With that, she departed, her figure gradually fading into the desolate streets. Only her voice lingered. Are you truly intent on venturing into the depths of the gray mist to seek the stele of Sequence 8? I shall set off in a few days. I have arranged everything else, and I entrust it to you. Is it possible to abstain? For a century, you have held the reins. I fear I may falter. The cat clan's development has stagnated for over a decade, plagued by internal strife, with decay concealed beneath a facade of prosperity. Without the suppression of the supreme sequence, unification is unattainable for the cat clan. This is no longer the former cat star. Only those with power possess a voice. For the sake of the cat clan and my own well-being, I must proceed. At the border of the Rinzu territory, within the military encampment, a crimson meteor streaked through the sky, coming to rest within the barracks. What was that? Someone exclaimed. Did you see a red light descend? I did. So did I? Look, there's a red lantern floating above. Quick, inform the minister. Do not approach. It is beyond our capability to handle. The encampment was vast, and Lin Shan sat in a corner, awaiting the arrival of familiar faces. Before long, 7 individuals arrived, their expressions brimming with astonishment upon seeing Lin Shan. He observed their familiar yet altered visages. They had changed, not in appearance, but in essence. Lin Shan smiled. Let us find a suitable place to converse. It has been far too long since we last met. At that moment, an outer circle of onlookers had gathered. Is this Lin Shan? He looks rather ordinary. Yet his smile is quite unsettling, exuding an eerie aura. Is this the same Lin Shan whom General Zhao often speaks of? The one who would have vanquished the cat clan by now? Is this truly the mightiest of the Rinzhu? Ahem. Zhao Shaoan cleared his throat, declaring, is training insufficient? Why are you all idling about instead of resting? I will count to 3. Anyone who remains idle shall stay behind. Upon reaching 2, the crowd erupted, dispersing to their respective tents. Lin Shan observed Zhao Shaoan for a moment. Each encounter revealed significant changes in everyone, with Zhao Shaoan undergoing the most transformation. As the crowd departed, Zhao Shaoan flashed Lin Shan a toothy grin and said, let us go. Very well, it must be an illusion. You have not changed at all. They moved to a larger tent at the center, conversing until dawn. Lin Shan briefly recounted his experiences, and even this small portion left the others in awe. Most of the conversation revolved around tales shared by the group about events over the past year, recounting how an 18-year-old boy had slain enemies on the battlefield, and how girls of similar ages had secretly enlisted, concealing their intentions from their families. They bore witness to the sacrifice of 100,000 Rinzhu and the awakening of their martial spirit. They spoke of the silent tears shed within the tents each night, yet the following day, they continued to charge into battle. Finally, Zhang Zhonghua lamented, we have merely survived thus far because we carry the title of pioneers. Killing us would disrupt their long-term gains. As dawn broke, Lin Shan rose and calmly stated, the Cat Clan will not launch any further assaults in the coming days. I have slain one of their high-ranking officials, who appears to hold significant power. They will not mobilize until they reach a consensus. After a brief pause, Lin Shan continued, thus, please notify everyone to prepare for relocation. The Rinzhu require time for stable development. No one opposed this. It aligned perfectly with their ultimate plan, albeit the most pessimistic contingency. They lacked the capability to navigate the gray mist with their kin. If Lin Shan were to lead, it might be feasible. Zhang Zhonghua sighed. We have relocated once before, moving less than 3 kilometers, and we lost over 2,000 lives. During the migration, the barriers tend to draw in dangers from the gray mist. He added, even after traveling 3 kilometers, the Cat Clan found us. They seem to possess some tracking method. Where do you intend to relocate? Do you have a specific destination in mind? Wu Wang inquired. To the Zihan Hualin, Lin Shan replied. That location? It is not too far, yet not exactly close. Currently, the barrier enveloping the Rinzhu territory spans 12 kilometers in radius, with a diameter nearing 25 kilometers, an immense area indeed. We can only hope to withstand whatever dangers may be drawn in. Please inform the others. Take whatever can be carried, prioritizing food supplies. Those that cannot be transported will be left behind. We must complete our preparations within 2 days and commence the migration the day after tomorrow. Lin Shan felt a surge of concern that the Cat Clan might swiftly achieve unification. Then, as if struck by a thought, he mused. Perhaps Shasha Ali will assist in delaying matters for a few more days. Even so, 2 days is the most prudent course. To trust entirely in the words of the enemy would be folly. I shall take my leave now. With that, a flash of crimson light enveloped Lin Shan, and he soared into the sky, heading towards the encampment. TSK, Wu Wang remarked, observing the now vacant spot where Lin Shan had stood. He is becoming increasingly elusive. Humph. Zhao Shaoan scoffed. Xia Xian suppressed a laugh, teasing, so, General Zhao possesses such a delicate demeanor. How intriguing, given your ferocity on the battlefield. Mind your own business. Zhao Shaoan retorted, momentarily forgetting her earlier address of Sister Xia. Ahem. Zhang Zhonghua interjected. Prepare yourselves, organize your troops, and inform them that the war is temporarily suspended. Our forthcoming task is the Long March. The group nodded and returned to their respective areas to begin organizing their forces. As Lin Shan soared through the air at great speed, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to inquire how everyone had returned from the Zihan Hualin. Never mind, I shall ask later. He continued his swift journey, soon gazing down upon the gathering place, where a multitude of tents lay clustered, with leaves overhead providing shelter from the rain. The central path among the tents served as a thoroughfare, were it not for the Cat Clan. Given the ingenuity of the Rinzhu and the plentiful resources available here, constructing brick houses would not be an issue, at the very least. Each person could have a wooden dwelling. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Shan descended and walked along the street. The expressions of the people he encountered were vacant, though a few newcomers, having just crossed over, displayed curiosity about their surroundings. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop, thief!" Lin Shan turned to see a young girl sprinting ahead, pursued by a young boy. As she ran, The girl stuffed something into her mouth and swallowed hastily, her face reddening as she choked. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of violent coughing, she finally felt relief and stopped, opening her mouth to indicate that she had consumed it all. You little thief. That was the only candy I brought from Earth, a keepsake I couldn't bear to eat. It has been 6 months. You owe me. The boy lamented. Observing this, Lin Shan felt a sense of relief. It was not the dire scenario he had imagined. Though life was hard, they still managed to maintain basic sustenance. You stare at that candy all day, you might as well let me eat it. I can compensate you later, the girl replied. But this place isn't even Earth anymore. The boy retorted, visibly distressed. I can make you another. Who would believe you? Hurry home. We have to work in the fields soon. All right. Lin Shan continued forward. Taking in the diverse array of people, he noticed that nearly every tent displayed a white ribbon, with some tents adorned with 2 or even 4 ribbons. Due to the forced conscription, there were no intact families left here. At the very least, each had lost a loved one. Lin Shan suddenly thought of his parents, wondering how they were faring. After walking for several minutes, he came upon the tallest building in the clan territory, the Rinzhu Hall. He made his way directly into the wooden house opposite, where Jin Tianzong was busy sketching various designs spread across the floor. Upon noticing a shadow fall upon his drawings, he looked up to find Lin Shan standing there and continued to draw, inquiring, "What is it? Where is Yin Ruxin?" asked Lin Shan, without raising his head. Jin Tianzong replied, "At your house." Huh. Lin Shan had just crossed the threshold when he retreated. He turned and knocked on the door of his villa. "Who is it?" Click. Before Lin Shan could respond, the door swung open. A girl around 12 or 13 years old stood there. Recognizing her familiar face, Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback. This was the very girl he had encountered on the street moments ago. "Xiao Yuan, who is it?" Yin Ruxin's voice called from within. "I don't know," Xiao Yuan answered. Lin Shan frowned and said, "Little sister, this is my home." Hee hee. The little girl stuck out her tongue and darted back inside, exclaiming, "Director, that person says this is his house." Hearing this, Yin Ruxin, who was cooking, wiped her hands and hurried out. Upon seeing Lin Shan, she sheepishly said, "Sorry. I've taken over your house. My place is too small to accommodate so many children." Lin Shan chuckled. "It's all right. It was empty anyway. Come in. We're about to eat, and you might as well join us." Yin Ruxin invited. Nodding, Lin Shan realized it had been quite a while since he had eaten. As he entered, he saw a large round table surrounded by a dozen children, both boys and girls. A long piece of cotton cloth lay on the floor beside it, evidently serving as their communal bed. "Wait here for a moment. I'll check if it's ready," Yin Ruxin said, dashing into the only partitioned kitchen. Noticing the table was already filled with children, Lin Shan took a seat on the floor, listening to their lively chatter. It appeared this place had been transformed into an orphanage, and although they were not orphans by birth, they now found themselves in such a predicament. "Thank you for letting us use your home. Here, you can sit in my spot." Xiao Yuan suddenly jumped down from her seat and pulled Lin Shan. "Are you sure I can sit here?" Lin Shan asked with interest. "Of course, it's just a seat." Xiao Yuan isn't stingy, she replied generously. "All right." Lin Shan accepted without hesitation, stating, "If you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I am not one to be stingy either. That is how it should be, no need to be polite. You help me, and I'll help you." Xiao Yuan continued boldly, patting her underdeveloped chest. This made Lin Shan chuckle, and he smiled at her, asking, "Are you certain about that?" "Xiao Yuan, this fellow is no ordinary person." At that moment, Yin Ruxin emerged from the kitchen carrying a large iron pot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's eyes rolled dramatically, and she exclaimed, "I'm not so sure." Chapter 41. The Migration Begins. Lin Shan erupted in laughter, realizing it had been ages since he had laughed so heartily. "All right." Yin Ruxin placed the iron pot in the center of the round table, saying, "I'll go fetch the bowls. Let us eat first." After returning with a stack of wooden bowls and serving everyone, she took her seat, while Xiao Yuan cheerfully ate beside her. Lin Shan examined the food in his bowl. It resembled lumps of dough. Upon tasting a piece, he found it slightly bitter, lacking the smooth texture of flour. "Is this made from flour?" Lin Shan queried. "Sort of. But it comes from the ground, like peanuts. It can be harvested once a season and is easy to store. It is now the staple food of the Rin tribe." Yin Ruxin explained. "What a remarkable food." Lin Shan marveled. This could save countless lives. Yin Ruxin smiled, saying, "Thanks to Xijinan. This peanut grain used to be harvested only every 6 months, but after his improvements, the seeds can yield 4 harvests a year and produce plumper fruits. I want to become someone like Uncle C in the future, ensuring everyone can have enough to eat." A little boy shouted loudly, "I want to be an excellent doctor, to heal the wounded and save lives." The meal was warm and harmonious. indicating that these children had adapted to their new lives here. In closing, Lin Shan turned to Xiao Yuan and asked, "What do you want to do in the future?" "I want to be the strongest in the Rin tribe, to protect our people and lead them to prosperity," Xiao Yuan declared without hesitation. Hearing this, Yin Ruxin gazed at Lin Shan with a peculiar expression. Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback and looked at Yin Ruxin. "Did you teach these children all this?" Yin Ruxin chuckled. "I haven't taught them much. They were already quite intelligent." She then addressed the children. "Now that you're full, let us head to the fields to help everyone." "Understood, Director." The children chimed in unison. "Wait a moment," Lin Shan called out to them. "You don't have to work today. Tidy up a bit because we will be leaving tomorrow." "Leaving?" Yin Ruxin asked, puzzled. "You mean migrating?" "Yes," Lin Shan confirmed. After a moment of silence, Yin Ruxin murmured softly, "I hope fewer people die this time." She then turned to the children, saying, "You can go out to play now." "Yay." The children rushed outside, leaving only Yin Ruxin and Lin Shan in the room. Yin Ruxin said, "They have nothing to tidy up," then looked at Lin Shan. "Don't tell me you came back just to see this empty house. You're here to find me, right? I heard from Jin Tianzong that you returned yesterday." "Yes." Lin Shan nodded. "I brought back some things from the Mao tribe to show you." Stepping outside, he let the Xian Guang sack descend from the sky and dumped its contents onto the floor. "You went to the Mao tribe?" And returned unscathed. "Truly deserving of the title of the strongest in the Rin tribe," Yin Ruxin said in astonishment. She rummaged through the pile on the ground and pulled out the books. Sitting down, she began to flip through them rapidly. After a moment, she exclaimed excitedly, "I don't know the use of the other items, but these books document a method for utilizing spiritual energy as a power source, along with techniques for exploring the gray mist. If we can decipher them, it will greatly benefit our clan. Take your time with the research. Discard anything useless. I'll be stepping out for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of red light appeared in the room, and Lin Shan vanished without a trace. Yin Ruxin was left speechless at that moment. She felt like a worker while Lin Shan was the boss, assigning tasks and then leaving. High in the sky, Lin Shan flew towards the military camp, observing the troops returning in droves, thousands of them forming a long line. Upon reaching the original site of the military camp, he found it completely deserted, nothing left behind. Lin Shan recalled the retreat position of the Mao tribe and summoned the Xian Guang sword, letting it hover silently in the air. He waited all day without moving until the red moon rose. Finally, had they come? Suddenly, a glowing blue butterfly fluttered toward the barrier, attempting to pass through. A golden light descended from above, pinning the butterfly to the ground. After struggling for a moment, it dissipated into glimmering blue light. There was no special tracking method. It was merely a spy from the Mao tribe amongst the run. The route opened by the Mao tribe indeed had its limitations. Otherwise, they would not consistently attack and retreat from a single point, not even for sending messages. By dawn, another butterfly drifted by, meeting the same fate of dissolution. It seemed the enemy was growing anxious. Throughout the day, they had created 4 butterflies, all of which met a tragic end. As night fell, Lin Shan squinted to see a shabby man cautiously approaching, glancing around. Upon reaching the barrier, he summoned spiritual energy, and a lifelike blue butterfly was born, following his command as it flew outward. As the butterfly approached the barrier, a brilliant golden light pierced through it, intertwining with blue and golden particles before dissipating into the air. "Who?" exclaimed the individual in astonishment. In the next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, attempting to evade to the side, but it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the golden spear penetrated his heart. As he turned his head to see who had done this, he lost his breath before he could complete the motion. Behind him, Lin Shan supported the spear's shaft. And after the man succumbed, Lin Shan soared into the sky to maintain vigilance. There might be more than one spy. It was unlikely that the Cat clan would place all their eggs in one basket. However, this route was essential for their exit, as long as they could secure it. He did not believe that the capabilities of Sequence 9 could transmit messages over several dozen kilometers. In the ensuing time, no further anomalies occurred, and it was not until the sun arose that Lin Shan departed from the area. Upon returning to the camp, he found that all the tents had been dismantled, and everyone was shouldering their belongings. Soldiers were organizing the formation, while Zhang Zhonghua and several others stood at the front of the line. With Yin Ruxin surrounded by a group of children in the middle, Lin Shan landed at the forefront of the group, eliciting gasps of surprise as onlookers wondered who this person was, capable of flight. "Are we all prepared?" Lin Shan inquired of Zhang Zhonghua. "Ready," Zhang Zhonghua affirmed, nodding. "We can depart at any time." He then retrieved a scroll of jade from his pocket, saying, "Take this clan artifact." Lin Shan nodded, accepting the jade scroll. "Then let us set off." I will lead the way. You all should position yourselves to protect the formation. Understood. Let us go. The migration of the human clan commenced with great momentum. The number of migrants reached 50,000, and the line extended for miles. With only 8 extraordinary individuals, it was impossible to safeguard the entire formation. They could only pray for safety. They needed to advance until the boundary of the clan's territory touched the Xian Huailing. Not to actually reside there, as it was a place of peculiarities. This meant they had to carry their burdens for 60 kilometers. And Lin Shan estimated it would take 2 days. Chapter 42. Fear begets fear on the ashen ground. Various trees grew chaotically, and the terrain was uneven, often revealing slopes and depressions. As countless individuals trudged forward, their faces marked by fear, intertwined with a faint hope for the future. A serpentine line of tens of thousands formed, with a pseudo-extraordinary stationed at intervals to keep watch. At the forefront, Lin Shan followed the marked route on the parchment, navigating toward the nearest path. The advantage of possessing the clan artifact was that he no longer needed to worry about the gray mist obscuring his vision. The downside, however, was that without the mist, they lost their natural layer of protection, potentially disturbing all the anomalies and malevolence that the barrier might sweep past. At such times, the anomalies were manageable, as they rarely moved away from their territories, but the malevolence was far more troublesome, as they would actively engage in attacks. By midday, they had only covered 10 kilometers, facing little danger thus far, as they traversed through territory previously cleansed by their kind. However, proceeding further would lead them into unfamiliar lands. After a half-hour break, the group consumed their pre-prepared rations, and once satisfied, they hastened their pace, determined to cover 30 kilometers that day. Just as they stepped outside the previous clan territory, a scream erupted from the crowd. Ah! The startled cries multiplied rapidly. What is that? A snake? Or perhaps a worm? Lin Shan furrowed his brow, observing the writhing yellow worm in his hand, with its numerous appendages resembling tentacles and a row of compound eyes on its forehead, rendering it particularly unsettling. This was merely an ordinary insect, easily dealt with by a typical person, yet the sheer number was overwhelming, and they were venomous. Lin Shan already witnessed individuals collapsing, lifeless moments later. Clenching his fist towards the void, the insects within 100 meters exploded into a puddle of yellow ichor. However, it proved futile. This wide-area attack consumed a fifth of his supernatural energy, and with the line stretching for miles, new swarms of insects surged forth as soon as the previous ones were eradicated. More individuals fell, and everyone desperately stomped on the insects, their screams and cries intertwining in a cacophony. Lin Shan remained unfazed, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Thousands of meters away, several worms over 3 meters long lay coiled, radiating intense spiritual energy. Suddenly, one of the worms emitted a piercing scream, engulfed in a pale red flame that reduced it to ashes in an instant. The other 2 worms, witnessing this, shrieked with a sound akin to nails scraping glass. And moments later, swarms of miniature versions of the worms emerged from the ground, surrounding them. Indeed, it was them. Lin Shan had sensed something amiss when he had previously grasped the small worm. It appeared ordinary, yet it occasionally flickered with faint spiritual energy. He followed the direction from which the worms had emerged and found the 3 malevolences, identical in appearance to the smaller insects. After incinerating one, he attempted to manipulate the blood within the other worms with a gesture, only to find it ineffective, merely causing their bodies to tense and twitch slightly. My supernatural power is still too weak, Lin Shan murmured. He then continued to employ the red lantern, reducing the remaining 2 to ashes as well. Any delay could result in further casualties, and thus he swiftly returned to the formation. At that moment, the group had returned to normalcy, the small worms having lost control and burrowed back into the earth. Wu Xing, wake up. Wu Xing, little sister, please open your eyes. Soon we will live well, free from fear. I knew it. I knew there would be deaths. We only traveled this short distance, and so many have perished. Such complaints erupted throughout the entire formation. Continue moving forward, Lin Shan said calmly. What? Some voiced their discontent immediately. Are we not going to handle their bodies? How can we leave them here? Indeed. What kind of leader is this? Merely someone who crossed before us, lucky enough to gain extraordinary power, yet so cold-hearted. Right. At just over 20 years of age, how can he claim to lead the human race? Who gave you the right? Is it just because you wield strength that you threaten us, proclaiming you will lead us to survive? What now? 10,000 have already died. With the bodies of the fallen in plain sight, unrest grew among the crowd, the sight of so many dying before their eyes proving too much for them to bear. Lin Shan observed this turmoil with a cool gaze. Human emotions were intricate, and he did not wish to explain anything. He addressed the nearby pseudo-extraordinary soldiers, stating, "Inform the others that those who wish to stay behind to retrieve the bodies may do so. Everyone else shall continue onward." Understood. The soldiers saluted and swiftly ran back, relaying Lin Shan's words, which were passed along by another soldier over a distance of approximately 200 meters. Among the humans, there were few pseudo-extraordinary individuals, yet each had been rigorously selected from the battlefield. Only those who had witnessed true bloodshed could comprehend that sometimes sacrifice was unavoidable. The rest could only continue their march. However, they spoke a truth. All power was currently held by the pioneers, relying solely on force to maintain control, with all pseudo-extraordinary individuals as their loyal subordinates, leaving ordinary people unable to resist. Yet, this was also the best means of minimizing losses. A united front was preferable to internal strife. At least, Lin Shan concurred with this approach. In such circumstances, discussing democracy would be tantamount to courting death. In this world of the extraordinary, without absolute power suppressing chaos, the Cat clan served as a prime example of stagnation caused by a few vying for power, bringing the entire clan's development to a halt. 5 minutes later, the team resumed their march. Surprisingly, no one was willing to stay behind. Those who had previously boasted now bowed their heads in silence. Some wiped away tears or harbored resentment towards Lin Shan, yet they all stepped forward, continuing to follow. It was not until the crimson moon rose at night that they paused. Along the way, they encountered 2 eerie occurrences and numerous attacks from the fallen. But Lin Shan had skillfully evaded the territories of the eerie beings. However, the attacks from the fallen were unavoidable, and the number of people in their group steadily dwindled. In the span of a single day, thousands had likely perished, if not more. "Gather closely, do not spread out too much," Lin Shan instructed. "The night is rife with the eerie. Staying still could invite danger." He soared into the air, vigilant of his surroundings, fearing that some entities that only appeared at night might suddenly infiltrate the crowd. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, and his gaze fixed intently on a particular area where the space rippled as if something was attempting to emerge. Truly, it seemed that the very thing he feared was manifesting. With 2 flashes of red light and 2 instantaneous movements, he appeared at that anomalous location. Gathering his strength, he yelled, "Scatter, move away from me. If you wish to live, hurry." Upon hearing Lin Shan's shout, everyone nearby immediately dispersed. However, it was too late. From that point of disturbance surged a tide of darkness as thick as ink, swiftly engulfing those around. The ordinary people who came into contact with this darkness showed no resistance. Their bodies began to dissolve slowly, eyes, mouths, and other organs plummeting to the ground, soon transforming into pools of blood. Witnessing this horror, the others were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color as they screamed in terror, some collapsing to the ground in shock, leaving a growing stain of water. No one dared to mock. Everyone felt a suffocating dread, including Lin Shan. What is this? Sequence 8? Damn it, at such a time. Yet, the body of the eerie being felt paradoxical, appearing stuck, as if something were pulling it toward the spatial node. Lin Shan exerted every ounce of his power, his pale golden light intertwining with crimson, momentarily tearing a gap in the darkness, as if a black cloth had been pulled back. "Quick, escape from behind me." The range of this engulfing darkness was vast, with at least 10,000 people gathered here. If they were all annihilated, it would be a devastating blow to humanity. Lin Shan would not allow such a fate, especially not under his watch. "Did you not hear me? Hurry, hurry," Lin Shan shouted hoarsely, his exertion causing 2 drops of pitch-black blood tears to flow from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, the crowd finally reacted, scrambling to rise and flee. "Leave everything behind. Is your life not worth more than your belongings? If you do not escape and perish, do not blame me." Seeing that some were still staggering towards him with their belongings, Lin Shan was struck with a mix of anger and laughter, feeling an overwhelming urge to abandon these people. As the eerie body became increasingly whole, the pressure on Lin Shan intensified, and the number of those melting away grew. The black curtain he had lifted was gradually closing in. With a creak and a crack, Lin Shan's bones trembled, unable to withstand the immense spiritual pressure, beginning to fracture. Some who were running turned into pools of blood, their eyes fixated in death. Yet many others miraculously escaped. Perhaps the pressure was concentrated solely on Lin Shan. He felt as if his bones were not merely cracking, but shattering. Bone spikes piercing through flesh, his entire being resembling a grotesque blood porcupine, dark blood pooling around him. He sensed his spiritual essence gradually ebbing away. While the eerie entity was shedding the pull from behind, its form becoming complete. The power of the Bloodwing had long been depleted, relying solely on the meager recovery. And his heart's spiritual essence was also dwindling. Lin Shan glanced at the red lantern at his feet. After mastering the blood wing to harness its powers, he could now control the lantern with precision, preventing its power from spilling over. Channeling the essence of the eerie being into the lantern, in an instant, the dark space was suffused with crimson, an unending flame igniting, sizzling sounds erupting from the darkness. Lin Shan felt the pressure ease significantly. Yet the curtain continued to close in. At this point, few remained in the field. Those left were either dead or had fled. The survivors were mostly half-melted, with only fragments of their former selves remaining. Distressing cries echoed from afar. Even the screams were mindless. Observing this, Lin Shan ceased his struggle, casting a deep glance into the heart of the darkness, where he could faintly discern a blood-red face, marked by a crescent on its forehead, with the rest obscured by shadows. With great effort, Lin Shan squeezed through a narrow gap barely half a meter high. Upon his exit, the dark curtain swiftly sealed behind him, and as he looked ahead, the space was empty, his hand passing through as if everything he had just experienced was but an illusion. Lin Shan knew that the entity lay just ahead, though it was invisible and untouchable, as if they existed in two distinct worlds, one within and he outside. Lin Shan, are you all right? Upon hearing Zhao Shaoan's voice, he turned to see familiar faces had gathered, save for Yen Ruxin, who was likely tending to the children. I'm fine, Lin Shan replied nonchalantly. You call this fine? Zhao Shaoan's voice quivered. Lin Shan's current state would have claimed the life of an ordinary person. His body was riddled with protruding bone spikes. How much willpower must one possess to remain unfazed? She hastily produced a ceramic vial from her pocket, saying, "This is the best medicine I could concoct. You must try it." Lin Shan, somewhat resigned, asked, "Where should I apply it? On the bones?" He continued, "Do not worry. I'm fine. I'll recover soon. I'm accustomed to such injuries." He waved his hand, saying, "I'll head forward. You all should not linger together. Disperse. There may be other dangers." As Lin Shan moved further ahead, the others sighed and scattered back to their positions. Following the crowd, Lin Shan noticed that all who beheld his state stepped aside in fright, and those he had just rescued murmured their gratitude. Upon reaching a certain spot, Lin Shan halted, seeing a little girl named Xiao Yuan sobbing uncontrollably, while Yen Ruxin comforted her by patting her back. Originally 17 children, only 9 remained, and the boy who had been close to Xiao Yuan was also absent, presumably swept into the same eerie realm. In that moment, nearly 10,000 had surged outward in a frenzy, and Lin Shan could hardly keep track of who had been inside. Yen Ruxin turned to Lin Shan, her eyes reflecting concern upon seeing his injuries. Ultimately, she simply nodded at him, silently thanking him through her lips. Lin Shan returned the gesture, passing by them and walking straight back to the front of the group. Due to the crowd's consolidation, the formation had diminished significantly, while the likelihood of encountering danger was reduced. If danger did arise, the casualty rate would soar. Fortuitously, aside from a few ambushes from the fallen that Lin Shan had preemptively dealt with, no further dangers emerged. As the sun rose, the fear that had gripped the people throughout the night began to wane. After a simple meal of dry rations, the crowd formed a long line once more, resuming their journey. By this time, the bone spikes that had once protruded from Lin Shan's body had nearly fully retracted, leaving only a few long spikes exposed, while his once pristine silken robe was now stained black with blood. Ever since merging with the blood wing, his blood had transformed from real blood into a manifestation of spiritual power, its color resembling thick ink. Chapter 44. The strange bird. The journey was fraught with danger, with relentless attacks from the fallen. As the barrier shifted, it not only failed to provide protection but also inadvertently attracted vast numbers of the fallen. After enduring several waves of assaults, it was now midday, and the crowd was no longer merely numb. They were steeped in despair. In a mere span of 40 kilometers, over 10,000 lives were sacrificed, the path ahead entirely constructed from the remains of the fallen. Ordinary individuals disintegrated upon contact in the hazy smoke, their lives devoid of any assurance. As they approached the final 20 kilometers, Lin Shan yearned to halt their journey, yet he gritted his teeth and announced the continuation. Should the Maozu find them again at such a close distance, the toll would not merely be a few thousand lives. As they pressed onward, the air was filled with anguished cries. Lin Shan fought tirelessly, yet the sheer number of the corrupted entities was overwhelming, and even one-on-one confrontations proved formidable. Guided by the red lanterns, they finally reached their destination by nightfall, the edge of the barrier enveloping a great river, 100 meters wide, in front of a Zihan flower forest. This river would serve as the lifeblood of the human race for an extended period. Li Hui, halt the procession, we have arrived. This marks our future homeland. Survive this night, and we shall be safe, Lin Shan instructed the nearby officer. Yes, Li Hui saluted and replied, I will notify the troops. Gather the team, Lin Shan added. Understood. The distance to the Zihin flower forest remained 10 kilometers away, and the clan's artifact could only be activated at the very center of the barrier. This location would become the new city center, the initial hub for human development. As for water supply, they would need to excavate a channel to draw from the 100-meter-wide river. The sky gradually warmed, and the team began to converge. The night passed in tranquil silence, devoid of any dangers. Not a single corrupted being appeared, which Lin Shan suspected was related to their proximity to the Zihin flower forest. Inside one of the tents, 11 pioneers convened. In the coming years, even decades, we must focus on construction. With the natural increase in population and ongoing crossings, we could eventually host hundreds of thousands, one stated. Thus, I propose we commence planning the urban area, initiating construction from the center and expanding outward. I have prepared the blueprints, but lack the opportunity to present them. Jin Tianzong spoke passionately, retrieving a meticulously prepared map from his pocket. I have designed a small town covering 10 square kilometers, accommodating a population between 100,000 and 200,000. Here are the various layouts for your review. Zhang Zhonghua interjected. You can handle the construction aspect, but since we have just migrated, the clan's fortune hasn't solidified into mineral veins. We may need to pause for a while to assess the population and establish a more rational management system. Can clan fortune materialize resources? Lin Shan inquired curiously. Indeed, clan fortune can manifest mineral veins underground within clan territory. It also influences various facets of clan development, including territorial scope, resources within the clan land, and even the health of its members. If its effects weren't so significant, the Maozu would not harvest us for it, Zhang Zhonghua explained. How does clan fortune grow? Lin Shan asked further. Zhang Zhonghua replied, we haven't fully grasped this yet, but it generally hinges on two factors, the number of clan members and the prosperity within the clan. In scenarios where the same number of clan members can all be fed versus where some go hungry, the fortunes differ. Lin Shan nodded, stating, I will leave clan development to you. I have my own matters to attend to. Before anyone could respond, a flash of red light engulfed Lin Shan, and he vanished from sight. The others exchanged wry smiles, accustomed to his abrupt departures, and resumed discussing the future trajectory of the human race. At this moment, soaring at a height of 1,000 meters, Lin Shan observed the bustling crowd below. The human race had stabilized, and he felt no inclination to involve himself in internal management, nor did he harbor interest in power. Sometimes, possessing strength equated to wielding authority. He sought a higher plane of power. Producing a piece of parchment, he gently rubbed his hand across its surface, the chilling sensation penetrating his very soul. Lin Shan stared at the parchment for a moment, then inscribed, Lin Shan. Spiritual herbs that enhance spirituality within a radius of 500 kilometers. The parchment responded, searching. There are 49 spiritual herbs within a radius of 500 kilometers. To acquire all locations, a lifespan of 4 years and 1 month must be forfeited. Lin Shan replied, payment. The price remained unchanged, 1 month per herb, yet this time, all were of sequence 9, with only 49 spiritual herbs in a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. It raised questions whether this world was vast or if such herbs were exceedingly rare. 3 months later, at an altitude of 5,000 meters, a flash of red light flickered and vanished, pursued closely by a violet light. Lin Shan, riddled with wounds, his black blood spilling forth, found himself being relentlessly chased by a bizarre bird with 2 heads. Lin Shan felt a deep sense of despair. While gathering spiritual herbs atop a mountain, he inadvertently touched a black grass beside the herbs. The moment he made contact, his spiritual essence dissipated, rendering him powerless, akin to an ordinary person. Consequently, he plummeted from the peak, crashing into the nest of the pursuing creature. Merely colliding with it might not have incited such wrath. Yet he had inadvertently shattered one of its 2 unusually large eggs. Fortunately, upon landing, his strength returned, and initially, Lin Shan thought he could easily dispatch the sequence 9 aberration while devouring the bird egg for a boost in spirituality. However, to his astonishment, the creature proved impervious to blades and flames, its own spirituality having reached the pinnacle of sequence 9. The monstrous bird, with its 2 heads, possessed long, metallic beaks, and the gaping wounds on Lin Shan's body were inflicted by its attacks, which could pierce through spiritual defenses and harm the flesh directly. With wings spanning 15 meters, it was indeed a colossal beast. Chapter 45. The dark space. Lin Shan's speed diminished, while the monstrous bird continued to pursue with fervor, its eyes aflame with determination. Fixated on him as if vowing not to relent until he was vanquished. Lin Shan, feeling helpless, persistently attempted to ignite the creature with his red lantern. Yet the flames extinguished upon contact. Indeed, they were snuffed out without any resistance, as if the spiritual essence simply vanished. This only solidified Lin Shan's resolve to escape. However, maintaining altitude would only bring the creature closer. He needed a strategy to shake off the relentless pursuit of the two-headed monstrosity. Descending to lower altitudes, he finally halted at a height of 100 meters, the creature still hot on his heels, the distance closing rapidly. Lin Shan kept his gaze fixed below, hoping to find a refuge from the chase. As he passed over a small hill, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, reminiscent of stepping through a freezer. This is it. Lin Shan swiftly descended toward the small hill, while the creature hesitated momentarily but maintained its relentless speed, following him downward. In an instant, the 100 meters evaporated, and Lin Shan discerned the peculiar form below a house. The strange structure was indeed a modest two-story building, adorned with white walls and red tiles, flanked by festive decorations. Approaching it did not provoke an attack. The more this transpired, the more Lin Shan felt the peculiarity of the situation. The monstrous bird soon arrived, its gaze shifting from fury to mockery as it beheld Lin Shan. Boom! The peculiar bird descended, its massive form towering over the small house with its white walls and red tiles. The rapidity of its landing stirred up a cloud of dust. The two-headed creature fixated its icy gaze upon Lin Shan, advancing toward him step by step. In the next moment, that menacing beak struck the air, and a gaping wound appeared on Lin Shan's body, dark blood gushing forth like a spring. His complexion paled, and without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the small house. The door opened easily, revealing an inky darkness within, devoid of any decor. As Lin Shan surveyed his surroundings, the creature outside raised its claw and struck the air, an unseen force crashing into him, snapping his fragile spine into several pieces. He was propelled straight into the room, crashing heavily against a black curtain. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, plunging him into complete darkness, save for the faint solace provided by the red lantern he held. After lying on the ground for a while, waiting for his spine to mend, Lin Shan finally stood to explore the area. Even without full recovery, he could rely on his uncanny body to rise. Though it would involve enduring excruciating pain, it was preferable to avoid suffering if possible. After all, he had no proclivity for masochism. He returned to where the door had been, only to find that it had vanished, leaving behind an abyss of darkness. After walking several hundred steps, he found nothing but more darkness. He observed that the small house occupied no more than 15 square meters. What was happening now? Was it spatial folding? Or perhaps an illusory realm? After wandering for a good 10 minutes, Lin Shan felt as though he was merely spinning in place. He decided to halt his advance. And behind him, the red light flickered, transforming into enormous wings spanning 4 meters. With a slight tremor, the wings cleaved through the darkness, leaving a crimson gash. An hour later, Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought, the red lantern beside him casting a soft crimson glow, illuminating a small area. It was impossible for him to exit this space on his own. After pondering for a while, Lin Shan resolutely abandoned the idea. He retrieved a piece of parchment. Lin Shan, how do I get out? Parchment, you must sacrifice 3 months of your lifespan. Lin Shan, payment accepted. Parchment, to open the inner space requires the power of sequence 8. You must become sequence 8 to tear through the space. Upon reading this response, Lin Shan nearly tore the parchment in frustration. What did it mean to tear through space? It was beyond his current capabilities. This was the inner space, and that house was merely an entrance, confirming his earlier suspicions of an invisible layer of space. Most higher-level anomalies resided within this realm. Suddenly, Lin Shan had an idea. Lin Shan, locate the nearest sequence 8 anomaly position. Parchment, requires a sacrifice of 60 years of lifespan. Lin Shan frowned, taken aback by the exorbitant cost. Anything related to sequence potions was notoriously expensive, especially sequence 8. Ultimately, he refrained from utilizing the parchment, as he still needed to obtain the sequence 8 formula. Sacrificing his lifespan could lead to an unfavorable outcome. Moreover, if anomalies truly existed within this layer of space, locating them shouldn't be overly difficult. It would merely take additional time. He contemplated whether the efficacy of these spiritual herbs would diminish over prolonged periods. Glancing at his bulging backpack, he noted that he had collected 47 marked herbs over the past 3 months. The creature had provided the 48th. Despite numerous dangers encountered along the way, Lin Shan had managed to evade them through flight and teleportation, only to face the bizarre two-headed creature at this critical juncture. Next, Lin Shan flitted about like a headless fly in the endless darkness. When fatigue set in, he walked instead. He lost track of time until he finally sensed a chill in the air, the unmistakable scent of anomalies. A flicker of joy surged within him. He had finally found it. Typically, he would avoid such encounters outside, but when actively seeking, it had taken an eternity. He had no concept of how many days had elapsed. His physiology had transformed entirely. He no longer required sleep, food, or water. Everything a normal person needed to survive was no longer necessary. Now, aside from consuming tainted flesh, he merely ate for the sensation, as the black blood from his blood wings sufficed to replenish all his energy needs. Lin Shan cautiously approached the source of the anomaly, wary of getting too close. The ramifications of entering the creature's attack range would be dire, as Sequence 8 anomalies were beyond his capacity to withstand. Maintaining a distance of approximately 900 meters, he felt secure, as he could teleport without fear of being attacked. He waited in silence, reasoning that anomalies might sometimes open the outer space. Time passed without a sense of duration. Suddenly, Lin Shan, who had been meditating, opened his eyes, their red glow swirling as his uncanny body sequence finally ascended to the second stage. The blood wings behind him expanded, becoming more magnificent, adorned with strange patterns upon their crimson surface. Chapter 46. Return to the clan. At that very moment, a disturbance rippled through the space ahead. A thick, viscous darkness surged forth, the powerful spiritual pressure palpable even from 900 meters away. It was approaching. Lin Shan's heart raced, his gaze fixated forward. Crack, crack. A node in front of him sounded as though glass were shattering, cracks spreading like a spiderweb across the dark veil. The viscous darkness began to seep through the node, which widened gradually. Lin Shan still could not see the true form of the anomaly, only feeling its overwhelming spiritual power. As the node expanded, the darkness within began to permeate outward, albeit with great difficulty, as if hindered by an unseen force. Just as he had observed that day, something was obstructing these anomalies from disrupting the outer space. Yet, this only added resistance. The darkness continued to seep forth steadily. Crack! Another faint sound echoed as the fissures at the node widened once more. At that moment, a flash of red light sparkled within the dark space. In the next instant, Lin Shan surged through the crack, the thick darkness immediately launching an attack against him. He executed 2 consecutive teleports. In the air at 2,000 meters, Lin Shan glanced at his arm, horrified to find necrotic spots emerging, a faint stench of decay wafting into his nostrils. The other side of his arm had begun to rot, the essence of his uncanny body slowly repairing itself, but the effect was feeble. At this rate, it would take several days to heal. Was this the power of a Sequence 8 anomaly? Merely brushing against it had resulted in such a transformation without a true attack. Lin Shan frowned, realizing that to ascend to Sequence 8, he needed the corresponding materials. The vast chasm between their powers was insurmountable. Even if he elevated his heartlight and blood wings to the 9th stage, it would not suffice. Setting aside thoughts of Sequence 8, Lin Shan began to observe his surroundings. The crimson moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a perpetual gray mist. Lowering his altitude to the ground, he found himself amidst a desolate expanse. This was uncharted territory. No, it was not a desert. Lin Shan picked up the ground's granules for closer inspection. They resembled sand in size. Yet the surface undulated slightly, as if the grains were breathing. Were these the eggs of some creature? As he crushed the sand in his hand, he realized that he had miscalculated. No form of the creature he had envisioned emerged. Instead, the sand was devoid of substance, yet it emanated an exceedingly subtle essence. This meant it contained some resource imbued with spiritual energy. If the Maozu were to acquire it, leveraging their technology that harnessed spirituality as an energy source, they could potentially access nearly limitless power. While it would also be beneficial for the Rinzhu, transporting such a trivial amount of this resource would hardly justify the effort. Where was he, anyway? Lin Shan stared at the parchment in his mind, and in the next moment, he found himself in a state of shock. The distance to the final spiritual herb was 356 kilometers? How could that be? In the realm of darkness, it was impossible to have traveled such a distance. This was perplexing. Over 4,000 kilometers was far beyond the extent of his current journey, yet in reality, he had scarcely moved. It seemed the issue lay with the dark space itself. He decided to return. Flying such a distance would likely take a month. He hoped no further mishaps would occur. Lin Shan murmured to himself, having already spent a considerable amount of time outside. After spending 3 months gathering herbs, He was uncertain how long he had lingered in the dark space. The Rinzu should have progressed significantly by now. It was time to return. A month later, while flying at an altitude of 5,000 meters, he encountered few attacks. With the advancement of his blood wings, he now possessed sufficient spiritual energy to sustain a day of flight. Lin Shan hovered over a lake, where the parchment indicated the target was located 800 meters beneath the surface. The lake was modest in size, with a diameter of only about 1 kilometer, yet astonishingly deep. Without hesitation, he spread his blood wings and descended directly to the lake bed. Various fish and shrimp swam alongside him, and moments later, he spotted his objective, a red coral grass, glowing with a faint spiritual essence, standing out prominently among the ordinary aquatic plants. Utilizing his heart's light to manifest a hand, he uprooted it and instantly teleported back to the surface. At that moment, his legs were swarmed with leeches, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He had felt nothing as they crawled upon him, only realizing their presence when he sensed his spiritual energy waning. After draining his blood, these leeches turned pitch black and soon perished due to spiritual erosion. Lin Shan's blood was not easily siphoned. With a casual sweep, he dislodged all the leeches from his legs, and they exploded upon hitting the water's surface. He placed the red coral grass into his bag, sacrificing a month's lifespan to pinpoint the location of the clan. The distance was precisely 500 kilometers. 3 days later, above the Rinzu clan territory, rows of brick houses were constructed with remarkable regularity, crisscrossed by wide streets spanning over 100 meters. While the number of brick houses was limited, many makeshift tents dotted the area, indicating ongoing construction efforts aimed at bypassing the wooden house phase in favor of building brick structures. Those incomplete were temporarily occupied by tents. At the center stood a grand 3-story hall, still under construction, where hundreds labored diligently. This was clearly the new clan hall. Lin Shan searched for the position of the pioneers and ultimately gazed towards the clan hall, noticing that only within it resided several extraordinary powers. To avoid complications, he teleported to a location adjacent to one of these extraordinary presences and focused his gaze, discovering it was Si Jianan, who was currently scribbling something on coarse paper with no awareness of Lin Shan's presence. Lin Shan pondered how best to address him without startling him. At that moment, a formally dressed young woman entered, holding a thick cardboard sheet. She immediately announced, "Minister, the agricultural planning has been finalized. Please take a look. Furthermore, construction on the water channels has commenced, and the agricultural department has recruited over 5,000 personnel, expecting to cover all farmland within 2 months." Si Jianan continued writing without lifting his head, replying, "Good, just leave it on the table. I will review it shortly." The woman had indeed noticed Lin Shan upon entering, but assumed he had been summoned by Si Jianan. Nonetheless, Lin Shan's peculiar attire caught her eye, prompting her to glance back. "Understood, Minister," she nodded and exited. Once she departed, Lin Shan intentionally cleared his throat twice. Startled, Si Jianan's hand trembled. Yet the battles he had fought in recent years, coupled with the emerging mindset of a leader, prevented him from displaying any overt emotions. In an instant, a faint golden spiritual aura enveloped him. Lin Shan noted that Si Jianan's heart's light had reached the 3rd stage, a pace similar to his own. Were it not for the spiritual herbs, Lin Shan might have also attained the 3rd stage by now. "Don't be alarmed. It is I," Lin Shan reassured him. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Si Jianan exhaled in relief and turned to face Lin Shan, asking, "You've been gone for half a year. How long do you plan to stay this time?" With a smile, Lin Shan replied, "This time, it may be a bit longer. Do you have any available rooms?" After a moment of contemplation, Si Jianan responded, "Currently, housing within the clan is scarce. Although thousands are dedicated to construction daily, the population is simply too large, and 6 months is hardly sufficient. Moreover, as a pioneer of the Rinzu and regarded as the mightiest among us, it would not be appropriate for you to share accommodations with ordinary individuals. There are reserved rooms on the 3rd floor of the clan hall, where clan artifacts and all internal tomes are stored. Staying there would allow you to assist in protecting the clan artifacts as well." He then seemed to recall something and chuckled. This aligns well with the phenomenon where the most formidable individuals often reside within the library. Lin Shan remained silent for a moment before replying, "I have no preference regarding where I stay." "Very well, follow me, and I shall take you up," Si Jianan said with a smile. Lin Shan suddenly inquired, "What is the current population of the Rinzu?" Si Jianan answered, "During the last migration, we lost over 11,000 individuals. However, in the past 6 months, approximately 200 individuals have crossed daily, bringing the population close to 70,000. Lin Shan nodded, refraining from further inquiries, as he intended to stay for an extended period. He needed to elevate his heart's light to its pinnacle and hoped to witness the development of the Rinzhu firsthand during this time. Chapter 47. Recording history. The newly constructed clan hall was significantly larger than its predecessor, yet still retained an air of simplicity. The bricks lay exposed without any covering or embellishment. Lin Shan followed Si Jinan up 2 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor, which was guarded by 2 men in blue attire, both exemplars among the pseudo-exceptional, only a step away from true transcendence. However, without a sequence potion, crossing that final threshold was impossible. Minister, the 2 men saluted Si Jinan with military precision. Pioneer Lin Shan, Si Jinan introduced, nodding slightly. He will be residing in the library. The 2 men were taken aback, standing rigidly and bowing once more. Pioneer Lin. Lin Shan waved his hand, saying, "Just address me normally. I hold no official position within the clan." One of the men, appearing to be in his 30s, remarked, "Your deeds have earned the respect of us all." Lin Shan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, and stepped forward towards the 3rd floor. In his view, he had not truly contributed much to the Rinzhu. His actions were merely within his capabilities. If contributions were to be measured, he surely fell short compared to others. If the 2nd floor served as an office, the 3rd was akin to a vast library, featuring rows of bookshelves with only a few volumes displayed. The so-called books were merely stacks of paper bound together, lacking even covers, represented only by a few large characters. The empty hall had rows of rooms at each end, designated for storing valuable items. Si Jinan led Lin Shan to the room in the central rightmost section. Upon approaching, Lin Shan noticed that the door was ajar, giving off a rather careless impression. Pushing open the door, Lin Shan beheld a high platform upon which a jade tome quietly floated. "Is the clan artifact simply left here?" he inquired, perplexed. "What else could it be?" Si Jinan replied nonchalantly. "The clan artifact cannot be easily moved by just anyone. Those who can are beyond our control. It could be placed anywhere, and having someone guard it is merely to prevent our own people from coveting it and ultimately risking their lives." Lin Shan pondered this, approaching to grasp the clan artifact in his hands, confident that he was not among the ordinary individuals. During the last migration, he had not even had the chance to examine it before handing it over to Zhang Zhonghua. Upon opening the jade tome, he found it vastly different from his first encounter. In addition to the initial 11 names, there was now an added name, Chun Liyun. Furthermore, each name radiated a faint golden glow. When Lin Shan touched his own name, a multitude of characters projected into the void. Lin Shan, one of the pioneers of humanity. Year 1 of the human era, the first extraordinary being of the human race, subsequently assisting 7 others to attain extraordinary status. Year 3 of the human era, he repelled the Cat clan and led humanity in migration, securing advanced technologies from the Cat clan along with documentation regarding the Grey Mist. Following this, a dense array of fine print chronicled the general proceedings without delving into specifics. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan sighed in relief. Had the details been recorded, he feared he might inadvertently dismantle the clan artifact. It was entirely reminiscent of a historical tome, albeit one detailing only a brief span of history. After reviewing the introduction on the clan artifact, Lin Shan expressed his sentiments. Si Jinan nodded in agreement, stating, "Though it may seem brief now, should our human race persist a century, a millennium, or even 10 millennia hence, what an extensive historical tapestry it shall be. And how many names shall be inscribed upon it?" Setting down the clan artifact, Lin Shan turned to Si Jinan and asked, "Will I reside here, alongside the clan artifact?" "Not quite," Si Jinan chuckled. "The clan artifact is currently offered as a reward to those with ambition, so people often come to peruse it. It would be inappropriate for you to stay here. Instead, you will occupy the adjacent room, which is conveniently vacant. I will have someone bring over supplies and some essential furnishings shortly." "Very well," Lin Shan acquiesced, nodding. "Please also bring me a couple of changes of clothing." His current attire, worn for half a year, was riddled with holes, a testament to its wear. "Understood. I have no other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Si Jinan replied. Lin Shan waved him off and proceeded to the adjacent room. The interior was approximately 20 square meters, entirely bare, resembling an unfinished shell of a house. He settled onto the floor, waiting in silence. Initially intending to explore, he abandoned the thought, realizing that his tattered clothing would attract too much attention. "Knock, knock, knock. Lin Shinju, are you there?" Someone knocked at the door shortly thereafter. "Just bring it in," Lin Shan responded. He then witnessed 2 individuals entering with a wooden bed, followed by another person carrying a green quilt. Once he arranged the bed, several more individuals arrived, bringing tables, chairs, and washing supplies, even a glass orb. "What is this? A streetlight from the Cat clan?" Lin Shan observed with curiosity. "Indeed. replied the burly man carrying the items. This lamp is called a spirit lamp, developed by Ms. Yin and Minister Jin. By inputting a bit of spirit energy, it can illuminate for an extended period. Ms. Yin, you mean Yin Rushin? It seems part of the Cat clan's technology has been deciphered. After everyone departed, Lin Shan picked up the spirit lamp from the table, examining it with intrigue. As he gradually infused it with spirit energy, the lamp emitted a dazzling white light, so bright that it was almost blinding even in daylight. Having inadvertently infused too much energy, he realized there must be a mechanism to absorb it, narrowly avoiding causing it to burst. I'll just leave it here. I hope it dims a bit by nightfall. Lin Shan then took the new clothes that had been delivered, and with a flash, he vanished from his spot, reappearing high above the clan hall. He sought a place to cleanse himself. The only nearby river seemed to be the one by the Zihin flower grove, but bathing did not warrant such a long journey. After a brief aerial survey, he discovered an artificially dug waterway, narrow and only 2 meters wide. Flying along the waterway, he exited the central area, where the periphery was under extensive construction, and further out lay vast tracts of farmland, filled with peanuts and wheat, with the waterway running between them to provide irrigation. He chose an unoccupied field, casually washing himself by the waterway, and donned his new attire before soaring skyward. As he approached the construction area, he landed and merged into the throng of people. Following 6 months of stable development, the eyes of nearly everyone sparkled with renewed vitality, no longer exhibiting the numbness of half a year prior. Every place he traversed was bustling with activity. In the construction zone, Lin Shan walked several miles, observing the fervor with which everyone worked. Upon passing through the outer construction area, he entered the already developed central district, where the architecture left him in awe. Chapter 48, Shared Governance. His eyes fell upon a commercial district, where uniformly styled storefronts bore wooden signs proclaiming Otherworld Tea House, Otherworldly Sea Restaurant, Clothing Repair Shop, and even an Otherworld Childcare Center. Countless individuals meandered through, engaging in trade, some attired in modern clothing. The currency exchanged was small bags of peanuts and wheat. Weighed for barter. This could not be a sustainable solution. As farmland expanded, the value of these peanuts and wheat would inevitably diminish. Just then, a group approached down the street, led by a young man clad in a green silk garment, followed by over 100 individuals of all ages, dressed in exceedingly simple autumn attire, which the current industrial capabilities of the gray mist world could not produce. This street is currently the only commercial avenue in our clan territory. Since there is no unified currency yet, we are using food as a temporary substitute. For the first 3 days after your arrival, you will not be required to work. All lodging and meals will be provided at no cost. You are to use these 3 days to acclimatize to your new world. Afterward, free provisions will cease, and you will need to work to acquire what you need. As for job positions, you may choose freely according to your circumstances. Regarding farmland, simply designate a plot in the fields, if you have the strength. You may claim as much land as you wish, with a tax of 30% on total harvests. If you believe you possess the capability, feel free to explore various departments. If you qualify, you may become a public servant, perhaps even gaining access to extraordinary abilities. Taking a breath, he continued. In the initial stages of development, all systems are subject to continuous adjustment. Currently, humanity is governed by 7 departments: the agricultural department, the industrial department, the commercial department, the household department, the military department, the police department, and the educational department. It resembles the ancient system but differs significantly. There is no emperor, and all major decisions regarding human development are made through voting by these 7 departments. Department officials are categorized into 6 levels: minister, deputy minister, director, deputy director, section chief, and assistant section chief. This is merely the current structure. What changes may arise in the future are uncertain. Lin Shan listened attentively to the speaker's introduction. The 7-department system encompassed nearly everything required at present. It had its merits and demerits. The advantage lay in mutual checks and balances, while the drawback was that prolonged rivalry between certain departments might lead to a form of internal strife. Nevertheless, at this stage, the system appeared viable, with humanity's current progress serving as solid evidence. Should any alterations arise later, adjustments could be made. Zhang Zhonghua and others, recognized as pioneers by the clan artifact, should possess the requisite capability. Lin Shan followed the group of new arrivals, absorbing nearly 2 hours of explanation, gaining a clearer understanding of the current state of development. "Hey, brother," someone called out to him. "When did you cross over? I've heard that this outfit is unobtainable even with wealth. It looks like you're doing quite well." The leader turned his gaze towards Lin Shan, having long noticed his conspicuous presence, primarily due to the striking attire he donned, which symbolized authority within the clan territory. The leader scrutinized the emerald robe that adorned Lin Shan, noting its opulence far surpassed his own garb. Such garments were unattainable even for the wealthy. The supply of silk from the Qingcan could scarcely meet the needs of over 70,000 individuals, and they were typically reserved for internal departments. Lin Shan's attire was issued to him upon his induction as a novice guide. "My friend, may I inquire which department you serve?" The leader, more astute than the freshly arrived newcomers, had already grasped that this was a new realm with distinct rules. He recognized that, bolstered by the energies of the pioneers, a restoration of the imperial system was within the realm of possibility. Fortunately, they had not taken that path, and the populace still enjoyed a semblance of democracy. "I do not serve in any department," Lin Shan replied coolly. "Ah, I see. It appears I have misjudged," the leader replied politely. "I am Jiang Dang. May we become acquainted?" Jiang Dang extended his hand, aware that anyone who could don such attire was likely not of trivial importance, and forging an acquaintance could prove beneficial. Lin Shan hesitated briefly before shaking his hand. "I am Lin Shan. Your name is Lin Shan? How familiar it sounds. Perhaps it is a common name." Upon uttering this, Jiang Dang collapsed, unconscious. Lin Shan sighed, observing Jiang Shua convulsing on the ground before eventually falling still, a thin layer of frost covering him. Upon using his spiritual senses, Lin Shan felt relieved to ascertain that Jiang Shua was still alive. His hesitation stemmed not from any aversion to contact, but from a fear that a mere ordinary person might encounter trouble in his presence. He had nearly completely suppressed his supernatural aura, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. After all, how could an ordinary person withstand the uncanny? Lin Shan, in essence, was no different from the extraordinary, possessing all the attributes of the supernatural, including the potential passive threat he posed to the common folk. He feared that if he ascended to a higher rank, an ordinary person might perish from merely casting a glance in his direction. "Ah, murder!" a voice cried in panic, while another shouted with composure, "Quick, summon a doctor. Fetch the security team. Do not allow this murderer to escape. Surround him." Immediately, cries erupted from nearby, with some attempting to apprehend him. Terrified, Lin Shan swiftly retreated, a flash of crimson light illuminating his form, leaving the onlookers with only the memory of massive blood-red wings before he vanished. Where did he go? It seems he has flown away. How did he fly? With wings. He is extraordinary. Quickly, notify the ministers. We have an extraordinary intruder. At that moment, high above in the clouds, Lin Shan exhaled in relief, fearing that contact with those individuals could be fatal. This was no mere case of opportunism. It was a matter of life and death. Upon reaching the vicinity of the clan palace, he entered through the main door, where the guards, now familiar with him, greeted him with a nod. Lin Shan acknowledged them and proceeded into the grand hall on the first floor. Unlike the second and third floors, the first floor was an expansive open space designed to receive newly arrived transmigrators. The hall appeared deserted, save for a few elderly women engaged in cleaning. As he ascended the stairs to the second floor, he encountered a group descending. "Director Chun, here is the exploration list for this gray fog expedition. Please take a look." A mature woman handed a document to the man at the front, identified as Director Chun. Glancing at the list, Director Chun remarked, "Is General Zhao participating this time?" "Indeed." The woman confirmed. General Zhao mentioned she intends to seek new herbs to enhance the medical codex. Director Chun hesitated. General Zhao is a pioneer. Any mishap could have significant repercussions. I must persuade her. We can assist in finding any herb she requires. It would be futile, the woman replied helplessly. The last time we tried to persuade her, Minister Zhang returned with a swollen face and is now hiding in his office. He is the minister of the military, theoretically her superior, and she dared to strike him directly. If he were to go, the implication lingered unspoken but was evident. Chapter 49. Chun Liyun. As Director Chun brushed past Lin Shan, he abruptly halted, turning to face Lin Shan with astonishment. "Are you the Lin pioneer? It truly is you. I wonder if you recall me. I stood at the forefront of the migration, right beside you." Director Chin's voice trembled with excitement. "You were the one standing next to me, the pseudo-extraordinary?" Lin Shan asked, studying the young man before him with uncertainty. "Unless there were others beside you." "It must have been me," he replied with a smile. "I never expected you to be a director now. What is your name?" Lin Shan inquired. Director Chun rendered a military salute, stating, "I am Chun Liyun, the current director of the military's exploration department, responsible for our clan's endeavors in the gray fog world." Lin Shan was taken aback. "You are Chun Liyun? I have seen your name recorded in our clan's records. You distinguished yourself greatly during the conflict between the cat and human clans, and after the migration, you led several expeditions into the gray fog." successfully hunting extraordinary malevolence with your team of pseudo-extraordinary individuals, thereby augmenting our ranks. Your name has been immortalized in our clan's records. Having recently perused the clan's records, Lin Shan had taken particular note of the emerging names, and it was a surprise to encounter one in the flesh. He began to comprehend the feelings of those who had gazed upon him, akin to characters leaping from the pages of a book into reality. Chun Liyun humbly replied, "It is nothing remarkable, whether in battle against the Cat clan or hunting malevolence. It was truly a team effort." Lin Shan smiled, but remained silent. Humility does not guarantee success, yet those who achieve it often embody modesty, even if feigned. He then recalled their earlier conversation and casually asked, "How do you find your way back once you enter the gray fog?" Chun Liyun responded, "We owe much to the techniques recorded in the Cat clan's literature regarding the spiritual markers. Before venturing out, one can leave a spiritual marker within the clan territory. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient, theoretically, the distance of the marker can be limitless. The gray fog merely disorients one's sense of direction. With a fixed target, one cannot stray. How is a spiritual marker created?" Lin Shan inquired. "Quite simply," Chun Liyun replied with a smile. "It is merely a technique for utilizing spiritual energy. Allow me to demonstrate." With a wave of his hand, nothing changed in reality, yet in Lin Shan's perception, an exceedingly faint spiritual node materialized before him, connected to Chun Liyun by an almost imperceptible thread of spiritual energy. This is a deliberate demonstration, so you should be able to sense it. In reality, others cannot perceive this marker except for the creator. Lin Shan nodded, grasping the method effortlessly. Spiritual energy and oneself are one and the same. This technique divides the spiritual energy, allowing one to locate themselves through that faint connection. There are drawbacks, however. Maintaining the link between oneself and the spiritual marker necessitates that it persists in existence, which adds to the burden of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, due to the thread being so faint, the consumption required to create a marker is not excessively burdensome. The further the thread is extended, the greater the energy expenditure. By the way, Chun Liyun suddenly interjected, "Lin Pioneer, could you perhaps persuade General Zhao? If it were you." Lin Shan furrowed his brow, asking, "General Zhao? Do you mean Zhao Xiaoan?" Chun Liyun chuckled ruefully. "Who else could it be?" "No need for persuasion," Lin Shan replied coolly. "If she wishes to go, let her go." "But," Chun Liyun attempted to continue, only to be interrupted by Lin Shan. "If pseudo-extraordinary individuals are permitted, why shouldn't she, an extraordinary, be allowed to venture forth? You may have misunderstood the pioneer's intent. The pioneer is not to be sheltered, but is meant to lead the charge," Chun Liyun countered. Recognizing the larger implications and deciding further discussion would serve no purpose, Lin Shan observed his expression and immediately discerned his thoughts. Undoubtedly, there were many among the human race who shared Chun Liyun's sentiments. To his surprise, the human race was flourishing, yet the pioneers who once stood at the forefront had now become symbols of protection. "Be cautious and do not stray too far," Lin Shan advised. He did not plan to venture out anytime soon. Despite his ability to easily capture certain newly emerged pseudo-supernatural beings, he had no intention of doing so. Progress always came with sacrifices, and those who survived would become the new pillars of society. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lin Shan inquired, "You are a living body, correct?" "Indeed," Chun Liyun nodded, for it had become common knowledge that extraordinary physiques were categorized into living bodies and fallen bodies among the pseudo-supernatural. "Come with me," Lin Shan instructed. "Wait here for me. I shall return shortly," Chun Liyun told his companions. They ascended to the third floor and returned to a well-appointed room, furnished with all the necessary amenities. Lin Shan rummaged through his bag, spilling the herbs onto the floor. From a small compartment, he retrieved 2 small cloth pouches. Upon seeing these familiar pouches, Lin Shan's face filled with nostalgia. These contained the leftover materials from the potion configuration for 7 individuals. There were still a dozen grams of ghostly line fish essence and over 30 grams of Ashadu's keratin powder, sufficient for one person. He had kept them aside, waiting for a suitable individual. He extracted 2 sheets of paper from a stack on the table, pouring out 10 g of ghostly line fish essence and 10 g of black powder. Folding them together, using a nearby brush, he dipped it in ink and inscribed the numbers 50 and 80 upon them. Once finished, he handed the 2 pouches to Chun Liyun, saying, "The numbers represent 50 milliliters and 80 milliliters of pure water, respectively. When mixed with the powders, they will transform into auxiliary potions of the sequence. The primary ingredient is the zihin flower. You should know where to find it. If you return alive, you may ascend there." After a moment's thought, he added, "The zihin flower is special. Do not bring it back with you. Complete your ascension where you found it. That flower grove is quite safe." This is the material for the sequence potion. Chen Liyun's hands trembled slightly as he held the 2 pouches. This was a path to the extraordinary, and it had been so casually entrusted to him. Lin Shan smiled. It's nothing. You may leave now. Chen Liyun opened his mouth, wishing to say something more, but found himself at a loss for words. He could only salute Lin Shan with resolve, declaring, yes, I will not disappoint you. After Chen Liyun departed, Lin Shan went to the 2nd floor to meet some familiar old friends, the current Minister of Military Affairs, Zhang Zhonghua, the Minister of Industry, Jin Tianzong, the Minister of Agriculture, Xi Jianan, and the Minister of Household Affairs, Yan Ruxin. Among the 7 ministers, 4 were pioneers, 2 of whom were merely pseudo-supernatural beings. While other pioneers held positions, they were often just nominal. Not everyone desired power. Lin Shan also made brief acquaintance with the other 3 ministers, all of whom were once military personnel, gaining recognition from others to ascend within a small circle where all power transitions occurred. In Zhang Zhonghua's office, he, Zhao Xiaoan, Wu Wang, and Lin Shan were gathered. Upon learning of Lin Shan's return, Zhao Xiaoan and Wu Wang hastily set aside their tasks to greet him. Zhao Xiaoan was currently busy compiling the medical canon, while Wu Wang had ventured into commerce, establishing a trading company named Wu Wang Trading. Remarkably, the name Wu Wang carried its own allure to ordinary people. The pioneer Wu Wang was a figure of legend. With this reputation, Wu Wang Trading successfully established itself as the only trading company in the clan territory, its warehouses overflowing with grain. Newcomers received 3 days of free lodging and meals, along with various forms of public assistance, all funded by him. How long do you intend to stay this time? Zhao Xiaoan asked Lin Shan. The specific duration will depend on the circumstances. Once I return, I will begin my seclusion. And our next meeting may not be for quite some time, Lin Shan replied. Seclusion? We are using potions. Are you practicing immortality and need to seclude yourself? Zhao Xiaoan rolled her eyes. Lin Shan chuckled. I have found some items outside that can accelerate the digestion of the potions. The others nodded, refraining from further inquiries. By the way, Lin Shan suddenly asked, how did you return after completing your ascension in the Zihin Flower Grove last time? This question had lingered in Lin Shan's mind, and he had nearly forgotten to ask it several times. Do you remember the golden threads we encountered when we first crossed over? Zhang Zhonghua inquired. The one connected to the clan's artifact? Lin Shan asked. Yes, Zhang Zhonghua continued. After everyone successfully ascended, that golden thread reappeared, guiding us back to the clan territory, where we discovered the human race was being slaughtered by the cat race. You already know what happened next. Lin Shan understood. It was the artifact's guidance. The artifact contained much unknown, and the known functions might only represent the tip of the iceberg. Finally, the 4 of them discussed their perspectives on the current development within the clan, concluding as the crimson moon hung high in the sky. In the room, Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by 48 spiritual herbs scattered across the floor. He had not dared to retrieve the herb from the lair of the 2-headed monster. Encountering it again would be a gamble. The herbs he had gathered 6 months ago had shown no changes apart from the wilting of leaves. Leaving the soil did not spell their demise. He picked up a herb resembling a starfish, its plump form adorned with 5 fleshy appendages. With a crunch, Lin Shan bit into one of the appendages. The sound crisp, and the flavor a peculiar blend of fishy and sweet. In the next moment, an overwhelming essence converged around his heart. Such a concentration of essence soon became unbearable, and golden cracks began to mar his heart's surface. With more crunching sounds, Lin Shan quickly consumed the herb, and an even more turbulent essence surged into his heart, causing the already cracked organ to shatter. One half of the heart, composed of flesh and blood, exploded into a mist, while the other half, made of pure essence, fragmented into numerous pale golden shards. A wave of darkness, emerging from an unknown source, enveloped the heart fragments, causing them to gradually reassemble under its influence. Time passed, and the half-golden heart was restored. The darkness writhed upon it, and as it moved, the flesh and blood heart began to regenerate, now adorned with a hint of pale gold. Lin Shan observed this process. The mere shattering of his heart was insufficient to render him unconscious. It became clear that the essence released by the herb was not absorbed by the heart. Rather, it served to refine and accelerate the digestion of the potion. The digestion was not of the potion's medicinal properties, but rather of some intangible rule. Throughout the entire process, the sequence potion merely acted as a key. Its medicinal properties had been exhausted the moment the door was unlocked. Once his heart fully restored, Lin Shan opened his eyes, the alternating red and golden light flickering before settling back to normal. Glancing through the window, he noted it was daytime, and he rose to make his way downstairs to Xi Jinan's office. How many days have passed? Lin Shan asked as he pushed the door open. Si Jianan was huddled with the group, all intently observing something, their brows furrowed. Lin Shan's sudden entrance startled them, their expressions shifting to one of embarrassment. Upon realizing it was Lin Shan, they exhaled, relief washing over them. What is this? So mysterious, Lin Shan inquired curiously. You're just in time. Come take a look. Si Jianan replied, stepping aside to allow Lin Shan to approach. As he drew closer, Lin Shan's brow furrowed in concern. In a flower pot sat a person, their expression vacant as they stared ahead, their eyes subtly moving, albeit at a slow pace that made it hard to notice. She was a woman. Every detail of her vivid and lifelike, smooth as jade. No wonder those few who had just seen her exhibited such reactions. Lin Shan approached closely and noticed that her feet were rooted in the soil, her body striking an exceedingly peculiar pose, as if embracing something. Everything appeared indistinguishable from a living person, yet her size was merely that of a palm. Lin Shan frowned and inquired, where did this come from? Dug out from the ground, Si Jianan replied. What are your thoughts? Is this a plant or something else? Lin Shan retorted, there can't be just this one, right? Indeed. Si Jianan responded. Discovered 3 days ago, 3 in total so far. I have been studying them for several days and have yet to determine what they truly are. It's a human, Lin Shan remarked nonchalantly. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. They had considered the possibility of it being human, but ultimately leaned towards it being some form of plant. No way, Si Jianan stated. We dissected it. There was no flesh or blood, only fibers typical of plants, and the cut areas regenerate within a day. Lin Shan said, stop studying it. Look for any recent missing persons. If my conjecture is correct, there will be more of these plants appearing. We must address the source. Lin Shan gestured towards the little figure in the flower pot, and a trickle of blood coalesced, forming a drop so minuscule it was nearly invisible in the air. This is human blood, distributed throughout the little figure. Unless viewed under a microscope, it is impossible to detect with the naked eye. Is it sinister? Si Jianan asked. His expression grave. Not necessarily. It could be something else. Some fallen entities possess strange abilities. Inform me if you uncover the source, Lin Shan instructed. Understood. I will notify the chief and the ministry. Si Jianan nodded in acknowledgement. Then, with a troubled expression, he pointed to the little figure in the flower pot and said, how should we handle this? She is long dead, now merely a true plant. If you wish to keep her, do so, Lin Shan replied. Then we shall burn it. Si Jianan said. Agreed, Lin Shan nodded. By the way, Lin Shan suddenly recalled his purpose for being there and asked, how long has it been since I returned? It is now the 27th of November in the 3rd year of human history. You last returned on November 1st. It has been nearly a month. Though I cannot recall precisely, Si Jianan replied uncertainly. Chapter 51. Rapid changes. Lin Shan returned to his chamber to continue consuming the spiritual medicine. Time flew by. And of the 48 doses of spiritual medicine, only 6 remained. Initially, he consumed 1 every month, but as time passed, he only needed 20 days, the stronger he became. The quicker he recovered after his heart shattered. In the 6th year of human history, June, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Shan's meditative state. Lin Shanxiu. Minister C seeks your presence. All right, I will be there shortly. Over 3 years. The 42 doses of spiritual medicine had propelled his heart light to the pinnacle of the 9th stage, yet he sensed a certain constraint, unable to break through further. His total spiritual energy, recovery speed, and control over spiritual essence had all significantly improved. Regrettably, the Bloodwing had only just entered the 3rd stage during these 3 years. While his heart light had advanced 4 stages within the same duration, the spiritual medicine offered no assistance to the Bloodwing. Exiting his chamber, he headed directly to Si Jianan's office. 3 years had transformed many. Having held a high position for an extended period, Si Jianan exuded a subtle aura of pressure, which ordinary people could perceive, with Zhang Zhonghua displaying this pressure most evidently. Lin Shan casually found a seat, and before he could speak, he heard another knock at the door. Knock, knock. Si Jianan glanced at Lin Shan, his eyes inquiring. Lin Shan gestured for him to proceed. Si Jianan nodded and said, come in. A graceful woman clad in hanfu entered. Many significant changes had occurred over the past 3 years, prompting Lin Shan to reflect every year. Since the 5th year of human history, the textile industry in the clan had made remarkable breakthroughs under the promotion of Huang Ying and Xia Xian. Under Xia Xian's cultivation, the previously sparse green silkworms had flourished from fewer than 10 to several hundred, yielding not only green silk, but also abundant animal fur and plant fibers. The clan's meat supply had also improved. While daily consumption was not feasible, they could at least enjoy a meal weekly. On the 1st of October in the 5th year of human history, Lin Shan attended a council meeting to redefine the new year, as the human race required a day to celebrate collectively. Ultimately, to commemorate Earth, the clan calendar designated December 30th each year as New Year's Eve. The new clan calendar did not differentiate between lunar and solar calendars, establishing each month as 30 days and a year as 12 months, with minor adjustments made according to seasonal changes. Everything here bore a striking resemblance to Earth, albeit with subtle differences. Huang developed new textile technologies. The spiritual silk was inspired by the technique of spiritual marking, enabling the manual weaving of a garment in just 10 minutes. If anyone in the clan excelled in controlling spiritual essence, it was undoubtedly Huang Ying, as she could simultaneously manipulate dozens of spiritual silk threads in intricate patterns. Moreover, she opened a workshop named Zhitian, producing over 80% of the clan's textile goods. With the rise of the textile industry came the resurgence of ancient Huaxia clothing. Nowadays, strolling through the streets, at least 70% of people don hanfu. And many even altered their greeting customs from handshakes to clasped fists, addressing handsome men as gongzi and beautiful women as xiaojia. Some argued this was a regression in civilization, while others contended that their attire reflected a sense of national pride. Minister, the area of the clan has expanded. Here is the new division map for your review. The woman entered and handed Si Jinan a map. Lin Shan, sitting nearby, glanced at it. It was a circular map with a diameter of 50 kilometers, featuring a 10-square-kilometer urban area housing a population of 100,000. Surrounding it were agricultural, breeding, and mining areas, with a cumulative population of 110,000, bringing the total to 210,000. Si Jinan examined it and remarked, "Area is not the priority. Production is paramount. How is the new seedling cultivation plan progressing?" "It is steadily underway, but thus far, the results have been somewhat disappointing," the woman replied. "No rush," Si Jinan stated earnestly. "Inform them to proceed cautiously, avoiding impatience for quick results. In a few days, I will inspect the new base." "Understood," the woman nodded. "Is there anything else?" Si Jinan inquired, then added, "If there is nothing further, you may leave." After the woman exited and closed the door, Lin Shan spoke up. "You called for me. Do you have leads?" In the northern suburb, on the 39th plot of farmland, 3 more human grass specimens were discovered yesterday, marking the 257th in 3 years. This time, we found this. Si Jinan picked up a torn piece of fabric from the table and handed it to Lin Shan. The fabric appeared to have been forcefully ripped. Unlike previous victims who left nothing behind when transformed into human grass, this time there was an extra piece of cloth. "Has the identity of the victim been determined?" Lin Shan asked. Si Jinan took a sip of water and replied, 2 were siblings engaged in pastoral work, while another was a solitary herder whose family perished during the conflict between the human and cat tribes. He is the last of his kin. Lin Shan held the fragment carefully, scrutinizing it before saying, "If I recall correctly, most previous victims were also pastoralists, with only a few being from the city." Si Jinan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." "Sigh," Lin Shan lamented. "This is troublesome. I hope my suspicions are unfounded. I will inquire with Jiangxi." Lin Shan waved his hand, opened the door, and exited. As Lin Shan departed, Si Jinan returned to his seat to continue reviewing documents. Now that the clan's territory had expanded significantly, accommodating a population of 210,000, the volume of daily matters had piled up considerably. Lin Shan walked along the corridor towards the north, where the police department was located, currently headed by Minister Jiangxi, a former high-ranking military officer elected as the first police chief following the reforms of the 7 departments, overseeing public safety within the clan. Arriving at the door, he gently knocked. "Come in," a voice called from within. In the room, Jiangxi lay back in her chair, legs crossed, hands clasped behind her head, a pen resting in her mouth as she gazed at the ceiling. "Just place it on the table," she said without even glancing at the newcomer. Lin Shan approached the table, sat upon it, and inquired, "What next?" Jiangxi replied, "Well, I have nothing to attend to here. You may continue with your own affairs, just don't disturb my work." Lin Shan chuckled softly. Jiangxi furrowed her brow, directing her gaze toward Lin Shan, eager to discover who dared to intrude upon her peace. Upon recognizing the visitor, she hurriedly straightened up. Lin, it's been a while. What brings you here?" Lin Shan replied nonchalantly. "Is it about the Renhua incident? Your efficiency is quite lacking. It has been 3 years and still no leads. Soon, I may need to venture into the depths of the gray mist myself, and you can handle matters on your own then." Jiangxi offered an awkward smile, saying, "In a vast forest, there exists a myriad of creatures. Whether on Earth or in the gray mist, the situation remains the same. Recently, the crime rate has surged to the point where the police department's jail cannot contain the influx. Many criminals continue to roam free, leaving us unable to allocate resources to investigate the Renhua case. This place is not like modern society with its ubiquitous surveillance cameras. Moreover, this world is predominantly extraordinary, making such occurrences quite normal. If manpower is insufficient, then recruit more personnel, Lin Shan suggested. After a moment of contemplation, she added, I have some free time now. I will keep an eye on the Renhua incident in the coming days. Should you uncover any leads, please inform me immediately. Jiangshi's spirits lifted, and she promptly agreed. Absolutely. I will notify you at the earliest opportunity should I discover any clues. Chapter 52. Aspiration for the high heavens high above. Lin Shan observed the bustling crowd below. A cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. The central street, a broad expanse of 150 meters, was teeming with people. In just 6 short years, a scene of prosperity had emerged, yet within the gray mist, it felt insignificantly diminutive. This led Lin Shan to recall the ominous shadow encountered last time. No matter how prosperous the development, it could be crushed underfoot, obliterating centuries of progress in an instant. Look, a shooting star. Indeed, it is red. Due to Lin Shan's relatively low altitude, the townsfolk could clearly see a crimson streak across the sky, its vibrant hue discernible even in daylight. Many halted their activities, clasping their hands in prayer, closing their eyes to make wishes. Suddenly, Lin Shan paused mid-flight, a faint golden glow flickering in his eyes. What is happening? Just moments ago, his blood-wing level inexplicably surged forward, entering the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, a feat that typically required at least a year to attain. Have I had an epiphany? Yet, the notion of enlightenment seemed unfounded. Despite his confusion, he could not identify any source of this transformation. Continuing his journey, he swiftly exited the urban area and found himself in an endless expanse of grassland, situated in close proximity to the Zihunhua forest. Sparse houses dotted the landscape, with villages comprising anywhere from 100 to 1,000 households, each possessing its own designated land. Occasionally, he spotted herds of horses and cattle, tended to by individuals driving them to pasture. Lin Shan noticed that the animals raised by humans had all reverted to ordinary creatures, devoid of any spiritual energy. The first generation of these livestock were pseudo-extraordinary, and their offspring had all become regular farm animals, significantly smaller in size, resembling those found on Earth. Upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. Spiritual energy could not simply materialize from nowhere. Sequence 8 could produce Sequence 9. The extraordinary could sire pseudo-extraordinary beings, while pseudo-extraordinary progeny could only yield ordinary animals, perhaps retaining a hint of spirituality. However, after numerous generations of dilution, they had completely returned to the realm of the mundane. Many of these livestock had originally been gifted by the cat clan Shasha Li, while others had been captured from the gray mist, once tamed. A pair could produce offspring in droves after a few years of nurturing. Lin Shan wandered the grazing area for several hours until darkness fell, yet he discovered no signs of anomalies. Relying solely on his eyesight, devoid of any perceptive abilities, with his mind's light leaning toward transformation and his blood wing toward speed, finding anything unusual across the vast terrain was merely a game of chance. The crimson moon within the barrier shone brighter than when viewed in the gray mist, its color more vivid, casting the ground in a hue resembling a red carpet. Lin Shan lay quietly in the sky, gazing upward at the night, the stars twinkling above. Time slipped away, and eventually, he descended to the ground, lying upon the grass. The quiet night enveloped him, the profound sky occasionally stirred by a cool breeze that carried the fragrance of fresh grass, the ground whispering softly beneath him. Nearby, mosquitoes that ventured within a 10-meter radius of Lin Shan burst upon impact. After a brief period on the ground, a circle had formed around him, filled with the remains of mosquitoes. He had not felt this relaxed in quite some time. Suddenly, gazing at the sky, he pondered what lay beyond the high heavens. In the next moment, a blood-red meteor ascended from the earth, trailing a long tail, shooting skyward, reaching heights of 1,000, 10,000, and eventually 20,000 meters. The sky brightened, yet the sun remained unchanged in size, with the earth completely obscured by a white mist. Even though he was flying upward, it felt akin to plunging deep into the ocean, an immense resistance slowing his ascent. Finally, upon reaching 25,000 meters, his spiritual energy was exhausted, and his enormous wings shattered, dissipating into specks of red light. Lin Shan plummeted downward. Not only was he subject to gravity, but there was also a force pushing him down from the heavens, causing him to descend from an altitude that had taken half the night to reach. Now approaching the ground in just a minute. When he was merely a few hundred meters from the ground, his mind's light transformed into a parachute to cushion his fall. And just before making contact, it morphed into a soft cloud, allowing him to land unscathed, save for his tattered clothing. His skin was merely reddened from the heat, uninjured. While his mind's light primarily enhanced his spirituality during the upgrade, his body had also grown far beyond that of an ordinary person due to prolonged nurturing by his spiritual energy. Lin Shan could have landed without any damage. He merely wished to experience the sensation, yet the outcome left him sorely disappointed, as he felt no thrill whatsoever. Once airborne, he discarded his tattered garments, summoning his mind's light to manifest a flowing white robe to drape over himself. Satisfied with his attire, Lin Shan nodded in approval. White was indeed his favored color, and wearing green daily felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, while he felt at ease now, it was not conducive for combat. He couldn't very well fight while undressed, could he? In the following days, Lin Shan continued to take chances within this area. The Renhua incident occurred on average every fortnight, and as long as he happened to be within the vicinity, whether it was an anomaly or a corruption, there would surely be some residual energy during an attack. He flew aimlessly until he spotted a gathering of people, a large circle forming as they pointed and murmured amongst themselves. After landing at a slightly secluded spot, he walked toward the crowd. From a distance, he overheard, "I never imagined such a wonderful couple would encounter such a fate, leaving only a daughter behind to fend for herself in the future. Alas," sighed another, "this world is like this. No one knows if they will see tomorrow." "Have you called the police?" "Yes, they should be on their way. 6 years investigating a supernatural incident, and still no results. I truly wonder what they are doing." "Shoo, my friend, be cautious with your words." "Well, it's true. If they lack the ability, they lack the ability. Why can't I voice that? I intend to say just that today." The crowd could only shake their heads at the middle-aged man's furious outburst. Just then, someone asked, "What do you wish to say?" A group of 5 or 6 individuals approached with an imposing air, clad in specially designed uniforms adorned with blue badges inscribed with the character for police. One of the men, leading the contingent, cast a dark glance towards a middle-aged man who had previously boasted of their ineptitude. A unique pressure, reminiscent of a pseudo-supernatural force, enveloped him. Though the middle-aged man's complexion paled, he straightened himself in an attempt to speak further. However, the pleading gaze of his wife nearby silenced him. "Humph," the lead man scoffed. "Arrest him and confine him for a few days. Let his family come with sincerity to retrieve him." He then directed his gaze towards 2 human-shaped flowers rooted in the ground. Lin Shan followed his gaze and noted that, compared to before, they had not only diminished in size, but also sprouted pink blossoms from their hands and heads. "Bring the flowers back as well, and present them to the higher-ups," the leader instructed. "Understood." The group was swift in their arrival and equally swift in their departure. Lin Shan finally comprehended why Jiangshi had remarked that the cells could not accommodate more prisoners. It seemed they were filled with such nefarious individuals. Chapter 53, An Opportunity for Assistance Director. "This human flower is quite the beauty," one officer remarked. "Is that not obvious? After all that has transpired, you still do not realize that regardless of their previous beauty, they remain exquisite as flowers. Do not fixate on them. It is unsettling. What about this man?" Another officer gestured toward the middle-aged man, whose hands were shackled. "Based on his wife's sincerity, if she offers generously, he will be released early. If not, he shall remain confined to prevent further tarnishing the reputation of the police department." A voice whispered, "What if he accuses us upon release?" The director, with a disdainful smile, replied, "He insulted the police chief first. We are merely enforcing the law. There is nothing to fear. Currently, there is no comprehensive law. Who is right and who is wrong can be determined by mere words. Besides, Director Liu and I share a long-standing camaraderie. He knows whom to assist." "Director, you are wise," an officer flattered. The director, buoyed by pride, declared, "Those who follow me are fortunate. The law has yet to be perfected in these years. I will help you acquire more, ensuring you live comfortably for the rest of your lives, indulging in the haze of this world, with even a chance to glimpse the arcane elixirs." Casting a sidelong glance at the nearby officers, he warned, "But moderation is key. Exploitable loopholes exist. Yet do not engage in overtly nefarious deeds. That would be courting disaster." "Yes, yes," the officers eagerly concurred. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light flickered, and a figure clad in white robes appeared not far from them. The officers trembled in fear, sensing the uncanny presence. Supernatural. Only the director remained composed, unfamiliar with the distinction between the ethereal and the extraordinary, attributing all to supernatural power. He cautiously clasped his fists and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed sir?" In their clan, only a few possessed such powers, and it was inconceivable for an ordinary person to encounter them. Even a cadre officer like him lacked the privilege. So addressing him as sir was the safest option. Take this man, Lin pointed at the astonished middle-aged man nearby. Yes, you may take him, the director complied. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Ignoring the director, Lin approached the middle-aged man and asked, what is your name? I am Hu Xiong, esteemed sir. I am Hu Xiong, and you are a pioneer of the human race. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin seized his shoulder, enveloping him in red light. And they vanished from the spot. On a vast plain, red light flickered as Lin shone, and the middle-aged man materialized. The latter collapsed, breathless and covered in icy shards. Observing the unconscious man, Lin murmured, my apologies. I forgot you are an ordinary person. Uncertain if the man could hear him. Lin noticed a tremor run through Hu Xiong's body as he spoke. It wasn't until evening that Hu Xiong gradually regained consciousness. Awake? Where am I? Why did I lose consciousness? I remember encountering a pioneer. Hu Xiong abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Lin Shan, whose gaze shimmered with hints of crimson and golden light, rendering him momentarily entranced. You are the pioneer, aren't you? Hu Xiong inquired, excitement evident in his tone. Do you recognize me? Lin Shan nodded. I do not recognize you. I am merely an ordinary herdsman. Before my crossing, I had no special abilities. Just a teacher at an ordinary high school. When I first arrived 3 years ago, I was fortunate enough to learn about our clan's history and discovered that all the extraordinary individuals among us are pioneers. When I heard Director Zhang refer to the extraordinary, I surmised that you must be one of them. Hu Xiong responded, his eyes still aflame with fervor. May I ask which pioneer you are? He quivered. Lin Shan replied nonchalantly, I am Lin Shan. He was perplexed by Hu Xiong's enthusiasm. Lin, the pioneer, the strongest of the human race, Hu Xiong muttered. His face flushed with excitement. Taking a breath, Hu Xiong's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he solemnly stated, Pioneer Lin, I hold immense admiration for you and your fellow pioneers. It is you who have enabled us to survive on this land. And we all accept the policies you have established. However, having enjoyed comfort for so long, those so-called officials are abusing their power, protecting one another. The common people endure daily indignities. Cannot you intervene? If this continues, problems will inevitably arise. There will be no issues, unless they can surpass us. In this world, the highest authority is power, Lin Shan asserted. You, Hu Xiong stammered, at a loss for words. What? Is my answer not as you anticipated? Lin Shan smiled lightly. Hu Xiong's thoughts became muddled. Lin Shan continued, development has been rapid in recent years, with myriad issues arising. These cannot be resolved in a short time. Your sense of injustice is certainly shared by many others. As long as someone among you emerges who can alter the course of history, then history will shift in your desired direction, rather than relying on us so-called pioneers. For now, it is sufficient that pioneers maintain the rapid advancement of the human race. The subsequent challenges require individuals like you to address them. Why do you not consider that you could become a minister? In the course of history, there is no absolute right or wrong. From my perspective, as long as the human race does not fracture and continues to progress, I shall not interfere with its development. Upon hearing Lin Shan's words, Hu Xiong was left speechless. Realizing that perspectives differ when viewed from various angles, he struggled to comprehend Lin Shan's stance. Do you not feel anger upon witnessing acts of oppression and coercion? Hu Xiong persisted, unwilling to relent. Lin Shan did not respond to his question, as he sensed that since merging with the Blood Wings, his emotions had dulled considerably, and his feelings rarely fluctuated. Assist me with a task, and I shall grant you an opportunity to see if you can excel beyond others, Lin Shan stated calmly. What task? As Lin Shan and Hu Xiong returned to the village, he learned that this village was called Xiaomu Village. Home to over 200 households and more than 700 inhabitants, all reliant on herding or poultry farming for their livelihoods. Every season, merchants would come to collect, or they could sell in the city, though the majority opted for the former, as the latter, despite offering higher prices, involved lengthy journeys and wasted time. They primarily sold byproducts, such as wool, eggs, and livestock offspring. Upon returning to the location where the crowd had gathered, they found that neighbors had dispersed, leaving only a few individuals wandering the streets. Upon seeing Hu Xiong, the onlookers regarded him with surprise, astonished by his swift redemption. At that moment, a girl remained seated on the ground, hugging her knees and gazing up at the starry sky. Her tears had dried, no matter how much she wished to cry now. No tears remained to flow. Suddenly sensing someone nearby, she turned her head to see Lin Shan and Hu Xiong, her gaze vacant and devoid of life. Lin Shan then recognized the girl's appearance. She was around 17 or 18, quite ordinary in looks, with freckles dotting her face. Chapter 54 Clue of Renhua. Lin Shan remained silent. Beside him, Hu Xiong spoke to the girl, saying, "This is the investigator sent from above to look into the Renhua incident. He will be staying in our village for a while, well, at your home." "No, that is not possible." The girl trembled slightly and replied timidly, "How can I casually allow a stranger to stay in my house? Especially when my parents have just had an accident. What if this seemingly ordinary man harbors ill intentions?" She could not comprehend why Uncle Hu, who usually had a close relationship with her family, would make such an arrangement. "Brother Lin Hai, please step aside for a moment. I need to speak privately with Xiao Ru." Lin Hai was an alias that they had previously agreed upon. Lin Shan nodded and turned to leave. Lin Shan strolled around the village. Everything appeared normal, but the majority of the villagers were anything but. Their blood contained fibers that were intrinsic to Renhua, albeit in varying degrees. He had not visited other villages, but he surmised they would not be much better. The clues he had failed to find over the past few days now seemed to be ubiquitous. It was a misjudgment in his thinking, as he had never considered that abnormalities could be concealed within the very crowd he observed. With so many individuals undergoing transformation, the source could not be far. Lin Shan resolved to live here for a while to uncover the origin, as this was no trivial matter and required urgent resolution. After circling the village, he returned to the girl's home. The two of them, one large and one small, sat on the steps gazing at the stars, occasionally whispering to each other. Upon Lin Shan's return, Hu Xiong rose to greet him, saying, "Xiao Ru has agreed. We'll tell others you are a distant relative from the city who came to help her after her family's misfortune. You can come over the night after tomorrow. This will appear more reasonable." "All right, I will come over then," Lin Shan replied, moving to a secluded corner of the street before vanishing into the air. Currently, information was conveyed solely through letters, which were collected uniformly from various villages and delivered by a courier on horseback to the city, where they would be distributed to the respective recipients. The entire process had only 2 stops, and letters written during the day would typically arrive by night, including reports from officials in various villages and towns. A night swiftly passed. During the day, Lin Shan observed the villagers' movements, and everything seemed quite normal. He even flew to the neighboring village and, as he expected, found that some people there had also been affected. Finally, he soared to the center of the grazing area, known as Sanli Town, which housed nearly 10,000 residents. This region comprised 1 city and 3 towns, with Sanli Town being one of them. He circled above Sanli Town and noticed that, despite its large population, few were afflicted with Renhua fibers, unlike in the villages where it was more prevalent. It seemed the source was not within the town. He continued to roam the vicinity until the break of dawn and returned to Xiaomu village. Officially becoming a villager there, Lin Shan stayed in the room that previously belonged to Xiao Ru's father, living a life parallel to the villagers from 9 to 5. He tended to the livestock during the day and fed the poultry in the backyard at night. A week passed swiftly, and his daily routine became fully synchronized with that of the villagers. He even got to know some of them. And the village was aware that a distant relative had come to assist Xiao Ru in managing her parents' estate. Rumors circulated that Lin Shan was merely after Xiao Ru's inheritance and would eventually reveal his true intentions to claim a share of the wealth. Lin Shan chose to ignore such gossip, continuing his life as usual. "Brother Lin, dinner is ready," Xiao Ru called from inside the house. "Okay, I'm coming," he replied. In the evening, in the courtyard, the rural architecture differed from that of the city. Here, the land was unregulated and could be used freely. Each household had a front and a back courtyard, with the front used for dining and leisure or drying grains, while the expansive back was allocated for raising poultry. On a square wooden table, 2 small dishes were served, with the staple food being steamed buns made from peanuts and wheat, the only staple of the human race at present. Xiao Ru nibbled on a bun while surreptitiously glancing at Lin Shan, who furrowed his brows in concentration. In recent days, he had found no additional clues. Moreover, the anomalies within the villagers were gradually increasing, with the plant fibers in their blood becoming more abundant, as if spontaneously generated. A few villagers showed severe symptoms and might not survive the month. He also discovered that the rate of transformation varied among individuals. Some progressed slowly, others swiftly, while some showed no signs at all, yet their daily lives remained unaltered. Where could the source be? What could it be? Lin Shan murmured to himself. "Are you thinking about the Renhua incident?" Xiao Ru quietly inquired. Lin Shan had previously informed her to keep his identity a secret, so she refrained from mentioning the term Renhua. "Yes." He cast a glance at Xiao Ru and merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. His reason for concealing his identity stemmed from his suspicion that this incident might have a human element. If it became known that an investigation was underway, the perpetrator might retreat. He had also inquired of the parchment, which replied that it involved the fate of the human race, and thus could not be disclosed. The implication was that this matter was grave and could affect the current fate of the human race. Any issues relating to fate or involving the race rendered the parchment ineffective. At that moment, Xiaoru set down her bowl and chopsticks, whispering, "I'm full now. I'll just have a bun. You can clean up," Lin Shan said, offering her a bun. "All right." Xiaoru nodded and began to tidy up the leftover dishes. She had grown accustomed to Lin Shan, her expression remaining neutral, as if everything outside the Renhua incident held no significance to her. Once finished, she commenced boiling water to wash up, everything proceeding as usual. Passing through the living room, she clasped her hands in front of a portrait and offered a silent prayer. In the courtyard, Lin Shan suddenly opened his eyes wide. "I found it." He quickly walked into the living room, blocking Xiaoru's path, and coldly asked, "What did you just do?" Although he could not see the situation in the living room, he had been closely monitoring the plant fibers in Xiaoru's blood, and he clearly noticed an increase just moments ago. "I was just boiling water," Xiaoru replied, a hint of fear in her voice as she spoke with a quiver. Seeing her reaction, Lin Shan realized he had been too hasty. He tried to soften his tone and gently asked, "What did you do after boiling the water?" "I was getting ready to take a bath." "What else did you do after boiling the water?" I didn't do anything else." Xiaoru's voice trembled now. Lin Shan was at a loss for words. He began to scrutinize the living room, which he had visited countless times, finding it unchanged. Could it be that he had unwittingly implanted something? Lin Shan pondered. It was a possibility that the source had already departed, merely leaving behind seeds that gradually eroded the human body over time. This scenario was the most troublesome, as he had no means to address it. He could extract the blood along with the plant fibers, or separately extract the blood, but he could not isolate the plant fibers. If such fibers were present in the blood, they would surely exist in other parts of the body, just beyond his perception. "I also made a wish." Xiaoru suddenly spoke up. Chapter 55 The Poison of Faith. What wish did you make? Lin Shan inquired. "I wished for life to remain this peaceful." Xiaoru replied softly. Lin Shan frowned and asked, "Why did you think to make a wish out of the blue?" "It was just a habitual wish." Xiaoru responded in a low voice. "A habitual wish, a wish for wishes to be fulfilled?" Lin Shan furrowed his brow in contemplation, then suddenly asked, "What did you wish upon?" "That one." Xiaoru pointed to a painting on the wall. Lin Shan followed her finger to the indicated spot, and his eyes narrowed as a chill ran down his spine. He had never seen a painting hanging there before. "When was this painting put up?" Xiaoru answered nonchalantly. "It has always been here." Lin Shan fell silent, observing the painting that had suddenly appeared. The figures depicted in the painting are clad in garments whiter than snow, their wide sleeves fluttering gracefully. Their eyes are as clear as autumn waters, and their delicate cheeks resemble congealed cream. Petals dance around them, creating an impression of yearning to ascend to the heavens. At the bottom of the artwork, the name of the artist and the title of the piece are inscribed. The artist is Zhou Huanqing, and the work is titled New Yi Fei Tian Tuesday. Upon seeing the term New Yi, Lin Shan's mind immediately conjured a conclusion. The incident involving the flowers must be intricately connected to this painting, or, more specifically, to the figure portrayed within it. The Huainanzi states that Nu Yi plays the drum and sings to harmonize the heavens, nurturing the myriad grains, beasts, and flora. In the rich tapestry of Huaxia mythology, the flower goddess is celebrated, even honored with her own festival, the Hua Chao Festival, during which people pray for the flourishing of flowers and the promise of a bright spring. Where did this painting originate? It was created by a painter from the village. It is said that before his time here, he was a renowned artist, whose works are so exquisite that people from neighboring villages travel to purchase them. Xiaoru replied. Moreover, he is exceedingly handsome, the most handsome person I have ever encountered, she added bashfully. Take me to meet him tomorrow. With that, Lin Shan carefully removed the painting from the wall and rolled it up, looking earnestly at Xiaoru and saying, "Do not dwell on this painting any longer." Noting Lin Shan's serious demeanor, she began to suspect that there might be an issue with the painting, her complexion paling. Could her parents' transformation be linked to it? Observing Xiaoru's dazed expression, Lin Shan chose not to pursue the matter further, taking the painting to the courtyard before retreating to the temporary room. Inside, Lin Shan unfurled the New Yi Fei Tian 2 once more. This painting deviated from conventional ancient artworks. The artist infused it with many of his own thoughts, resulting in a composition that was less solemn and more ethereal. It was merely an ordinary painting, devoid of any supernatural forces, crafted on plain paper that could be easily torn by hand. Yet, what had obscured his vision earlier? The painting was clearly visible. Had Xiaoru not pointed it out, he would have overlooked it entirely. The issue did not lie within the painting itself. Tomorrow he would seek out the artist. If the artist proved to be unremarkable, then only one possibility would remain. Staring at the painting on the table, Lin Shan murmured to himself. The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Shan called for Xiao Ru, asking her to guide him to the artist. After a mere 10-minute stroll along the village path, they encountered a series of small shops, which were branches of the merchant association established in the village. The largest store, operated by the Wu Wang Merchant Association, sold all manner of goods, including extraordinary meats for those with wealth. Xiao Ru explained, continuing, the small shop on the right is Zhou Huanqing's painting shop. Without her prompting, Lin Shan had already spotted the shop from a distance. While other stores appeared desolate, a queue had formed outside the painting shop. Master Zhou, is my painting of Zhao Wang Yi ready? And mine. The new Fei Tea on Tuesday, no need to rush. We have them all. Did you bring your order number? I did. Here it is, number 93. Number 93, here is your Guanyin Tuesday. If you need anything else, do come back. Laughter erupted as one man exclaimed, finally, I can present this to my wife. She insists on praying to Guanyin for blessings. Another chimed in, what Guanyin? We should pray to Zhao Wang Yi. Perhaps he can speak favorably for our family in heaven. You are all too superstitious. These deities are merely sources of comfort, remarked another. Master Zhou's new paintings are the finest. So of course, one should purchase the best. A crowd gathered in admiration of Zhou Huanqing's works. Lin Shan furrowed his brow, surveying Zhou Huanqing from afar. Upon seeing him, a poem sprang to mind. The gentleman ought to be seen only in paintings. Within, I alone know the essence. When water meets the sky's end, he surely is not of the earthly realm. Zhou Huanqing bore an exquisite countenance, his eyes as clear as a spring, dressed in garments of blue and white, with a folding fan at his waist. Most captivating was his ethereal aura. Beside him, Xiao Ru's gaze was fixed, her expression one of awe and delight. Yet, Lin Shan discerned that he was merely a facade of the extraordinary. He was not the source of the flower incident. This is the end, Lin Shan told Xiao Ru. You may return now. I shall depart, and likely not return. Xiao Ru, roused from her reverie, suddenly appeared melancholic. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, very well. Alone, she walked along familiar paths, her eyes clouded with confusion. She was uncertain how to navigate the days ahead. In the skies above, Lin Shan contemplated the measures he must undertake upon his return. The flower incident lacked a singular source, or perhaps every individual was a source in itself. The force that could be termed belief, incense, or even willpower. Unlike on earth, in this realm, the deities, as vessels of faith, do not safeguard their believers. Rather, they can erode them. Although many uncertainties remained, this understanding sufficed for the present situation. He soared towards the clan hall, seeking out Zhang Zhonghua. Lin Shan wasted no time on pleasantries, directly sharing the conclusions he had drawn. Upon hearing Lin Shan's words, Zhang Zhonghua's expression darkened. Since arriving in this world, many once secular individuals have begun to worship various deities. If your conclusion holds truth, then over half of our clan, numbering more than 20,000, may have been tainted. Perhaps some are only slightly affected, or the abilities of the deities vary, which is why no immediate changes have occurred. This situation is inescapable. Belief is like a kite with severed strings, once more tethered, drifting in search of a place to roost. We cannot sever their faith. Such an endeavor is impossible. Even on earth. Zhongli, please invite the other ministers to join us. Inform them it is an urgent matter. Zhang Zhonghua instructed a tall woman standing nearby. Understood. Minister Zhang, she replied, promptly exiting the office. Lin Shan quietly sipped his tea while Zhang Zhonghua paced anxiously. His urgency was warranted. If the situation were true, faith now resembled a slow-acting poison, lurking within the bodies of over 100,000 individuals, awaiting the day of eruption. Furthermore, as each deity possessed different capabilities, transforming into flower people was merely self-destruction and not an immediate threat. However, should some possess powers that affect the mind, that would be truly terrifying. Chapter 56. Transferring faith. After finishing a cup of tea, Lin Shan noted that all 7 ministers had gathered in the office. These ministers wielded the pinnacle of authority over humanity, their words and actions determining the course of human development, yet they were confined within the small clan hall, rarely stepping beyond its bounds. With power came the loss of freedom. No formal meeting was held. The group simply gathered informally, as Zhang Zhonghua reiterated Lin Shan's revelations. So that is the case. No wonder the source has eluded us for 6 years. Jiangxi was the first to speak, asking, can we make this information public? And then explicitly prohibit the worship of any deities? Yan Ruxin frowned, replying, certainly, we must disclose the truth. Concealment offers no benefit. However, it is foreseeable that once revealed, Various sects will arise among the populace. Some will shun the mystery, while others will risk their lives to embrace it. Then we should frame the consequences as dire. If anyone exploits this mystery to establish a sect, they shall be treated as a cult and dealt with harshly. Jin Tianzong interjected. A sigh echoed through the room. The assembled ministers turned to see an elderly man, no younger than 70, the current Minister of Education, Duan Bo. He spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Faith cannot be prohibited. Everyone possesses faith, including us. Believing in oneself is also a form of faith. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, the deities in question are certainly not the same as those on earth. Based on the clues provided by Lin, I surmise that these so-called deities are constructs of the people's faith. They possess no consciousness and derive their powers from the populace. He concluded, thus, the true power does not lie with the deities, but rather with the faith of the people. Placing these beliefs in the ephemeral void may give rise to detrimental spirits. However, what if they were entrusted to an individual? As a human, could one wield such power? Zhang Zhonghua's eyes lit up as he remarked, are you suggesting, Minister Duan, that while we cannot sever the people's faith, we can select the objects of their belief? Hearing this, Lin Shan interjected with keen interest. Are you proposing the creation of artificial deities? Duan Bo chuckled. Suddenly introducing a foreign deity would certainly be met with resistance from the populace. Instead, we can rebrand these deities with titles such as heroes or warriors. It is worth noting that many figures from Huaxia's ancient myths were once mere mortals. Zhang Zhonghua nodded in agreement. This is feasible. Regardless of whether we can ultimately harness this faith, it suffices to redirect the people's devotion. Meanwhile, Si Jianan, who had remained silent, expressed concern. Will those who are believed in face any repercussions? Duan Bo shook his head and continued in a gravelly voice. The efficacy remains uncertain until tested. People do not spontaneously begin to revere an individual. We must intervene with policy, prohibiting the worship of any deity while clarifying the associated dangers, and simultaneously promoting our crafted heroes to facilitate this shift in faith. This endeavor will be prolonged, requiring years, perhaps even decades, before any results manifest. What about the candidates? Yan Ruxin inquired. Zhang Zhonghua sighed. Aside from the 11 pioneers, there are no others among humankind fit for this role. The contributions of the pioneers are well documented in our ancestral artifacts, making promotion straightforward. Simply put, the stature of the pioneers makes them more readily embraced by the people. After a moment's hesitation, he added, however, everything remains uncertain. We should consult others to gauge their willingness to accept this. Jin Tianzong casually remarked, there is no need. This is inherently the responsibility of the pioneers. Furthermore, although those few may lack authority, they have devoted nearly all their energies to advancing humanity. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lin Shan. Unlike certain individuals who frequently go missing, Lin Shan shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging that he always prioritized his own affairs and had yet to reach the level of selflessness displayed by the others. Observing the group, Lin Shan suggested, let us summon them. This matter requires thorough discussion to establish a long-term plan, as it involves numerous facets, including potential alterations to existing policies. Let us reconvene at this time the day after tomorrow. I will notify them, Zhang Zhonghua replied. At that moment, Yan Ruxin suddenly interjected. It seems Zhao Xiaoan has ventured into the gray mist with Chen Liyun. The group fell silent. After a pause, Zhang Zhonghua spoke. Then we shall wait for her return before proceeding. The 7 departments should prepare in advance. Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, each department began allocating tasks. The entire meeting lasted less than 3 hours. After briefly finalizing departmental responsibilities, the attendees dispersed, with Lin Shan nearly dozing off, while the others remained spirited, ready to return to their duties. In the police department's office, Pioneer Lin, did you come specifically to see me? Lin Shan nodded yes. During my recent visit to Xiaomu village, I encountered a slight issue. Is there a police station nearby? The overall competence of the chief may be lacking, though I met a person named Hu Xiong who seemed quite capable. Is that so? Jiang Xixin replied. Understanding the implication, I will draft a transfer order immediately. With a look of regret, she added, officials below the deputy division level are recommended by division level officials, and I have not delved deeply into their qualifications. Lin Shan waved his hand dismissively. Such matters do not concern me. I merely wanted to bring it to your attention. With that, Lin Shan vanished from Jiang Xixin's office. As anticipated, in a few days, Hu Xiong and the chief would likely swap positions. It remained uncertain whether he would retain his integrity in that role. On the 3rd floor of the ancestral hall, in a room, a flickering red light illuminated as Lin Shan unexpectedly appeared on the bed. His ability to traverse space had become quite adept, allowing him to pinpoint his location with precision. He retrieved a piece of parchment and began to inscribe slowly. Lin Shan. Formula for the potion of sequence 8. He intended to thoroughly explore the gray mist, and once the Bloodwing reached its peak, he would seek the potion of sequence 8. Based on the growth rate of the Bloodwing, it might require nearly 20 years. The parchment read, the formula for the sequence 8 biotic potion requires the sacrifice of 40 years of lifespan. The parchment continued, an additional sacrifice of 20 years of lifespan allows for the theft of 2 sequences. 2 options, indeed. This would greatly mitigate the risk of overlapping with his current abilities. Lin Shan. I will sacrifice 60 years of lifespan. In the next moment, a black halo began to materialize on the parchment, exploding instantaneously and traversing all encountered obstacles, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The text on the parchment continuously emerged. The parchment read, searching within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, none found. Searching within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, none found. Searching within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, theft successful. Suddenly, the parchment trembled, crumpling as if having been crushed. The shaking persisted for a moment before ceasing, revealing a plethora of text upon its wrinkled surface. Chapter 57. 13 Regulations. The parchment read, Sequence 8. Yuyun. Primary herb is the root plant Yuyun. Rozali evil corruption for its core, Bajong evil corruption for its claw, Lingi oddity for its spirit ash. Yuyun by oddity for its spirit ash. Primary ability, flight. The parchment continued. Sequence 8. Bingyin. Primary herb is the ice fire candle herb. Fushi evil corruption for its flame. Sha highly evil corruption for its tail, Dongi oddity for its spirit ash, Gapofu oddity for its spirit ash. Primary ability, ice and fire. Lin Shan carefully examined these 2 sequences. Compared to sequence 9, the auxiliary herbs for sequence 8 had doubled. The parchment also conveniently highlighted the primary abilities of each sequence. Initially, he anticipated a lengthy deliberation. However, it now appeared that he need not agonize over the decision. Only Bingyin was viable, as he had already acquired speed through the Bloodwing. After a moment's contemplation, he took up the feather quill once more and inscribed upon the parchment, Lin Shan. Upon advancement, will the original abilities be retained? The parchment read, 1 month of lifespan required. Lin Shan. I will sacrifice. The parchment replied, sequence has vanished, abilities retained. Fusion will occur within the new sequence. Seeing this, Lin Shan felt reassured and resolved to select Bingyin as his ability for sequence 8. Intending to seek the potion once the Bloodwing reached its pinnacle. Contemplating further, he continued to write on the parchment, Lin Shan. Can the Bloodwing be rapidly enhanced? The parchment read, 1 month of lifespan required. Lin Shan. I will sacrifice. The parchment replied, faith. Upon seeing the word faith, Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat. The Bloodwing is an oddity. Why would faith be associated with oddities? If faith connects to oddities, then could artificial deities be considered artificial oddities? Would those who are revered become oddities? Just as Lin Shan was engulfed in uncertainty, the parchment once again proactively provided insight. The parchment read, you are apprehensive. You fear that those who embrace faith may become oddities. Yet, unbeknownst to you, faith can be wielded by living beings. Though frail, it possesses its merits. For the oddities, faith serves as excellent fuel. Upon reading this, Lin Shan felt a sense of relief and chose not to hastily determine a specific location. There was still ample time, and the Bloodwing's ascension to its peak would take a considerable while. He tucked the crumpled parchment away, since faith could accelerate the Bloodwing's advancement. Perhaps it would not take the full 20 years after all. Lin Shan lay on his bed, pondering quietly. In the following days, Lin Shan immersed himself in the library, diligently reading through the literature left by the cat tribe, all of which had been translated by Yan Ruxin. The texts predominantly speculated on the gray mist and included various precautions for exploration within it. Although there was no mention of the potion of sequences, one entry detailed the sequence stele. The inscription on the sequence stele indicates that the formulas are not immutable. Rather, they adapt according to the materials available nearby. For instance, if a particular potion's ingredients are unattainable, the formula inscribed on the stele will change after a year, transforming into that of the nearest potion with complete materials. Should any materials vanish for reasons unknown, the characters on the stele will turn gray, signifying that the corresponding sequence is no longer accessible, necessitating a wait for the stele to refresh with new formulas after a year. Furthermore, the stele meticulously records the methods for processing the materials as well as their general direction. Lin Shan deduced the meaning behind this statement. The potion formulas inscribed on the stele shift in accordance with the materials in proximity. This notion reminded Lin Shan of the Xian Guang sequence stele he had encountered earlier, which bore no specific formula or directional guidance. Was this perhaps due to the lack of territorial occupation? The Cat clan's profound understanding of the sequence stele implied that they must possess such a stele within their territory. In this light, it seemed that the presence of a sequence stele would gradually foster the emergence of the extraordinary. Thus, the sequence stele is a strategic resource for the evolution of a race. However, such artifacts are exceedingly rare. Despite traversing over 10,000 kilometers, Lin Shan had yet to encounter a second stele. Continuing to peruse the tomes of the Cat clan, he found little of significance in the subsequent records and thus began to examine the texts authored by the human clan. Days slipped by as he immersed himself in reading. Finally, on the 5th day, someone approached Lin Shan to inform him that Zhao Xiaoan had returned, prompting him to prepare for a meeting scheduled in 2 days. 2 days later, in the conference room, the discussions persisted throughout the day. The assembly focused on matters of faith, ultimately consolidating 13 primary regulations. First, to introduce 11 pioneers, redirecting the populace's belief system with a 15-year evaluation period. Should the policy prove viable, all notable individuals recorded in the clan's annals shall be recognized. Second, to restructure rituals and ceremonies, abolishing traditional practices such as kneeling and offerings. Third, to emphasize the new generation, particularly children born in the Gray Mist and those who have lived there for over 3 years, while imposing no requirements on the elderly or newcomers from Earth. Strictly prohibiting the dissemination of Earth's beliefs. Fourth, all propaganda must be subtle, focusing on indirect influence. Fifth, any depiction of Earth deities or other fantastical beings in any form, including images, sculptures, and oral tales, is strictly forbidden. 13th, all policies within the 15-year period shall adhere to these 13 regulations. The meeting concluded with detailed discussions on specific tasks assigned to various departments. As the gathering wrapped up, the crimson moonlight filtered through the windows, casting a soft glow on the table, and the attendees began to engage in casual conversation. Among them were extraordinary beings or those on the cusp of the extraordinary. The lengthy meeting had not fatigued them in the slightest. Jin Tianzong reclined in his chair, exclaiming, 15 years from now, I shall be old. Despite not achieving the extraordinary, his appearance remained unchanged compared to Lin Shan. However, he appeared significantly aged, now at the age of 45. Approaching 60 in 15 years. Duan Bo glanced at Jin Tianzong, took a sip from his cup, and chuckled, you are still young. 60 is not old. Whether I will even reach 15 years from now is uncertain. By then, it will all depend on you. At 75, if he had not frequently consumed tainted flesh, his vitality would have reached the pinnacle of pseudo-extraordinary, and he would likely struggle to walk now. Lin Shan, drawing from his experience, remarked, barring unforeseen circumstances, the lifespan of a pseudo-extraordinary can extend to a century. You should all be able to witness that day. Regarding such matters, Lin Shan felt helpless. The positioning of sequence potions requires a minimum lifespan of 20 years. Even for sequence 9. With so many individuals involved, assistance seemed futile. It was better to let nature take its course. His lifespan of 300 years had dwindled to approximately 230, barring unforeseen events. Achieving the positioning of sequence 8 would necessitate at least 100 years. With the sufficiency of that still uncertain, he distinctly recalled that in the realm of darkness, merely locating a sequence 8 anomaly required the sacrifice of 60 years of life. He could only hope that the group purchase discount service for the parchment might offer some reprieve. As Lin Shan's thoughts wandered, Zhao Xiaoan suddenly interjected. I have some unfortunate news. An anomaly has appeared at the borders of our territory. Jin Tianzong dismissed the concern, saying, what's so alarming about an anomaly? Just seal it off. We have already encountered no fewer than 5 anomalies in our territory. Si Jianan interrupted, let Xiaoan finish. Zhao Xiaoan's expression grew somber as she continued. This anomaly is different. It can change its location. Change its location? Zhang Zhonghua furrowed his brow. How come such a moving anomaly has not been detected until now? Zhao Xiaoan appeared somewhat embarrassed, gazing out the window as she spoke softly. This anomaly followed us in. We encountered it in the Gray Mist, managed to avoid it. But upon returning to our territory, we discovered it had entered with us. It had kept its distance, and in the Gray Mist, our visibility was severely limited. Even with the use of the spirit vision ritual, we could not see beyond 100 meters. Lin Shan inquired, the spirit vision ritual, does it enhance visibility in the Gray Mist? He did not regard the anomaly with much concern. It was likely a sequence 9 anomaly, which posed no threat to him. Yet he found the so-called spirit vision ritual intriguing. He had previously attempted to enhance his vision by infusing his sight with spiritual energy, but to no avail. Next time we go out, I will teach you, Zhao Xiaoan replied with a squint and a smile. Can't you teach me now? Lin Shan asked, puzzled. Oh. Yin Ruxin laughed. Going to the gray mist for romance? How delightful. Young people really know how to have fun. I wish to take my partner to the gray mist as well. It would be a pity not to have visited since coming to this world. Let's get back on track. Zhang Zhonghua interrupted the light-hearted banter. Where's the anomaly now? Is it still moving? Lin Shan continued to inquire, intent on investigating. Moving anomalies were rare, and he had only seen Bloodwing exhibit such an ability. Lin Shan aimed to address the situation promptly. At the very least to drive this anomaly out of their territory. He feared it might also serve as a component for some potion formula. And should other races discover it based on the guidance of the sequence stele, the situation could become dire. Nevertheless, the sequence stele merely provided directional guidance. It could not pinpoint locations with the precision of the parchment, allowing ample time to react. In the number 3 mining area, after entering our territory, it has been circling within a small radius. I have instructed Chun Liyun to keep watch there, Zhao Xiaoan responded, her demeanor shifting to one of concern. There is a nearby mining village. Where is the number 3 mining area? Point me in the direction, Lin Shan requested, still unfamiliar with the regional divisions of their territory. There, Zhao Xiaoan pointed to a specific direction. Lin Shan glanced at the direction she indicated, and as the crimson light flickered within the room, he vanished without a trace, leaving the others staring at one another in astonishment. I will go take a look as well, Zhao Xiaoan announced, her heart light transforming into a soft golden cloud, carrying her out of the window. By the time you arrive, the matter will likely have already been resolved, the others remarked, watching Zhao Xiaoan drift lazily through the sky. With full exertion and spatial traversal, Lin Shan arrived at the borders of their territory in less than half an hour. Nearby, there was a village adjacent to a large mining pit, where individuals were actively extracting a certain type of ore. Currently, without industrial means, both farming and mining relied solely on human labor, resulting in low efficiency. However, the number of miners was sufficient to meet the internal demands of their territory. These ore veins were formed from the clan's luck. As long as the clan's fortune continued to increase, resources would remain abundant. In other words, if the clan's development stagnated or its population sharply declined, resources would similarly dwindle. Even to this day, no one has been able to thoroughly research what clan luck truly entails. It is invisible and intangible, yet influences every aspect of their territory. As dusk approached, the workers were finishing their shifts. Unlike any other day, a considerable number of military personnel accompanied the miners today. Why are there so many soldiers? A young man inquired. A middle-aged man, surveying the surroundings, whispered, I heard there was an incident up ahead. That road is now off limits. It's none of our concern. We've toiled all day. Let us hurry home, someone urged from the back. You have a wife waiting for you. We do not. We might as well stay and enjoy the spectacle, another retorted. Let us not forget where we are. Such spectacles are not to be taken lightly. The military's presence indicates that matters are serious. Indeed, we must not waste time. Let us return. At that moment, an older man admonished them, still wanting to watch. Have you forgotten what happened in Mine District 4? Hundreds perished. And now the entire area is sealed off. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces paled, as if recalling something ominous. Let us go. In this world, lives are worth little. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Shan appeared where they had been, striding directly toward the area blocked by the military. This troop, consisting of dozens of individuals, was composed entirely of pseudo-exceptionals, arguably the most elite force within the clan's territory. If coordinated effectively, they could confront true exceptionals without difficulty. Lin Shan estimated that even if all of them acted against him, they posed no threat. Halt. Passage ahead is prohibited. Please leave immediately. As Lin Shan approached, he was stopped by the guards, who did not recognize him, and he was not inclined to hold a grudge over such trivial matters. Sometimes, soldiers not recognizing a general is not their fault. I seek Chun Liyun, Lin Shan stated directly. The soldier hesitated for a moment before responding, please wait. I will notify him. Moments later, Chun Liyun emerged from within. Lin Xianj, it has been a long time. Seeing Lin Shan again after so many years stirred excitement within Chun Liyun. Initially thrilled by Lin Shan's status, this time his emotions were fueled by gratitude. Lin Shan had gifted him an exceptionally rare sequence potion, elevating him to the clan's 9th exceptional, a monumental favor in his eyes. No need for idle chatter. I am here to resolve the peculiar situation, Lin Shan said matter-of-factly. Chun Liyun nodded, replying, please follow me. However, this anomaly may not be easily dealt with. I attempted to confront it earlier and barely made it out without even seeing its true form. Lin Shan bluntly countered, anomalies are the pinnacle of the current sequences. You have just stepped into the realm of exceptionals. The disparity is far too great. Chun Liyun felt somewhat embarrassed, admitting, I am uncertain of my current capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan contemplated. If there were no pressing matters upon his return, he could delineate the hierarchy of Sequence 9. Stages 1 to 9 were his own classifications, yet in reality, there were no defined levels. Sequence 9 simply referred to Sequence 9, which might lead some to mistakenly believe that all at this level possessed similar strengths. In truth, not only do differing stages impact power, but the focus of each sequence also contributes significantly to strength disparities. The heart light is not inherently suited for combat. Keeping this in mind, Lin Shan followed Chun Liyun forward. After a few steps, he sensed a chilling aura. Lin Shan furrowed his brow, observing a strange, hazy white mist enveloping an area of approximately 10 meters. The mist continually shifted shapes and slowly advanced toward the mine. Chapter 59. Escape anomalies truly are bizarre and varied. Thus far, none have been identical. Have those nearby disperse a bit, Lin Shan instructed Chun Liyun. Understood, Chun Liyun replied, then called out to the surrounding soldiers, disperse. Keep away from the mist. Once everyone had retreated, Lin Shan gradually ascended into the air. A golden light coalesced in his hand, forming a nearly 10-meter-long pale golden spear above him. In the next instant, the spear began to spin and, in a flash, shot forth as a beam of golden light into the mist. Contrary to expectations, a tremendous sound did not follow. The 10-meter-long spear did not create a single splash within the mist. Upon the heart-light spear's entry into the mist, Lin Shan felt a complete severance of connection. The sense of belonging it imbued vanished inexplicably, defying reason and disrupting his understanding. A heart-light spear, even if shattered, should be retrievable unless instantaneously obliterated. Yet this was merely a Sequence 9 anomaly. Such capabilities seemed impossible. It must possess some unique characteristic. I will investigate further. Perhaps external attacks are consumed by the anomaly's essence. That previous strike was too taxing. Please allow me a moment to recover. Lin Shan relayed to Chun Liyun below. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoan descended from the sky, riding a pale golden cloud, swaying gently. Have you not resolved it yet? Not yet. Lin Shan shook his head. I will take a look shortly. After several more minutes, Lin Shan felt his essence replenish. Let us proceed, he declared, striding directly into the mist. Zhao Xiaoan and Chun Liyun followed closely behind. Upon entering the mist-laden area, it felt as though they had stepped into a separate realm, devoid of anything but darkness and chill. In reality, it was impossible for there to be nothing. Entering the mist signified stepping into the anomaly's attack range. Lin Shan raised the heart-light spear, prodding upward. A sizzling sound echoed, as if piercing something. The spear's tip corroded away, leaving only the bare shaft, yet whatever he had struck must have suffered as well. Faintly, Lin Shan caught a whiff of a foul odor. What a stench! What is this? Zhao Xiaoan complained, pinching her nose. Lin Shan regarded her curiously, questioning, You often venture out. Have you not encountered anomalies? If I do, I run. We are no match, Zhao Xiaoan responded matter-of-factly. You have never engaged with an anomaly? Chun Liyun interjected, a bitter smile on his face. We seldom engage. We can hardly even see the anomaly's true form. Each time we encounter an unavoidable anomaly, brothers are sure to fall. We can only flee. No wonder, Lin Shan explained. Most anomalies emit this odor. You will grow accustomed to it. As he spoke, the spear spun again, striking into the void, the stench intensifying. When the spear returned, only a short shaft remained, less than half a meter. Lin Shan paid it no mind. With a thought, the spear restored to its original form. Zhao Xiaoan and Chun Liyun observed in confusion, entirely unaware of Lin Shan's actions, as he jabbed in various directions. Yet, within Lin Shan's perception, each strike was fraught with peril. He had underestimated this anomaly. A ghostly, silken ribbon of white continuously lunged toward Lin Shan and his companions. However, within a 10-meter range, it was intercepted by the pale golden spear. The consequences of contact with this ethereal ribbon would undoubtedly be dire. Aside from its relentless assaults, there was nothing else within the mist, nor could they discern the so-called true form. From their brief encounters, it was evident that the heart light was at a disadvantage, and the Bloodwings lacked direct means of attack against anomalies. Stay here. If you encounter an assault, hold on for a while. I will seek the true form, Lin Shan instructed, promptly vanishing from sight. In an instant, he reappeared. As anticipated, with Lin Shan as the target gone, the anomaly began to assail the other two. Ethereal ribbons lunged at them, and they could not emulate Lin Shan's offensive stance, forced instead into passive defense. The ribbons lashed against the golden garments they wore, emitting a corrosive sound as the fabric dulled. Why did Lin Shan leave? We must hurry out. We won't last long like this, Zhao Xiaoan urged through gritted teeth. Agreed. Zhao Xiaoan's heart light has reached the third stage, allowing him to persist, while Chun Liyun remains at the second stage, with his heart light already flickering, nearly extinguished. Chun Liyun ventured outside first, leaving Xiaoan to endure a little longer. At that moment, Lin Shan's voice echoed above them. Yes. Chun Liyun complied and rushed outside, leaving Zhao Xiaoan to hold on. Within mere seconds, Zhao Xiaoan's golden aura began to wane. Lin Shan called out again, Xiaoan, you must exit. Then allow all the pseudo-supernaturals outside to enter. If you are attacked, withdraw immediately. Zhao Xiaoan discerned his intention and nodded in agreement. Lin Shan's strategy was straightforward, to exhaust the enigmatic entity. Encountering the strange in the gray mist was challenging, but being within the territory of the human race, it was wise to utilize the numerous individuals at their disposal. After Zhao Xiaoan exited, several figures began to emerge from the white mist. Lin Shan teleported outside the mist, observing its transformation. As the entity's ethereal energy diminished, the mist became increasingly transparent, revealing glimpses of the interior. Once the ethereal energy reached a certain threshold, the depletion ceased, stabilizing the rate of recovery. Each subsequent attack grew significantly weaker, indicating that the mist was in its most vulnerable state. Having learned from a prior misstep, Lin Shan refrained from attacking from the outside again. Instead, he teleported into the mist, directing a 10-meter-long heart light greatsword in chaotic swings. Each strike resonated with the clash of spirituality and the ethereal, accompanied by a hissing sound and a foul odor wafting through the mist. The mist gradually thinned, nearing transparency, when a lingering thick plume of smoke came into Lin Shan's view. This was the true body. With its identification, the task became simpler. The heart light transformed into a spear, slowly rotating before becoming a golden beam that pinned the plume to the ground. Dust billowed, and as it settled, a circular pit several meters deep appeared. At the center lay a pale golden spear, with a segment of the plume, resembling a grotesque mouth, struggling beneath it. The spear and the plume were locked in a stalemate, the tip constantly corroded and yet regenerating. The power of the heart light alone was insufficient to incapacitate it. Lin Shan observed the plume, which, despite its struggles, showed no signs of faltering. In the next moment, a vibrant crimson glow emanated from it, accompanied by an acrid scent of blood that repelled those nearby who had approached for a closer look. This intense red glow represented the pure ethereal energy of Bloodwing. Lacking any offensive means against the strange entity, Bloodwing could only utilize pure ethereal energy to obliterate the opponent. The red glow flowed across the ground like blood, gradually enveloping the plume. The hissing noise persisted, reminiscent of ice water poured over searing charcoal, accompanied by translucent steam, as the plume's struggles began to diminish. Lin Shan's brow furrowed slightly. Contrary to the expectations, the plume did not perish. Instead, it split in two, one half freeing itself from the heart-light spear and accelerating away from the scene. As the plume continued to speed away, its size diminished to near invisibility. By the time Lin Shan reacted, the plume had vanished from sight, heading towards the central city, the largest gathering place of the human race. Chapter 60. The gray mist begins to clear. It has escaped. Lin Shan first glanced at the half of the plume that had turned to a pile of fine white ash on the ground, then looked in the direction where the other half had vanished, stating solemnly, "Send people to search this direction thoroughly. Its current state should pose little threat. Report any anomalies immediately." Ignoring the others, Lin Shan tore a piece of cloth from his garment, collecting the fine ash from the ground, uncertain of its utility but deciding to keep it nonetheless. Half an hour later, Lin Shan returned to the clan hall's chamber. The next step was to await the acceleration of Bloodwing's advancement through faith, while also subdividing the 9th tier level so that others could understand that even within the same tier, the disparity in strength could be substantial. In the central city, a group of children hurriedly approached a small shop. "Sister Xiao Yuan, I want a ball candy." A youthful voice chimed. The child behind echoed, "Me too, me too." Xiao Yuan, momentarily lost in thought, gazed at the boys and girls before her, their innocent faces and untainted eyes. "Sister Xiao Yuan?" The slightly older girl at the front softly called out. "Ah, yes." Xiao Yuan snapped back to reality, her face adorned with a warm smile. "I'll get that for you." She retrieved a wooden jar from a nearby platform, taking out 5 pieces of ball candy, wrapped in oil paper into simple round shapes, similar to the size of pigeon eggs. This confectionery was a result of her own experimentation, involving the search for sweet-tasting plants, which she cultivated and tested extensively. Finally, a year ago, the first otherworldly candy was born. The production of this candy was not only intricate but also yielded a rather mediocre flavor, possessing only a faint sweetness. Nevertheless, for the children who had been born or grown up in the gray mist world, it remained a rare delicacy. However, for Xiao Yuan, it was far from satisfying. As she had tasted far more delightful treats, she distributed the candies one by one to the children. At this moment, the children rummaged through their small pockets, each producing a crumpled paper bill, raising it high. "Sister Xiao Yuan, here is your payment." Xiao Yuan accepted the bills from each child as they departed. Once they left, she leaned her head on her arm at the counter, staring blankly at the 5 1-jiao bills neatly arranged on the table. As she casually picked up one bill, it emitted a soft white glow in her hand. The newly issued currency was infused with fragments of a rare special mineral, which, when imbued with spirituality, would emit a pearly white light. Various experiments revealed that this mineral had no other functions. It merely accommodated a minute amount of spirituality, thus being used for the anti-counterfeiting feature of the new currency. The mining rights for this mineral were exclusively held by the 7 governing bodies. Xiao Yuan had previously followed Yin Ruxin, who had never deprived the children accompanying them. A significant portion of the corrupted meat originally allocated to her was given to those children. It was only after they became pseudo-supernaturals that Yin Ruxin felt secure enough to allow them to venture out and live independently. Xiao Yuan carefully folded the 5 1-jiao bills and placed them in a cabinet before preparing to close the shop and continue her research on new recipes. Glancing at the sky, she surmised that no one would come at this hour, as the lollipops she sold were luxury items, typically purchased by the children of wealthy families. At this stage, 8 jiao was sufficient to buy a bag of processed peanuts, while 1 jiao per ball candy was beyond the means of ordinary families. Entering the backyard, she found it to be a small workshop, her research base filled with various plants in colorful pots. Where did such a large white worm come from? Suddenly, she noticed a white worm, as thick as her thumb, hanging from the leaf of a green plant. Bold and skilled, she reached out to pinch it. Just as her fingers were about to grasp the white worm, they inexplicably passed through its body. In the next moment, an incredibly chilling aura penetrated her soul, and Xiao Yuan instantly lost consciousness, while the white worm on the green plant vanished as well. Time flew rapidly, and 5 years soon passed. The clan territory, outwardly stable, was in fact rife with undercurrents, as the 7 governing bodies faced significant hidden dangers. During these 5 years, Bloodwing's progress accelerated, now having entered the 5th stage, saving a year compared to the normal pace, indicating that the faith plan had begun to yield results. In moments of leisure, Lin Shan began to pen a tome akin to a travelogue, chronicling his observations and experiences within the realm of gray mist. He elucidated his insights on the concepts of moral corruption, beasts, the bizarre, enigmatic entities, spiritual flora, and the dual applications of spiritual medicine. Alongside his delineation of the 9 tiers of Sequence 9, Lin Shan categorized Sequence 9 into 9 distinct stages, with the initial spiritual essence designated as the first stage. The second stage is reached when one's spiritual essence doubles that of the first stage, while the third stage is not merely double the second, but rather threefold that of the first. Thus, if the total spiritual essence of the first stage is quantified as 1, the 9th stage culminates at 9, with the pinnacle being 10. This classification not only pertains to levels, but also encompasses interpretations of spiritual and supernatural forces. Among these interpretations is the concept of equilibrium. One passage states, theoretically, the weakest state of the bizarre occurs when the quantity of the supernatural diminishes to a point where its recovery rate aligns with it. Upon reaching this juncture, it signifies the moment of utmost vulnerability for the bizarre. The same applies to moral corruption and other beings. Previously, Lin Shan believed that all spiritual essence was uniform, differing only in total quantity without qualitative distinctions. However, his extensive research and experimentation led him to preliminarily conclude that spiritual essence indeed possesses qualitative differences, albeit exceedingly subtle and difficult to discern. Moreover, the quality of spiritual essence is directly proportional to its total quantity. In other words, elevating one's sequence stage not only augments the total quantity of spiritual essence, but also enhances its quality. This enhancement may go unnoticed by the individual, yet it becomes markedly evident in confrontations involving spiritual essence. Similarly, the supernatural adheres to this definition, which Lin Shan termed the definition of spiritual quality. The quality of spiritual essence is proportional to the total quantity possessed. The early sections of the book detail Lin Shan's personal observations, while the latter portions document the two classifications and definitions, including the divisions of flora, moral corruption, the bizarre, and the sequence levels, along with the concepts of equilibrium and spiritual quality. At that moment, a knock resounded. Chapter 61, 9 years. Come in. Lin Shan called toward the door. A female voice from outside replied, Lin Xinju, Minister Zhang seeks your presence. All right, I understand. I will be there shortly, Lin Shan responded. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light enveloped him, and he vanished from the room. In the ministry office, he materialized behind Zhang Zhonghua. What brings you to me? He inquired. Zhang Zhonghua's body tensed momentarily before he quickly relaxed. He had long since accustomed himself to Lin Shan's uncanny appearances. I am preparing to abdicate in due course, Zhang Zhonghua remarked, gazing out the window with a contemplative air. How do you intend to address the issues with the 7 departments? Lin Shan queried. I have decided not to resolve them, Zhang Zhonghua replied slowly. The withdrawal of the pioneers is the best solution. With the pioneers in power, the transition of authority can never be achieved. Only by stepping back can humanity progress once more. After all, our perspectives are limited, and from a high position, one cannot perceive their own shortcomings. However, we can maintain stability for now. Enduring for another 5 years should pose no problem. Lin Shan responded calmly. That is acceptable. After executing the faith plan, you were never meant to appear frequently before the populace. He then inquired, have you sought me solely to discuss this matter? Zhang Zhonghua sighed. I hope that when the time for transition arrives, you can oversee the process. Lin Shan nodded in agreement, indicating that should he find the new generation unsatisfactory, he would intervene. The options now lay between forcibly altering policies or passing the baton to the new generation. Clearly, they opted for the latter. Upon exiting the ministry office, Lin Shan strolled through the streets. Compared to before, the area was markedly more prosperous, with the territory and resources significantly enriched. The populace began to enjoy a more comfortable existence. Now, even recruitment for the military had become a daunting task. The methods of the 7 departments had grown excessively lenient. And in this era of peace, compelling justification was elusive. Exploration beyond the gray mist had completely ceased. Who would venture outside the city for adventure when they could lead a leisurely life within? Release me, let me go. I am the chief of the Ministry of Revenue. You have no authority to detain me. Feng Jun, why are you apprehending members of our ministry? You may inquire with him. Ask him what misdeeds he has committed. Even if he erred, it falls under our ministry's jurisdiction. The 7 departments operate independently and do not interfere. Your police have no right to interrogate us. Release him at once. I care not for your department. If you object, take your grievances above. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Very well, Feng Jun. You will regret this. Lin Shan observed the scene before him with a tranquil demeanor. It was merely a reflection of a small corner of reality. Shaking his head, he sought an unoccupied nook and instantly vanished, returning to his chamber. Once inside, Lin Shan assumed a meditative posture, immersing his consciousness within. Though this act bore no tangible significance, it evoked a sensation of traversing through time. After an indeterminate period, uninterrupted by others, he reopened his eyes to find the room ensconced in cobwebs, with a musty odor permeating the desk and bed. At last, I have reached the pinnacle. At that moment, the spiritual essence of the Bloodwings had finally attained its zenith, unable to advance further. Without the fervor of faith fueling the Bloodwings, he could now sense the power of faith. It was a peculiar force, limitless and incapable of self-restoration, relying solely on the faith of the populace for replenishment. Furthermore, the characteristics of this power were conferred by the people. Lin Shan's faith trait was formidable in combat, which had long been the impression he left on the populace. However, at this juncture, this power seemed inconsequential. At the current rate, it would take decades to amass sufficient strength to merely reach the pinnacle of Sequence 9, and once expended, it would vanish. Thus, Lin Shan did not place much importance on this force, turning his back on it. It was time to prepare for the pursuit of the elixir of Sequence 8. Yet, venturing forth might entail decades, or even centuries away. First, he decided to observe the development of his kin. As Lin Shan opened his chamber door, the grand hall on the 3rd floor remained deserted, with books and clan artifacts having all been relocated. The hall was thickly layered with cobwebs, indicating that it had long been neglected. Just as Lin Shan prepared to teleport away, he heard the sound of a door creaking on the 1st floor. Cough, 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 accompanied by a series of violent coughs. 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, entered, appearing to be in their 20s. How long has it been since anyone visited for this place to gather so much dust? The girl complained. According to records, this hall has been idle for 8 years. The young man replied with a sense of resignation. I think we should return. How could the strongest of humanity reside here? Can he really survive all these years without sustenance? The girl asserted. The young man cast a glance at her and advised, since we've already slipped in, let us explore inside. Perhaps we may find something valuable. After all, this was once the clan hall. The girl retorted angrily, we are here to find someone, not to act as thieves. Yet, she quickly shifted her tone, adding, though it wouldn't hurt to pay homage to the former clan hall. From the third floor, Lin Shan observed the two individuals. Judging by their youth, they appeared to be a new generation raised within the gray mist. A cohort entirely severed from their connection to Earth. They stealthily made their way to the second floor. The young man retrieved a thin booklet from his pocket, flipping through several pages before remarking, this was the office of the former ministers. Let us first proceed to the third floor, and we can explore the second floor afterward. The strongest of humanity once resided on the third floor. The girl covered her face with her hand, scoffing, you can't truly believe we will find him, can you? Countless others have come before us. If he were truly here, he would have been discovered long ago. Moreover, if it were you, would you choose to live here? Use your brain and think. All right, the young man mumbled, nodding reluctantly. In truth, he harbored doubts that anyone still resided here. But all records indicated that the individual they sought had once dwelled within these walls. The last recorded appearance was 14 years ago. Although some claim it was 9 years prior, the passage of time renders accurate investigation impossible. If only one could peruse the ancestral records, it would reveal the precise whereabouts of the pioneers. Meanwhile, the girl rummaging through the boxes turned to say, once we overthrow the 7 departments, you can peruse to your heart's content. Currently, they prohibit even newly arrived individuals from viewing the clan history, fearful that we might divulge it. Lin Shan stood at the staircase on the third floor, listening to the conversation and the sounds of rummaging from the second floor. Were they here to steal or to seek something of their own? Ultimately, the clattering of boxes drowned out their dialogue. After an indeterminate period, 2 dirt-smeared individuals reappeared. Chapter 62. Her nickname is Xiao Yuan. Did you find anything? Nothing. What about you? The only harvest is this layer of dust on my face. After a moment of silence, the girl gritted her teeth and declared, let us go to the third floor. As they ascended the stairs, they spotted Lin Shan standing by the staircase. Lin Shan, having long since outgrown his previous garments, now donned a white robe woven from the essence of Xinguang, complete with a hood. The girl trembled and exclaimed, this is eerie. Let's flee. It's not eerie, it's a person. The young man interjected as he noticed the girl prepare to run. Clearing his throat, he added, ahem. Upon hearing this, the girl quickly halted, coughed lightly, and stated, of course, I know it's a person, but standing there in all white is rather frightening. Suddenly, she gasped, exclaiming, he can't possibly be a thief, can he? A real-life thief crying out to catch a thief? Who are you? The girl called out from a distance. And who are you? Lin Shan countered. We are from New City. The girl began, but was swiftly silenced by the young man covering her mouth. Ah, huff, huff, she glared at him, fuming. Are you trying to suffocate me? The young man, casting a wary glance at Lin Shan, asked, are you here to obstruct us? Lin Shan replied nonchalantly, feel free. I'm merely passing through. Despite his words, the two did not relax their vigilance, fearing it might be a scheme from Central City. Though it had fallen into disrepair, a few extraordinary beings still resided there. With keen interest, Lin Shan observed the pair approaching him. Both were extraordinary, suggesting that humanity had begun to cultivate its own extraordinary beings. Sensing their intentions, Lin Shan remained unfazed. As they drew near, their hands suddenly became covered in scales as they lunged for him. Lin Shan raised his elbow for defense. Crack, crack. Lin Shan's joints dislocated under the pressure. Yet a hand, adorned with brown scales, seized one of his arms, twisting it, as if wringing a twist of dough. The girl watched in horror as Lin Shan's arm was contorted multiple times. Fallen body. Where did this fallen body sequence come from? In terms of physical strength alone, these two have already surpassed him. He currently stands at the pinnacle of 2 sequences, and only the fallen body could exceed him physically. Chen-Yi, did we go too far? The girl observed Lin Shan, who was rendered immobile, his arm twisted grotesquely. Chen-Yi's expression turned grave. This individual is rather peculiar. Do not underestimate him. Given the state of your arm, how can he remain silent? Moreover, his attire shows no signs of damage. This is highly illogical. But he looks so weak, the girl began, but before she could finish, she felt her entire body seize up. In the next moment, an overwhelming spiritual pressure forced both of them to the ground, their faces pressed against the floor, their bodies entirely out of control. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the sounds of bones realigning, Lin Shan adjusted his arm back into place. Although still broken, it was serviceable. Crack. A similar sound echoed. But this time it came from the two on the ground, whose orifices bled as several bones fractured, their consciousness blurring. The floor creaked under the strain, and the surrounding dust seemed to freeze mid-air. Did I apply too much force? They appear rather weak, Lin Shan murmured to himself. Hearing this, the two on the ground began to convulse violently, attempting to speak but powerless to do so. Lin Shan released his spiritual pressure, and they began to gasp for breath and cough, yet still lay incapacitated. The fallen body should possess strong regenerative abilities, Lin Shan mused, crouching down to observe them. By the way, where did you acquire your fallen body sequence? Sensing Lin Shan's proximity, the two trembled, desperately shutting their eyes as if awaiting their demise. Unwilling to meet his gaze, as though he were a horrific apparition. Am I truly that terrifying? Just moments ago, you were far fiercer than I. Is everyone outside as fearsome as you? Lin Shan inquired. The two remained silent. In that case, Lin Shan said coolly, perhaps I should just eliminate you. Cough, cough, cough. The girl erupted into a fit of violent coughing, blood spilling from her lips as she pleaded, No, no, no. Please don't kill us. It was our fault. Whatever you wish to know, I will divulge everything. Have I injured your internal organs? My apologies, it's been quite some time since I last fought. And I lost control, Lin Shan said, glancing at the bloodied pair. The young man forced a smile, saying, It's all right, senior, we bear no grudge against you. We initiated the conflict, we deserve this. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. The girl glanced at the young man, secretly impressed by his convincing display of remorse. As long as you're all right, I will ask questions, and you will answer, Lin Shan asserted. Rest assured, we will speak without reservation. They both nodded, enduring their pain. What year is it now? Lin Shan asked. The young man and girl exchanged glances, a peculiar expression crossing their faces, each inwardly thinking, no way. It can't be that coincidental. Senior, it is currently the 20th year of human history, the young man replied. 20 years. 9 years ago, plus the previous 5 years. It took nearly 15 years to reach the pinnacle, just 5 years less than anticipated. Could there be an issue with the faith? What brings you here? Lin Shan inquired. We are here to find the pioneer Lin Shan, the girl answered, then tilted her head, eager to see Lin Shan's reaction. Lin Shan maintained a calm demeanor and asked, What is the purpose of seeking him? It is not us. It is our sister seeking him, the girl replied candidly. Oh, what is your sister's name? Her name is Lu Ruan. Lin Shan recalled that he did not seem to recognize this person. The girl continued, Her nickname is Xiao Yuan. Upon hearing this, images flashed in Lin Shan's mind. A young boy chasing a little girl for a piece of candy, which she ultimately consumed. Then, memories of the orphanage established by Yan Ruxin surfaced. While he had forgotten the other children, he vaguely remembered this lively girl named Xiao Yuan, who had been quite bold. He recalled having told her that she could seek him out if she ever needed help. Was her visit due to that promise? The final image was of the boy who had chased him, seemingly perishing along the way, leaving her alone to weep. He had not seen her since. Could it truly be her? If so, Lin Shan would be more than pleased to meet her, curious about how the once 10-year-old girl had transformed over the years. Chapter 63. Where is Lu Ruan? Lin Shan noticed the two struggling to articulate their thoughts. He added, I am Lin Shan. Really? Although she had her suspicions, the girl was still taken aback. Lin Shan regarded her with a tranquil gaze. He observed that she no longer feared him, her eyes sparkling with admiration as they locked onto his. The young man displayed a similar reaction. Is it so surprising that I, as a pioneer of humanity, lack the esteem of a mere passerby? Please, take your time to recover. I shall fetch something, Lin Shan said as he stepped into a room. The girl whispered to Chen Yi, Do you think he is truly the pioneer Lin Shan? After a brief silence, Chen Yi spoke softly. Who, if not him, could incapacitate both of us simultaneously without using his hands? Lin Shan returned to the room and opened a nearby cabinet, a musty odor wafting out. Inside was a layered structure reminiscent of a tic-tac-toe grid. The top layer contained a red lantern, willow branches, and various packages of medicinal powders, with a sprig of grass spotted in the corner. Is this mercury grass? It hasn't changed in over a decade. Lin Shan took only the red lantern and the willow branches. The red lantern, once a terrifying object, had transformed over the years to resemble an ordinary lantern in his eyes, and he had developed a certain fondness for it. As Lin Shan exited with the red lantern and willow branches, he noticed some unusual activity at the door. An indistinct aura of faith permeated the air, a power that could only be wielded by other pioneers. He recalled that several individuals had sought him out previously but had failed to locate him, likely due to this very force. Upon seeing Lin Shan reappear, The girl and youth gasped. It's here. The red lantern of Lin Xianju. This confirmed their suspicions. In the next moment, a crimson glow emanated from Lin Shan, enveloping the two figures in the distance. When the light faded, the grand hall was deserted. High above, Lin Shan surveyed the scene below. The central city appeared much like he remembered, with only minor changes. The urban outskirts had expanded slightly. The most significant alteration was the abandonment of the clan hall, which was now surrounded by a barricade. Let's orient ourselves, Lin Shan said casually. At that moment, the two figures remained unchanged, merely transitioning from lying on the ground to floating in the air. BRR, it's a bit chilly, Chen Yi remarked. Me too. Stop dawdling, Lin Shan replied. Over there, he gestured, leading the two as they soared over the urban landscape. Chen Yi, we're flying, exclaimed Chen Er. I know, I'm not blind. Chen Er. Lin Shan's lips twitched at the casual naming of the siblings by their parents. Following Chen Er's direction, they soon spotted a large settlement. Merely 10 kilometers from the central city. From a distance, the dense architecture was comparable to the central city, perhaps even more prosperous. Ahead lay the new city. With a population of 150,000, surrounded by 4 towns, collectively exceeding 300,000. Have they started constructing sub-cities? Development is remarkably swift, Lin Shan mused, gazing at the tightly packed buildings. Chen Er interjected, it's not a sub-city. The new city stands in opposition to the central city. The central city still adheres to the outdated 7-department management system, while the new city employs a new imperial system. Here, the voice of the empress dictates the direction of the clans. Lin Shan frowned. While he accepted the evolution of the human race, he was disheartened by the prospect of division. Who is the empress? He inquired. Naturally, it is Lu Ruan, Chen Er replied matter-of-factly. Intriguing. Lin Shan had not anticipated that the little girl could ascend to become the current empress. Where does she reside? Lin Shan asked. In the imperial pavilion, Chen Er answered. Lead the way. As they progressed, they finally located the so-called imperial pavilion, which bore no resemblance to a grand palace, but rather a tall loft with 7 stories. Situated at the heart of the new city, Lin Shan unceremoniously dropped Chen Yi and Chen Er at the entrance, vanishing from sight. Left behind, the siblings exchanged bewildered glances. The guards beside the pavilion, noticing the sudden presence of 2 individuals on the ground, hurried over to investigate. What brings you here? The guard recognized them immediately. We felt the sunlight beside the imperial pavilion was particularly pleasant, so we decided to rest a while longer, Chen Yi said. Meanwhile, Lin Shan instantaneously teleported to the rafters of the 7th floor. After observing for a time, he spotted Lu Ruan, adorned in a high crown, diligently reviewing documents. Devoid of her childhood demeanor. After a moment of scrutiny, realizing the area was empty, Lin Shan descended to the floor. As soon as he landed, Lu Ruan's voice resonated softly. You have arrived. Lin Shan, his expression impassive, stated, You are nearing death. I am aware, and I appreciate your concern, Lu Ruan replied, pausing her document review to bow respectfully to Lin Shan. Your demise will endanger others, Lin Shan reiterated. I shall ultimately perish within the mist, she responded, her tone light, as if untroubled by the prospect of death. That is acceptable, Lin Shan inquired further. Were you seeking me? Indeed, Lu Ruan nodded. I wonder if Lin Xianju recalls our conversations at the orphanage. What is it that you desire? Lin Shan inquired. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruan spoke. I wish for the human race to hear only my voice. The pioneers have become indifferent. You now possess the strength to realize this, Lin Shan stated. I require your consent, Lu Ruan replied. Lin Shan shook his head. I cannot represent them. I have consulted with other pioneers. They indicated that your approval suffices. Within 3 years, you shall witness the transformation of the human race. Change is imperative. The previous system is no longer suitable, and the pioneers have retreated to the shadows. The 7 departments have become bloated. Lin Shan pondered briefly, uncertain of which system would best suit the current stage of development. Given that the wheel of history had turned this far, he saw no reason to impede its course. Very well, Lin Shan nodded. Proceed. I hope to witness the results you speak of within 3 years. Thank you, she replied. With a swift motion, Lin Shan teleported away, soaring toward the central city to examine the clan artifacts and the changes of recent years. Initially surprised by Xiao Yuan, he had hoped for a meaningful conversation. However, merely catching a glimpse of her silhouette revealed the truth. This was the Empress Lu Ruan, not the young girl from over a decade ago. Another unexpected revelation struck Lin Shan. She had somehow fused with a dormant anomaly, rendering her akin to an anomaly endowed with intelligence. However, the day this anomaly awakened would coincide with the end of her lifespan, and that day was not far off, at most 3 years. In the Imperial Pavilion's 7th floor, Lu Ruan glanced back at Lin Shan's previous position, her fist clenched tightly, nails piercing her palm. Droplets of white blood falling and dissipating into the air as wisps of smoke. She rapped her fingers on the table. 2 guards hurried into the room. Clasping their fists in salute, Empress. Lu Ruan's cold voice echoed through the hall. The pioneers have retreated to the shadows. The 7 departments are no longer what they once were. Lin Xinju has consented. It is time to unify the human race. Yes. Chapter 64. An absurd distance in the central city. Lin Shan walked along the streets, in the city's most bustling district. Compared to its previous vitality, he sensed a certain void. He couldn't quite articulate what was missing, but the entire city seemed shrouded in a twilight gloom. The new clan hall stood not far from the former hall, almost within sight of one another. Lin Shan stepped inside. This clan hall also boasted 3 levels. The first floor served as a grand hall for welcoming new arrivals. Ascending to the second floor, he found it no longer housed the offices of the 7 departments, but rather a repository for books. Lin Shan bypassed the second floor and ascended directly to the third, where the guards stationed along the way fainted before they even saw him. Lin Shan merely elevated their blood pressure slightly. Their lives were not in jeopardy. Although he could access the artifacts as a pioneer, it seemed overly complicated. He preferred a more straightforward approach. Unexpectedly, having previously rested beside the clan artifacts, he now found himself needing to be stealthy to peruse them. The third floor was an empty hall, with only a high platform where the clan artifact floated serenely above. Lin Shan approached, retrieved it, and seated himself on the ground, unfurling the jade volume across his lap. Since Chun Liyun, 2 more names had been added, Lu Ruan and Lu Hao. Lu Hao was recorded for developing advanced papermaking techniques, which were employed in the production of currency. Lu Ruan is depicted in extensive detail regarding her actions. In the 8th year of the human calendar, she developed advanced sugar-making techniques. In her 10th year, she established the first sugar workshop. By the 11th year, she led a group of followers deep into the Zihunhua forest, and, by the end of that year, returned with a sequence stele. In the 12th year, she founded a new city based on the sequence stele, attracting a large number of the new generation. By the 15th year, she compelled the central city to sign a treaty granting residents the right to migrate autonomously through force. Beneath this, there are additional notes providing background and some details of the events, but here we only record her contributions to humanity, without touching on personal matters. After reading this, Lin Shan could only utter 2 words of evaluation. He felt that the bizarre malfunctioning machine might have been the starting point for everything. Perhaps this is what is known as fate. Subsequently, Lin Shan perused the records of other pioneers and learned that they completely withdrew from the circle of human power in the 12th year. Yet they insisted on the continued fulfillment of the 13 articles. However, by the end of the 12th year, the 7 factions had completely split, dividing humanity into 7 smaller nations, rendering the 13 articles nearly obsolete. Without the transfer of faith, many lives had been lost over the years due to faith-related issues. It was no wonder that advancement felt so sluggish. Indeed, the acquisition of faith had encountered problems, Lin Shan murmured to himself. While the pioneers remained in seclusion, Lu Ruan suddenly rose to prominence at this juncture. All these coincidences amounted to the inevitability of history. Even without Lin Shan's nod of approval, Lu Ruan would have unified humanity. Perhaps Xiao Yuan remained Xiao Yuan. Lin Shan returned the jade tablet to its place and instantly transported himself back into the air. It was only then that he realized he did not truly possess a home within his clan's territory, leaving him without even a place to reside. It mattered little. Once the clan territory unified again, he would seek materials for Sequence 8. For now, he would reside in the air. Lin Shan took out the parchment and noticed that it still bore some creases. Lin Shan inquired, "How many years of life do I have left?" The parchment replied, 219 years and 4 months. Lin Shan asked, "Where is the location of Sequence 8's Bingyan?" The parchment responded, "Requires the payment of 200 years of life." 200 years of life was quite inexpensive, yet simultaneously quite costly. So many materials only required 200 years, which was significantly cheaper compared to the previous bizarre 60 years of life. However, if he paid, he would be left with merely 19 years of life. And there could be other expenses along the way. Surely he would not exhaust his life before gathering all the materials. Never mind, he thought. There was little choice in the matter. Lin Shan declared, "Payment." At the moment he inscribed the payment, all the creases on the parchment vanished, rejuvenated. A subtle pressure emanated from it. The parchment had become stronger. Lin Shan recalled how the parchment had previously uncontrollably released supernatural powers as he paid more life. It grew increasingly quiet, occasionally providing hints. It had become more intelligent, realizing that only by doing so would he not abandon its use, continuously offering life in return. Lin Shan mused to himself. This was a brazen scheme, and Lin Shan felt utterly powerless. 6 luminous points appeared on the parchment, the central point representing his own position. Lin Shan glanced at the distances to each material. The distances were somewhat outrageous. The nearest bizarre phenomenon was 658 kilometers away, while the farthest, Shanghai Li, was 539 kilometers. If Lin Shan recalled correctly, the Earth's diameter was 765 kilometers. Long-distance flight was feasible. Covering 1,000 kilometers a day was not a problem. But during a journey, it was impossible to fly at full speed constantly. One needed to conserve supernatural energy to face dangers. Traveling 1,000 kilometers a day was a normal pace. If he flew in a straight line without incident, he could reach Shanghai Li's location in about 6 months. The issue was that even upon arrival, he might not be able to defeat them, as they were sequence 8, which left Lin Shan feeling uncertain. Suddenly, he noticed that the markers on the parchment seemed to encircle a certain area, forming an irregular oval shape. Before he could study it closely, the parchment proactively revealed a message. The materials for the sequence are centered around the sequence stele, with sequence 8's materials located within a radius of 100,000 miles. Lin Shan questioned, will there be others competing for these materials? The parchment replied, they have already lost this sequence. They are not of the same sequence. But there may be overlapping materials. This implied that at the center of these materials lay a sequence 8 stele, which was under the control of a certain race. And the materials they required might overlap with those Lin Shan needed. It seemed there might be a scenario of competing for materials. A radius of 100,000 miles. A diameter of 100,000 kilometers, nearly equaling the area of Earth. It was improbable that they would cross paths perfectly. Lin Shan reassured himself slightly. This world was vast, and under the influence of the Great Mist, encounters between races were exceedingly rare, let alone collisions between individual members. Up until now, Lin Shan had only encountered outsiders once, with the Fox clan, and that was under the condition that the clan's barrier had been breached. The Cat clan did not count, as the proximity between clans made encounters inevitable. Thus, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lin Shan spent most of his time floating in the air. On the first day, he strolled through the streets, but he had not returned since then. It might sound somewhat tragic. He was penniless and could only watch and smell the delicious food without partaking. Even though he did not need to eat now, he still felt hunger. Therefore, out of sight, out of mind, he continued to float in the sky, awaiting Lu Ruan's arrival. He would not interfere. He merely wished to be a witness. By midday, a grand procession of over 1,000 pseudo-supernatural beings approached, led by a dozen extraordinary leaders. Lu Ruan floated gracefully at the forefront. The new city had over 30,000 inhabitants, and the assembled pseudo-supernaturals numbered at least 1,000. This ratio was acceptable. He was not surprised by the number of extraordinary beings, as the fallen body potion primarily relied on evil descent as its main ingredient. And Sequence 9's evil descent preferred to band together. With the stele as guidance, finding a group was not an issue. As for the bizarre Ling Hui, with Lu Ruan as a walking anomaly, it would pose no difficulty. The only limiting factor might be the spiritual plants. Not all spiritual plants grew abundantly like the Zihunhua. The army of the new city did not enter, but maintained a neatly arranged formation at the periphery. They would not turn their blades against their own kin. The central city would not engage either, having long ceased its exploration of the gray mist. Without the supply of extraordinary flesh and blood, the pseudo-supernatural beings were merely a handful. An hour passed, then 2, and finally 3 hours. The central city finally responded, sending out only a dozen individuals. Leading them was a familiar face to Lin Shan, Jiangxi. You finally arrived. I have been waiting for quite some time. Jiangxi said with a smile directed at Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan replied coldly. I am also waiting for a sense of security. Jiangxi smiled this time. I represent the 7 factions. Lu Ruan did not respond, only asking, are we going to fight? Jiangxi retorted, can we avoid a fight? No. Am I enough alone? Jiangxi continued to inquire. As Lu Ruan's unification of humanity was now unavoidable, she had merely been waiting for someone's response. Now that she had arrived, it was certain that Lu Ruan had received her answer. Her question about whether one person was sufficient was aimed at Lu Ruan, wondering if her death alone would suffice. Transitioning from old to new systems without bloodshed was nearly impossible. Lu Ruan cast a glance at Jiangxi. Even 10 of you would not be enough for me. Jiangxi slowly drew her long sword from her waist, saying, you know, that is not what I am asking. Lu Ruan's expression flickered slightly, and she asked, did you not take the sequence potion from the exchange treaty for yourself? Just for today? Have you long wished for death? However, some must die to bring stability. I do not have the time to play games of treachery with them. Jiangshi let out a bitter laugh. I knew it. Then, he turned his gaze towards Lu Ruan and slowly spoke. I too have attempted to change, yet ultimately I have failed. In truth, the withdrawal of the pioneers 8 years ago foretold everything. Come on, Jiangshi urged in a low voice, thrusting her sword towards Lu Ruan. Before she could approach, a spectral force emanating from Lu Ruan transformed into a white chain that pierced through Jiangshi's chest. Though Jiangshi's body remained intact, she had utterly lost her sense of life. Lin Shan observed this scene from the air. Having served as a minister for over a decade, Jiangshi undoubtedly held considerable prestige in Central City. It would not be an exaggeration to say she represented the already decayed old 7 divisions. However, she wished to utilize her life to turn the page of history, which should not suffice. If all goes as expected, Lu Ruan would soon initiate a thorough purge, eliminating the old factions to prevent future troubles. The various disputes and political intrigues in between were matters Lin Shan had no desire to comprehend. He suddenly lost interest in the ensuing process. The transfer of power has never been gentle. With clan matters coming to a close, the other pioneers had also retreated into seclusion. Next, he sought to carve his own path, for he could not indefinitely bear the burden of humanity's development. Humanity must also forge its own way. Rather than aspiring to become the emperor of humanity, he yearned for the mysteries obscured within the gray mist. Lin Shan gazed at the markings on the parchment. The first destination, the eerie frozen marsh, lay nearly 7,000 kilometers away, with an estimated travel time of half a month. Contemplating this, his nearly 6-meter-wide blood wings unfurled behind him. With a slight tremor, Lin Shan surged forward at an incredible speed. The territory of his clan had expanded tremendously compared to before. Should it continue to grow, it would inevitably overlap with the old clan lands, prompting a renewed assault from the cat tribe and a fierce conflict between humanity and the cat tribe. In this direction, Lin Shan suddenly halted, realizing he had inadvertently flown into the Zihuanhua forest. The ground was adorned with sporadic Zihuanhua blooms. He glanced once more at the markings on the parchment. There was no mistake, it was indeed this direction, indicating he would have to traverse the Zihuanhua forest. He had always held some trepidation towards this area, for mystery and the unknown often equate to danger. However, recalling previous accounts, Lu Ruan had ventured deep into the Zihuanhua forest, returning safely with a piece of a sequined stele. He wondered if the stele she had brought back was the same one he had encountered on his first day of traversing. With his heart somewhat settled, he accelerated further into the depths of the flower forest. Along the way, the Zihuanhua grew increasingly dense, with towering trees reaching heights of 100 meters scattered throughout. The entire flower forest was remarkably tranquil, with no anomalies encountered. Currently, Lin Shan flew at an altitude of merely 200 meters, holding the reactivated red lantern in his hand, observing the ground as he soared. Although he felt apprehensive about this flower forest, he was also curious about what had caused such an abundance of extraordinary flora to flourish in this land. He continued forward, leaving a long trail of red light behind him. 2 days later, he journeyed by day and rested in place by night. The unchanging scenery rendered him numb. Subsequently, he began ascending to greater heights. Another day passed. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, the surroundings became a vast expanse of white, which was the height at which Lin Shan felt the safest. After resting for half an hour in midair, he resumed his journey. Suddenly, a red light streaked across the distance, crashing into an invisible barrier in the air and sliding down from it. Lin Shan, realizing what had happened, quickly floated upwards. What was this? How could there be a wall here? Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback. He cautiously reached out to touch the air ahead, confirming the presence of a wall. Tapping it produced a slight reverberation. Lin Shan began to descend, dropping from 3,000 meters to 2,000, then 1,000. Until at 500 meters, the barrier remained intact. It seemed this wall had risen from the ground. Staring at the ground, which appeared unchanged, Lin Shan muttered to himself. As he suspected, the barrier persisted all the way to the ground. Within the barrier, there were no anomalies, only towering trees and Zihuanhua, indistinguishable from the scenery beyond the barrier. This wall could not encompass the entire Zihuanhua forest. There should be a way to bypass it. Ultimately, Lin Shan decided to navigate around it, as the thought of potential treasures hidden within was too tempting to disregard. Maintaining an altitude of 200 meters, he flew to the right. As he flew, he continued to check if the barrier was still present. After nearly 5 hours of flight, the air wall finally vanished. At that moment, Lin Shan stood at the edge of the barrier, with a wall on his left and none on his right. Crossing through the unbarred section and progressing further to the right, he found, as expected, another air wall. If there was only one direction with a barrier, the design would be quite foolish. It was Lin Shan's first encounter with a cubic barrier. The barriers formed by his clan were circular and did not impede passage. This air wall was not only cubic, but also exhibited the properties of a real wall. It was evident that something was concealed within. Chapter 66. In the belly, regardless of what lay inside, it was not something he could approach at this moment. If he became stronger in the future, he could attempt to uncover this place. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, he once again set forth towards his intended destination. On the 9th day, he finally crossed through the entire flower forest, which transformed into a swampy terrain. At this point, less than 3,000 kilometers remained to his destination. It was unclear when it had begun, but thousands of kilometers were no longer a daunting distance for him. However, the journey ahead would likely not be as safe as the Zihuanhua forest. Dangers might arise, so caution was paramount. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Lin Shan remained vigilant of his surroundings, contemplating how to contend with the peculiarities of Sequence 8. Having never truly confronted the anomalies of Sequence 8, he felt uncertain. Although brimming with confidence in his current strength, it was still a significant level of suppression. He now possessed 2 peak sequences, along with the Red Lantern and Willow Branches. If the Red Lantern were pushed to its utmost limits, it would be equivalent to a peak anomaly, making the odds 3 against 1. Moreover, he was merely extracting a bit of spiritual ash, not intending to engage in a life-and-death struggle with that anomaly. It should be manageable, right? Just as Lin Shan's thoughts meandered, the once white expanse of the sky abruptly darkened. The occurrence was so sudden that Lin Shan had not reacted in time. The sky darkened? Where was the red moon? Lin Shan was taken aback. Aside from the flickering light of the red lantern illuminating a small area, everything around him was pitch black, rendering visibility extremely limited. The red lantern provided no advantage in illumination compared to an ordinary lantern. He extended his palm, conjuring a faint golden light sphere that instantly expanded his field of vision. Observing his surroundings, he seemed to still be in midair, remaining at his previous position. My position has not changed. There is no trace of anomalies. Slowly descending, he noticed something unusual when he dropped 100 meters. He realized he had reached the ground. How could he have fallen merely 100 meters from an altitude of 5,000? There was only one possibility. The ground was a facade. Though there were plants and soil, he should have been hovering above a wetland. The surface could not be like this. At that moment, the soil beneath him began to swell. Worms over a meter long emerged from the ground, swiftly covering the surface. Lin Shan flew into the air to observe these worms. Discovering that they seemed to have no self-awareness, after surfacing, they stood upright with their tails still embedded in the soil, swaying like seaweed. The sight was so densely packed that it sent shivers down Lin Shan's spine. Just as he prepared to depart, the earth, densely populated with earthworms, began to grow wildly, reaching heights of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, advancing towards Lin Shan. He swiftly dodged to the side, but the worms bent and launched another assault. Moreover, the previously concentrated worms began to disperse, surrounding Lin Shan from all directions. Forced into a corner, Lin Shan had no choice but to ascend higher, taking his time to observe the bizarre phenomenon before retaliating. As he rose, the worms seemed to develop a form of awareness, growing rapidly and closely pursuing him from below. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted, and Lin Shan instantaneously teleported from his position. Above him, a mass of worms appeared simultaneously, intertwining with those below, then swiftly turning to attack Lin Shan's new location. It seemed they had sensed his elusive nature. Moments later, every available space above and below was filled with these worms, writhing like ropes, awaiting their next strike. What on earth were these creatures? Lin Shan pondered, but reality left him no time for contemplation. Without any blind spots, the worms encircled him, growing rapidly as they advanced. Lin Shan raised his heartlight shield in defense. The sound of their relentless impacts resounded like raindrops against the shield, filling his ears. Each worm bore an inkling of sentience, and as they continuously struck the heartlight shield, its glow dimmed, though it soon regained its brilliance. At this rate, even if they collided for a year, they could not breach Lin Shan's defenses. Just as he meticulously observed the worms, they abruptly ceased their assault. Their mouths transformed into suction cups, adhering directly to the heartlight shield. In the next moment, Lin Shan felt his spiritual essence draining at an alarming rate. Without hesitation, he activated the powers of his blood wings, causing all the worms within a radius of several meters to explode, their bodies bursting apart in a shower of blood. Seizing the opportunity with the area cleared, Lin Shan ascended rapidly. Before long, he reached the top. No wonder there were worms above. The surface above was also aground, albeit with all the plants growing upside down, reflecting a mirror image of the ground below. Lin Shan attempted to teleport directly out, only to discover that there were no spatial nodes available for exit. Even the upper surface obstructed spatial abilities. After spending some time exploring in all directions, he realized that there were surfaces not only above and below, but in every direction, indicating a completely sealed space. How had he entered without an entrance? He detonated all the approaching worms. Lin Shan decided to test the waters with force. The Heartlight transformed into a massive 10-meter-long pickaxe, which he began to wield to carve into the side of the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike reverberated throughout the entire space. After a dozen strikes, the space began to tremble, and Lin Shan faintly heard a strange wailing sound. Soon after, he witnessed blood flowing from the side of the ground, a thick, muddy liquid with a pungent smell. Gazing at the blood cascading downward, Lin Shan muttered to himself, "Am I trapped inside the belly of some malevolent creature? Is it experiencing gastric bleeding?" Previously, through this peculiar ground, he had been oblivious to the blood concealed beneath. Lin Shan felt as though he were now inside the stomach of a colossal organism, having been swallowed for some unknown reason. "Apologies, but I must cleanse your stomach." He detonated the densely clustered worms once more, contemplating that these might be part of the creature's digestive system. He gestured towards the area from which blood had oozed, and the muddy, dark blood erupted like a fountain, shooting up several meters high. The ground around him began to shake violently, with a thunderous bleat echoing throughout the space. Lin Shan's ears buzzed from the sound. Following this, a faint red light illuminated the surroundings. With a mere thought, Lin Shan vanished from his position. When he reappeared, the environment had transformed into night, a crimson moon hanging in the sky. He had finally escaped. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief, sensing he was standing on something beneath him, though it was not visible to the eye. In the next moment, whether in response to the previous call or for another reason, a bleat resonated from a great distance. Another bleat followed, this time from a different direction, equally far away. Subsequently, the creature beneath his feet began to tremble. With a resounding bleat, the being beneath him began to take form. Like a mirage, a massive head of a sheep, constructed from stone, materialized beneath Lin Shan. He appeared as an ant standing atop the sheep's head, gazing down at the colossal cranium that spanned at least a kilometer. Although the head was enormous, he was still uncertain whether this was the entity that had consumed him. He recalled that the previous space had been cubic, vastly larger than the head itself. After the deafening bleat dissipated, the creature's form became translucent. This being was evidently malevolent, with companions evident at a considerable distance due to their massive size. This entity possessed a physical form and was not merely a specter. Most importantly, its strength seemed weak, perhaps only barely reaching the extraordinary tier. Given Lin Shan some time, he felt confident he could dismantle this creature. However, he was not reckless, aware that companions lurked nearby. At that moment, Lin Shan noticed a peculiar mark on the parchment beneath him, his expression shifting. The head beneath him began to move slowly, its direction entirely opposite to his own. In such circumstances, the head could not have consciously chosen to consume Lin Shan. Perhaps he had inadvertently flown into its mouth. Forced to feed, Lin Shan felt somewhat speechless, realizing that this world contained many unseen elements. He collided with an air wall, and the sheep's head had absurdly swallowed him whole. Correcting his course, Lin Shan teleported a kilometer downward, continuing forward. He feared encountering its companions at the same height, as a misstep could lead to being devoured again. Observing the distance on the parchment, he noted that the sheep's head was moving at a snail's pace. Having only retreated less than 5 kilometers, he pressed onward, hoping for no further complications. Thus, he traveled by day and rested in place at night. After 8 days, aside from 2 encounters with avian malevolent beings, no other incidents occurred. Now, only 100 kilometers remained to his destination, and he planned to cover the final stretch before descending. Stopping just under 2 kilometers away, he hovered in the air. Lin Shan felt an unusual amount of sweat forming in his palms, indicating the extreme tension he had been under throughout his journey. He had not experienced such emotions in a long time, now feeling a creeping fear akin to his first encounter with a spectral fish. Suddenly, Lin Shan came to a realization. Wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, he focused intently on his surroundings, seeking evidence of the emotional disturbance he felt. Yet, all he encountered was an expanse of white void, devoid of any anomalies. His body felt normal, if he had not been affected by the unknown. Then what was the source of these emotions? Was it the innate fear of facing a higher order? Anxiety and dread? Why had these emotions surged unexpectedly? Lin Shan found himself perplexed, as it had been an eternity since he had felt such sentiments. Perhaps the encounters of the past have rendered fear ineffective, and only this thought can bring him a modicum of solace. Having arrived at this juncture, it is imperative to descend and explore. Lin Shan's gaze fell downward as he began to lower his altitude. 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 500 meters, ultimately hovering at a height of 200 meters. At this elevation, aided by the red lanterns, the landscape below became vividly discernible. The muddy ground was adorned with a variety of flora, while wild beasts could be seen darting about, and birds soared overhead in search of sustenance. Suddenly, Lin Shan's attention was drawn to a particular area. There, a creature resembling a crocodile, significantly larger than its ordinary counterparts, ambled aimlessly across the terrain. Most strikingly, Lin Shan sensed a potent wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. This was a peak sequence 9 crocodile. It wandered without purpose, the sound of its footsteps mingling with the splashes of water as it moved further away. Lin Shan remained fixated on it, or rather on what lay beneath it. In a flash, a bony claw erupted from the mire, seizing the crocodile's hind leg. Despite its massive size, the crocodile lost its balance and was sent tumbling backward in a convulsive flail. In a flurry, numerous bony hands emerged from the ground, grasping at the crocodile's body from all angles. Compared to the initial claw, these bony hands were considerably smaller, akin in size to a human palm. Yet their might was undiminished. As they made contact with the crocodile, it convulsed even more violently. Soon, the crocodile's flesh and blood diminished at a visible rate, transforming into an exceedingly complete skeleton in a mere span of seconds. The entire sequence transpired swiftly, from the first claw's emergence to the crocodile's skeletal remains. Less than 30 seconds elapsed, and the creature had not even uttered a cry before succumbing to its fate. Lin Shan was taken aback. Had he been in the crocodile's position, his end would have been no different, and with his constitution, he would have perished even more swiftly. Earlier, he had perceived the swamp beneath the crocodile as undulating, initially suspecting it to be some burrowing beast or malevolent entity. The nature of this phenomenon was equally devoid of any eerie aura, yet it bore an unmistakable peculiarity that knitted Lin Shan's brows in concern. If the swamp were teeming with such creatures, forget about hunting, mere survival would be a challenge. He assumed that the crocodile's demise signaled the end of the matter. But what unfolded next left him utterly astonished. From beneath the crocodile's skeletal remains, a swarm of bony hands emerged anew. This time, it was not merely hands. Shortly thereafter, a half-complete skeleton crawled forth from the earth, followed by more skeletons, culminating in the emergence of a fully intact human skeleton. Lin Shan counted roughly 20 skeletons in total, with a towering figure exceeding 5 meters standing prominently among them, resembling a lizard's skeletal structure, yet capable of bipedal locomotion. It seemed that the initial claw belonged to this massive entity. Subsequently, the 20-odd skeletons commenced sprouting flesh, ultimately transforming into living beings, albeit with a singular horn protruding from their foreheads. They all shared a common trait, an emaciated form, appearing as though only a thin layer of skin enveloped their skeletal frames. Chapter 68. Waiting and Those Who Are Waited For. Are these beings from another race? Lin Shan quickly ascended 100 meters, halting at an altitude of 300 meters to avoid detection. Fortunately, the gray mist obscured his presence, and they remained oblivious to him. It was prudent to remain cautious regarding their line of sight. Currently, his visibility within the mist neared 700 meters. Evidently, the ethereal blood lanterns proved more effective, and if the source of the eerie entity were to be ignited, his range could potentially exceed 1,000 meters. The group below, although devoid of any eerie artifacts, clearly possessed methods to extend their visual range, as they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Some even directed their gaze skyward. Locking onto Lin Shan's position, Lin Shan's eyes narrowed, and he held a silent gaze with one of them. After a moment, that individual shifted their attention elsewhere. Lin Shan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, their line of sight did not extend to 300 meters. Even if discovered, he remained unfazed, for he could fly, a distinct advantage over the grounded individuals below. Engaging in combat was out of the question. They were all extraordinary beings, with at least half being peak extraordinary entities, explaining why the crocodile had been reduced to a skeleton in mere seconds. Lin Shan continued to observe, among the 20 or more figures, for positioned themselves 100 meters away, while the others began inscribing symbols around the crocodile's remains. Lin Shan focused on the unfamiliar glyphs, which appeared to be intricately drawn with spiritual energy, enigmatic and profound. Once completed, the individuals placed their hands upon the crocodile skeleton. In the next instant, Lin Shan's eyes widened. The characters etched upon the ground began to resonate closely. A faint blue light flickered, and a spectral image of the crocodile materialized. Ephemeral yet unmistakable, it was the very soul of the crocodile that had vanished. Then, astonishingly, the crocodile skeleton stood upright, motionless upon the ground. The group examined the skeleton for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. Is this necromancy? A race that diminishes foes while augmenting its own ranks? No, if that were the case. This race would have long since dominated the realm of gray mist. Such resurrection must bear certain limitations. The ensuing spectacle confirmed Lin Shan's suspicions. The group placed their hands upon the crocodile's skeleton once more, gray spiritual light enveloping them. Soon, the skeleton began to emit a gray glow. Its previously lifeless form elevated to peak sequence 9, regaining its former strength. Witnessing this, Lin Shan felt a sense of relief. The crocodile skeleton lacked the ability to autonomously restore its spiritual essence. The threat level diminished significantly. They weakened with each encounter, devoid of sustainability, no cause for concern. Provided their numbers remained manageable. Once preparations were complete, one among them raised a whistle hanging from their chest and blew forcefully. No sound emerged. Yet the 4 individuals on guard simultaneously received the signal and swiftly retreated. When they regrouped, their flesh and blood vanished once more, reverting to skeletal forms. And with the newly acquired crocodile skeleton, they sank back into the mire. These individuals seemed to wait here specifically for prey. This poses a problem. My target lies uncomfortably close to them. Lin Shan felt conflicted. The distance to the eerie entity he aimed to hunt was less than 2 kilometers. And even with the gray mist as a barrier, that proximity was still too close for comfort. Thus, he resolved to observe. They could not remain stationary indefinitely. Lin Shan murmured to himself. For safety's sake, he decided against immediate action. Settling cross-legged in midair, he produced a piece of parchment. Lin Shan, eerie dong, method of acquiring linghui. Parchment, merely excavate a piece. This response was surprisingly straightforward. Could the essence of dong be simply a clump of soil? Chewing over the term, Lin Shan found it highly plausible. Lin Shan, can I defeat dong? Parchment, it requires the sacrifice of 1 month's lifespan. A month of life, which may have seemed trivial in the past, now weighed heavily upon him. As he had merely a decade remaining, it was best to refrain. Even if he could not prevail, he must devise a means to do so. He had few years left to live. Tucking away the parchment, Lin Shan resumed his meditative posture, his gaze fixed intently upon the seemingly unremarkable muddy expanse. This muddy terrain appeared innocuous, yet concealed beneath it lay over 20 formidable adversaries. The sun set and then rose again. Had they not resurfaced briefly to transform a passing white bear into a skeletal form? Lin Shan might have thought they had vanished underground. However, observing their arduous struggle in the ground, Lin Shan surmised that they lacked the ability to burrow underground, resorting merely to a method of concealment. The crimson moon descended once more, and those individuals remained motionless. Lin Shan felt his eyelids grow heavy, yet he too remained still. After an indeterminate period, he detected faint sounds. With a flicker of thought, he opened his eyes and gazed downward. It was not the previous group causing the disturbance. Rather, a new batch had arrived, for humanoid shadows cloaked in darkness. Lin Shan's heart raced, prompting him to ascend another 200 meters, hovering in the air. His gaze fixed intently on one of the 4 figures below. He muttered softly, Sequence 8. Although uncertain of its accuracy, merely observing from a few hundred meters away. An overwhelming pressure enveloped him, a force far beyond what a Sequence 9 could wield. The figure was deliberately exuding spiritual pressure, crushing the grass and trees beneath to the ground, while the previously fluttering insects were reduced to mere heaps of carrion. Only the 3 companions beside him remained unaffected. The 4 dark figures paused above the concealed area where Lao Lu was hidden. Lin Shan's eyes were glued to the scene below, eagerly anticipating the impending clash. Despite one among the 4 being Sequence 8, the underground concealed more than 20 extraordinary beings, including over 10 peak extraordinary entities, making the outcome uncertain. As if sensing something, the Sequence 8 shadow raised its hand, preparing for action. Suddenly, a bone lizard erupted from the earth, fleeing without hesitation. The shadows engaged in hushed discourse, not even casting a glance at the bone lizard. The other 3 shadows dispersed at a distance, one even levitating into the air, leaving only the Sequence 8 shadow behind. It slowly placed a hand on the ground, murmuring incessantly. Observing the indifference around him, it became engulfed in spiritual energy. After a moment, it stood and surveyed its surroundings, seemingly perplexed. After lingering for a while, it departed, with the other 3 hastily following suit. Lin Shan blinked in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. The ground within 100 meters had been entirely overturned, new soil brought to the surface while the old earth and vegetation were buried deep beneath, leaving only shattered bones scattered across the ground. What sequence was this? Spatial displacement? Or the reversal of yin and yang? He remained oblivious to the depth of the swamped area, but was certain it surpassed the hiding place of those individuals. Once the four shadows had retreated, the previously fleeing bone lizard returned. It then disintegrated, its bones littering the ground, and moments later, the scattered skeletons began to morph, transforming into humanoid forms before regrowing flesh and returning to human shape. They exchanged glances towards the direction the four shadows had taken, whispering among themselves before cautiously trailing behind them, as if they had been awaiting this moment. Lin Shan observed that the paths of the two groups coincidentally aligned with the location of Dongyi. He could hardly believe this was mere coincidence. Chapter 69. A gruesome battle. Just as Lin Shan prepared to move, a flicker in his peripheral vision caught his attention. A dog? Was that a Shiba Inu? Indeed. It was a Shiba Inu. Lin Shan looked at the smiling dog, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The Shiba Inu stealthily approached the overturned ground, gently sniffing the earth before raising its head to reveal an exceptionally human-like grin. Subsequently, it trotted forward, pursuing the two groups. Lin Shan watched from above, feeling a twinge of confusion. A mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the yellow bird behind it. And lurking behind the yellow bird was a dog. Was he not the most cautious of all? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he waited a moment longer, observing that no peculiar creatures emerged, and then proceeded towards the direction of Dongyi, ensuring he did not fly too far ahead, but instead trailed behind the Shiba Inu. At that moment, he noticed the Shiba Inu possessed 3 tails. Unlike any normal dog, its fur remarkably fluffy. It followed the scent trail, eventually halting at a particular spot. Lin Shan glanced at the parchment, indicating a distance of 500 meters. This dog had an impressive nose. He soon laid eyes on the so-called Dongyi, which was merely a patch of land. Unlike ordinary soil, this ground was white, with supernatural energies manifesting as snowflakes that continuously fell upon the surface, imparting a chilling sensation. This eerie sight was unlike anything Lin Shan had encountered before, exuding a sense of tranquility devoid of any supernatural leaks or hostile intent. Moreover, staring at this snowy expanse brought an unusual sense of peace, enveloped within a radius of roughly 200 meters. The anomaly was evidently apparent. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize the peculiarity of this snow-covered ground, as if it were warning all not to intrude. The Shiba Inu's 3 tails swayed in 3 different directions, pacing back and forth as if awaiting something. Lin Shan contemplated the direction of Dongyi, lost in thought. This Shiba Inu seemed to have come for Dongyi as well. It was unhurried, and thus, Lin Shan felt no need to rush. Although uncertain of the dog's exact rank, he was certain it did not reach Sequence 8, for the pressure emanating from Sequence 8 was unmistakable. The Shiba Inu was undoubtedly formidable, otherwise it would not possess the audacity to linger here as Lao Lu, but as long as it was not Sequence 8. Lin Shan felt no trepidation. Thus, the man and the dog awaited in silence. Approximately 20 minutes passed. Suddenly, the space encompassing the snowy ground trembled, resembling a lifted curtain, as 2 figures emerged from the void. It was the Sequence 8 shadow, accompanied by a companion. Only these 2 had emerged, while the other 2, presumably, had met their demise. At that moment, Lin Shan finally discerned that the so-called shadow was not truly a shadow, but rather entities composed of a remarkably smooth, pale red crystalline surface. However, the 2 who emerged now appeared utterly wretched. The Sequence 8 figure seemed slightly better off, with tattered clothing and a missing arm, revealing a translucent bone beneath, pale red blood dripping incessantly. In stark contrast, the companion bore a far more tragic visage. Their facial features had been rendered flat, as though carved by a blade, with exposed crystalline flesh and numerous injuries scattered across their form. Yet, the most horrific events were yet to unfold. As the 2 appeared, over 20 skeletal figures erupted from the ground, encircling them without uttering a single word. The Sequence 8 figure, without hesitation, extended a hand towards the nearest skeleton. The skeletal figure, once several meters away, suddenly vanished, reappearing in the grasp of the Sequence 8. With a crack, the bones of the skeleton misaligned instantaneously. When the Sequence 8 released its grip, the skeleton crumbled into a pile of shattered remnants, all transpiring in less than 2 seconds. Intent on replicating this action, the remaining skeletons denied him any further opportunity. The skeletal figures surged towards the Sequence 8, even for a Sequence 8. The physical strength of a living Sequence 8 could not contend with the mere Sequence 9's fallen form. The clash of bone and crystal fists resulted in the immediate disintegration of the opposing skeletons, leaving only fragments behind. Yet the Sequence 8 was forced to retreat several steps, as crystalline bones jutted from its back, rendering its arm incapacitated. Nevertheless, even without hands or feet, as long as the extraordinary organs remained and consciousness persisted, its combat capability was unaffected. Typically, hands were merely utilized to aid in executing abilities. At this moment, the countenance of Sequence 8 was exceedingly grim. His originally pale red face had turned a deep crimson from anger, yet he remained silent. Casting a swift glance at the small vial before his chest, his thoughts stirred, and in an instant, the vial vanished from its place, reappearing in the hands of his faceless companion behind him. The faceless ally paused momentarily, gazing deeply at him before nodding. The next second, the faceless crystalline figure vanished from sight. The skeletal beings showed no concern for the disappearance of their companion or the vial. Their sole focus was the person before them. The skeletons pressed forward with a desperate determination, adopting a strategy of exchanging life for life. A powerful spiritual pressure surged toward Sequence 8, causing the skeletons to momentarily halt their movements, only to collectively release their spiritual energy in defense. Although the remaining skeletons still felt immense pressure, it no longer impeded their actions. They relentlessly attacked Sequence 8, each life traded for a fist, and with favorable luck, one life could yield 2 punches. In the end, fewer than 5 skeletons remained, and Sequence 8's life force was nearing its end. Seizing the opportunity, one skeleton thrust a punch through Sequence 8's heart, sacrificing itself in the process, reducing itself to a pile of shattered bones. At the moment Sequence 8 collapsed, devoid of breath, this brutal battle finally concluded. The last 4 skeletons morphed back into human form, 2 men and 2 women. They surveyed the surrounding debris of shattered bones, with some crouching down, weeping quietly, while others collected the remains to bury them together. After simply attending to their fallen comrades, they exchanged hushed words before the 4 of them hoisted Sequence 8's corpse and set off on their journey back to their clan. However, Lin Shan did not witness this scene. Long before Sequence 8 sent away the faceless crystalline figure, the Shiba Inu beneath him suddenly widened its eyes and bolted in a specific direction. Lin Shan speculated that the vial contained the spiritual ashes of Dong Yi. This seemingly unremarkable snowy landscape had, in a 1-to-4 ratio, not only taken down 2 individuals, but also left Sequence 8 in a severely weakened state. Lin Shan's previously unwavering confidence was instantly extinguished. Nevertheless, seeing the Shiba Inu, filled with excitement as it dashed toward a particular direction, Lin Shan felt a surge of exhilaration himself. Ignoring the ensuing battle behind him, he closely followed the Shiba Inu. Chapter 70. The tenacious Shiba Inu. The Shiba Inu ran with astonishing speed, its 4 legs creating afterimages, leaping several meters in a bound. Lin Shan had to frequently utilize teleportation to keep pace. Finally, the Shiba Inu slowed down, cautiously moving forward. Less than 100 meters ahead, the faceless crystalline figure was staggering along, stumbling with each step, occasionally gazing skyward, seemingly unable to accept the outcome. Lin Shan pondered if following this crystalline figure could lead him to its clan's territory. However, it seemed futile to find such a place. As this was a race capable of producing Sequence 8 on its own, they were inherently unafraid of exposing their territory. His thoughts drifted to the 20 or so skeletal beings. Perhaps they had come to eliminate this clan's Sequence 8. Judging by their interactions, it appeared they had clashed many times before, harboring deep-seated enmity. Just as Lin Shan's thoughts wandered, the Shiba Inu below could no longer contain itself. Its body suddenly inflated, transforming from an adorable Shiba Inu into a colossal hound nearly 10 meters in size, with sharp fangs and a coat adorned with dark stripes. Its 3 tails whipping through the air with a resounding crack. The faceless crystalline figure abruptly turned, only to be met with the deadly claws of the giant hound. Upon growing larger, the Shiba Inu lunged at the faceless crystalline figure, pinning it beneath its paw. It then mercilessly crushed down, and even Lin Shan, suspended in the air, could hear a resounding thud, akin to an exploding tomato, as the crystalline flesh splattered in all directions. Moments later, the Shiba Inu shrank back, using its paws to rummage through the pile of gore, ultimately uncovering the small vial. The material of the vial remained intact, sealed and unharmed, a fact that did not surprise the Shiba Inu. Instead of using its mouth as Lin Shan had imagined, the Shiba Inu transformed into a young man clad in black. Picking up the vial, where did the clothing come from after his transformation? Lin Shan was somewhat curious, realizing that the black-clad youth was the true form. While the previous Shiba Inu was merely an illusion of his fallen body, the black-clad youth grasped the vial, preparing to tuck it away when he suddenly felt his blood run cold, his complexion shifting between pale and flushed, prompting him to halt his movements and suppress himself with spiritual energy. In midair, Lin Shan cast various ethereal buffs, including reverse flow, explosive force, stasis, and acceleration, upon him in an instant. Just as the youth felt a sudden release of pressure, a flash of red light appeared, and Lin Shan materialized before him. Before he could react, Lin Shan swiftly unleashed another spiritual influence to hinder his actions, snatching the vial from his grasp. With a flicker of red light, Lin Shan found himself a kilometer aloft. In the next moment, a furious shout echoed, "You bastard!" Even from a kilometer away, the roar was audible. Lin Shan could only decipher the exclamation, realizing that interjections were universally understood. He dismissed the youth's outrage. After all, the object was not his to begin with, and Lin Shan felt justified in his theft. Examining the vial in his hand, it contained fine, transparent ice sand, amounting to nearly 100 grams, sufficient for his needs. Lin Shan glanced at the parchment, intending to confirm the acquisition, and the parchment obligingly cancelled the light point representing Dong E, signifying that the material was now secured. He had successfully obtained 1/5 of the ice flame materials, and remarkably, it was the elusive spiritual ash, all within less than a month. Although one could argue that it was somewhat opportunistic, it was more a matter of fortunate happenstance. His next target: "You bastard, return what belongs to me, or perish." Just as Lin Shan contemplated his next objective, an incomprehensible phrase reached his ears. Though he could not understand the words, the chilling and furious tone was unmistakable. Descending his gaze, he spotted a Shiba Inu with blue wings swiftly approaching him. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes. Dual sequences? A fallen body and a living body. The wings on the Shiba Inu's back were a manifestation of spiritual energy. Had they been from a fallen body, they would have been corporeal. The combination of a fallen body's illusory form and a living body's manifested wings intrigued Lin Shan, who marveled at the cleverness of this Shiba Inu's configuration. It was more logical than his own, not due to a lack of understanding, but simply a matter of choice. The Shiba Inu, its eyes ablaze with fury, charged toward Lin Shan, closing the kilometer distance in mere seconds. As it reached the same altitude as Lin Shan, it extended its hand, coldly declaring, "Return my belongings." From its gestures, Lin Shan could surmise its intent. Remaining calm, he replied, "I'm sorry, I don't understand." The Shiba Inu grew increasingly agitated. It could not comprehend Lin Shan's words. To it, the individual before it, whose race was unknown, seemed formidable, causing it to hesitate. The primary concern was the massive crimson wings behind Lin Shan, a clear indication of potent spiritual energy that made him cautious, as encountering another dual sequence was a novel experience. Thus, man and dog locked gazes for an extended period. Eventually, Lin Shan maintained his composure, while the Shiba Inu could no longer withstand the tension. To it, Lin Shan's indifference appeared as if he had stolen its possessions and was now acting aloof, almost as if it were the one instigating trouble. As for the Shiba Inu's prior actions of killing to seize items, it justified that the weak were unworthy of its regard, and anything that came into its possession was rightfully its own. A long blue blade, composed of spiritual energy, slowly materialized before the Shiba Inu. It lightly swung the blade, the rich blue energy slicing through the air. A faint smile played on the Shiba Inu's lips. Lin Shan observed the scene before him, feeling the absurdity of it all, as if he could hear the words the breath of the Shiba echoing in his mind. Just as the Shiba Inu was showing off, a 10-meter-long giant hammer abruptly appeared above its head. Lin Shan's thoughts stirred as the colossal hammer descended with ferocity. Upon impact, the air currents generated lifted his robe. In an instant, the Shiba Inu vanished. Less than 3 seconds later, a tremendous bang resounded as a large pit, more than 10 meters wide, formed in the muddy ground, with the Shiba Inu lying in the center. Without a glance, Lin Shan teleported to an altitude of 5,000 meters. He glanced at the parchment in his mind, noting the negativity extinguished at a distance of 483 kilometers. He pinpointed his direction, and with a slight flutter of his blood wings, propelled himself forward at great speed. Just after a few meters, a blue long knife shot up towards him with great velocity from below. With a slight movement of thought, his mental energy transformed into a shield to deflect the attack. "You dare to ambush me?" Came a furious roar, and in the blink of an eye, the Shiba Inu hovered nearby once more. However, after that previous blow, its head was now lacerated, blood streaming down to form crimson streaks. Remarkably resilient, Lin Shan pondered gravely. That previous strike had been a genuine full-force attack. Had Lin Shan been struck, he would have been obliterated, yet this Shiba Inu had merely sustained a minor injury. Chapter 71, Negativity Extinguished. Having learned from its previous misstep, the Shiba Inu no longer played the fool. Gripping the blue long knife, it charged at Lin Shan. Lin Shan's mental energy transformed into a spear of regular size, ready to confront the incoming attack. Without any specific technique, it became a battle of reflexes and the utilization of their respective spiritual energies, given their comparable levels of spiritual prowess. Clang. The weapons, albeit merely manifestations of spiritual energy, produced a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal. The point of collision between the blade and spear shimmered with a blend of golden and blue light, each canceling the other out before they separated. Lin Shan observed the lightly damaged pale gold spear and the intact blue knife of his opponent, his brow furrowed. While his mental energy could morph in myriad ways, both his offensive and defensive capabilities appeared rather mediocre compared to the Shiba Inu's weapon, which, despite being a mere knife, far surpassed the strength of any weapon his mental energy could conjure. Continuing to clash in this manner would lead to a greater depletion of his spiritual energy, placing him at a disadvantage. Even if he managed to endure until both parties reached a state of equilibrium, he would naturally be at a disadvantage. If one were to compare their sequences to weapons, his was evidently ill-suited for a direct confrontation. Therefore, he decided against engaging in a head-on clash. The Shiba Inu, noticing the spear's transformation, smirked, "Your sequence is lacking. Don't blame me for what comes next." With a flap of its wings, it charged at Lin Shan again. Unwilling to grant him an opportunity, with the advantage in its favor, it did not hesitate to swing the long knife down once more. This time, Lin Shan did not take the hit directly. As the blade neared him, he teleported behind the Shiba Inu, thrusting the spear backward. Clang. Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback. The Shiba Inu had managed to block his thrust with a single paw, holding the long knife horizontally behind it. It turned its head to Lin Shan, sneering. "I've been in the gray mist for years. Only two in the same sequence can match me, and you still have a distance to cover." This dog was unusually strong, Lin Shan noted, glancing at the red lantern he held. He then fully activated the lantern's spiritual energy, igniting the Shiba Inu in a pale red flame. However, the flames extinguished almost immediately after less than a second of burning. Nevertheless, the lantern's spiritual energy continued to erode the Shiba Inu, a persistent hissing sound echoing as the air around it visibly warped. Even with such a brief exposure to flames, the Shiba Inu appeared to be in distress. Its fur singed black. Despite the lantern's corrosive effects, the Shiba Inu gritted its teeth and charged at Lin Shan once more. Before it could close the distance, it suddenly froze, sensing its blood flowing uncontrollably. With a furious howl, it transformed into a colossal 10-meter-tall dog, using its formidable physique to resist the erosion. Its gaze was fierce as it stared at Lin Shan, dark patterns on its back occasionally flickering with pale red flames. The spear of mental energy surged with a vibrant golden light, instantly elongating to 10 meters and shooting towards the massive black dog still engaged in a stalemate with Lin Shan's spiritual energy. The spear pierced the surface, embedding itself shallowly into the flesh, unable to penetrate deeper. Thus, Lin Shan continued directing the spear in relentless attacks, each puncture creating blood-filled craters on the giant dog. Yet it remained undeterred against Lin Shan's assault. Realizing this stalemate could not continue, the enormous dog retreated under pressure, feigning a gagging motion. Suddenly, an object appeared in its mouth, dark and indistinct in Lin Shan's view. The spear continued to jab at it, causing the dog to grimace in pain. Having lost considerable blood, its vitality waned, and although it contemplated using the object in its mouth, hesitation clouded its eyes. Ultimately, with a decisive flick of its gaze, it swallowed the object whole. Giving Lin Shan a fiery glare, it fled without hesitation. Lin Shan chose not to pursue, recognizing that the Shiba Inu possessed a hidden card it had yet to play. Pressuring it could provoke a desperate retaliation. It was also possible that the Shiba Inu's previous actions were merely feigned to deter him from chasing. Lin Shan had no desire to gamble. Even if he succeeded in vanquishing the Shiba Inu, there would be no tangible reward. He turned his attention back to the parchment in his mind, flying towards the location of the negativity extinguished. 2 days later, at an altitude of 5,000 meters, Lin Shan felt an unusual warmth coursing through him. His once corpse-like coldness had transformed into a gentle warmth. His body seemed to be malfunctioning. What could be the source? For him, a cold body was the norm, and any warmth indicated a problem. Unable to identify the source, he made a mental note to monitor it closely, though thus far, everything felt normal. In the past 2 days, he had encountered no dangers, and anomalies or negativity were scarce at this altitude. A month later, he faced one anomaly and 2 instances of negativity, which he easily resolved. However, he chose to avoid confrontation with the anomaly, escaping its spiritual influence without even seeing its true form. The anomaly resembled a massive gray cloud. Upon detecting it, Lin Shan attempted to evade, but it moved swiftly, engulfing him almost instantly. Upon entering, he felt fine strands of blood coursing through his body, constricting him as if caught in razor-thin threads. Lin Shan employed teleportation repeatedly to extricate himself. Against a Sequence 9 anomaly, teleportation typically sufficed for escape, unless the anomaly possessed inherent spatial abilities, which all Sequence 8 anomalies did. At that moment, Lin Shan's upper robe was tattered, a bundle of willow branches draped over his shoulder, and he grasped the red lantern. Having departed with nothing, he now lacked even a proper garment, and he envied those who had fallen. Their toughened skin and robust physiques exempted them from the need for clothing. The willow branches, which he had previously suspended in the air with his mental energy, now adorned his shoulder, providing a semblance of decency. He dared not transform his mental energy into clothing within the gray mist, for fighting bare-skinned was beyond his comfort. Lin Shan hovered in the low air, peering down. Below lay a familiar expanse of shallow grassland, densely populated with plants and sporadic trees taking root. The location of negativity extinguished was a mere kilometer ahead, moving steadily northward. After flying 500 meters, he encountered a densely populated cluster of creatures. The appearance of the negativity extinguished once again reshaped Lin Shan's understanding. Puddles of viscous red creatures clung to the ground, moving forward in unison. Unlike slime, which retains some elasticity, these entities resembled thin membranes, tightly adhering to the earth. No eyes, no mouth, and lacking any visible organs. This community of negative extinguishers numbered at least in the hundreds. Chapter 72, Death Again. The flames of the negative extinguishers, these mollusks, appeared devoid of any fiery essence. Should I ignite them? Lin Shan found himself in a dilemma. Even if he were to obtain the flames of the negative extinguishers, where would he place them? He couldn't possibly store flames in his pocket. Let us acquire them first. If it proves impossible, I can always return them to the clan's territory. After all, it's only been a little over a month, Lin Shan thought to himself. His gaze fell upon the writhing mass of negative extinguishers at the forefront, his expression turning grave. This was his target, the Sequence 8 negative extinguisher. While other negative extinguishers expanded to 2 meters in width, this one spanned over 20 meters. Resembling a red carpet sprawled upon the ground, albeit a rather sticky one. The fiery red epidermis was extraordinarily vibrant, adorned with yellow patterns, undulating forward like a pool of water, with the entire clan following closely behind. The central negative extinguisher expanded less than a meter each time, likely a young one. Yet even its youthful aura resonated with the extraordinary. This meant he would confront hundreds of extraordinary beings, a force capable of obliterating any population lacking a Sequence 8. Lin Shan glanced at the parchment. The parchment read, "The flames reside within the negative extinguishers." Lin Shan soared to the rear of the entire negative extinguisher clan, intending to locate one to investigate the flames' whereabouts. Fixating on a solitary one, Lin Shan commanded his heartlight spear to pierce forth. Contrary to his expectations, the spear did not penetrate the delicate body of the negative extinguisher, but rather, the entire creature was thrust into the earth by the spear. The only explanation for being impaled in such a manner was that the spear had failed to breach the negative extinguisher. He had not anticipated the resilience of what appeared to be a thin layer of skin. Nevertheless, his objective was achieved. Its movement was restricted. Once the preceding clan had passed, he could retract the spear and release it, allowing for a one-on-one study as he wished. At that moment, the negative extinguisher clan abruptly halted its movement. Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat, sensing an ominous premonition. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky. Lin Shan looked up, his heart racing, and felt a jolt of panic. He attempted to teleport away. How could that be possible? Lin Shan was horrified. The surrounding space was so solid that not a single gap existed, rendering teleportation utterly ineffective. At this moment, even the simplest movement proved to be a Herculean task. In the air, the Sequence 8 negative extinguisher had expanded to a colossal size of 100 meters, suspended high above the ground. Lin Shan had initially believed these negative extinguishers to be devoid of facial features, but now he realized his error. Their features were indeed present on their underbelly. A pair of elongated, crimson eyes glared malevolently at Lin Shan, while their nostrils were mere hollows and their mouths resembled thin lines, reminiscent of a devilfish's maw. Furthermore, Lin Shan noticed a glimmer of light emanating from the center of the negative extinguisher. It appeared that the flames were only visible beneath their bodies. During this time, Lin Shan continuously attempted to influence the negative extinguishers using his spirituality and supernatural abilities. If he could find even the slightest opening, he could teleport away. Blood wings, ineffective. There seemed to be no blood within the negative extinguishers. Heartlight, ineffective. The entire space had been frozen in place, including the heartlight spear, which he could not retrieve. The red lantern was successfully unleashed. A faint rosy flame ignited upon it, yet the negative extinguisher did not even flinch. The massive negative extinguisher loomed above, not in haste to strike, seemingly awaiting something. In the next moment, Lin Shan finally understood what it was waiting for. He observed the heartlight spear that had been lodged into the earth being nudged upwards. The negative extinguisher he had impaled began to slowly wriggle free, utterly unscathed. Not even a single layer of skin torn. Although it was merely a sequence 9, and likely hadn't even reached the 5th stage. The sheer absurdity of its defense was astounding. However, noting its sluggish pace of movement, Lin Shan felt relieved. While its defense was unparalleled, its speed was equally diminished. What was the situation with this negative extinguisher that could both fly and teleport? Lin Shan glanced at the slowly writhing negative extinguisher beside him, then looked up at the massive one overhead, beginning to doubt whether the disparity between sequence 9 and sequence 8 was truly so vast. Suddenly, with a significant movement of its head, the neck bones misaligned. Lin Shan felt as though he were encased in cement. Every action was immensely laborious, and even the slightest movement resulted in the sound of his bones straining under the weight. His mind raced, searching for a glimmer of hope for escape, only to find none. The so-called hunt for sequence 8 was tantamount to a death sentence. How could he possibly contend with such a formidable foe? However, he had already reached the limits of his growth across both sequences, and he found himself trapped in a deadlock. Unless he could rally a group to overwhelm it with numbers, it was impossible for the human race to develop to such an extent without a century of effort, by which time his own lifespan would have long expired. After nearly a minute of writhing, the negative extinguisher finally returned to its clan. Observing its kin regrouping, the airborne negative extinguisher hesitated no longer and descended upon Lin Shan with force. Lin Shan's vision darkened. He could now clearly see the flame at the center of the negative extinguisher's base, a flicker of white fire. Finally, the negative extinguisher pressed fully against Lin Shan. Within his perception, he felt a warmth envelop him. The negative extinguisher bore no weight, as if a delicate veil had draped over him. Then, Lin Shan felt himself dissolving. His head, body, hands, and feet melded into one, including the red lantern, which also melted away, as did the willow branches that had rested upon him. Despite knowing he was dissolving, he felt no pain, only an inexplicable warmth. Time lost meaning, and Lin Shan ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, while the negative extinguisher led its clan away, leaving only a smear of blood and bone fragments where he once stood. When the negative extinguisher community had completely departed, a stealthy Shiba Inu emerged from an unknown location. It retrieved an intact small vial from the remnants, wiped the blood from its surface, and muttered, "Fortunately, it is crafted from empty stone. Only the last auxiliary medicine remains." It then rose to survey the blood and bone fragments on the ground. Initially, it had planned to seize an opportunity for a sneak attack, but now it found that it was spared the effort, having followed for so long in vain. To dare to steal from its kin in front of a sequence 8. Such audacity was fitting for one who could easily subdue the Shiba Inu. Little did it know, Lin Shan did not intend to steal the kin of sequence 8. Rather, he sought to pilfer the sequence 8 itself. Transforming back into human form, he tucked the small vial into his pocket, then reverted to his Shiba Inu form, feeling more at ease traversing the mist in this guise. With blue spiritual wings unfurling, he soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Chapter 73, A Prayer to One's Own Spirit. In the desolate expanse of land, an eerie shadow materialized around the remnants of blood and bone. This shadow possessed a heart that glimmered with a faint golden hue and was adorned with exaggerated, blood-red wings. It extended a hand to inspect, then looked toward the remnants. Shaking its head with a sigh, it ascended to an altitude of 5,000 meters, sitting cross-legged to harness its eerie essence and restore its corporeal form. Having not sustained severe injury for quite some time, the eerie essence was in a state of abundance. Possessing this eerie form, it feared not the prospect of being killed outright. As long as the essence remained, it could regenerate its body. What it truly feared was an endless barrage of injuries that would not lead to death. When parts of its body were missing, the essence would automatically mend the injuries. But if the essence were depleted and the eerie form fell into a state of paralysis, the likelihood of awakening again within its remaining years was slim, likely to remain dormant until its lifespan was entirely consumed. From the heart, flesh and blood began to slowly emerge. The newly born heart was enveloped in a delicate golden hue and commenced to beat gently. Black blood surged forth from the heart, flowing into the surrounding void. And after circulating within the emptiness, it birthed countless fine capillaries. A figure, composed solely of a heart and dense black vessels, was first brought into existence, gradually filling in with bones, flesh, and other organs over time. Time passed, though its measure was unknown. Lin Shan opened his eyes once more, and the first action he took was to retrieve a piece of parchment. Lin Shan inquired, "How much longer do I have to live?" The parchment responded, 18 years and 1 month. A year had already been wasted, and the frozen spiritual ashes should have thawed by now, necessitating a journey to reclaim them. However, I could barely contend with the fallen beings of Sequence 8. How could I possibly stand a chance against the enigmatic entities at the pinnacle of Sequence 8? Rising to his feet, Lin Shan enveloped himself in a white robe formed from his heart's light. Regardless of the circumstances, there remained 18 years, a span neither excessively long nor particularly short. I must devise a plan. Perhaps I could learn from that Shiba Inu. Upon touching the ground, he noticed subtle changes in the terrain. Without the red lantern, his sight was restricted to a mere 10-meter radius, rendering him as blind as a bat within this gray mist. He focused on the markings on the parchment to guide his direction and conducted a thorough search of the surroundings, ultimately locating the spot where he had perished. A half-section of a redwood stick lay quietly on the ground. Upon seeing this half-stick, Lin Shan felt a chill run through him. He hadn't anticipated the red lantern to be in such a state of disrepair. With the red lantern rendered useless, he had no choice but to find alternative means to enhance his visibility. He recalled the spiritual sight ritual that Zhao Xiaoan had previously mentioned. What exactly was the spiritual sight ritual? Lin Shan sat down and began to ponder its nature and how to perform it. If Zhao Xiaoan could do it, there was no reason he could not. As he contemplated, his mind drifted back to the 20 or so skeletons he had seen earlier. They had utilized strange characters along with spiritual energy to gather the dissipated souls of crocodiles. Were all these derived applications of spirituality? Lingbiao, spiritual threads. The spiritual sight ritual. Could they all belong to the same category? Among these 3 techniques, he was only familiar with the most rudimentary application of Lingbiao, separating a thread of spirituality to establish a connection, which would remain intact regardless of distance, allowing one to return to the original position. The consumption of spirituality was minimal, and the connection was subtle. Even ordinary transcendent beings could extend such a link thousands of kilometers away. Yet, at present, Ling Biao was of no use to him. What he lacked was visibility within the mist and the application of the spiritual sight ritual. Lin Shan concentrated and conjured a pure, faint golden sphere composed entirely of spirituality in his hands. After gazing at it for a moment, he murmured, "Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could help me enhance my visibility?" Sitting up in resignation, he felt foolish. This was merely his own spirituality. How could it comprehend his words? In the next moment, something unexpected occurred. He sensed a sudden drop in his spirituality, yet his visibility surged to over 200 meters. Though not an extensive range, it was a vast improvement over the previous 10 meters. Lin Shan was taken aback. "Do you possess wisdom?" He inquired of the luminous sphere, but received no response. The sphere remained suspended, obedient to his command. Spirituality did not possess wisdom, nor could it. However, it might have a spirit. He recalled the terms ritual and prayer. He had just realized that he might have been praying to his own spirituality, beseeching it for the power to enhance his visibility. Thus, this was the essence of the ritual, praying to one's own spirituality to receive a form of augmentation. No offerings were necessary, no actions required. Only the consumption of one's own spirituality. Hence, the symbols etched upon those skeletons must represent another form of ritualistic prayer to the deities, using one's own spirituality to exchange for the deity's power. Chapter 74. A strange coincidence. Could this mean that one could manifest their desires? Lin Shan attempted to pray to his own spirituality once more, this time asking for power comparable to Sequence 8. Unsurprisingly, he failed. Wings, failed. Extra arms, failed. Increased height, failed. Enhanced speed, failed. Greater strength, failed. A razor-sharp spear, succeeded. After nearly half an hour, Lin Shan began to comprehend that praying to his own spirituality was merely a different method of utilizing its power. Requests that exceeded the inherent abilities or characteristics of his spirituality would not yield a response. Thus far, this form of prayer was only beneficial for increasing visibility. It offered no aid in other areas and was even less convenient than direct conscious control, as prayer required time. Conventional methods could not attach spirituality to his eyes to form spiritual sight, yet praying to his spirituality accomplished this. The heart's light itself did not possess enhanced visibility. Why then did it acquire this characteristic after prayer? Where did this characteristic originate? Secrets lurked everywhere in this world, even within his own spirituality. Suddenly, Lin Shan was struck by a new hypothesis. If someone were to pray to his spirituality, could they not borrow its characteristics? If so, did that make him a lesser deity? The dilemma lay in how to enable others to pray to his spirituality. He could not simply stand as a statue for others to pray to. Lin Shan felt that the answer might reside in those intricate symbols. Shaking his head, he decided to let it go. Resolving the visibility issue was already a fortuitous stroke of luck. There was little point in overthinking it now. Perhaps the answers he was desperately seeking were mere common knowledge among higher-tier beings. He pocketed the remaining portion of the redwood stick and unfurled his blood wings, preparing to depart when a thought struck him. If spirituality could be invoked, might the supernatural also be invoked? Lin Shan stood still, closed his eyes, and attempted to pray to his own supernatural essence. After a brief moment, he sensed that his own spiritual energy had diminished, akin to the reduction of his spiritual essence, as if it had been separated to exclusively augment his spiritual vision. Unless he unraveled this vision, that portion of his spiritual energy would remain inaccessible. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that his range of vision had extended to nearly 500 meters. Indeed, it was possible. Lin Shan finally exhaled in relief. A 500-meter range represented a relatively safe distance. Ascending to an altitude of 5,000 meters, he glanced at the parchment and noted that, even after a year, the negative extinguishment tribe had only moved less than 5 kilometers. Lin Shan decided against further pursuit, whether against a peak dual sequence or a peak tri-sequence adversary. He would not stand a chance against someone of a higher sequence. The disparity was such that even the thought of it sent a tremor through his spirit, evoking a sensation akin to an ant shaking an elephant. He could only contemplate alternative strategies, such as luring that malevolent being into a strange domain or enticing other malevolent beings to join the fray. Alternatively, he could adopt a more passive approach, akin to a Shiba Inu, and wait for an opportunity, hoping it would encounter peril. There were numerous such tactics. Humanity's true strength lay in its wisdom rather than brute force. However, outlasting it was not a suitable option for Lin Shan. He would surely be the first to falter. Just as Lin Shan pondered his next course of action, his peripheral vision caught movement on the parchment. A point representing Dong Yi was shifting, and at a rather brisk pace. He was puzzled. Was Dong Yi not a snowy expanse? He had not witnessed its movement before. The parchment indicated a distance of 450 kilometers. The anomaly in movement might present an opportunity. If he could lure it to the negative extinguishment area, once they engaged in battle, he could reap the benefits. Regardless of who emerged victorious, Lin Shan would not incur a loss. Even if it cost him a life for a different material, he would consider it a gain. Most importantly, the anomaly lacked intelligence. It would instinctively attack upon encountering a human, making it easier to entice. In contrast, the malevolent being possessed intelligence and agility, and might perish the moment it was discovered. Lin Shan estimated Dong Yi's speed based on the parchment. It was feasible, he mused. He realized that Dong Yi's speed was comparable to his own. He intended to attempt it first. If it failed, he would devise another plan. With a slight tremor of his blood wings, he swiftly flew towards Dong Yi's location. 3 days later, Lin Shan glanced at the parchment. Dong Yi had remained stationary about a kilometer ahead for the past 2 days. Cautiously, he advanced, covering approximately 500 meters. Suddenly, he halted abruptly, astonished by what lay below. 4 crystalline beings were present, comprising 3 sequence 9s and 1 sequence 8. They had even erected a temporary tent, suggesting they had resided there for some time. Yet, there was no sign of Dong Yi within the 500 meters ahead. The parchment indicated the location was just ahead. Could it be mistaken? Lin Shan could not help but cast a doubtful glance at the parchment, which remained indifferent, exuding an air of aloofness. He continued forward, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Yet even as he approached within 100 meters, there was still no sight of Dong Yi. Suddenly, a yellow figure darted past below. The point on the parchment moved in the same direction. It was that Shiba Inu. Dong Yi was on it. In that instant, upon seeing the Shiba Inu, Lin Shan comprehended everything. It was not Dong Yi that had been moving. Rather, it was the small vial on its back. As the Shiba Inu vanished from view, Lin Shan hurriedly followed. Passing the tent, He noticed it had already been dismantled, and the 4 individuals were no longer present. Presumably, these 4 had come in search of potion materials, while the Shiba Inu had been waiting to seize an opportunity. This Shiba Inu's ability to locate individuals was somewhat absurd, rivaling his own talent for finding potion materials. However, this time it lacked the support of over 20 skeletal remains. Did the Shiba Inu intend to confront a Sequence 8 head-on? It must have a backup plan. The Shiba Inu was quite cunning, Lin Shan mused. The Shiba Inu opted not to fly but instead sprinted on all 4s, allowing Lin Shan to maintain a safe distance, guided by the parchment. Thus, they traveled for several hours until nightfall, when the Shiba Inu finally came to a halt. They spent a peaceful night. At dawn the next day, the Shiba Inu resumed its frantic pace, halting again after several hours. It excitedly gazed ahead at a cluster of skeletal remains. There were at least 40 of them this time. The Shiba Inu ceased running and unfurled its wings, soaring into the sky while trailing the skeletal remains from a distance. The skeletons cautiously advanced. Lin Shan maintained a position 100 meters behind the Shiba Inu. At this distance, the Shiba Inu would certainly see him if it turned around. Yet, it did not glance back, a smile playing on its lips as it focused on the skeletal remains below. Feeling an unsettling familiarity with the scene, Lin Shan sensed an eerie atmosphere. It seemed the Shiba Inu had meticulously orchestrated this scenario, with crystalline beings gathering materials while the skeletal beings obstructed them, allowing the Shiba Inu to simply wait and dispatch a minor foe to acquire a Sequence 8 potion material. Lin Shan firmly believed such coincidences could not occur twice. His appearance behind the Shiba Inu on 2 occasions was the true coincidence. Chapter 75. A direct confrontation this time. The Shiba Inu was markedly more cautious, remaining still and silent. Half an hour later, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted in the distance, shaking the ground. Even from afar, the Shiba Inu approached cautiously, its 3 tails standing erect, revealing its own agitation. Lin Shan soared above the Shiba Inu, maintaining a height of 300 meters as he drew nearer. Upon arrival, he was met with a striking scene. One colossal beast was pummeling another into the ground. One of the beasts was at least 70 meters tall, resembling a massive gorilla, yet its fur was akin to sharp spines, as it furiously battered the other beast into submission. The second beast was even more peculiar. A strange cubic creature with 4 sharp claws, its round eyes and square mouth lent it an oddly comical appearance. Standing at just over 20 meters tall, it seemed like a child before the gorilla, easily overpowered. Which of these was the Sequence 8 of the crystalline tribe? The sight before Lin Shan was intensely stimulating. It was only now that he realized the combat styles of this world encompassed not only clashes of spiritual essence, but also visceral confrontations. However, he would not experience it himself. His 2 sequences had perfectly evaded the descent into a fallen state, and the thought of transforming into a colossal beast was somewhat regrettable. Crack! The exterior of the cubic beast shattered, and thick, grayish-white blood gushed forth like a waterfall. In that moment, the spiny gorilla emitted a mournful cry, rapidly diminishing in size, reducing to nearly half its original size. The area of its chest, stained with grayish-white blood, revealed its internal organs, which would have spilled out had it not been encased in a thin membrane of spiritual essence. This blood possessed a highly corrosive quality. The cubic beast's most potent attack was its own blood, and it had nearly achieved a counterattack with it. Having learned from its earlier misstep, the spiny gorilla hesitated to advance. Close-range combat would inflict great harm on both itself and its enemy, yet it lacked any long-range capabilities, leaving it in a quandary. Observing the gorilla's indecision, the cubic beast quickly shrank to less than 2 meters in size, and then a rift suddenly appeared before it, through which it vanished. Lin Shan witnessed it clearly. The rift led to a pitch-black space, reminiscent of the dark realm he had previously entered. It seemed that any Sequence 8 could actively enter that space. The spiny gorilla allowed it to escape without obstruction. It had already obtained what it desired and wished to avoid a fruitless struggle. The spiny gorilla rapidly shrank, reverting to humanoid form. It was a crystalline being. He produced a small vial, gazing down at the pool of grayish-white blood on the ground. Though this blood possesses a formidable corrosive quality, it also serves as an auxiliary component for the Sequence potion. He merely filled a small vial without excess. The primary ingredient of Sequence 8 differs from that of Sequence 9. It does not grow in clusters or swarms. Thus it is impossible to elevate to Sequence 8 in bulk. At this moment, his 3 kin approached from the side. The Sequence 8 nodded at them, casually tearing open a rift through which he and the 3 others slipped away. What about the skeletal beings? Lin Shan pondered in surprise. The anticipated battle did not unfold. He witnessed the skeletal beings enter, now surely concealed underground. Yet why had they not appeared earlier? Wasn't their target the Sequence 8 of the Crystal Clan? Not only did they fail to appear before, but now that the Crystal Clan had departed, they still remained absent. Lin Shan observed that the Shiba Inu remained motionless at its spot. A hush enveloped the scene. Neither party moved, nor did Lin Shan. 1 day, 2 days passed. Until the following day, skeletal forms began to emerge from the earth, and despite having witnessed this several times, Lin Shan still felt a chill. They gathered and conversed for a moment before all the skeletons began to alter their shapes and fuse together, ultimately forming a circular wheel. In the blink of an eye, it rolled hundreds of meters away, vanishing into the gray mist. Lin Shan glanced at the Shiba Inu, discovering it had not moved. Moments later, the circular wheel of bones rolled back, making a wide circuit before disappearing into the gray mist once more. Just as Lin Shan believed the Shiba Inu would descend to retrieve materials, it suddenly darted to the side with tremendous speed. Then, a gigantic bone bird swooped past the spot where the Shiba Inu had just been, circling briefly in the air before vanishing into the mist. This time, the Shiba Inu did not continue to wait, instead swiftly rushing forth to retrieve a transparent vial filled with grayish-white blood, soaring into the sky without a hint of hesitation. Lin Shan vaguely noticed its 3 tails flapping behind as it ascended. He chose not to impede the Shiba Inu, uncertain if the skeletal beings might return. Allowing it to gain some distance seemed prudent, for as long as it carried the spirit ash of the frozen pit, escape was unlikely. With this thought, Lin Shan hastened toward the Shiba Inu's position. He continually used teleportation to close the distance, soon spotting a blue point trailing azure wisps. Once more teleporting, Lin Shan found himself directly above the Shiba Inu. Without the aid of the red lantern, he was uncertain of his victory. Yet battling a dual-sequence Shiba Inu was infinitely simpler than confronting a Sequence 8. The 10-meter-long heart-light giant hammer descended mercilessly, driving the Shiba Inu into the ground and creating a large crater. Within the pit, the Shiba Inu appeared dazed, staring up in confusion as a 10-meter-long pale golden spear loomed larger in its pupils. Startled, it hastily summoned its spiritual long knife. Before it could grasp the weapon, its body stiffened, and its blood surged uncontrollably. In that moment of rigidity, the spear was upon it. Boom! Dust and smoke erupted from the ground, and a blue light shot forth from the haze, targeting Lin Shan's position. The heart light was employed for Lin Shan's assault. At this moment, he wore no garments. Opposite stood merely a Shiba Inu. He could only comfort himself with this thought. The heart light spear pivoted to intercept the strike, its tip missing a small fragment. Yet it promptly restored itself to its original state. Another blue light surged forth, this time not from a long knife, but from the Shiba Inu. Blood adorned its head and chest, clearly indicating the toll of the prior ambush. You again, always resorting to sneak attacks. Can you not exhibit some morality? Lin Shan thought. Wait, weren't you supposed to be dead? The Shiba Inu was taken aback. It had witnessed Lin Shan being consumed by the extinguishing force, leaving only remnants. Yet, its expression was peculiar, curious as to why Lin Shan was unclothed. Was it a quirk of his race? Indeed, there were such races. Chapter 76. Clarification. Lin Shan disregarded it, merely extending his hand. The Shiba Inu comprehended his intent, clearly wishing to reclaim the vial of potion materials. In an instant, the Shiba Inu's mind raced. To fight? It had already tried that, and was no match. To flee? This stranger, possessing the uncanny ability to pinpoint its location, surely had tracking capabilities akin to its own. Unable to fight or flee, only one option remained. Transforming back into the guise of a black-clad youth, it offered a friendly smile to Lin Shan. In the next moment, Lin Shan felt a sudden disorientation as a torrent of inexplicable memories surged into his mind. The Shiba Inu before him is his elder brother, Huang Liuya. He shares a close bond with his brother. He heeds his brother's every word. All the fine things he possesses are lent by his brother. A flurry of memories flooded his consciousness, leaving Lin Shan struggling to discern reality from illusion. All he recalled was a beloved elder brother named Huang Liuya. How strikingly similar the black-clad youth appeared to his dear brother. The figures from his memories and the youth before him converged perfectly. Just as Lin Shan was about to speak, a tremor coursed through the feathered pen in his mind, shattering the false memories in an instant. Yet, they did not vanish. They lingered in his mind, akin to how a sequenced stone tablet records potion formulas. Big yellow dog. Huh. The black-clad youth's eyes widened in disbelief. This was not the script he had envisioned. How could his meticulously crafted narrative lead others to call him Big Yellow Dog? Something was amiss. He stepped back several meters, watching Lin Shan warily. Lin Shan regained his senses. Even now, his head felt foggy. Reflecting on the recent experience left him somewhat horrified. Had the feathered pin not intervened, would he have truly accepted a dog as his elder brother? The audacity of directly altering memories was utterly absurd. Now you can understand my words, correct? At that moment, the youth's voice reached Lin Shan's ears. It was a language foreign to him, yet his mind, his spirit, automatically translated it. What are you plotting? Lin Shan inquired coldly. He spoke in the same language as the shadowy youth, as if he had always understood it. Indeed, I have just inscribed my race's language upon your spirit. And it cost me quite a price, the black-clad youth replied, a twinge of pain evident in his voice. Just inscribing a language? Lin Shan questioned coolly. Indeed. The youth answered calmly. Lin Shan chose not to challenge him further, simply stating, return my belongings. The black-clad youth looked puzzled. What belongings? The potion materials. Lin Shan replied expressionlessly. The spirit ash of the frozen pit. The youth's expression faltered, then he retorted angrily. Did you not already seize the spirit ash of the frozen pit? Lin Shan ceased the exchange, the heart-light spear at his side aimed menacingly at the youth. The black-clad youth's face twitched. He quickly altered his tone, saying, however, I still have some left. If you're not satisfied, I can share half with you. It should suffice for auxiliary materials. What do you say? That is acceptable. Lin Shan nodded. The black-clad youth sighed in relief, retrieving a transparent vial from a side pocket. Inside, it contained finely crushed transparent ice. Next, he produced an empty vial, preparing to transfer half of the spirit ash into it. Suddenly, he froze. The uncontrollable sensation of blood surging once more. Not good. By the time he realized the danger, it was too late. A flash of red light. And Lin Shan appeared before him, snatching the vial and teleporting back to his original position. I anticipated you would attempt that. The vial is a decoy. The black-clad youth wore a smug expression. Lin Shan paused, glancing at the parchment and noticing the symbol representing the spirit ash of the frozen pit had vanished once more. This indicates that it has already been obtained. No worries, I have a penchant for the counterfeit, Lin Shan remarked with a smile. Perfect. You may keep the genuine for yourself then. With that, let us see the truth beneath our hands. The young man in black, realizing that Lin Shan was not easily deceived, ceased his charade. At this moment, he had taken notice of the redwood staff in Lin Shan's grasp. The torch that had once been used to set fire to him had now transformed into this, leaving nothing left to fear. Furthermore, after having been robbed by Lin Shan twice, a peculiar sense of irritation simmered within him. However, Lin Shan shifted the conversation, saying, if you can answer a few questions, I shall share half with you. After all, we bear no true enmity towards each other. We are merely pursuing our own interests. The young man in black exhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and replied, ask, why is it that you always manage to profit from those two clans? Lin Shan inquired. Once could be coincidence, but it cannot be a mere coincidence every time. I can only provide a general overview, not delve into details. Very well, Lin Shan nodded. It is quite simple. The shadowy figure began slowly. I first arrived at the territory of the Jing clan and inscribed the sequence formulas and material locations that I knew for them. Much like I just recorded our clan's language for you. I then altered their memories, leading them to believe it was a sequence stele engraved upon their minds. Subsequently, I went to the Du Jia clan and disseminated this information, allowing them to lay an ambush at the material locations. These two clans share a blood feud, and the Du Jia clan is more than willing to ambush the Jing clan sequence 8. They may not possess sequence 8 themselves, but even if they sacrificed dozens of warriors, a successful endeavor would yield great profit, while failure bears no consequence, as sequence 9 can be birthed in bulk. Did you truly provide them with the formulas? Lin Shan questioned, somewhat incredulous. Certainly not. What I gave them was a forgery. Only the materials I required were genuine, while the false ones were placed at a distance. Thus, they would undoubtedly come searching for the authentic materials first. Then why did those skeletal Du Jia clansmen not engage earlier? Lin Shan inquired, puzzled. Because they were unable to defeat us, the young man in black shrugged. The Jing clan member we faced earlier is a fallen body, and to vanquish someone of the same constitution across sequences is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, that Jing clan member has progressed quite far within sequence 8. The Du Jia clansmen come to ambush enemies, not to offer their own heads. Knowing they could not win, they would certainly refrain from advancing. Why did they circle back in the end? Lin Shan asked. They were searching for me, the young man in black replied. Lin Shan nodded and asked, one last question. Have you finished gathering your materials? The young man in black eyed Lin Shan warily and answered seriously. I have only found 2 types. I see. If you assist me in acquiring a material using your method, I shall compensate you, Lin Shan suddenly proposed. Before he could finish his sentence, his body stiffened once more. A familiar crimson light flashed before him. This time, without hesitation, he transformed into a colossal hound towering 10 meters high, eyes ablaze with fury, fixating intently on Lin Shan. Chapter 77. The Reversal of Rules. Suddenly, the black patterned hound's pupils constricted sharply. It fixated on the black wooden plaque held in Lin Shan's hand, a plaque that should have been hanging from its waist in human form. At that moment, it sensed an emptiness within its own belly. The hound growled in a thunderous voice, "That is not for you to possess. It bears the spiritual mark of my clan. Return it to me if you wish to avert calamity upon your kin." Lin Shan scrutinized the black wooden plaque in his hand. It felt icy, akin to holding a block of ice. The plaque was only half the size of a palm, a perfectly rectangular shape entirely shrouded in black, devoid of any patterns. He had previously sensed, in a moment of confusion, that the young man in black had been rubbing this plaque, leading to a flood of inexplicable memories surfacing in his mind. This is an eerie object, Lin Shan realized. It was the third such item he had encountered aside from the red lantern, its rank evidently surpassing that of the lantern, and unlike the lantern, it emitted no supernatural aura. Perhaps it was the fourth item. He now vaguely suspected that the feather pen and the parchment might be separate entities. The use of eerie objects invariably exacts a toll. The parchment demanded lifespan, the lantern required blood. What then was the cost of this plaque? At that moment, the black-patterned hound lunged forward. Its massive jaws, lined with sharp teeth, were mere moments away from swallowing Lin Shan whole. Instantly, Lin Shan teleported 1,000 meters behind it, a distance that exceeded its line of sight. However, the hound's enormous blue wings unfurled behind it, and with a mighty flap, it reappeared before Lin Shan. What approached him was a colossal pale gold hammer. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the hound's mouth, forcefully sending it staggering back over 10 meters, leaving a trail of blood at the corner of its mouth. On the surface, it appeared as though Lin Shan had maintained the offensive against the black-patterned hound, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Yet, the hound had countless opportunities, whereas Lin Shan had but one. As the hound charged once more, Lin Shan withdrew the black wooden plaque. Upon seeing it, the hound's eyes, which were the size of a soccer ball, abruptly shrank to the size of a fist. Its forepaws skidded to a halt, and without a moment's hesitation, it turned to flee. Lin Shan began to rub the plaque, a strange sensation swelling within him. He locked his gaze on the retreating black-patterned hound, and its fleeing motion abruptly ceased. An invisible supernatural force enveloped the area within a 10,000-meter radius. The influence of this plaque's supernatural essence was terrifying, its sequence unknown to him. Lin Shan felt himself endowed with a new ability. He could freely alter the hound's cognitive memories not far away. Lin Shan is my dear elder brother. I am here to assist my brother in gathering magical potion materials. As he inscribed the second piece of information, Lin Shan abruptly froze, drenched in cold sweat. Memories from his childhood began to vanish in an irreversible manner, akin to a once vibrant life tapestry being gradually erased by an eraser. To date, his life before the age of 15 had been rendered a blank slate. He sensed that if he inscribed any more, he might even forget who he was. The most terrifying aspect was the absolute obliteration of his memories, including all the knowledge and common sense acquired during that phase. Lin Shan felt himself becoming somewhat disoriented, as if half of his brain had been wiped clean. At that moment, the feather pen stirred once more in his mind, becoming ethereal, as if traversing the river of time, sketching and writing upon his blank life canvas. The once blank canvas began to flourish again, resembling the previous version, albeit with a somewhat surreal, projected quality. Lin Shan instantaneously regained clarity. All prior memories returned. Yet they bore an ephemeral quality, as though he were merely an observer rather than a participant in those experiences. The feather pen transitioned from ethereal to tangible, approaching the parchment and inscribing upon it. Reversal of rules. A return of what is granted is required, taking 2 years of lifespan as the cost. Extraction of historical memory projections for buffering requires 1 year of lifespan, already extracted. Note: historical memories are not your own. Lin Shan mulled over these 3 statements. He could now ascertain that the feather pen was indeed a distinct eerie object. He had previously believed it to be merely a companion to the parchment. Had it not been for the feather pen, he might have been rendered a fool. The reversal of rules likely referred to the supernatural powers at play. The feather pen could reverse the toll of using eerie objects, consuming lifespan like the parchment. Unlike the parchment, however, which required consent, the feather pen forcibly extracted. His already dwindling lifespan diminished by another year, and he now owed an additional 2, leaving him with only 17 years of life remaining. following the reversal of rules. A mere 15 years would remain. At present, the reversal held no immediate repercussions for him, yet the Featherpin's subsequent note was clear. Historical memories were not his own, merely drawn in as a buffer, undoubtedly carrying additional dangers that he remained unaware of. The notion of returning what was granted likely signified the cessation of the eerie object's effects, restoring the hound to normalcy. Supernatural forces in themselves constitute rules. Or is it only certain supernatural forces that embody rules? Lin Shan pondered the distinction between the supernatural and rules, suggesting that only certain supernatural elements might constitute rules. Or perhaps the powers wielded at higher sequences were the true rules. As Lin Shan's thoughts wandered, the rigid black-striped giant hound nearby began to shrink in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into a Shiba Inu. It looked at Lin Shan, its eyes brimming with delight. "Brother, how many more materials do you need for your potion?" The heart's light transformed back into a white robe draped over Lin Shan's form. He adjusted his expression to appear more natural and replied with a smile, "I have just acquired one supplementary ingredient, but there is still much to gather. No worries. I came to assist you in finding materials. With the ones you already have, I have gathered everything I need. Once you secure yours, we shall return to the clan together to advance." The Shiba Inu remarked nonchalantly. Lin Shan distinctly remembered it had just claimed to have found only 2 types. Indeed, not a word of it was truthful. He produced a wooden plaque and inquired of the Shiba Inu, "Do you know what this is?" "What? Isn't this a forbidden item of our clan?" The Shiba Inu responded with a look of bewilderment at Lin Shan's question. "It's nothing," Lin Shan replied. "I just acquired it, and am not quite clear on its nature. This is a sequence 7 thought fragment. Brother, you must not use it. The cost is beyond your endurance. Using it would render you a fool. How did it come into your possession?" The Shiba Inu suddenly sensed something amiss as it spoke. Lin Shan, noticing its puzzled gaze, stated, "I just borrowed it from you." With that, he tossed the thought fragment to the Shiba Inu, which instinctively caught it and reattached it to its waist in human form. Chapter 78. Forgery. Seeing the Shiba Inu resecure the thought fragment, Lin Shan continued to inquire, "Why are you able to use it without issue?" "Someone else bears the cost for me," the Shiba Inu replied, a hint of warmth surfacing in its eyes as if recalling someone special. Lin Shan refrained from pressing further, fearing it might disrupt the subtle influence he sought. Gazing at the young man in black before him, Lin Shan recalled a previously altered memory. This person seemed to be known as Huang Lu Yi. Lin Shan got straight to the point. Huang Lu, what is the nearest material?" "It is the negative extinguishing flame. Do you have a way to obtain it?" Huang Lu queried. "Do you know its location?" "Indeed, I have left a spiritual marker," Lin Shan casually remarked. "Take me there. I will note the position," Huang Lu responded. "All right," Lin Shan nodded. 4 days later, Lin Shan and Huang Lu hovered above the negative extinguishing tribe. The negative extinguishing beings showed no signs of change, tirelessly writhing forward. Huang Lu's expression grew serious as he remarked, "This is a tribe. Aside from that sequence 8, the other negative extinguishing beings possess no offensive capabilities. But their defenses are exceptionally strong." Lin Shan observed, "It seems familiar. I feel as though I have encountered this group of fallen before." Huang Lu muttered. Lin Shan calmly replied, "Perhaps you have seen creatures of a similar appearance." Despite the complete erasure of his memories regarding Lin Shan, it seemed Huang Lu retained some vague impressions of striking images. Indeed, the fallen are diverse, and many bear resemblances. "Exactly," Lin Shan smiled outwardly, though inwardly he was alarmed by the terrifying implications of the thought fragment. This was not merely altering memory, but even constructing imaginative recollections. "Wait a moment. I will place a spiritual marker," Huang Lu stated. As he spoke, a dense array of spiritual threads unfurled from beneath his feet, forming a square pattern reminiscent of a Go board. After a few flickers, the board vanished into the void. Lin Shan noted that the spiritual marker he employed merely established a point, while Huang Lu's marker created a coordinate system at a point within the gray mist. In addition to locating positions, it also possessed directional discernment. It was no wonder he could traverse the gray mist without losing his way. Other races likely had similar capabilities. While the development of the cat tribe still lagged considerably compared to these tribes, not to mention the current human race. The principle of this spiritual marker was similar to the previous one. With some time, Lin Shan could gradually replicate it. The difficulty lay not in application, but in discovery. "All right, brother, we shall now proceed to the crystal tribe and announce the news of the potion," Huang Lu declared. "Shall we go directly?" Lin Shan asked. "Yes, directly. Isn't that too dangerous?" "No, I have been there twice. The crystal tribe's territory is vast, and the sequence 8 individuals are at the peak. They cannot be encountered easily. If we run into a sequence 9, the two of us can swiftly dispose of any evidence. 19 days later. The two had traversed nearly 10,000 kilometers over the course of 19 days. They paused at an altitude of 5,000 meters, where both Lin Shan and Huang Lu deemed this height relatively safe, nearly evading over 95% of the aberrations and fallen. Even so, they dared not travel at night. The gray mist at night was an entirely different realm than during the day. Gazing into the void ahead, Huang Lu slowly spoke. Ahead lies the territory of the Crystal Tribe. It cannot be accessed through normal means. We would merely circle around it. And knowing the direction would be futile unless we violently breached the clan's barrier, a feat only possible for Sequence 8 individuals. Furthermore, it would alert those within the territory. Lin Shan remained silent, waiting for his continuation. Huang Lu added, however, it matters not. Many races in this area have my Night Tribe's agents as guides. We can find someone to lead us inside. Lin Shan finally learned the name of Huang Lu's tribe, the Night Tribe, which bore no visible difference from the human race. Possessing the power to have agents within other tribes' territories, the Night Tribe was the strongest Lin Shan had encountered thus far. He pondered whether the human race could possibly have their agents. However, it seemed unlikely, as the human race scarcely had the means for long journeys and had only just begun to produce the extraordinary on their own, with exploration of their surroundings being exceedingly superficial. The gray mist stretched infinitely, with distances exceeding 10,000 kilometers. Encounters with other races were rare. Not everyone could be like him, constantly on the move. Just as Lin Shan's thoughts ran wild, Huang Lu's voice broke through. Follow me. Lin Shan trailed Huang Lu as they soared forward. Approximately 20 minutes later, Huang Lu urged, seize my spiritual essence. A water blue essence extended from Huang Lu like tendrils. Lin Shan released a strand of spiritual essence to entwine that tendril. Then, he saw Huang Lu take a step forward and abruptly vanish from sight. The faint golden essence shifted direction, extending into the space ahead. Following the guidance of the spiritual thread, Lin Shan stepped forward, and the surrounding space rippled like water. The gray mist dissipating, revealing a vast expanse ahead. The territory and gray mist appeared as two distinct worlds. Here, the air was fragrant with blossoms and birdsong, with majestic mountains and flowing waters. Before his eyes stood towering peaks, shrouded in swirling clouds, their summits remarkably flat, as if artificially leveled, with waterfalls cascading from their heights, presenting a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. Lin Shan nearly believed he had traversed into a world of cultivation. Looking further down, at the foot of the mountains, a grand city loomed, sprawling in size, housing at least several million inhabitants. The city's outskirts were densely packed with towns, surrounded by fields of a certain red plant, likely their sustenance. Compared to the Crystal Tribe's territory, the human tribe resembled a mere village. The gap between them was indescribable. The Crystal Tribe maintained a unified governance. Yet each city possessed a measure of autonomy, including the freedom to seek out magical herbs. We must first locate a city with a Sequence 8 stone tablet. Huang Lu instructed. Haven't you been here before? Lin Shan inquired, puzzled. The formula on the Sequence 8 stone tablet refreshes every 10 years. Having it reset twice in a matter of days would surely raise suspicion. Thus, we must find a new city to present them with a fresh stone tablet. You mean to forge a Sequence stone tablet? Lin Shan asked. Indeed, Huang Lu replied. A talent, Lin Shan mused inwardly. However, possessing the ability to engrave memories made this method plausible. Yet, the appearance of a Sequence 8 stone tablet would undoubtedly cause a stir within the Crystal Tribe. Had Huang Lu's previous use of 2 consecutive tablets not raised any eyebrows? Lin Shan refrained from asking further, preferring to observe how Huang Lu would maneuver the situation later. We will act at night. If we are discovered here, we will meet a grim fate, Huang Lu warned. Understood, Lin Shan acknowledged with a nod. Let us ascend a bit higher, at least 10,000 meters. Hours later, as night fell and the crimson moon hung in the sky, 2 shadows descended slowly from the heavens. Chapter 79. The Dark Sovereign of Loasi. On a street corner in the city, the architecture consisted entirely of 3 interconnected diamond shapes, culminating in a sharp apex at the top, while the 2 lower angles served as structural supports, creating a hollow space in the middle. Lin Shan gazed at the buildings, which reached an average height of nearly 15 meters, and inquired, are there any formations or mechanisms here that might detect our presence? What formations? Spiritual devices? Huang Lu initially expressed confusion, then continued. The Jing clan lacks the capability to establish spiritual devices over such an extensive area. Even my Yi clan only deploys them in major cities. Along the street, even at night, occasional members of the Jing clan could be seen wandering about. Each building's peak was illuminated by a beam of white light serving as a street lamp, casting a dim ambience that felt somewhat oppressive. Lin Shan conjured an outfit resembling that of the Jing clan, wrapping himself tightly to blend into the shadows. Huang Lu transformed into a Shiba Inu and nestled himself into the back of Lin Shan's attire. In terms of attire, despite the variations in style, Lin Shan observed a commonality among all the races he encountered. They all possessed a humanoid form and referred to themselves as members of certain clans. The Ren clan, however, simply identified themselves as humans. Was there a connection, or was it merely coincidence? Lin Shan contemplated the significance of this resemblance. After pondering without resolution, he voiced a question. In such a vast city, how do we ascertain their circumstances? Just find a secluded spot and inquire, Huang Lu suggested quietly. A deserted place? Are we to consult ghosts? Can you comprehend their language? Lin Shan whispered back. I cannot understand, but there are those who do. Just find a quiet place. And you will know, Huang Lu replied softly. As they conversed in hushed tones, two Jing individuals approached, one large and one small, appearing to be two females. The physical characteristics of the Jing clan differed greatly from those of the Ren clan. Lin Shan felt out of place with his skin color. He quickly halted, lowering his head to conceal himself in the dim light. Mom, why is that person wrapped up so tightly? Hush, do not look at him. Generally, those who dress like that are not good people, perhaps cultists or something. Be careful, or they might abduct you to serve an evil deity. I'm not afraid of any evil gods. Our ancestors will protect us, the Jing girl giggled, unfazed. Seeing this, the girl's mother chuckled and ruffled her daughter's hair, asking, Ash, do you want to grow up to be like our ancestors? Not at all. Ash doesn't want power, the girl replied. Her mother's expression revealing that such conversations were not new to them. But only with power can one protect themselves and their kind, the mother patiently countered. Having power means bullying others, doesn't it? The history books say we have oppressed many races to reach our current status, the girl retorted. If you do not bully others, they will bully you. If we lose, even just once, would you still have your current life? The mother continued to smile as she reasoned with her. But the girl's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Isn't it better for everyone to develop together? Shouldn't the strong help the weak, just as our ancestors helped us? Sighing, the mother responded. Let us return home tomorrow. You've played long enough. Your father must be missing you. She followed with a teasing remark. You're his only child. And yet you're so unambitious. Has it been that long? The girl's expression darkened, her disappointment evident. It feels like we just came out. Once the two had walked further away, Lin Shan raised his gaze to their retreating figures. What did they say? I couldn't understand, Huang Lu replied, his voice cold. Fortunately, they didn't approach. I was ready to erase all traces. His indifference to life, or perhaps to the weak, remained evident. In a deserted corner of the street, Huang Lu emerged from Lin Shan's clothing, first looking around to ensure no one was present. He transformed into his human form and began to inscribe enigmatic characters upon the ground, a series of mysterious symbols arising from his fingertips. In no time, the earth was covered with 23 characters, which bore no apparent connection and included some that were mere simple strokes. Lin Shan observed carefully, committing these symbols to memory. Huang Lu began to murmur, Great Dark Sovereign Ishiliel Aristoros, you are the ruler beneath the gray mist, as well as the sovereign of the night. With your boundless authority, you govern the darkness. Your devout follower beseeches you to bestow your grace, granting me the power to converse with the night. May my spirit be the offering, and faith be the guide. As the final syllable fell, the characters on the ground began to glow with a blue luminescence, illuminating sequentially from the first character. When the last character shone brightly, all the light flickered a few times before vanishing along with the mysterious symbols. Seeing this, Huang Lu exhaled in relief. Not bad. It succeeded on the first try. After the ritual concluded, Huang Lu closed his eyes, and Lin Shan felt no fluctuations emanating from him, only a growing faintness of his spirit. Moments later, Huang Lu opened his eyes, shaking his head in disappointment. This is merely an ordinary tourist city, guarded by a single Sequence 8. There's not even a Sequence 8 monument, let alone a Sequence 9. We must head east out of the city. There lies a city with 3 Sequence 8 protectors and a Sequence 8 monument. Who did you just inquire about? You weren't truly asking about the night, were you? Lin Shan asked in astonishment. I only inquired about the Yi clan's dark agents guiding us into this city. Only the Dark Sovereign would possess the ability to converse with the night. For us, it serves merely as a means of connection, Huang Lu replied. Lin Shan nodded in silence. We shall proceed to the next city, Huang Lu declared. Very well. At that moment, a man and a woman rushed into the corner, hand in hand, appearing as a couple. Upon spotting Lin Shan and Huang Lu, their Their bodies stiffened momentarily. In the next instant, their expressions shifted to one of terror. Just as they were about to scream, they suddenly collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless. A pale gold spear and a blue long knife were embedded behind them. Hours later, as the sun rose once more, Lin Shan and Huang Lu hovered over another city. Will leaving the bodies there pose a problem? Lin Shan asked, adjusting the coat he had scavenged, frowning. Rest assured, they will not find us, Huang Lu replied confidently. He then glanced downward, stating, we shall continue our operations at night. All right, Lin Shan responded, feeling unfamiliar with the area, while Huang Lu's experience in such matters could help them avoid unnecessary troubles and dangers. As night fell, two shadows stealthily approached the city's outskirts. What shall we do next? Lin Shan whispered, observing the city below. First, we need to find a stone to create a monument. At least 10 meters high and 2 meters wide, Huang Lu instructed. Where can we find such a large stone? Why not just carve a piece from that wall down below? Lin Shan suggested, pointing to a specific location. Huang Lu followed his gaze. It was a vast lake, which he had noticed earlier, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the lake's bottom was encircled by massive stones forming a circular wall. That will work. We can modify it later. However, it seems like it might be holding something. Huang Lu hesitated, contemplating. It certainly isn't anything bizarre. A solid wall cannot contain the strange. Perhaps it's some form of malevolence. We can investigate and see. Lin Shan looked at Huang Lu earnestly, stating, if there is any real danger, we shall retreat. Chapter 80. The false stele under the cloak of night. The two individuals soared toward the expansive lake, arriving above its surface within less than a minute. As they gazed down, the enormity of the lake became evident, its depths unfathomable. At its center, a towering wall of massive stones encircled the water, effectively isolating it from the surrounding expanse. The interior remained shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. The two were indifferent to whatever lay within the wall, as their sole concern was the stone barrier itself. Lin Shan scrutinized the wall, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Do you think the absence of a corner here, juxtaposed with the presence of a similarly sized stele on the opposite side, would raise suspicion? Certainly, Huang Lu replied without hesitation, since the absence will indeed provoke doubt. They exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, let it be a few pieces. Lin Shan regarded Huang Lu with a newfound sense of approval, albeit fleeting. As he was destined to remain an adversary, he pondered how Huang Lu would react upon comprehending the intricacies of the thought fragment stele. Particularly when faced with the realization of their circumstances, it was certain he would not take it lightly. Subsequently, the two commenced circling the circular stone wall, contemplating their next course of action. The wall towered approximately 5 meters above the lake's surface, suggesting that any attempt to carve a 10-meter-tall stele would inevitably result in the interior becoming inundated with lake water. The crystalline tribe must have had their reasons for erecting such a high barrier, and the consequences of introducing water into that space remained a mystery. Perhaps we could seek out a boulder on the mountain? Huang Lu suggested, suddenly wavering. Didn't we pass a peak on our way here? However, his suggestion came too late. With a resounding crash, a colossal heart-light axe cleaved a gaping hole in the stone wall. The material of the wall was evidently not ordinary stone, for even after a single strike, the resulting breach was less than a meter in depth. In the next moment, the seemingly mundane wall emitted a luminous white glow, and ethereal threads began to appear above, snapping in succession, as fine cracks began to manifest across its surface. Run quickly. The wall bears a spiritual inscription, and the circuit has been disrupted. The ritual is collapsing, and someone will surely come. Huang Lu's voice echoed from afar. Lin Shan turned to follow the sound, witnessing Huang Lu already several hundred meters away, shrinking into a distant blue. Could it be that he had unraveled the influence of the thought fragment stele? Had he abandoned his companion in the face of danger? Lin Shan harbored doubts. While contemplating, he swiftly acted, the crimson light flickering as he teleported from his location. No sooner had Lin Shan and Huang Lu departed than a dark light erupted from within the high wall, soaring upward without hesitation toward the city. However, it was intercepted by 3 figures en route. Meanwhile, the 2 instigators remained blissfully unscathed. Such a critical location, and there's no one to guard it. Nearly leading us into peril, Huang Lu lamented, sprawled on the ground atop a mountain peak, having resumed his human form. A dogtail grass clutched in his mouth as he leaned against a tree. Lin Shan, meanwhile, gazed at the distant cliff, searching for a suitable spot. He focused on a specific location and soared forward, directing the heartlight, which transformed into a thin slice, akin to a cutting tool, to rapidly spin toward the cliff face. In no time, a smooth stone slab was sliced free. Just as it was about to slide off the edge, Lin Shan commanded the heart light to morph into a rope, securing the slab. Still, it descended at an alarming speed, and Lin Shan felt his spiritual energy dissipating rapidly. Huang Lu, come support this, it's too heavy. Lin Shan shouted over his shoulder. As soon as he spoke, a 10-meter-tall black-striped giant dog materialized beneath the slab, lifting it skyward. Once the man and dog had successfully brought the slab to the ground, they prepared to commence their crafting. Huang Lu, having regained his human form, circled the slab with a discerning eye before articulating his professional critique. This sequence stele is too smooth. It resembles a sequence slab, lacking authenticity. This spot needs a tap, and this area requires a rougher texture. This section must be trimmed. It should not be overly uniform. All right, that should suffice. 20 minutes later, Huang Lu nodded in satisfaction, declaring, now, witness my work. He summoned a blue long knife of spiritual essence and approached the stele to begin etching. At that moment, Lin Shan could closely observe the blade. It appeared to be an extension of Huang Lu's biological sequence ability, intertwined with his wings. Lin Shan's blood wings did not possess the capacity to morph into a weapon. They only enabled him to manipulate blood. Though both possessed unique capabilities, Huang Lu with flight and defense, Lin Shan with flight and control, their strengths were difficult to compare, reliant on individual application. It was noteworthy, however, that Lin Shan's flight abilities included an additional skill, spatial traversal, or teleportation. Compared to the heart light, Huang Lu's knife could not enlarge. Lin Shan had never seen him wield a 10-meter-long knife while transforming into a giant dog. Only the wings on his back could expand. While the heart light might be weaker in attack power and slightly slower in long-distance flight, its versatility was unparalleled by other sequences. Half an hour later, Huang Lu leaped down from the stele, exclaiming, completed. A perfect imitation. Lin Shan ascended into the air to survey the work, compelled to acknowledge Huang Lu's remarkable skill. Indeed, the engravings and designs on the stele bore a striking resemblance to those of the sequence stele they had previously encountered, complete with the sinister and bizarre patterns. Are these ominous and malevolent depictions genuine, or have you fabricated them? Lin Shan inquired, noting the inclusion of 2 eerie and 2 malevolent designs, alongside a spiritual plant. With only the negative extinguishing being familiar to him, the sequence named Burning Earth, utilizing the flame of negative extinguishing as its primary ingredient. Only the negative extinguishing is real. The rest I concocted, Huang Lu replied with a smile. Lin Shan wished to commend him, but struggled to find the right words, ultimately opting for silence as he took a seat nearby, awaiting nightfall to transport the stele to the city. As the two waited in boredom, darkness enveloped the landscape. Employing their previous method, Lin Shan directed the heart light to transform into a rope, hoisting the stele, while Huang Lu morphed into a giant dog to support its weight. With the immense false sequence stele in tow, their pace was notably sluggish. A journey that should have taken half an hour extended to almost 2 hours before they glimpsed the outline of the city. As they drew closer, they were astonished to observe numerous ruins within the city, as if struck by some colossal force. Even in the night, the streets were bustling with shadowy figures. They swiftly ascended higher, for here there was no fog to obscure their vision, and the safety distance was irrelevant. At several thousand meters above ground, the combination of altitude and nightfall ensured that even with the 10-meter-long stele in tow, they would remain undetected. Where shall we place the stele? Lin Shan inquired. Drop it in a less populated area of the city, Huang Lu suggested. Lin Shan peered downward, bemused. Just drop it? Wouldn't that shatter it? Precisely, it must break. Afterward, I will inscribe a few sequence 8 memories, and those who do not receive the imprint will assume it was destroyed due to an accident, Huang Lu explained. Can you still influence sequence 8? Why not simply hire a few thugs? The thought fragment stele can, but the cost is too steep for my followers to bear. So I can only inscribe a brief memory, unable to alter their perceptions, Huang Lu clarified. Upon reaching their designated spot, Lin Shan asked, shall we drop it? Yes. Drop it and run. Chapter 81. The malevolent god and the just god, then I shall drop it, Lin Shan confirmed once more. Do it, Huang Lu affirmed. In the next moment, a sound akin to cracking bones echoed. Crack. Immediately followed by Huang Lu's anguished cry. Ah, it's broken. Lin Shan retracted the heart light, the entire weight of the stele crashing down upon Huang Lu. Given the colossal dimensions of the stele, which weighed several tons, Huang Lu was instantaneously forced downward by several meters. That was your suggestion. Lin Shan directed the heart light to continue assisting him, puzzled. By the way, how did you manage the stele previously? It seems implausible for one person to bear such weight. My imposing physique, nearly 10 meters in stature, is no mere illusion. The weight of this stone is truly extraordinary. From the very beginning, I sensed that something was amiss with this stone. It was exceedingly heavy. Huang Lu turned with a look of skepticism, scrutinizing the dark stone upon his back. If this stone were to fall, it would likely remain unbroken. We must strike it while it is suspended in the air. You move aside first, then I shall release it, Lin Shan instructed. Huang Lu shifted his body, allowing the stone tablet to slip off to the side, and Lin Shan joyfully loosened the rope. The stone tablet began to accelerate downward. Immediately, a blue light swept across its surface, and the tablet shattered into two halves. Huang Lu transformed into his Shiba Inu form, wielding a blue longsword. Standing resolutely beside Lin Shan, the two gazed as the stone tablet gradually vanished into the night. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed, reverberating even thousands of meters into the sky. It was but a singular sound. Evidently, the other half of the stone tablet had been intercepted. Let us make our escape, Huang Lu declared. The two swiftly traversed to the outskirts of the city, wary of drawing too close, for should the opposition possess any perceptive abilities, it could spell trouble. Is this distance sufficient? Lin Shan inquired, as he prepared to activate the ability of the Thought Remnant tablet. No problem, Huang Lu replied, then reverted to his human form, sitting cross-legged on the ground, commencing to rub the Thought Remnant tablet. As a Sequence 7 anomaly, the Thought Remnant tablet's supernatural influence extended far and wide, reaching up to 10,000 meters, affecting even those within the city from outside its borders. Furthermore, the supernatural effects of the Thought Remnant tablet were undetectable and activated with utmost secrecy. Even now, within its range, Lin Shan felt no peculiar sensations. Within 30 seconds, Huang Lu opened his eyes, displaying only fatigue without any other notable changes. All right, next we proceed to the Dujiao tribe. After a brief rest, Huang Lu stood and continued. The Jing tribe will undoubtedly deliberate before dispatching individuals to seek materials. We must ensure that the Dujiao tribe is well prepared in ambush. After a pause, he added earnestly, time is of the essence. The quicker we accomplish this, the better. The uncertainties are too numerous. Understood, Lin Shan nodded and asked, is the Dujiao tribe far from here? Not far. The borders of these two tribes are nearly colliding. At that point, only one tribe shall survive, Huang Lu replied. Lin Shan pondered. If he were to successfully ascend, he must first deal with the cat tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, the two soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in mere moments. 2 hours later, they arrived at the borders of the Jing tribe, passing through a barrier resembling a flowing curtain of water, vanishing entirely within the territory of the Jing tribe. Lin Shan flew alongside Huang Lu at great speed, and within less than an hour, Huang Lu came to a halt, manifesting ethereal tendrils. Lin Shan understood, conjuring ethereal threads to entwine the tendrils. Huang Lu took a step forward and then vanished from sight, with Lin Shan closely following. The scene before them transformed once more. Unlike the ethereal splendor of the Jing tribe, the Dujiao tribe's territory resembled a vast primordial forest, with treetops stretching endlessly, dense foliage obscuring the view below. The Dujiao tribe did not construct houses. They preferred to reside within trees, employing unique techniques to hollow out half of a tree while allowing it to continue growing. The trees below were, in fact, their homes, and they congregated collectively without dividing into cities. Their rapid reproduction led to a large population. Although the Dujiao tribe lacked a sequence 8, they could stalemate the Jing tribe purely based on their numbers and the peculiar sequence of their territory. Huang Lu explained, casting a glance at the forest beneath them. Peculiar sequence? Is it related to the skeletal sequence of the fallen? Lin Shan inquired. Indeed, Huang Lu nodded, elaborating. Most sequence 9 formulas refresh annually in accordance with the surrounding materials, yet the Dujiao tribe's sequence can produce continuously for decades, and its distinct characteristic allows for mutual fusion. The more individuals there are, the stronger the fused entity becomes, potentially rivaling an ordinary sequence 8. Huang Lu's eyes gleamed with longing as he continued. The sequence tablet detects surrounding materials to generate formulas. The fact that the sequence 9 formula can produce for decades implies an inexhaustible source of materials. Perhaps there are limitations, but the yield remains substantial. Upon hearing this, even Lin Shan felt a twinge of envy. If only they could bring the tablet back to the human tribe. However, the sustained output of the sequence seemed less about the tablet and more about the materials. The two were lost in their own thoughts as they continued onward to the very heart of the tribe's territory. In the distance, they spotted a colossal statue standing tall, depicting a massive eye adorned with tendrils. Lin Shan stared at the statue for a while, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered such a thing before. That is an evil deity, the sovereign of the void. The Dujiao tribe predominantly worships it, Huang Lu remarked, gazing at the statue with a hint of trepidation. Is there no detriment in worshipping an evil deity? Lin Shan queried. Huang Lu glanced at him and slowly replied. Weaker races often venerate evil deities, while stronger races typically revere benevolent deities. Evil deities extract life force, while benevolent deities draw upon spirituality. The spirituality offered in sacrifice vanishes forever, necessitating time to replenish. Evil deities and benevolent deities merely differ in the nature of their required offerings. It is difficult to judge good from bad. We offer sacrifices to them in exchange for their borrowed powers, which can be viewed as a form of transaction. While there may be no clear distinction between good and evil, evil deities tend to be more unrestrained. As long as the sacrifices suffice, they harbor no reservations. Furthermore, all sacrificial rites must be guided by faith. The deeper the faith, the more potent the powers one can borrow. Lin Shan contemplated this. It seemed that both evil and benevolent deities possessed their advantages and disadvantages. He wondered how many deities existed in this world, what powers each deity wielded, and why the human tribe had never encountered such entities. Perhaps they were deemed too insignificant, or perhaps the timing was not yet right. How would the human tribe choose when that moment arrives? Speaking of which, both parchment and quill are driven by the consumption of life force. Could there be a connection to the evil deities? The two ascended to the summit of the evil deity's statue, where Huang Lu closed his eyes and began to rub the wooden tablet in search of their objective. Although the dense forest below obscured visibility, it did not hinder the penetration of the thought remnant tablet's supernatural influence. Unlike the Jing tribe, the Dujiao tribe merely needed to inscribe upon high-ranking members that this was the evil deity's inspiration. The previous two attempts had already validated this. Perhaps this time they would be even better prepared. Even if intelligent individuals might harbor suspicion, it would not deter them from sending people to ambush. Chapter 82. Interruption. Lin Shan harbored one lingering question. Given the peculiar power of the thought remnant tablet, Huang Lu should have no difficulty controlling a tribe like the Dujiao, which lacked a sequence 8. Yet, why did he go through such convoluted processes, even refraining from directly controlling a high-ranking member of the Dujiao tribe, and resorting to such insidious methods as invoking the evil deity's inspiration? There must be factors at play that he was unaware of. The mysteries of this world were far too numerous, and even now, what he had witnessed might only be the tip of the iceberg. Let us proceed. Huang Lu opened his eyes after several seconds. Throughout, the two had yet to encounter a single member of the Dujiao tribe. Nearly 20 days later, the two found themselves hovering above the Fushi tribe, having scarcely moved from their previous location. At this moment, Lin Shan finally recognized the side effects of historical memory. He felt those nebulous memories growing increasingly indistinct, and it would not be long before they might vanish entirely. If he did not swiftly reverse the rules of the thought remnant tablet, he might soon lose his memory again and revert to a state of ignorance. However, matters were not yet resolved. After acquiring the flames of Fushi, he intended to distance himself further before unraveling this situation. After all, this creature had aided him immensely, and he found it increasingly difficult to act against it. Moreover, he now harbored serious doubts that Huang Lu had already resolved the influence. The two waited in silence. For individuals accustomed to traversing the mists, prolonged waiting was hardly a burden. Finally, after 5 days, 4 silhouettes abruptly appeared behind the Fushi tribe. Mirroring their formation, one sequence 8 accompanied by 3 sequence 9s. This quartet likely constituted a hunting party woven by their race. Upon witnessing their arrival, Lin Shan and Huang Lu hastily withdrew, fully aware that the visual range of the sequence 8 would undoubtedly surpass theirs. To linger beneath them before a confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. This presents a dilemma. The Jing tribe had arrived first. Yet the Unicorn tribe had not yet made an appearance. Remaining 2,000 meters away from the Fushi tribe, Huang Lu murmured, "No worries. They should not dare to act recklessly. Below, there are hundreds of sequence 9 fuxes, and even a sequence 8 would falter. Let us wait a moment longer." At this juncture, the two were still too far from the Fushi tribe, ignorant of the situation ahead. Relying solely on the absence of combat sounds to deduce that the Jing tribe had not yet engaged. After a brief wait, the silence persisted, and Lin Shan turned to Huang Lu, inquiring, "Are they biological entities or corrupted forms? Can you ascertain?" "No, unless a fight ensues, no one can determine their sequence. How about we take a look? Just a glance, then we leave." When the two soared above the Fushi horde once more, they were taken aback. The Fushi swarm remained unchanged, yet the formidable sequence 8 at the forefront, spanning over 20 meters, had vanished, along with the Jing tribesmen. Could they have entered the void abyss? That seems unlikely. It is challenging for a sequence 8 to forcibly pull another sequence 8 inside, especially one of such considerable size. Huang Lu's expression reflected confusion as he pondered how such a colossal fushi could suddenly disappear. Were they lured away? That is even more implausible. The corrupted beings possess a strong instinct to protect their kin and would not easily stray from their group. "Follow me," Lin Shan suddenly declared, then rapidly flew in a specific direction. Though Huang Lu was still somewhat dazed, he had no choice but to pursue Lin Shan, who had already darted ahead. In less than 5 minutes, a cacophony erupted in the distance. Lin Shan, focused on the markings on the parchment, noted that they were less than 600 meters from the fushi's location. The two approached with utmost caution, and upon nearing 500 meters from the fushi, they could finally see it. The sight was exceedingly tragic. The creature had plummeted from hundreds of meters above, its massive form crashing to the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. After the impact, it reappeared abruptly in the sky, propelled by an unseen force that sent it crashing down again, a continuous cycle. 3 sequence 9 Jing individuals formed a triangular formation around the fushi, employing every means to attack. Meanwhile, the sequence 8 Jing, hovering in the air, appeared minuscule compared to the fushi, yet this diminutive figure was toying with the massive creature as if it were a mere plaything. Could it have been this way that the fushi was battered down? Lin Shan mused aloud, the scene before him both bewildering and troubling. This is problematic. Huang Lu tapped his head, muttering, "It seems there's no hope left." This individual wields spatial sequence abilities. Lin Shan's expression darkened. After such extensive preparation, it appeared they had achieved nothing. However, Huang Lu continued, "It seems this sequence 8 of the Jing does not possess direct offensive capabilities. The spatial displacement ability appears to be its unique sequence power, while the force propelling it downward is likely the ability of a sequence 9. Since sequence 8 abilities do not branch out, it lacks any direct means of attack. Its intent is to crush the fushi to death." After a pause, he added, "The fushi must have fallen into a rhythm due to a surprise attack, rendering it immobile. If someone could break this rhythm, the fushi might have a chance to retaliate, perhaps buying enough time for the unicorn tribe to arrive." "How do we interrupt it?" Lin Shan inquired. Huang Lu replied, "By launching a direct assault on it." "Are you certain that we won't end up being the ones tossed around?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shan suggested, "What if you use the Siwei remnant tablet?" "Very well. I hope she doesn't end up killing me when I return. I will only inscribe a segment of memory, without altering cognition." As he spoke, Huang Lu's hand had already moved to the wooden tablet at his waist, beginning to rub it. In the air, the sequence 8 Jing named Jisai suddenly felt an unfamiliar memory surge in his mind. An extraordinary creature with brownish-yellow fur and 3 tails behind it. In his recollection, this creature was his ancestor, and he was its descendant. In an instant, Jisai's expression soured as he recognized this memory as false, an abrupt addition. Yet, it provoked a violent emotional response, making him vigilant of his surroundings, causing a momentary pause in his spiritual essence. It was precisely this moment that allowed the fushi to seize the opportunity. It vanished from its original position, only to reappear directly above Jisai. The massive form descended without hesitation towards him. Jisai remained motionless, awaiting its approach. Just as the fushi was about to make contact, he thrust his hand forward, gripping forcefully, his face contorting in agony, yet he endured the pain to tear something away. Then, a wail erupted from the fushi, akin to the howl of a tempest sweeping through a canyon. A void appeared beneath Jisai, causing him to plummet into the abyss. Above the ground, another void emerged, and Jisai fell out once more. At this moment, one of his hands was charred black, the pale red blood having evaporated entirely. In his grasp was a black stone, the size of a fist, still flickering with a faint orange flame. Chapter 83. Success. The flame of the fushi. Lin Shan suppressed the impulse to rush down and seize it. The fushi had not only lost its target, but also its source of flame. As it descended to the ground, its originally 100-meter wide form shrank to 20 meters, then gradually coiled down to a mere 10 meters, its thin body trembling incessantly. The flame, seemingly plucked effortlessly by the Jing individual, had unexpectedly inflicted such immense suffering upon the fushi. With the objective secured, retreat. Jisai commanded in a low tone. The sudden memory, while repulsive, instilled greater fear within him. He merely wished to escape this cursed place. Otherwise, he would not have risked everything to extract that flame. The surrounding Jing individuals swiftly converged by his side. "It seems we have inadvertently aided them in their escape," Lin Shan remarked, exasperated. "No worries, let them take it back. We shall retrieve it later," Huang Lu replied confidently, but then his gaze abruptly shifted, his expression transforming into one of horror as he looked up, murmuring, "It seems they cannot leave." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked down, and his heart quaked. The space below shattered like glass, revealing a colossal eyeball half exposed. The other half rooted in the void, black fissures radiating outward from the orb into the surrounding emptiness. Soon after, countless frenzied thoughts surged in Lin Shan's mind, creating a dissonance between his ethereal and corporeal forms. His vision began to ascend, and a shadow slowly extracted itself from within him. A hand forcefully pulled his body forward. Booming, the spectral projection of the Void Sovereign. Do not gaze upon it. Now, Huang Lu was no longer concerned about revealing himself. After all, those individuals were doomed. No wonder the unicorn tribe had not appeared. It turned out they were preparing a sacrificial ritual nearby. How many lifetimes must they sacrifice? It seems the unicorn tribe realized they could not confront us directly and instead resorted to sacrificing lives to fill the void. Such a mutually destructive strategy would lead to their demise. Huang Lu mused internally. What was that just now? Lin Shan, perplexed, suddenly recalled having encountered that very eyeball before ascending to the extraordinary realm. He never imagined that even at the pinnacle of Sequence 9, he still lacked the qualification to gaze directly at it. One of the dominators of the gray mist, also referred to as a deity, possesses countless abilities of a lower tier. As one ascends through the ranks, the number of sequences diminishes significantly, with each becoming exceedingly precious. The deities stand at the pinnacle of each sequence, wielding authority that remains forever beyond our reach, even if only to catch a fleeting glimpse. After a brief pause, Huang Lu, with a hint of trepidation, spoke. What we just encountered was merely a fragment of his ethereal projection, not his true form, nor was it directed at us. Otherwise, we would be in a state akin to theirs. He gestured towards the scene below. The four crystalline figures had completely lost their human semblance. Contorted into an irregular spherical shape, the ground was stained with blood and claw marks, leaving one to ponder the agony they must have endured in their final moments. Nearby, the entity known as Fu Shi had also fallen victim, contorted into a thick red cord, resembling a serpent several meters long, winding across the earth. The two descended to the ground, and Lin Shan, following the markings on the parchment, approached the grotesque mass. With a guiding light, he pried open the mass, pulling out entrails mixed with bones and flesh. Finally, a black stone emerged. The flames upon it extinguished. Could it still be of use? Huang Lu gazed at the stone before him, recalling that the material Lin Shan required was known as Fu Shi's flame, not the black stone of Fu Shi. It can be used. This stone should serve as a source of fire, Lin Shan replied, confirming that the parchment indeed pointed to this stone as the material he needed. Then die? Huang Lu suddenly sneered. With a clash, the blue long sword and the pale golden spear met, and the two instantly separated. Lin Shan, unfazed, had long suspected Huang Lu had unraveled the rules of the thought fragment monument. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you no longer pretending? Enough pretense. We've already wasted too much time. I must return to my clan to ascend," Huang Lu replied with a chuckle. Lin Shan first stowed the black stone in his pocket before saying, "I too must return to my clan to contemplate how to procure the remaining materials." Huang Lu regarded Lin Shan with a smile and said, "Though we have only spent 2 months together, you have earned the right to be called my friend, Huang Lu. If you continue to ascend, we may meet again one day. I hope we shall not be adversaries then, otherwise, I shall show no mercy." His confidence remained unshaken. "Have you ever won?" Lin Shan replied coolly. Huang Lu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, retorting, "Individual strength ultimately pales in comparison to that of a race. In the circle, my Yi clan has no rivals besides the Fox clan." Reflecting on his words, he added, "Unless they are high-tier beings." In the circle, Lin Shan seized upon a new term. Huang Lu clicked his tongue and remarked, "It seems your race lacks a sequence 7, significantly reducing our chances of meeting again. Who knows, perhaps one day you will face annihilation." Not receiving a response, Lin Shan chose not to press further. "Hand it over." Huang Lu extended his hand. "Give me a vial," Lin Shan replied. After receiving the transparent vial from Huang Lu, Lin Shan poured half of the frozen spiritual ash into the empty vial and tossed it back to Huang Lu. "I'm off," Huang Lu declared, waving his hand before transforming into a blue light and soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Once Huang Lu had departed, Lin Shan spoke to the air, reversed the rules of the thought fragment monument. In his mind, the feathered pen gradually became ethereal, and in the next moment, it manifested in reality. It floated before Lin Shan, its tip lightly touching his brow. Countless images materialized, and Lin Shan seemed to witness a vast river. flowing not with water, but with innumerable fragments of history. One fragment soared from the river and appeared before him, depicting Lin Shan's encounter with Huang Lu regarding the Thought Fragment Monument. Then, those images began to rewind. A slender, ethereal thread connecting to the fragment was severed, and Lin Shan felt the once illusory memory regain its reality. After rewinding, the images resumed their normal flow, returning to the river. When Lin Shan opened his eyes, the feathered pen had reappeared in his mind. In the far distance, as Huang Lu flew, he suddenly stiffened, plummeting several hundred meters before regaining control, murmuring, "What just happened? What memory was forcibly etched into my mind?" After completing his task, Lin Shan marked the clan's location on the parchment and set off towards it. In less than 2 minutes of flight, the sight below left him astounded. Countless corpses littered the ground, each adorned with a single horn, the remnants of the Horned clan. With only a few thousand in number, it was improbable to have so many extraordinary beings. Most of these were likely ordinary people or pseudo-extraordinaries. The bodies formed a circle, and in the center lay a small patch of unmarked ground, inscribed with mysterious characters. Was this the reason for the appearance of the evil deity's projection? Lin Shan descended to examine the corpses more closely. It was evident they had all perished in an instant, their faces devoid of any traces of suffering, their bodies intact and unmarred. Had they all been drained of their lifespans? How had these individuals been transported over thousands of kilometers? Lin Shan was perplexed. Here lay many ordinary people, their lifespans drained, yet they bore no signs of aging, confirming that lifespan pertains to the existence of the soul, not the body. Bodily aging is merely a natural physiological process. Even if the majority were ordinary, such cruelty was unforgivable, sacrificing the lives of thousands merely to exchange for a single sequencate. However, recalling Huang Lu's words about the numerous members of the Horned clan, perhaps this was their strategy. In their eyes, it may well be worth sacrificing the lives of thousands to obtain a sequencate, a choice made for the continuation of their race. Lin Shan swept over the field of corpses and made no further delay, ascending to a height of 5,000 meters. The return journey to his clan would require a long flight, and prolonged low-altitude flight would only invite trouble. He glanced at the parchment in his mind, noting the marked distance of 14,546 kilometers. It was essential to leave a spiritual marker at the clan this time. Relying on the parchment for navigation every time was impractical. A month of lifespan held immense value for him now, especially after 3 years had been forcibly extracted by the feathered pen, leaving him with less than 15 years remaining. Fortunately, he had already acquired 2 materials for sequencate. With only 3 remaining, he felt that the power of the deities might serve as a breakthrough. Half a month later, hovering less than 100 meters above the ground, Lin Shan observed a fierce battle between 2 fallen entities below. One could perhaps be classified as a beast, a colossal black bear towering 5 meters high, indistinguishable from the black bears of Earth apart from its size. Its opponent was a genuine fallen creature, resembling a tiger with a horse's head and a sharply pointed scorpion tail. To Lin Shan, this fallen being appeared rather mundane, after witnessing countless bizarre fallen entities. This lack of distinctive features evoked no emotional response, and he even felt it brought shame to the fallen group. At that moment, the two were locked in a fierce struggle, with the tiger-like fallen relying primarily on its sharp scorpion tail. Yet, against the tough-skinned black bear, it found itself at a disadvantage. The fallen creature was consistently pressed by the black bear, and after several minutes, even its scorpion tail was torn off. With a tragic cry, the fallen collapsed, unable to rise again. The black bear, appearing somewhat foolish, sat down to relish its spoils when a pale golden spear pierced through its heart. As it was withdrawn, crimson blood gushed forth from the black bear's body, adding a tinge of red to its previously dark fur. The black bear originally possessed a spiritual essence akin to the 7th stage of Sequence 9. However, following the recent battle, its essence has diminished to nearly the 5th stage, and it has yet to recuperate. With its spiritual essence merging with its corporeal form, its defense has correspondingly weakened. Although the Heartlight's attack is not formidable, its overwhelming spiritual pressure can easily annihilate the black bear. Lin Shan approached the black bear and the fallen creature, conjuring the Heartlight into a delicate golden net that enveloped them and lifted them off the ground. He was not driven by hunger. His 2 sequences had already reached their pinnacle, and consuming such spiritual ingredients would yield no further enhancement. Instead, he intended to sell them for some currency. After over 20 years of development, the clan's affairs had become quite orderly, and finances had become a necessity. He could not rely on his status as a pioneer to continuously exploit resources without compensation. Hence, he decided to bring back some spiritual meat for sale as living expenses. ensuring that he could prepare adequately for his next venture, unlike this time, when even his clothes were scavenged from corpses. The two fallen creatures could potentially add dozens of pseudo-superhumans to the clan, providing both monetary gain and assistance in development, an opportunity to achieve multiple objectives. Nevertheless, the number of superhumans in the clan had likely increased, and many should be out hunting. One could only wonder how much he could exchange for this bear and the fallen creature. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Shan directed the heart light to ascend gradually, reaching an altitude of 5,000 meters as he continued on his journey. Carrying two massive creatures, the blood wings pulling the heart light's golden net struggled considerably, reducing their flying speed significantly. 2 months later, he finally arrived at the boundary of the clan. At this moment, the golden net behind him had captured two additional fallen creatures, both of them peculiar avian forms that he had dispatched along the way, perfectly supplementing his modest treasury. As he passed through the protective barrier of the clan, a myriad of colorful luminous points flooded his vision, reminiscent of countless stars in the cosmos, gently floating in every corner of the clan. This was the power of faith, resonating with a familiar force. Lin Shan murmured to himself, recalling the remnants of faith that lingered within him from his previous encounters. Faith, being a consumable resource, cannot be replenished on its own. Without abundance, its effectiveness is limited, which is why Lin Shan had often overlooked it and never utilized it in battle. However, the vast scenery before him, akin to a shimmering galaxy, left him astounded. How much faith must have been amassed? In the instant Lin Shan appeared, the luminous points representing faith seemed to have found their source, continuously drifting toward him. At that moment, Lin Shan resembled a parched sponge, fervently absorbing these radiant points. It took him a full 2 hours to cease his consumption, yet even then, light points continued to arrive from the distance, melding into his being. Lin Shan felt the surge of power within him, far surpassing Sequence 9. If he were to expend all this energy simultaneously, his attack would likely not fall short of Sequence 8. It was no surprise that the parchment had previously deemed faith feeble, regarding it merely as a beacon for divine guidance. Clearly, this power was not particularly impressive. However, it remained immensely beneficial for Lin Shan at this stage. An attack equivalent to Sequence 8 was a solid safeguard for his survival. And considering it had only accumulated in less than 2 years, he wondered how much stronger it could become with additional years of gathering. Perhaps he could amass a greater reservoir of faith. If he could store faith for a century, perhaps he could even contend with Sequence 8. That last thought was undoubtedly a jest. His lifespan could not stretch that long, yet he still perceived this newfound power as quite commendable. The accumulation speed of faith likely correlates with the number and depth of belief among its followers. Given that only 20 years had passed since their development, it was nearly impossible to cultivate fervent believers. All this faith was undoubtedly superficial, marked by admiration. However, in 100 or even 1,000 years, the situation might differ. At that time, not only would the population of the clan increase significantly, but the quality of faith would also improve. Chapter 85. Candies. The matter of faith could be studied later. As Lin Shan gazed upon the vast expanse of land before him, he felt an unfamiliarity. He did not possess a true home here, and the only familiar faces were a handful of pioneers, the whereabouts of whom remained unknown to him. The clan's territory had expanded considerably compared to before. After flying for several minutes, he finally spotted sparse villages, followed by small towns, and ultimately the central city, which had extended outward once more over the past year. Observing the 4 massive creatures he was transporting, Lin Shan fell into contemplation. Was entering the city truly wise? His initial intent was to avoid causing turmoil. Returning home required stealth, and it was likely that Lu Ruan was still leading the human race. He would have to seek her assistance, for she was the easiest to find. Lin Shan first dragged the 4 large creatures to a remote area far from the city before making his way toward the central city. As the core of the clan, it was inevitable that Lu Ruan would have relocated her office there. Upon nearing the vicinity, Lin Shan landed and shifted to walking. The so-called city differed from the ancient walled cities of Huaxia. There were no fortifications here. The central city continued to expand outward, and building walls would not only be ineffective, but would also impede development. The only barrier protecting the clan was the fog-repelling shield. Even before entering the city, merely being on the outskirts revealed a bustling flow of people. On the constructed thoroughfare, there were both horse-drawn carts laden with goods and those carrying passengers, moving in an orderly fashion. Horses had become the most common mode of transportation among the human race. As he continued onward, a cart approached him head-on. Lavishly adorned with exquisite silk, its golden and jade-inlaid windows veiled by pale yellow gauze, obscuring the interior from view. As the cart passed Lin Shan, a delicate hand suddenly emerged from the window, gently lifting the yellow gauze. A strikingly youthful girl, appearing to be in her 20s, came into view. She clearly noticed Lin Shan, casting a lingering glance at his crystalline garb before smiling and lowering the curtain. As the cart ventured further into the city, Lin Shan regained his focus. He was not captivated by mere beauty. Rather, that fleeting moment had imparted an enigmatic sensation within him. Observing the bustling carts and pedestrians around him, he felt an unusual tranquility. He did not lack a home. The entire clan was his home. Continuing his journey into the city, it was still early in the day, and he was in no rush to find Lu Ruan. Instead, he decided to explore the city. Observing the progress of the human race. At a fruit stand, he encountered numerous varieties of fruit he had never seen before, likely cultivated by the humans themselves. A middle-aged man sat at the stall, engaging in transactions with passers-by, while a little girl sat beside him, leaning her head on her hand, gazing skyward in contemplation. Suddenly, a small boy crept up from behind, appearing to be around the same age as the girl, perhaps just over 10 years old. The boy swiftly yanked the stool from beneath the girl, causing her to tumble to the ground, wincing in pain. "Ha ha ha, come chase me," he shouted gleefully as he dashed away. "Not you again. Jian Ning. Stop running, you better stand still," the girl exclaimed, rubbing her backside as she got up to chase after him. The middle-aged man, who had been packing fruit for a customer, watched the girl run off with a resigned smile. At that moment, Lin Shan was genuinely observing the fruits, yet poverty prevented him from tasting them. He could only admire them from a distance. Passing the fruit stand, he continued toward the city's center. Not far along, he encountered the two children once more. "Can you please find another way next time? Falling to the ground is quite painful," the girl complained. "I'm just trying to make it more realistic. That way, your father won't suspect you," the boy retorted. "Where are we going to play today?" the girl inquired. West Street. After several hours of wandering through the city, Lin Shan finally reached the city center, where a grand square lay before him. He had previously inquired about this location, learning it was called Pioneer Square. The square was encircled by 11 azure stone slabs, each inscribed with the contributions and deeds of every pioneer. The square serves as one of the primary venues for the dissemination of faith, akin to the numerous other locations scattered throughout the city, each gradually embedding these narratives into the hearts of the populace over time. Agriculture, commerce, industry, healthcare, and charity, all sectors have been touched by the pioneers, who are already exceptional talents. With the added strength of faith, they are empowered even further, though there are also pioneers like Lin Shan, who venture outward in pursuit of the mists and the quest for power. Lin Shan briefly surveyed each stone slab, gaining a rough understanding of the pioneers' movements. Aside from Zhao Yusin and Luo He, the other 8 pioneers occasionally made their presence felt. His memories of Zhao Yusin and Luo He were confined to the last meeting concerning the 13 regulations, after which he had not encountered them again. They must have ventured into the mists. If memory serves, Luo He should still be an ordinary person. Shaking his head, Lin Shan decided not to dwell on such matters. Everyone possesses their own opportunities. He might have the chance of parchment and quills, yet others may have their own fortunes as well. He was not one of those deluded youths who believe that merely possessing a chance elevates them to the status of protagonists. Reflecting on the time, he had spent 20 years on Earth and another 22 in this world, making him over 40 years old, though his appearance had remained largely unchanged. As he stepped through the Pioneer Square, directly ahead lay the Exine Zhujian, a place that still sees daily arrivals from across realms. However, considering the current population, the newcomers would likely make little impact. This time, he did not inspect the ancestral relics, but instead approached the grand edifice beside the ancestral hall. This magnificent hall stood 20 meters high, boasting 5 stories, only slightly lower than the adjacent ancestral hall, adorned with a golden dome and red doors. Exuding an air of ancient elegance that inspired a sense of solemnity, 2 stone lions, several meters tall, guarded the entrance, further enhancing the hall's imposing presence. Both the hall and the neighboring ancestral hall appeared quite new, as did the buildings surrounding Pioneer Square, which likely had been completed recently. Approaching the entrance of the hall, Lin Shan noted the golden plaque inscribed with the words Digong. Even the guards stationed at the entrance were extraordinary beings. The imperial authority was no longer an absolute despotism. Whether this change was for better or worse remained uncertain, though it was certainly favorable at present. After standing in front of the hall for a while, Lin Shan pondered how to enter. At that moment, he overheard 2 individuals in hushed conversation. "The Empress is very pleased with this batch of candy. She plans to invest heavily in its production." "That's wonderful. We are about to prosper." The materials this time possess spiritual qualities, which is why they are so delectable, but they cannot be mass-produced. Are you foolish? Offering the Empress spiritually infused products is unnecessary. Just sell the ordinary ones. How many children can afford the spiritual candy? Lin Shan contemplated for some time, ultimately concluding that teleporting inside would be the most convenient option. With people milling about all around, finding a secluded corner to teleport was impossible. Since concealment was not an option, he decided to make his move openly. On a bustling street, a sudden flash of red light erupted, and Lin Shan vanished from sight. Onlookers nearby gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes nearly bulging. While they understood that this world was extraordinary, and that those residing on this street were either affluent or noble, some even being pseudo-extraordinary beings. They were only familiar with the mysteries of the mists from literature. The few who explored the mists were an exclusive cohort. The vast majority lived under the protection of these individuals. Thus, witnessing such an extraordinary occurrence was overwhelmingly shocking for them. The two guards exchanged glances, their expressions grave. One soldier nodded to the other and swiftly entered the Digong. On the 5th floor of the Digong, rarely was anyone allowed entry besides Lu Ruan. Documents sent by officials were delivered to the 4th floor for categorization, with only a select few important papers reaching her. The entire 5th floor could be considered her private domain. She stood by the window, gazing into the distance, where the average height of buildings in the central city was merely 2 stories. From the Digong, she could observe the expansive clusters of buildings. The bustling pedestrians in Pioneer Square, the frolicking children, and the elderly seeking shade beneath eaves, all within her view. At that moment, a shadow abruptly appeared beside her. Standing silently, "Have you found anything?" Lu Ruan inquired softly, her voice light, yet causing the shadow to tremble. "Information has been uncovered regarding the Bien and Yu families. They are involved. They believe your rule is excessively tyrannical, hence their desire to rebel." Lu Ruan seemed to be talking to herself, yet her words were directed at the shadow. Discovering the sequence stone tablet is a significant achievement. Yet they chose to conceal it and sacrificed many of my wooing soldiers to seize the materials. Her voice remained soft, but the shadow's exterior began to frost, its body shaking uncontrollably. "Gather the Wu Ying army. In 3 days, I want both families to vanish. And remember, the sequence stone tablet must be returned safely. It belongs to the human race and is not the property of any individual or family." Understood. The shadow turned and melted into the surrounding darkness, disappearing from sight. The Sequence 9 entry into the shadows was the formula produced in the 2nd year from the Sequence Stone tablet. A significant effort was invested in locating the materials as directed by the tablet, resulting in nearly perfect utilization of the resources, yielding 29 potions. These 29 individuals became Lu Ruan's sharpest blades. Over the years, only 14 remained, some lost to the mists, others to infighting among the human race. Once the shadow departed, Lu Ruan continued to gaze out the window, murmuring, "There are candies that are 100 times more delicious than those on Earth, yet you, alas, cannot taste them." Lost in thought, she recalled her conversation with a young boy. "Aling, what do you have in your pocket?" "Candy. I was just about to eat it before I crossed over, but then I arrived in this world. Can I have some? I want to know what it tastes like." "No. This is a keepsake. I can't eat it. I plan to pass it on to my future children. If you give it to me, I can make you so much candy, even better than this one." "I don't believe you. You're trying to trick me. You're so stingy. By then, this candy will have melted. Don't run, thief. That was the only candy I brought from Earth, and I'm saving it as a memento. It's been half a year. You owe me. You just stare at that candy all day. It would be better for me to eat it. At worst, I'll return it to you when I grow up." "How will you return it? This is no longer Earth. I can make it for you. Who would believe you? Go home." "Fine. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yuan, am I going to die? It's a pity I haven't tasted the candy you made." "I'm sorry, Aling. I can't make such delicious candy." "Aling, although I cannot create it, I believe there are others among the human race who can. I aspire to become the empress of the human race. Will you support me?" Snapping back to the present, she suddenly exclaimed, "Who?" Lu Ruan's voice was cold, and a dense white mist erupted from within her, enveloping the entire room in an instant. "It is I." Lin Shan leaped down from the beams. Upon seeing Lin Shan, Lu Ruan relaxed, though surprise flickered in her eyes. She withdrew the mystical white mist and regarded Lin Shan, who was also observing her. This marked their first genuine meeting since they had both matured. "Lin Pioneer, you have not changed at all," Lu Ruan remarked softly. "The little girl from back then has grown up so much," Lin Shan reflected. "Is there something you wish from me, Lin Pioneer?" Lu Ruan lowered her posture significantly. Before the pioneers, she remained that small girl, for all power within the human race had been relinquished by the pioneers before being taken up by future generations. "Do me a favor," Lin Shan requested. "What kind of favor?" "Come with me. As Lin Shan spoke, he instantaneously vanished from within the room, reappearing on the rooftop. Moments later, a wisp of white smoke drifted out of the window, coalescing into the form of Lu Ruan. Lin Shan deliberately slowed his pace as he soared towards the outskirts of the city, with Lu Ruan closely following. She held no apprehension towards Lin Shan. Among all the pioneers, apart from Yin Ruxin, he was the one who had aided her the most. Not only had he rescued her during her migration, but he also stood by her side during the transition of power. The two of them journeyed into the wilderness, arriving at the location where the 4 colossal creatures resided. What is this? Evil corruption and beasts? Lu Wan inquired. The tome left by Lin Shan, titled Hui Wu Chujia, had now become a crucial read before entering the gray mist. Creatures resembling Earth's fauna were referred to as beasts, most of which could be tamed, while those with bizarre forms belonged to the category of evil corruption, often serving as materials for certain potions. Indeed, these are what I brought back this time, Lin Shan replied. Lu Ruan, recognizing the effort Lin Shan had put forth, thought to herself that their clan would soon have hundreds of pseudo-superior beings. The beasts and the evil corruptions seemed to possess significant levels, and if they embarked on a hunt, casualties were inevitable. She assumed that Lin Shan intended these as gifts for her to allocate. However, his next statement left her utterly astonished. Please convert all of these into money for me.